The day was beautiful with brilliant golden sunshine. Rows of vibrant red roses bloomed profusely around the exquisitely carved white stone palace, and a white airship was gliding gently through the clear blue sky. The entire courtyard was lavishly decorated. Deep red carpets stretched across the white marble stairs. All the guests were elegantly dressed, eagerly awaiting the moment the ceremony would begin. As the airship descended and came to a stop, the first person to step out was a girl wearing elegant red shoes. She was truly beautiful, but her eyes held a hint of melancholy like evening clouds, because today she was about to marry someone she had never met. The guests rejoiced at her beauty. The girl with shimmering silver hair and fiery red eyes wore a deep red gown embroidered with gold thread, as brilliant as fire. Her mind was filled with thoughts about finally meeting her future husband. Suddenly, someone called her name. Her eyes widened as she recognized the voice. The young man bowed slightly, placed a hand on his chest, and spoke politely, saying he had been waiting for her for a long time. He smiled, introducing himself as Grand Duke Ternugin Cassian, his blue eyes sparkling with mischief, his silver hair reflecting the dazzling sunlight. He said that they had met again, and the girl immediately pointed at him, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "It's him!" She recognized the man and was horrified at the thought that she had agreed to enter this marriage.
Their story began 3 months ago at a masquerade ball in the imperial palace of the Western Empire. Masked guests drank wine, chatted, and laughed. Whispers buzzed everywhere, and new rumors spread one after another. Meanwhile, the protagonist girl we know tiredly gazed out the window. Leaning against the wall, she winced at the cramping pain in her lower abdomen. Gritting her teeth, she silently cursed the palace banquet for falling precisely on this day. Just yesterday, she'd been having the time of her life with her close friends at the tavern. They had drunk so much that she completely forgot about today's party. Thinking back to last night, she only wished she could disappear from this place immediately. But then she remembered this morning when her mother casually told her that a daughter should attend the ball. She frowned and sighed, thinking of her mother's desire to find her a husband. Standing on the narrow balcony, her blonde hair gently swayed in the wind, and she thought that perhaps she could just greet the emperor briefly and then slip away to rest. Suddenly, her mother's voice rang out, asking someone if her daughter was there. She could vividly imagine her mother's angry face. Lady Arne thought that if she were caught now, she would surely open the gates to hell with her own hands.
She decided to quietly greet the emperor first, then tell her mother to ask him herself about her daughter's presence. Arne raised her head and looked at the adjacent castle, towards a third-floor window, guessing the emperor was there. With remarkable agility, she sprang up and jumped. Her hands gripped the wide stone railing. Gaining momentum, Arne skillfully swung over the railing and landed on the tiled floor, achieving her predetermined goal. But then she suddenly caught sight of a strange figure, the silhouette of a well-dressed, noble man. She froze, swallowed hard, realizing she had just made eye contact with someone in a less-than-ideal situation. The stranger in the red and black uniform also stood frozen, his lips slightly parted. His blue eyes looked at her in utter astonishment, as if he couldn't believe someone had just fallen from the sky. The two looked at each other without speaking, only quietly scrutinizing, or rather, gazing at each other in a daze. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Arne realized she was crouching right in front of the stranger, and they had been staring at each other for too long. She shook her head, reminding herself that this was no time to sit there in a daze. The man quickly extended a large, warm, and strong hand, as if to stop her.
But before he could collect himself, Arne had already gained momentum, leaped and vanished from the balcony. The blue-eyed young man stood frozen, his mouth slightly agape in surprise. A moment later, several guards ran over, asking if anything had happened, saying they had heard a strange noise. He merely smiled, calmly replying that it was nothing, just a cute stray cat that had run by. After that encounter, Arne couldn't get the image of the man out of her mind. She kept wondering who he was, then reassured herself that perhaps he had nothing to do with her. She walked on, glancing through the large window, relieved to see the hallway empty. She quietly entered the room, wincing slightly from the pain, and thought to herself that the atmosphere here was truly stifling and uncomfortable. Arne entered the main hall, her eyes sweeping across the lavishly dressed guests, all high-ranking nobility. Noticing that everyone was wearing masks, she turned and spotted a table. On it, there was a white mask with intricate gold trim, which perfectly matched the outfit she was wearing.
She picked it up, put it on hastily, then left in a hurry, pretending not to hear a woman loudly asking who had taken her mask. Arne scanned the ballroom, stopping at a crowd of gentlemen in formal attire surrounding someone. That person was the Emperor of the Western Empire, Sikleon IV, and also her maternal uncle. Arne stepped forward, intending to approach and greet him, but several ladies blocked her path, including her mother, Rosalia Brilstad. She was wearing a luxurious red gown, smiling as she asked her friend beside her if she had seen her daughter. The girl gritted her teeth, muttering a curse, knowing that if she were caught, she would certainly be severely scolded. Arnie quickly turned and walked away, wanting to avoid another argument, or worse, a real-life case of matricide. The woman accompanying her told Rosalia that her daughter might be wearing a mask, but Rosalia dismissed it, asserting that Arnie knew nothing about this masquerade ball. Hiding behind the door, Arnie silently prayed that her mother would walk straight past without recognizing her. However, Rosalia seemed to sense something, telling her friend that she needed a minute to check on something.
Suddenly, Arnie heard a low male voice announce that her lost cat was here. Immediately after, the man draped his red cloak over her shoulders. She looked up and recognized the familiar face, the man she had encountered on the balcony. He smiled, gently pulled her closer, and hid her in his embrace. Arnie was surprised, opening her mouth to ask something, but the blonde man simply placed a finger on his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Seeing him, Rosalia froze, quickly apologizing and saying she didn't know anyone was there. She asked why they were standing there, and he just smiled, saying his dance partner was just a little shy. Mrs. Rosalia Brillicht covered her mouth with her hand, chuckled softly, wished the young couple a pleasant evening, and then left. Arnie was both surprised and relieved that her mother had chosen to retreat, not bothering anyone further. But as she thought back to the person who had helped her, she couldn't help but wonder why he had done so. The blue-eyed young man asked if she had found what she was looking for. She asked back blankly, not understanding what he was talking about. The man just chuckled softly, saying he guessed she had snuck in without permission. Arnie reluctantly explained, then asked why he still let her stay even though he knew she didn't have an invitation.
The young man shrugged slightly, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. This is merely amusing to me. She looked at that smile, silently wondered who the person in front of her truly was, and guessed that if he didn't recognize her, he must be a foreigner. The man sighed softly, then said that perhaps it should be seen as him merely taking a casual interest in a stray cat. Arne crossed her arms, frowning as she asked again, "Did I hear that wrong? Did he just call me a stray cat?" He chuckled. His eyes, as he looked at her, were both warm and held a hint of amusement. She turned away, her hands lightly covering her lips in embarrassment. When she turned back, she bowed her head and thanked him for his help. The girl handed him a small, bad-shaped object, placing it in his large palm, then said it was time for her to leave. With that, she turned and walked away, her heart in turmoil. The man watched her retreating figure with a faint smile, until a servant ran up, calling, "Lord Cassian." Noticing the strange object in his master's hand, the servant curiously asked what it was, but Cassian merely pressed his lips together, seemingly unsure how to answer. He smiled, gently squeezing the small gift in his hand, and murmured, "It's just a thank you gift from that cat." The servant looked at him in surprise, not understanding what could have put his master in such a good mood.
Cassian asked what was going on, and was told that the emperor was summoning him. He sighed, nodded, and told the servant that he would come right away. Compared to the Northern Empire, everything here was luxurious and splendid, all thanks to the Sword Saint, who had risen to protect his country. Throughout the empire's existence, history recorded a mere 100 individuals who achieved the title of Master Swordsman, and almost all of them originated from the Western Empire. They were people who knew no fear, cared not for fame or fortune, dedicating their entire lives to protecting their homeland from all dangers and destruction. Cassian accepted the emperor's invitation with interest. Now he was sitting on the balcony, sipping herbal tea and pondering the empire's might. Taking another sip, Cassian secretly thought that he truly wished to meet the current sword lord in the flesh. The emperor leaned back in his rattan chair, sighing softly as he said that the hero wouldn't even appear when personally summoned by his majesty.
Cassian set his cup down on the saucer, astonished that someone dared to openly disregard a monarch's command. In truth, the emperor had deliberately kept it a secret. He knew well that if rumors spread that his granddaughter was a swordmaster, her mother, Rosalia, would be furious, because then no one would dare marry a female warrior like Arnie. Just then, a commotion made Cassian turn around. He recognized the woman and the girl he had once met. They were crossing the courtyard, arguing loudly as they went. Looking closely, he saw the woman in red pulling the young girl's ear, dragging her relentlessly. Cassian chuckled to himself, thinking that even though he had helped her escape, she had ultimately been caught and was probably being punished. The emperor quickly tried to steer the conversation in another direction, avoiding any mention of the noise outside, then suggested they talk about the marriage. He asked Cassian if he had found someone he liked. This entire meeting had actually been arranged for Cassian to choose a bride, thereby strengthening the alliance between the Western and Northern empires.
The emperor smiled, advising him not to be hesitant. Cassian took another small sip of tea, lost in thought. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the silky hair, the proud, fiery red eyes, and the agile figure of the small cat from that day. Cassian placed the gift from Arnie's hand onto the table, then calmly stated that he chose the girl who possessed this emblem. The emperor was stunned, his mouth slightly agape as he realized that the small emblem belonged to Arnie, his granddaughter. Cassian remained calm, his eyes shining with determination. I will marry her. In the Western Empire, Arnie was regarded as a heroine, standing at the pinnacle of her military career. She commanded the kingdom's most elite knight order, the Golden Dragons, and earned everyone's admiration. Her name was Arnie Brocht, the daughter of a duke and a rare young swordmaster in history. However, her mother was not at all pleased with these glories. Every day she urged her daughter to marry, without any reservation. Hearing those words repeatedly, Arnie could only look out the window, dreaming of a day she could escape from home as soon as possible. Rosalia, meanwhile, constantly cited examples of ladies she knew who were all happily settled with their husbands. She extolled love and repeatedly reminded her that all her peers were already married. Arnie merely glared at her mother, her lips pressed tightly in annoyance, and almost blurted out that her mother should worry about herself and her own romantic life instead. Her mother asked if she knew what people usually called her. The girl immediately thought she must be called a legendary swordswoman or a heroine, but Rosalia emphatically denied it.
She thought in confusion, not understanding what other name she could possibly be referred to as. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly remembered an old nickname and asked, "Are you saying people call me Mad Dog?" Rosalia calmly replied, "Not just Mad Dog, but the Empire's Mad Dog." Arnie smiled triumphantly, having guessed right. Her mother sighed. Whenever someone brings up marriage, any eligible men immediately turn pale at the mention of your name, remembering how they almost died from your blows. She dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief as she spoke. The daughter, however, stomped her foot in anger, turned her back, and said that those words were nothing short of a stab in the back from a swordsman's own mother. Rosalia said softly, "I only wish to see you loved." Arnie frowned, replying that happiness comes in many forms. Her mother sighed. "If you truly find joy in living as you are now, then so it be it."
I'm just worried that you don't care at all about romance. The girl looked at her mother and let out a soft sigh. Rosalia continued, her voice sounding almost casual. "Even the king is starting to worry about your marriage. He even chose someone for you himself." Arnie immediately asked angrily, "So who is the man chosen to be my husband, mother?" Her mother calmly replied, "It's Grand Duke Ternugin Cassian of the Northern Empire." She then added that, according to rumors, he is the country's most eligible bachelor. The girl blurted out with genuine indignation, "I can't marry a man I've never even met." Rosalia nodded, smiling gently. "First, just meet him and get acquainted. Then you'll know if you like him or not." When she heard her mother say that the future fiancé was very handsome, Arnie's face flushed, and she yelled, "I don't want to meet him, and I don't want to get to know anyone. No matter who it is, I won't get married." But Rosalia could not back down. Even 3 days after that conversation, she still insisted that the young man was a very suitable match for her daughter, and only received annoyance and cold silence in return. A week passed, and she still didn't stop trying to persuade her. "He and you are equals. There's nothing bad about him." But Arnie firmly held her ground. For 2 consecutive weeks, the advice, pleas, and repeated conversations finally made Rosalia say, "This is my final plea." And at that point, Arnie couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "All right, I'll meet him, as long as you stop talking about this."
On the day of the meeting, in the noble reception room of campus, she was dressed in a delicate beige dress, adorned with faint floral patterns and thin fabric trim gently falling from the sleeves and hem. Her hair was elaborately braided and adorned with small pearl-studded ornaments. The place where they met was one of the royal palace's grand halls. Arnie made no effort to conceal her irritation, asking her mother if she intended to accompany her to the meeting. Rosalia replied that she would, adding that the emperor and her father would arrive soon. Arnie thought to herself, if she caused trouble in front of everyone, it would be tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, her mother continued to chat cheerfully with the servants, fanning herself and praising the beauty of the interior. Arnie, seizing the opportunity, found a way to avoid this detestable meeting. She decided to disappear, gently opening the window slightly. Taking advantage of her mother being engrossed in conversation, she quietly jumped through the window and landed outside the palace. Rosalia heard the sound, turned around, and was frozen in shock. The lady and her maid could only stare blankly at the wide-open window, then called out the daughter's name loudly. She flushed with shame, clutched the fan tightly in her hand, and screamed her cursed daughter's name. Landing safely, Arndt gently gathered her skirt, stood panting, wondering what to do next. The rapid sound of hooves made her look up. A 4-horse carriage was approaching the castle gate, its wheels clattering across the courtyard. The carriage looked luxurious, and the horses were strong enough to take her far away from her mother in those schemes. Arndt immediately ran towards the carriage, shouting for the driver to wait for her. She grabbed the handle, yanked the door open, seeing it as her last chance to escape.
Inside, a blue-eyed man she had met before was sitting, his gaze surprised at the unexpected visitor. She paused for a moment, observing him. He looked very charming in his white coat and dark blue trousers. Cassian smiled, saying they met again, then teased her, calling her a stray cat once more. Seeing the surprise mixed with a hint of confusion on the girl's face, he just smiled gently. Soon after, they both heard Rosalia and the maid's shouts echoing from the courtyard. She had managed to run out, calling and searching for her runaway daughter. Arn glanced at her mother, her eyes full of determination. She gathered her skirt, turned around. To Cassian's surprise, she stepped into the carriage and sat down on the seat opposite him. The girl stated firmly that she apologized for the abruptness and that the carriage could continue in its intended direction. The faster, the better. The man smiled, saying she looked like a young lady trying to escape an arranged marriage.
His blue eyes looked at Arnie with genuine concern and sympathy, his voice gentle as he said that if she needed help, he could provide it. Arnie frowned slightly, repeating his words in her head, both confused and surprised. She pouted, even briefly wondering if he was a swindler who would demand payment after helping. As if reading her thoughts, Cassian chuckled softly, saying he needed nothing in return. She secretly concluded he must just be an overly confident man. Arnie said that since he had offered, she would indeed ask for a favor. He replied, his voice cheerful, that he would be delighted. She smiled faintly, then said she wanted him to pretend to be her lover for the day so she could escape her current predicament. Cassian placed a hand over his chest, smiling brightly, saying he would do his utmost. The carriage sped through the streets, gradually leaving the royal gardens. She curiously looked out the window, then asked where they were going. The man replied that they were going on a date. Arnie's eyes widened, her thick eyelashes trembling slightly, as she asked again in surprise. Cassian's blue eyes sparkled with mischief as he said she was the one who had asked him to play the role of her lover, after all. She realized he was right, and he continued that the more people who saw them together, the better.
Seeing her still hesitate, Cassian added, "That way your relatives will soon hear about it and cancel the engagement immediately." Finding it reasonable, Arnie smiled and agreed. His answering smile this time was gentler, more genuine than shrewd. The car stopped in front of a small pastry shop. They ordered a beautiful dessert, a pink cream cake with smooth white layers, decorated with all kinds of berries. Arnie frowned, leaning close to admire it, both delighted and a little awkward. She didn't have much experience tasting such luxurious dishes. Behind Cassian, the chirping voices of two girls rang out. They recognized him and curiously discussed whether the girl with him was his girlfriend. Cassian heard every word clearly, only smiled, but his gaze followed the girl in front of him.
In his eyes, she was truly beautiful and radiant. That was the only thing he thought about. Arne was engrossed in her cake, not realizing she had a small smudge of cream at the corner of her mouth. Cassian softly mentioned there was cream on her mouth and reached out his hand towards her. She froze, not understanding what he intended to do. A slight current ran down her spine as his warm hand touched her cheek, his thumb gently wiping away the cream at the corner of her mouth. Cassian lightly licked his fingertip, smiled, and said that this dessert was truly delicious. Hearing the soft gasps and whispers of the ladies around them, he chuckled mischievously and said, "Well, that's the quickest way for people to start rumors that we're a couple." Arne bent the fork in her hand in astonishment and anger, thinking that this man must have gone mad. After sitting together at the cafe, Cassian escorted her all the way to the palace gates, smiling and saying he was very happy to help. The girl looked at him with a sly glint in her eyes, secretly thinking that rumors of her having a lover would be extremely beneficial. She flashed a radiant smile, thanked him, her heart secretly cheering, believing she had escaped this wedding. He looked at her and asked, "Do you really not want to get married, just because you've never met your fiancé?" The girl paused slightly, then softly replied that she was only complying with her parents' wishes. Arne recalled asking her married sister for advice, and her sister had said that if a man was considered perfect but still hadn't married, then he must have something wrong with him, or be hiding a lover. Arne shrugged, adding that she didn't believe any normal person would agree to marry her. Arne's line of reasoning concluded with the assertion that she absolutely did not want to marry a foreigner, because in that case she would have to leave her homeland and live in a foreign land.
Cassian remained silent, concealing both amusement and surprise in her eyes. After that meeting, rumors spread throughout the court that Lady Arn had acquired a handsome lover. The rumors even reached the emperor's ears, leaving him no less astonished than everyone else. Arn was certain that the wedding would be postponed for at least some time. However, one day, her mother cheerfully called her daughter over. She said that she greatly admired her daughter's courage for daring to meet another man on the very day she was introduced to her fiancé. And if she truly loved him, her mother was willing to let her marry him, even if it had to be a secret affair. Arn froze, looking at her mother with a horrified expression, while her mother continued to say that the Grand Duke had proven very generous, not at all bothered by her daughter's scandalous behavior. Rosalia smiled kindly, saying that she agreed with any choice as long as her daughter was willing to marry. She casually added that the Duke had been busy that day and couldn't make it. Arn felt suffocated with indignation. If even this method was useless, there was only one path left: to speak plainly. She took a deep breath, then clearly and emphatically stated that she truly did not want to get married. Rosalia fell silent, clearly sensing the anger and sincerity in her daughter's voice.
She slowly sat down on the chair, her face heavy with thought. Then she only said 2 words: 3 months. Arnie stared at her mother, asking blankly, "What did you say, Mom?" The woman looked up and slowly replied that she only needed to be married for 3 months. If after that she couldn't stand life with her husband, she could come back home. The girl was stunned, her eyes wide, and she stammered, "So, what about divorce?" Rosalia calmly went on to state the conditions. She must live humbly and not show her temper. But if after 3 months she still couldn't accept the marriage, she would never bring up marriage again. Arnie nodded repeatedly, telling herself that that amount of time would surely be enough for her to endure this unpleasant ceremony.
Madame Rosalia added in a stern tone that under no circumstances was she to hit, kill, or throw her husband into the sky. The girl merely smirked, replying that she wasn't sure if she could restrain herself, but she understood her mother's meaning. And so they agreed to hold the wedding. News of the impending marriage spread throughout the Western Empire, causing a stir in the entire court. Rumors flew like wildfire. During an informal meeting between the emperor and the military, a genuine commotion broke out. A commander loudly protested that if Lady Arne left the military, it would be a great loss to the entire army. The emperor merely smiled, stating that Arne would be granted the title of princess and treated with special reverence. Then, unexpectedly, he proclaimed that she was the future of the Western Empire. Arne subtly furrowed her brow, thinking to herself that her uncle was being overly dramatic. Meanwhile, in the Northern Empire, news of Grand Duke Temujin's marriage also spread throughout the imperial palace. A few noble ladies could not hide their dissatisfaction with this outcome. Cassian, the son of the late emperor, the second heir to the throne, was also the most admired man among the nobility.
Many girls once dreamed of being his wife, but that dream suddenly vanished. From that moment, great upheavals began to spread throughout the empire, affecting countless people. Cassian, the sole cause of all these changes, remained calm and rational as usual. He chatted with his assistant about the rumors circulating in the court. When he heard there was nothing special, he sighed softly and closed his eyes. The Grand Duke secretly thought that perhaps last time he had only imagined that Emperor Cyclean IV had reacted somewhat strangely upon hearing about his choice of bride. He lightly tapped his pen on the table, pondering it. The assistant suddenly spoke up, saying there was one detail that had been bothering him. Cassian looked up and asked what it was. The assistant replied that Duke Brilcht's child was a very troublesome person. Cassian asked what he meant. The assistant explained that due to their aggressive temperament, that person was called the Mad Dog of the Empire. Cassian's face darkened slightly when he heard that precisely because of that mad dog, gathering information about the ducal family was almost impossible. When the Grand Duke asked why they had that nickname, the assistant replied that according to rumors, anyone who accidentally said one wrong word would be beaten on the spot by him. Cassian frowned, rubbing his forehead, wondering if his future bride was related to such a person. He thought, perhaps that's why she grew up so stubborn. Thinking of that, he chuckled softly. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? The assistant pulled him out of his thoughts by announcing that the airship was about to arrive.
Cassian stood up, pushing the stack of documents away, thinking that he was about to meet his future wife. The airship was slowly descending towards the palace, and he imagined the girl's face at that moment would surely have a lovely expression. Arnie sat on a chair, her eyes idly scanning the room in boredom. A maid approached, gently reminding her of the rules of etiquette. Upon hearing that the airship was about to land, Arnie turned her head, and immediately after, the maid added a sentence: "No killing." The woman smiled faintly, saying that ladies should not hit people just because they dislike them, and absolutely must not draw a sword. Then she gently advised further, "Please smile brightly, speak softly, and be a little elegant, my lady." Arnie merely raised an eyebrow in return, her eyes full of skepticism. Down in the great hall, guests had gathered in a dense crowd, eagerly waiting to see the Grand Duke's bride. The maid gently reminded her, "My lady, please step out and behave exactly as we have practiced."
The sound of an introduction rang out, and the heavy door opened wide before her. Arnie descended the steps, back straight, her demeanor calm until the moment she met Cassian's gaze. He smiled in greeting, saying he had been waiting for her for a very long time. While she was still suspended between shock and anger, the man calmly introduced himself, a genuine, almost childlike smile still on his lips. Arnie looked at him in confusion, her mind reeling with countless overlapping thoughts. It was then that she suddenly understood why he had appeared in the carriage heading to the palace that day. Her eyes flashed with angry lightning. If she had a sword right now, this man would be done for, she thought bitterly, realizing he was a swindler and had dared to provoke her. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Arnie stomped her foot, turned, and walked straight away. She told her attendant, Nanny, decisively that she was going back and ordered to return to the airship immediately. The attendant looked at her in panic, trembling all over, calling out to her with a shaky voice, not daring to imagine the consequences if she actually went through with it.
Cassian took a few steps forward, finding it amusing, as it seemed he liked this type of stubborn girl even more. He leaned in close, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, and whispered softly into her ear, "You owe me now." Arnie frowned, so angry that she could only manage to blurt out a curse. The servant, who knew her mistress's temperament all too well, clutched her chest, her voice trembling as she pleaded with the Grand Duke to be careful. The young pair turned to look, and to explain her fear, the servant stammered, "Please, your grace, treat the princess like glass." Arnie stared at the servant, her eyes wide with astonishment, unable to utter a single word. Afterwards, she found a way to escape from the troublesome maids and climbed up a tree in the garden. Meanwhile, they ran around searching, shouting that she shouldn't be out in such harsh sunlight. Perched precariously on a branch, her golden hair swaying in the wind, Arnie could only sigh, wondering how she had ended up in this situation, and listened to the servant's worried chatter about her delicate skin, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Hearing the maid's panicked shouts and cries, Cassian walked to the window, glancing out, and spotted his bride perched precariously on a large tree branch. He chuckled softly, hiding his laughter behind his fist, wondering how she had managed to climb up there. Her hair flew in the wind, her pink skirt fluttering, making her look more like a stray cat than his future fiancé. Arnie, an experienced warrior, suddenly felt a gaze directed at her, but when she turned, she saw no one. She frowned slightly, as she had distinctly felt someone there just a moment ago. Looking towards the open window, she saw the maids still running around frantically searching for her. Arnie knew she couldn't stay in the tree forever, so she quietly climbed down. The maids continued to call her name, making her sigh. If she didn't want to be discovered, she had to act fast. Arnie hid behind the large tree trunk, cautiously glancing sideways to avoid being seen.
Seeing no one was paying attention, she let out a soft sigh of relief and whispered, "It seems they haven't seen me yet." But just then, a voice rang out from behind her. "Who are you hiding from?" Arnie's eyes widened and she turned around, slightly startled but more so annoyed at being caught so easily. She was not at all pleased to see her future fiancé appear and immediately asked him how long he had been there. Cassian calmly replied, "I just arrived." She frowned slightly, secretly cursing, wondering if this blue-eyed duke had seen her jump down from the tree. Cassian smiled, then asked, "Do you like me so much that you have to stare?" Arnie gasped and exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" He replied with a mischievous smile, "Because you can't take your eyes off my face." Arnie was flustered, trying to find the most reasonable excuse. Ignoring her clumsy excuses, the Grand Duke slowly asked, "So what's your first impression of your future husband?" She thought to herself, "It seems he just likes to tease me." Arnie replied evasively, "Well, it's not as bad as I thought." Cassian raised an eyebrow slightly, as if surprised by her words. She considered whether to continue speaking or not. Clearly, there was nothing to criticize about him, but she was curious if he already had a mistress. She remained silent for so long that Cassian let out a soft chuckle, watching her face change from one expression to another.
He smiled and said, "It seems you're thinking about something else now." Arnie blushed, pressed her lips together, her eyes fixed straight ahead, not daring to meet his gaze. She asked angrily, "Where did you learn such words? How long are you going to embarrass me? We're not even married yet." Cassian replied calmly, his voice deep and warm, "We're getting married soon."
His voice was as soft as velvet, making it impossible for anyone to ignore. He gently took her small, delicate hand in his strong one, a sudden yet incredibly tender gesture. Then he leaned down, raising those slender fingers to his lips, his gaze never leaving the blushing face of his little bride. His lips lightly brushed the back of her hand, and his deep voice softly said, "It's too late to run now, my dear." On the day of the wedding, the Duke's castle was filled with people and a bustling atmosphere. Maids scurried back and forth, preparing for the grand celebration. While the maids were helping the bride get ready, the old nursemaid cried, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. She choked out, in disbelief, that our Arnie was getting married, wishing the Duchess could have seen this sight. Arnie subtly frowned, because the nursemaid was talking about her mother as if she had passed away, when in reality, her mother was watching them through a purple magical crystal ball, gently reassuring her daughter. Madame Rosalia sadly said she regretted not being able to attend the wedding in person, while Arnie smiled and replied that it made little difference, as her mother could see everything through the crystal ball anyway. Her mother giggled, covering her mouth with her hand, adding that her father would also be watching. She then mentioned that Emperor Cycleon IV was already on his way to the Northern Empire to attend the wedding in person.
Arnie looked at her mother in astonishment because she herself was planning a divorce and she didn't know how to face this situation. Just then, a thin, light veil was placed over half her face, calming the anger in her heart. The maids joyfully announced that she was ready. Arnie looked truly splendid in her white dress adorned with red flowers embroidered along the sleeves.
The veil was attached to the small tiara, and a dazzling silver necklace adorned with red stones embraced her neck. The maids, standing on either side of the mirror, couldn't hide their admiration, exclaiming that they had never seen such a beautiful bride. But Arnie only closed her eyes. She didn't want this wedding, and certainly wasn't marrying for love. Nanny approached, holding a red cushion with a magic orb placed on it, and as she handed it to her, she said that Arnie was always beautiful, but today she truly shone brighter than ever. Rosalia placed a hand on her cheek, her eyes glistening with tears, looking at her daughter with great affection and congratulating her on her upcoming new family. Arnie suddenly realized that her mother's smile today was truly gentle and sincere, which made her heart soften, thinking, I must make Mother happy.
The wedding hall, already magnificent, became even more splendid thanks to the exquisite decorations. Guests were elegantly dressed, eagerly awaiting the ceremony to begin. Gidi, the Grand Duke's assistant, standing nearby, overheard a strange conversation between two young ladies and was confused, not understanding what was happening. He realized they were openly gossiping about his master's bride. He thought to himself, the Duke's life had never been particularly smooth, and now, with this marriage, everything seemed to become even more complicated. People whispered that the bride from a distant land was both intelligent and beautiful, but then all whispers died down as the grand hall's large doors opened. The bride and groom appeared, both dressed in pristine white, holding hands tightly, looking like a couple destined for each other. Many ladies couldn't help but exclaim, saying the bride was truly breathtaking, just as rumored. Arnie looked down at the floor, her eyes full of contemplation, wondering if she had made a mistake by following her mother's advice and entering this marriage. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke smiled, secretly calculating what he needed to do to make this girl happy in their upcoming marriage. When the bride and groom stood facing each other before the altar, the pastor, on behalf of both, thanked the guests for attending. The elderly pastor solemnly asked Arnie if she vowed to love her husband forever. She looked at him, utterly confused, her eyes bewildered and fearful of those weighty words. She bowed her head, wondering to herself how people could promise such grand things to each other. But then, with a slight tremor in her voice, she managed, I do. The groom made a similar vow, but much more decisively and confidently, his eyes never leaving the anxious bride before him. The pastor pronounced a blessing, telling the two to seal their eternal love with a kiss. Arnie almost screamed in her head in horror. She looked at her husband with a mix of astonishment and embarrassment. Oh my goodness, she had forgotten that the bride and groom had to kiss at the wedding ceremony.
Cassian stepped closer, gently lifted her chin, his fingers softly caressed her cheek, and whispered that if she wanted to escape, now was her last chance. She looked at him, her voice low but laced with sarcasm, reminding him that he himself had once said it was too late to run. The Duke paused for a moment, then offered a charming smile. He looked directly into her eyes, nodding in agreement with his own previous words. Arn's face flushed. He was too close, his voice soft and intimate enough to make her heart race.
Cassian wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close to him, his deep voice whispering, now it's truly too late to run. Then he leaned down and kissed her deeply, without hesitation, without a second thought, and without needing her consent. Arnie placed her hands on his shoulders, while Cassian tightened his embrace around her waist, pulling her closer and closer, kissing her passionately, as if no decorum existed in the world. Cheers and applause echoed through the crowd. After a few seemingly endless seconds, the Duke finally released her, allowing them both to breathe again. Arnie felt as if she was about to suffocate. Her face was flushed crimson, her entire body trembling from the dizzying new sensations. The pastor solemnly declared that Sir Cassian, the Grand Duke of Turnigan, and Princess Arnie were officially husband and wife. Arnie was still panting, secretly wanting to punch her new husband for that kiss in front of hundreds of people. Cassian, on the other hand, was amused by her bewildered expression. She looked like a small cat, both panicked and strangely adorable. Arnie screamed internally that this marriage would surely be a disaster, with only two possible outcomes. Either he would kill her, or she would kill him. After the official ceremony, a grand wedding banquet was held at Turnigan Castle. But unexpectedly, several maids rushed over, taking her hand, saying that the young lady needed to rest immediately to avoid tired feet. Arnie pursed her lips, unable to do anything but silently endure the somewhat excessive attention. The girl suddenly remembered the passionate kiss before the altar, the kiss her new husband had given her. Her cheeks burned as if on fire. Her breath came in short gasps as she recalled the sensation of his strong, burning hot hands on her, almost scorching through the thick fabric of her dress. She startled, quickly shaking her head vigorously, telling herself to forget that damned kiss immediately.
Meanwhile, the maids had led her to her private chamber. Her room was predominantly decorated in shades of blue and white, interspersed with intricate gold and silver trim, making every piece of furniture gleam with luxurious brilliance. She sat down on the edge of the bed, feeling that she could finally rest a little, took a deep breath and closed her eyes, trying to comprehend everything that had just happened. The maids giggled, their voices playful, then quickly excused themselves, wishing the lady a good night. Arn frowned slightly, wondering what they were implying, then swallowed hard as she suddenly remembered the upcoming wedding night. She frantically began to think of a way to avoid having to kill her husband, and finally came to a decision. She had to escape from here immediately.
Stepping onto the windowsill, she flung open the window, looking out at the darkness outside, her heart full of schemes. But her escape attempt was cut short by a familiar male voice from behind, asking what she intended to do. The Duke coldly stated that she was too high up, then slowly approached his stubborn wife. He looked at her with a dark expression, unable to believe that she actually wanted to jump out of the window right after their wedding, especially since she herself had agreed to this marriage. Arn looked at him, startled and confused, realizing she was once again drawn into his gaze. Cassian repeated the question, his voice tinged with worry and slight annoyance. She tried to compose herself, still standing pressed against the window frame, her mind debating whether to knock out her husband or confess everything. The Duke reiterated, his voice low, that he had asked what she was doing there, standing before an open window like that. Arn forced a smile, trying to joke her way out of it, saying she just wanted to get some fresh air. Cassian raised an eyebrow, asking, "So you had to climb onto the windowsill for that?" In reality, she was balancing on the edge of the window, her bare feet touching the cold stone. The Duke's face darkened, and he asked if she truly intended to jump down and commit suicide. Arn was stunned, not expecting her new husband to think along those lines, though upon reflection, it wasn't entirely wrong.
She quickly shook her head, stammering that she absolutely didn't mean that. It's just, she herself was wondering if by truly jumping from this height, she would actually die, because the current situation was truly too awkward. It seemed the man didn't quite believe her. He just let out a soft sigh, his gaze directed downwards, and gently said, "All right then." Arnie subtly furrowed her brow, then decided not to try and explain further, because how could she frankly say that she just wanted to run away, for fear of the wedding night? Cassian stepped forward, the heels of his polished wedding shoes tapping a steady rhythm on the floor. He extended his hand, intending to help his wife down from the windowsill so she wouldn't slip and fall. The girl subtly swallowed, realizing that just a touch from his hand made her heart race, but she still extended her hand. She clearly felt the steady warmth from his palm and shivers running down her spine. Taking her husband's other hand, Arnie stepped down from the ledge, her eyes not leaving his pensive face. Cassian gently placed a hand on her shoulder, squeezing lightly, and in a gentle voice advised her to take care of her health. Arnie didn't know how to react, her lips subtly pouting with worry, her mind solely focused on the possibility that she truly had to spend this night with him. The Grand Duke remained silent, trying to understand the reason for his wife's strange behavior, as what had happened since her arrival here suddenly replayed in his mind. He remembered the servant anxiously exclaiming about her mistress's frail condition, and then advising him to treat the princess like a delicate flower. Gently squeezing his new wife's hand, Cassian led her deeper into the room. Until now, he had still thought she was just a weak young lady like any other, but he hadn't expected her soul to be so fragile that she had once tried to end her own life. Arnie looked at her husband with a puzzled expression, secretly thinking that perhaps she should just knock him out. Suddenly, her body felt weightless.
Cassian suddenly swept her into his arms, his strong arms supporting her bare legs beneath her skirt. He looked down at his small wife with a gentle smile, a fleeting thought crossing his mind about how much effort he would have to put into caring for her. He appeared relaxed and calm, his warm hands moving subtly, yet still gripping her smooth skin. Arnie looked at him, her eyes wide with fear. She couldn't possibly imagine sharing a bed with a man she had only known for a few days. She squeezed her eyes shut, unsure of what to do in that situation. But contrary to her fears, Cassian gently placed her down onto the soft bridal bed. His action stunned Arnie. Everything suddenly became more confusing than ever. The Grand Duke simply said that she must be tired and should rest to regain her strength.
She widened her eyes, looking at him, astonished and unable to believe that her husband truly just wanted her to sleep. She wondered, could such a thing happen on their wedding night? Leaning close to her, Cassian softly whispered that she shouldn't worry about anything, just relax and rest. Then he stood up, quietly leaving the room, without coercion, without frightening her, leaving only a gentle instruction. The door closed smoothly with a soft click, leaving his wife safe in the room. Arnie lay still, sighing, wearily thinking that everything had finally turned out just as she wished. But deep down, she wasn't very happy, because Cassian treated her no differently than a child. According to custom, marriage among the nobility was always one of the most important tools for a family's prosperity, merely a simple transaction. Therefore, the guests attending the Grand Duke's wedding all thought this case would be no different. But that perception quickly changed when they saw the bride and groom together with their own eyes. The young ladies eagerly chatted about the Duke's gaze towards his gentle bride, a gaze so tender and passionate that it seemed to drip with sweet honey.
Due to being overly pampered by the maids, the new Duchess didn't even appear at the wedding banquet. Everyone gossiped, wondering if the Duke was truly overly concerned about his wife's health. A gentleman spoke up, saying there was a rumor that Cassian had once banished from the palace any man who dared to look at his wife with lustful eyes. His interlocutor replied in astonishment that if that were the case, the rumor was likely true, and perhaps the Duke had indeed fallen for the girl at first sight. Meanwhile, Arne was hiding in a tree to escape the incessant nagging of the maids, who kept urging her to be careful and take care of her health. There's the fairy tale of the sleeping princess in the forest, and now there's even a sleeping princess in a tree, for heaven's sake. From the study window, Cassian watched his wife, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile. The assistant standing beside him noticed this and was stunned, unable to understand what his master was thinking, or if he had truly become infatuated with the foreign girl. The Duke turned around, called Jody, saying he wanted to ask something. The assistant nodded, ready to answer. Unexpectedly, Cassian asked, "What do you think about my wife attempting suicide on our wedding night?" Jody froze, his eyes wide as he looked at his master, trying to ascertain if he had misheard. After a moment of thought, he cautiously replied that he wasn't sure, but perhaps it was the manifestation of a woman who utterly detested this marriage to the point of wanting to die. Cassian sighed softly, muttering, "Indeed, that must be it." Wanting to change the subject, Jody suddenly remembered his duty. He handed the Duke an envelope, saying that the second prince had instructed him to deliver this invitation yesterday.
Cassian asked if Mackenzie had left immediately after delivering the letter, and Jadi nodded in confirmation. The Duke remained silent, gazing at the envelope for a long time. Jadi asked when he planned to meet the Emperor. He merely placed the letter gently on the table, muttering as if to himself that he would go soon. At the same time, Arnie was sitting in the castle's inner courtyard, next to her maid, leisurely sipping tea. She used a magic orb to converse with her mother. Rosalia looked at her daughter with eyes full of love and pride. She asked if her daughter was happy with her new life, then sang in a sweet voice about what a wonderful time this was. Arnie nearly choked on her tea, her face flushed, wishing only to smash this silly magic orb immediately.
Her mother's voice continued to ring out nonchalantly, recounting that her daughter's subordinates had caused a commotion and gone on strike, demanding the return of the swordmaster. Rosalia added that the Emperor had requested the matter be settled soon. Immediately, she thought of those who had once fought alongside her. Rosalia said that contact with some of them had been completely cut off, and she was extremely worried about it. Arnie replied that if direct contact wasn't possible, they could ask Uncle Sariaho for help. But her mother shook her head, saying that according to rumors, that person now refused to see anyone. Even Duke Sariaho had been turned away. She forced a strained smile, joking that they must just be busy, as she couldn't admit that she actually didn't want to see him at all. Her fingers gently traced the handle of the teacup, her mind drifting to the soldiers under her command. Just thinking about their jokes when they learned of her new appointment, Arnie's face darkened. She secretly thought that if they wanted to have fun, she could truly help them have fun. Just then, a maid with fiery red hair approached, her smile as bright as the sun. She cheerfully pointed towards huge, brightly colored gift boxes, adorned with shimmering ribbons and bows, and said that the Duke had just sent gifts for his lady. Hearing this, Rosalia joyfully exclaimed, believing that the man must truly love her daughter. Arnie, however, merely wondered if he did it for her, who was once believed to have attempted to end her own life. Suddenly, there was a strange rustling sound.
She frowned, then realized something was moving in the bushes. She could have sworn she'd just seen something behind the servants carrying gifts. Arna sprang to her feet, clearly sensing someone was hiding. And then a familiar red-haired head peeked out from behind the bush. The hidden young man smiled brightly. Arna froze, staring at the face, unable to utter a word. A young man in a black uniform appeared as if from nowhere, his smile radiant as if he had just brought her a great surprise. She was stunned to realize it was Crave.
a soldier under her command, who was supposed to still be in the West. Arna rubbed her temple, thinking to herself that she hadn't invited anyone, as she didn't want to reveal her identity as a guild member to those around her. She even wondered if she was imagining things. But when the young man cheerfully waved from the bushes, she could only sigh, realizing it was indeed Crave. Immediately after, thinking of the servants and the nanny nearby, Arna understood that she had to send him away before anyone noticed anything. She pretended to continue sipping her tea, subtly signaling him to leave immediately. But Crave just chuckled gleefully, lazily replying that he had no intention of going anywhere. Anger surged within Arna, and she nearly exploded at his stubborn attitude. Standing up abruptly, she slammed her hand on the table, saying that if he didn't leave, she would personally kick him out. The girl was about to rush over and give the soldier a piece of her mind, but suddenly paused as a strange sensation overwhelmed her, leaving her stunned. From behind, she felt a powerful presence, which made Arna frown, not understanding who it was. She was about to turn around, but accidentally twisted her ankle, forgetting she was wearing a bulky, voluminous dress. The pain made her wince, and only a few seconds later did she realize she was falling, because the sharp ache had slowed her reflexes slightly.
She felt a firm hand supporting her waist. Standing right before her was none other than her newlywed husband, who smiled gently and asked if she was all right. Arn frowned and blushed, realizing she had sensed his presence just moments before. She thought to herself that she had never perceived his presence to be this strong before. She stared at him, a fleeting suspicion crossing her mind. Could it be that he also possessed special abilities?
She thought to herself, if that were true, he must have known she was a swordmaster. Cassian, on the other hand, merely curved his lips into a mischievous smile, unable to take his eyes off her, for at this moment Arnie looked no different from an adorable, disheveled kitten. He asked her what she was doing here, his voice tinged with a hint of worry. The servants, realizing they had inadvertently intruded on the young couple's private moment, bowed their heads and withdrew. Arnie swallowed hard, trying to come up with an excuse, but her mind was blank. In the end, she merely let out a soft laugh, saying she wasn't doing anything at all. She knew it was crucial that he didn't discover Crave, so she quickly smiled, diverting his attention by asking what he was looking for her for. Cassian's blue eyes gazed at her tenderly, and he asked if she liked the gifts he had prepared. Arnie paused, surprised as she suddenly remembered she hadn't even opened the various-sized boxes. Both of them glanced around the room, which was filled with carefully wrapped gifts. Cassian was momentarily stunned to see them still untouched, feeling a pang of disappointment. Understanding the situation, Arnie quickly placed her hand on one of the boxes, flashing a radiant smile as she affirmed that she liked them all. Her smile was a little forced, and she secretly hoped he wouldn't notice anything. Cassian gently squeezed her hand, a fleeting sadness in his heart, as it seemed his wife didn't care for the gifts at all. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from a nearby bush, and someone's curly hair peeked out from among the foliage. Cassian frowned, as the sound was not like the rustling of leaves in the wind. And at that very moment, Madame Rosalia's voice rang out from the magic orb, cheerfully stating that she had long wished to meet her son-in-law. Arnie swallowed, suddenly remembering that her mother was still here, silently observing everything.
Cassian immediately bowed respectfully before his mother-in-law, formally introduced himself, and extended his greetings to Duchess Rosalia Brilbricht. This action made his already flustered daughter even more embarrassed. Rosalia smiled brightly, praising her handsome son-in-law, saying that Arne was truly fortunate to have such a husband. She continued, complimenting her daughter's equally beautiful appearance, a perfect match for the Duke. Rosalia praised Cassian's eloquence and was about to offer a few more compliments when Arne couldn't take it anymore, quickly interrupting and telling her mother to stop. She reached out and touched the orb, immediately turning it off before her mother could say anything further, secretly thinking that she needed to get rid of this thing as soon as possible.
Her face flushed crimson. She bowed her head and mumbled an apology. But Cassian only smiled, saying there was nothing to worry about and that her mother was a very charming woman. Arnie turned to look at him, her eyebrows slightly raised in suspicion, as if silently asking if he was telling the truth. Feeling she couldn't bear any more talk about her mother and related matters, Arnie decided to steer the conversation in another direction. She gently asked the Duke again, this time with a soft smile, "Why are you here?" She added that she thought he was usually busy with work at this hour. Cassian gently asked in return, his voice full of concern, "Is your mood better now?" His gaze still held a gentle worry. Arnie softly asked if she had misheard, and her heart quickened as she suddenly realized he was truly worried about her. Immediately, she recalled the moment yesterday when he had caught her by the open window and understood that the impression had not left his mind. Cassian suddenly looked sad, even a little melancholic, then gently asked, "Are you truly unhappy about marrying me?"
Arnie froze, surprised by the respectful tenderness in his words, her mind scrambling to find a way to explain her actions. Yet the young man patiently continued, saying that if anything was wrong, he was willing to help, as long as she told him the reason. The girl, however, simply replied that she was fine. Too embarrassed to know what to say, she tried to repeat, her voice trembling, that there was truly nothing wrong. Cassian's demeanor grew somber. He softly said he understood, then thought to himself that his wife didn't want to be honest with him. But then he softened his tone, telling her she could tell him everything when she was ready. These words made Arnie even more flustered, her heart tightening with emotion.
The Duke said it was time for him to go, then turned to leave with no intention of prolonging the conversation. Not wanting to hurt him or cause any misunderstanding, Arnie hurried forward, softly calling out, "Please, please wait." Though still utterly mortified by the true reason for her behavior, she didn't want him to leave in the dark. She reached out her hand, and before she realized it, her hand had grasped Cassian's sleeve, holding him back. The Duke's blue eyes flashed with surprise as he turned back to look at her, offering no resistance. Arnie bowed her head, her cheeks flushed, muttering something indistinct about their first night.
Cassian asked softly, his voice half doubtful, half confused if he had misheard, because that was certainly not the explanation he had been expecting. Arnera gathered all her courage, almost shouting in a trembling voice, "Actually, I'm just very afraid of the wedding night." She quickly added, stammering, "I'm not going to do anything foolish. I just want to run away for a little while." Those words completely stunned Cassian. Arnera also winced slightly, unable to believe she had just uttered all those things aloud. The Duke was silent for a moment, then let out a soft laugh that was at once surprised, gentle, and tinged with worry. "You're so scared you want to run away from the wedding night?" Understanding his little wife's naive fear, Cassian couldn't help but let out a soft, warm chuckle, light as a breeze touching her heart. The girl didn't understand why Cassian's expression had suddenly changed so much, but he only chuckled softly, raising a hand to cover half his face so his wife wouldn't misunderstand that he was mocking or disrespecting her. The man said she was adorable, making Arnera even more embarrassed. Cassian gently placed his large hand on her shoulder, no longer laughing but smiling warmly. He leaned closer and said that if she didn't want that intimacy, he wouldn't touch her, not even with a fingertip. Arnera's eyes widened, and she softly asked if he could truly promise such a thing. Cassian smiled, thinking to himself that in some ways she was still just a child, not truly understanding anything about love. He brought a finger to his lips, telling her that this agreement should remain a secret between the two of them. The girl softly repeated his words, as if to confirm her agreement. In her mind, she suddenly recalled the times he had unexpectedly offered help, which never seemed to benefit him. Arnera thought it was strange, and perhaps she should learn more about this man's capabilities. But at that moment, she simply closed her eyes, smiling with relief that this matter was temporarily settled. Upon returning to his study, Cassian continued to ponder his wife's words. He remembered her flushed face, her embarrassed eyes, and how she had softly closed them when confessing. His lips curved slightly. Clearly, she wasn't the type to be easily scared of such things.
JD had been standing beside him for a few minutes, but Cassian remained silent and pensive, yet a smile lingered on his lips as if recalling something amusing. JD quietly thought, "My master truly has been enchanted by this girl," then cautiously spoke up to pull him out of his thoughts. Cassian turned around, asking what was wrong and why JD had called his name. JD replied that it was nothing, just wanting to ask if he had any tasks for them. Cassian held a pen, tapping it rhythmically on the paper, humming softly as if pondering something. A moment later, the Grand Duke looked up and slowly said that there seemed to be a mouse in the castle.
Then he coldly added that it must be found and dealt with. The next day, the castle courtyard was in an uproar with noise and shouting when the maids discovered something. On the floor was the shattered magic orb, the item the Duchess used to communicate with her mother. The maids gossiped that this orb had been reinforced with high-level magic, and ordinary people could not possibly break it. Meanwhile, Arnie calmly sipped her tea, her heart feeling light. She had grown too tired of the item and the awkward conversations with her mother, so when no one was looking, she had quietly broken it. Her tea was suddenly interrupted by a trembling voice apologizing. From among the maids, a girl with carrot-orange hair stepped forward, tears streaming down her face, sobbing that she was responsible for guarding the orb. She bowed her head, crying and begging for forgiveness, saying she should have taken better care of it. The head maid, a woman with salt and pepper hair, yelled angrily, scolding that even if she worked her entire life, she couldn't afford such an item, and even raising 10 children to pay off the debt wouldn't be enough. Arnie felt a pang of remorse rise within her. She truly felt sorry seeing the young girl tremble so much. She quietly called Nanny, her governess, closer, and whispered to ask what they should do with the maid. Nanny quietly replied that the girl would be dismissed, while the maid stood silently listening to the harsh words, sobbing with indignation. The governess continued that the maid would have to compensate for the orb, and would very likely be barred from entering any other estate for such a mistake.
Hearing that, Arnie subtly cleared her throat, attracting the attention of the gray-haired woman and putting an end to the harsh scolding. She stood up, understanding clearly that she herself was the one who started all this trouble and could not leave the maid to face the consequences alone. The white-haired woman told the Duchess not to worry, as she would handle it herself. But Arnie replied, how could she not be bothered when such a thing happened right in her own castle? Nanny looked at Arnie with admiration when she heard her call the place her castle, and immediately thought of telling the story to Lady Rosalia. Arnie said that she now understood everything about the magic orb, because everyone had just been loudly arguing about who caused the trouble. She softly said that she didn't understand why everyone was making such a big deal out of it. Arnie added that this was not a serious problem at all, not worth anyone's effort or time to argue over. The maid stopped crying, looked up at her mistress with bright eyes, her mouth agape in astonishment. All the women who heard the Duchess's words were stunned. They looked at her with admiration, beginning to whisper that she was truly magnanimous and generous. Arnie just subtly turned away, not wanting to face those bewildered gazes. The head maid asked again if they could truly overlook this matter. Arnie smiled and replied that everyone makes mistakes sometimes, and all that was needed was to buy a new magic orb. Breathing a sigh of relief, she waved her hand, saying that everything was over now, and everyone could rest assured and return to their duties. The orange-haired maid softly called Arnie's name, making her turn to ask what she wanted. The maid burst into tears, sobbing and choking out that from now on she would serve her mistress wholeheartedly. Arnie was a little flustered by that reaction, only able to look at her with surprise. The maid knelt before the Duchess, trembling as she said that Arnie had saved her life, and that from now on she would serve faithfully for the rest of her days. Arnie offered a strained smile, comforting the sobbing maid and telling her to calm down first. Suddenly, the nanny called the maid's name. Her name was Erica, and the nanny was bringing a black box. When the box was opened, inside was a new glass orb resting on a red velvet cushion.
Arna's mother's voice rang out from within, saying that she had sent many more orbs, knowing this would happen. The Duchess froze, silently cursing herself as she realized all her recent efforts had been in vain. Now, she not only had to endure her mother bothering her daily with awkward topics, but also had to deal with the overly loyal and emotional maid, Erica. Jody listened in astonishment to the story told by the head maid, who was in charge of all the servants in the palace. Cassian also listened attentively to what had happened, smiling faintly, pleased that his wife still cared about everything in the palace. Suddenly he stood up, causing both the maid and Jody to turn and look at him in surprise. When asked where he was going, Cassian calmly replied, with the mischievous smile of a young boy, that he wanted to go see his wife. He slammed the door shut, leaving his subordinates standing bewildered in the office. Jody thought, normally the Duke never neglected his work, but now he looked completely different. Meanwhile, in the back garden, Arna was trying to hide from Erica, who kept thanking her for what had happened that morning. She hid behind a large tree, annoyed and wondering why she always ended up in such awkward situations. When she heard someone call out very close by, Arna jumped up in surprise and let out a small scream, thinking she had been caught.
But she was immediately stunned because the person in front of her was completely different from whom she had expected, and in a completely different guise. She hesitantly called out Crave's name, who was standing amidst the trees and bushes. Arnie couldn't help but ask what he was doing here, and in this bizarre getup. Her soldier was wearing a green dress for women with a red bow at the neck, a wig the same color as his bright red hair, and a pair of long, sparkling earrings. Crave flashed a radiant smile, put his hands on his hips, and confidently declared that he had just changed his outfit a little. From the outside, he looked no different from a large, dignified lady, but Arnie still couldn't believe her eyes, just standing silently and staring at him in shock. She asked if he was impersonating a maid, and he eagerly nodded in confirmation. Arnie raised a hand to rub her forehead, trying to suppress the headache that had just come on, secretly thinking that she really should just finish this guy off. She couldn't believe it, and immediately asked how he could have gotten in here without anyone noticing.
Crave shrugged, replying that disguise and secret infiltration were his specialties. He added that he had left the Legion, and that was why he was here. Arne exhaled sharply, trying to calm herself and gather her chaotic thoughts. Unable to bear it any longer, she yelled, asking why he had left the service. Crave also replied loudly that his place was with the lady. Arne pressed her lips together, observing Crave's face, trying to find some sign of sobriety in it. Had he not sobered up yet, or was he a bit unhinged? Then she decided to ignore him, turning to leave, but Crave quickly continued, saying that even though he had sworn loyalty to the Emperor, he would only follow her. Arne remained silent, but the young man shouted, asking if she had truly forgotten that she had once saved his life on the battlefield, that his loyalty to her was stronger than death. He almost lost control, loudly asking what kind of wedding she intended to have, then demanded that she return the brave commander he once knew and stop pretending to be weak. Arne had her hand on the doorknob, ready to leave, thinking only that Crave was now too noisy and it would be better if she left him behind. But clearly the young soldier was not pleased to be ignored by his commander.
He took a few steps forward, his heels clanking heavily with each step. Crave yelled that she had forgotten her oath, then questioned why she was behaving like that. Arne snapped at him to shut up and go back, adding that her uncle was returning home, and he could follow along if he wished. Crave gripped her hand tightly, almost on the verge of tears, earnestly pleading to be allowed to stay, even if only as a servant.
But she just coldly told him to stop talking nonsense. Both suddenly froze when they saw the Grand Duke standing in front of them. The young soldier immediately panicked, praying his attire would be enough to deceive the intelligent man. But Cassian merely smiled when he saw them, then took a few steps closer. He asked Arnie what she was doing here, gently calling her his wife. She was stunned, her heart pounding as she understood how this situation would look, then hastily tried to come up with the most plausible explanation possible. Her gaze darted to her subordinate, wondering why she had to bear the consequences for this foolish mess. Arnie turned back, faced Crave, then stood by her husband's side. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she tried to conjure a reasonable excuse, but her mind was completely blank from the sudden surprise. Cassian softly said that this was the first time he had seen this maid, and he had never met her before. Hearing this, Arnie stared at her husband, finding it hard to believe he could be so easily fooled. Cassian continued, saying that this person didn't look like a maid from their mansion at all. She immediately replied that she had brought her along. He chuckled softly, saying that he had guessed as much the moment he saw them together.
Crave, still trying to play the part of a maid, bowed to greet the Duke and Duchess, saying that he should withdraw to give them privacy. He bowed awkwardly, almost stumbled due to his tight shoes, then quickly left. The door closed behind him with a heavy thud. Crave leaned against the door, panting, trying to calm himself down after what had just happened between him and the commander. In his mind, he thought it was funny that the Duke didn't even realize he was in front of a man in disguise. But as soon as he turned around, he was stunned to see Cassian looking straight at him through the transparent glass of the door. Cassian had his arms crossed over his chest, his gaze cold, tinged with anger, completely devoid of any friendliness or trust. Realizing this, Arnie felt a flicker of panic. That expression was absolutely not a good sign.
She quickly called her husband, earnestly asking him to listen to her explanation. Cassian turned around. She stood facing him, her face filled with remorse, anxiety, and a touch of confusion, then softly asked if he was angry. Cassian raised an eyebrow. Angry? What for? Arnie quietly replied that he looked as if he was angry with her. The Duke placed a hand on his chin, thoughtfully asking if she was hiding anything with that maid. Arnie frantically waved her hands, saying there was no such thing. Cassian smiled, seemingly pleased that she cared about his feelings, then said that he completely trusted his wife.
Arnie breathed a sigh of relief. Duke Cassian asked if the maid was normal, as she looked somewhat like a man. Arnie merely replied that she wasn't sure either, and Cassian shrugged, saying it would be wrong to judge people solely by their appearance. Arnie lowered her gaze, unable to believe that Crave's ridiculous disguise had actually been so effective. Cassian continued to stare at his newlywed wife, unable to tear his eyes away from her face. Suddenly he said that he had previously noticed how beautiful her eyes were whenever she was deep in thought. Arnie paused slightly, replying that others had told her eyes reminded them of a Karen's gaze. Cassian chuckled softly, saying he wasn't lying, he truly liked those eyes. Because of her fiery red pupils, Arnie had always been regarded as a monster. People associated them with blood, with ill omens. Suddenly she told her husband that ever since she was a child, everyone had been afraid to look into her eyes, believing them to be the mark of a family curse.
Because in her family line, the one with those eyes only appears once per generation. She said her grandfather and uncle were both renowned red-eyed swordsmen. Cassian thoughtfully asked if that uncle was the one who had destroyed the awakened dragon 30 years ago, and also the one who had ended the war with the Eastern Alliance 10 years ago. Arnie pondered the Duke's words. It was true her uncle had killed that dragon, but she herself was the one who had ended the war. So where did that false rumor come from? Realizing she had been silent for too long, she quickly nodded and replied that yes, her uncle was a wonderful person. Arnie didn't understand why he was looking at her with such warm eyes. She let out a soft breath and gently called out, "Sir." Cassian slightly furrowed his brow and asked again, "What did you just call me?" She was startled, fearing she had misspoken or made a mistake. Confusion flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, the Duke broke into a radiant smile, his voice soft but full of confidence. "Call me Cassian." Arnie froze, her eyes wide with surprise, stammering to ask why he said that, a thought flashing through her mind that she had never uttered that name before. Cassian gently called her name, saying that from now on he would also call her that way. He placed a hand on his chest, smiling gently. "Therefore, you should also call me by my name." Arnie bowed her head, suppressing her embarrassment in the rapid thumping of her heart in her chest. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, calling Cassian's name for the first time, her voice slightly trembling. Her cheeks flushed. Cassian listened, captivated by the sound. He praised her for doing very well, stroking her hair and skin tenderly as he spoke, then smiled encouragingly, his gentle gaze conveying that she was wonderful. Afterwards, he returned inside the castle. As he walked, Cassian suddenly recalled how she had unhesitatingly stepped forward to protect a stranger, despite potential threats or danger. Of course, he knew perfectly well it was a man in disguise. Cassian smiled faintly, thinking that he was probably harmless, but in his mind he was still devising a way to capture and interrogate him. Meanwhile, Crave, once again in maid's attire, asked in a shrill voice if he had been summoned by the young lady. The fellow seemed utterly pleased with his role, while Arnie still couldn't fathom why no one around them noticed the blatant absurdity. She thought perhaps only she found the situation so peculiar. Then she called Crave, her voice full of restraint, telling him to stop the charade at once. The young man immediately stood at attention, stating that he was following the captain's orders, but the way he said it only made everything more sarcastic. Crave recounted that after she left, a rebellion broke out within the Golden Dragon Warrior Guild, and then asked Arnie if he still remembered that they shared the same blood. Arnie looked at him with annoyance, while Crave continued to ramble on that all the warriors had joined the guild only because of her, and then she had suddenly disappeared without explanation. The young man immediately flashed a bright smile, boasting that that was precisely why he was the first to write a letter requesting to withdraw from the guild. Arnie secretly thought that she should have informed the soldiers beforehand that this marriage would only last 3 months. Crave said that when he left he had met Arion, meaning that person had also abandoned the guild, which made Arnie frown, demanding that he not talk about it with such a gloating expression. Suddenly there was a very faint click. Both turned around to see Erica behind the door, her eyes wide with panic.
Crave and Arnie both looked at the maid, silently wondering how long Erica had been standing there and how much she had heard. The young man said that this maid was clearly bothering the young lady and he needed to deal with it. Knowing his typical behavior, Arnie quickly raised a hand to stop him, asking what he intended to do. But Crave had already flung the door open, standing like a thundercloud before the maid, who was trembling from being caught red-handed. Again, in a shrill voice, he declared that the Duchess had accepted him as her personal maid, so Erica could pledge her loyalty to the young lady in her next life. Erica clenched her fists, bursting into tears upon hearing the harsh words from that strange, peculiar, and rude woman. She screamed that it was unfair, clutched her head, and then rushed away quickly. Crave slammed the door shut with a satisfied expression. He turned back, smiling brightly, and asked his master if he was pleased with the way he handled it and if he wasn't wonderful. By this point, Arnie was completely exhausted by Crave's antics, silently thinking he needed to find a way to send him back to Uncle Sano to settle things. A little while later, in the garden, Crave continued to pretend to be a maid, pouring hot tea for the young master. Arnie took a sip, then asked coldly in a gruff voice, "Aren't you going to leave? Can't I have a moment of peace?"
The young man leaned towards the table, ignoring her request, then stated that if she was going to the capital, she would surely need servants like him. Only then did Arnie suddenly recall that all married nobles had to undergo a ritual known as the imperial ratification. It was a method for the court to mediate any family conflicts, while simultaneously asserting that the inheritance rights of the nobility ultimately belonged to the emperor. Simply put, it was merely a formal presentation to the supreme authority. Her thoughts were interrupted by the approaching footsteps of the maids. Marte, the head maid, along with the other maids, were present, and she spoke up, requesting a private word with the Duchess. Their faces showed a hint of displeasure, and their gazes were somewhat angry, but not directed at their mistress, rather at a strange maid who had just appeared. Marte, naturally the most hot-tempered among them, immediately strode towards Crave, leaving the other maids behind. Arnie briefly wondered, have they finally discovered he's a man? But in truth, she was surprised that no one had realized it until now. She quickly positioned herself between her soldier and the maids, intending to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, but Erica suddenly shouted that this was going too far. Joined by the other girls, Erica loudly declared that they had always been with the Duchess before this new servant arrived.
However, ever since she arrived, the mistress had only been close to her, and that made them feel hurt. Crave stared at the screaming orange-haired girl, while Erica continued, saying that if Arne chose another maid just because she came from the Western Empire, then they would also be willing to go there to learn. Arne listened in silence, unable to believe those words were actually directed at her. Meanwhile, Marte earnestly pleaded with her not to spend too much time on a single maid. Arne rubbed her forehead, smiled, and softly murmured that things were not at all as they thought and had nothing to do with her preferences or favoritism. She reassured them that she was very satisfied with everyone's work, always thoughtful and dedicated. After her words, the maids calmed down, smiling as they replied that they also loved their Duchess very much. A few days later, it was time for Cassian and Arne, along with their retinue, to set off for the capital to meet the emperor. The Duke stood beside his wife, gently saying that they only needed to make an appearance and there was nothing to worry about. He gently took his wife's small hands, making her cheeks immediately flush. As if to make her even more flustered, Cassian leaned down and gently kissed the back of her hand, his eyes closed, with an unbelievably tender gaze. Arne almost held her breath, while he appeared completely nonchalant, despite all the eyes around them. The Duke added that due to work, he would have to stay for a few days, but would then immediately come to her side. She nodded, still pondering her husband's behavior, then said that she would go ahead because of Uncle Sano's business.
Cassian just smiled reassuringly, affirming that he would definitely come to her soon. He placed his warm hand on her cheek, his thumb gently stroking her velvety skin. His eyes seemed to smile along with his lips, filled with tenderness and care. Cassian leaned down, drawing closer, then gently touched his lips to her cheek. Arnie's face flushed a deep red, and her whole body trembled slightly. Her breathing became rapid and erratic. She looked up at the Duke with a bewildered yet slightly surprised expression.
Cassian smiled, almost whispering by her lips, "This might help you feel less bored in the coming days." The maids standing nearby gasped in admiration, all believing that the Duke and Duchess were truly a passionately in love couple. Arne happened to overhear their chatter, saying that the two's relationship was so romantic it made everyone envious. Elsewhere, Crave, no longer in his maid's attire, but in a red military uniform with sparkling epaulets, was adjusting the reins of his white horse and calling loudly towards Sano, Arne's uncle. At the same time, Arne was sitting in the carriage with her maid, curiously asking about Sir Crave, remarking that he seemed incredibly loyal to her. Arne then thought that this was her first long journey by carriage, as she had always ridden horseback alongside Crave before. Initially, she felt a little sad, but then looking out the window, she realized that enjoying the scenery from the comfortable cushioned seat wasn't bad at all. Suddenly, memories of Cassian's kiss flooded back. She raised a hand to touch her lips, her face flushing again at the fleeting thought that she wished he had truly kissed her before leaving. Seeing Nanny and Erica looking at her intently, she quickly shook her head, closed her eyes tightly, and pushed those silly thoughts away. She frowned, telling herself that it must be because she wasn't used to this comfortable feeling that her mind was wandering. Suddenly, the carriage jolted to a halt. Erica was thrown forward violently, screaming, while Arne quickly grabbed the door handle, wincing. The fearful neighing of horses, the sound of impacts, and the shouts of guards rang out, and she understood they were being ambushed. From the dense green foliage, the ambushers suddenly rained down arrows. Some soldiers fell from their horses, others tried to dodge the sharp arrows, but all were caught by surprise. Crave gripped the reins tightly, shouting orders for everyone to protect the carriage with their lives, to shield Duke Sano and Lady Arne. A warrior rushed forward, raising a shield for Sano, while arrows still whizzed past, narrowly missing them.
Crave yelled hoarsely again, ordering a counterattack, his heart filled with fear for the commander to whom he was always loyal. As for Cassian, at this moment he was in his office, busy with work. In front of him was a chessboard, where he was thoughtfully moving each piece. He was silent, clearly focused. This game helped him think more thoroughly about the issues weighing on his mind. The Duke picked up the Black Knight in his hand, then gently placed it on another square on the board. Jetty noticed his master's unusual pensiveness and cautiously asked what was happening. Cassian replied softly, in a low voice, that he was truly unlucky today. He took the large wooden knight in his hand, tossing it back and forth between his palms. The Duke remained silent, lost in thought, considering what all of this could mean. He maintained the same calm, cold demeanor as when he was dealing with major issues. Suddenly, another servant burst through the door without knocking, panting as he cried out that there was urgent news. His voice trembled with fear mixed with agitation as he said, "The Duchess was being ambushed." The Duke's heart leaped into his throat. He immediately remembered the housekeeper's words about his wife's frail health, then recalled her naive, innocent actions, truly those of a girl who was still too young. Meanwhile, Arne had by now smelled the pungent smoke from the smoke bomb, while Nanny and Erica began to cough violently. The attackers had used smoke rounds. The girls gradually weakened, and the small, slender maid Erica still tried to promise protection to her mistress. Arne bowed her head slightly, her voice hoarse. "Erica, forgive me." Erica looked up, bewildered and frightened, asking what her mistress meant. Immediately after, Arne stepped out of the carriage alone, heading straight towards the attackers. A knight, holding a large shield and a sword, shouted a warning not to go out, as it was too dangerous. Arne sighed, her brows furrowed with impatience, then delivered a precise strike to his neck, causing him to collapse unconscious. Not to inflict harm, but merely to quell that troublesome anxiety, she set her foot down, muttering, "This will be as quick as an audience watching an ad on YouTube. There, Lady Arne has said so, so when you encounter ads on the channel, please remember to watch them all to support me."
Her arm extended forward, and a crimson glowing portal appeared, radiating white light from within. Her fingers lightly touched the hilt of the newly appeared sword, which was a deep, almost charcoal black, with a large, brilliantly glowing purple gem embedded right on the hilt. When the portal vanished, she stood there, gripping the sword firmly, ready to protect herself and all others from the enemy. At the same time, Cassian urgently rode his horse to the scene. JD rode closely behind, shouting and fearing that His Grace the Duke would be injured. But Cassian no longer cared for his own safety. Cold sweat broke out, his heart clenched as he imagined what might have happened to his wife. In his mind, images of her eyes, her rosy cheeks, her skin as smooth as velvet flashed, and he could only pray that Arne was safe. Cassian couldn't understand why he was so panicked. He tried to convince himself that it was merely because he was about to lose an important pawn, but deep in his heart, he knew there was another reason. At the scene of the battle, Crave turned around and froze, seeing the two legendary swords of the Roelgosa clan, one black and one white, in complete opposition. One of them was Nevermore, the soul-devouring sword, and the one wielding it was his female general. She fought decisively, without hesitation, her expression unwavering despite the enemy's relentless attacks. They were completely unprepared for this outcome. Arne, who had not tasted battle for a long time, still easily defeated the enemy.
Crave smiled brightly, his heart almost screaming with excitement because his commander was extraordinary, having turned the tide with just one move. The Nevermore clashed with another blade, but couldn't cleave it in two immediately as usual, which surprised the girl. Arnie paused, whispering, "That masked figure just parried a strike from the legendary sword." An enemy was utterly terrified, unable to comprehend how such a slender girl could so easily wipe out his entire army. Realizing he was a threat, she swung her sword, a cold, decisive strike ending his life. She stood amidst the field strewn with the bodies of dead and wounded enemies, breathing heavily, leaning on her blood-stained sword. A voice emanated from the Nevermore sword itself, deep and hoarse, angrily asking why she had only now called upon it, and how she could have exploited it so cruelly after all these years. Unwilling to listen to its complaints, she coldly told the sword to be silent and returned it through a spatial portal.
Crave stepped closer, speaking in a serious tone, calling her commander, hoping she would listen. Arnie looked up, questioning him. He said that they should have kept at least one of them alive to track down who sent them. Arnie calmly replied, "If they need something, they'll come looking for it themselves." Suddenly, a troop of fully equipped knights charged forward. They were Duke Cassian's soldiers. She didn't know how to explain this bloody scene. Unexpectedly, everyone simultaneously turned and bowed to the arriving Duke. Cassian dismounted, his face clearly showing worry, his eyes immediately searching for any wounds on his wife. Arnie was stunned. She couldn't believe he had come in person just to ensure her safety. She recognized the dark look in his eyes, an expression she had only seen once before, when he thought she was about to end her life after their wedding. Suddenly, the Duke said nothing, striding forward to embrace her, his strong arms tightening around her. Arnie was frozen in shock. She had never imagined this man, once a stranger, could hold her so tightly, so tremblingly. Cassian gently pulled back, trying to catch his breath, and in that moment he realized she was standing before him in flesh and blood, safe and warm. He asked if she was hurt, simultaneously expressing satisfaction that the escort team had been assigned to follow closely. Arnie, still surprised, mumbled that she was fine.
The Duke whispered that there was blood on her face, then immediately touched his wife's soft skin. When he realized the blood wasn't hers, he spun around. Before his eyes was a chaotic scene, injured people, others fallen, lying scattered around the carriage. Cassian looked around, his voice deepening. He asked coldly, "Who did this?" Arne began to ponder what she should say, because she absolutely could not reveal to the Duke that she was a swordswoman and could have easily dealt with the attack. While she was still flustered, her uncle spoke up to help her out of the difficult situation, saying that he could explain everything. He stepped forward, placing a hand on the stunned Crave's shoulder. He then began to recount that this young man was the one who had saved Arne and eliminated the enemies. Crave stood frozen, staring at Sano, unable to believe his ears. When she regained her composure, Arne pointed towards Crave, giving a slight nod to confirm that it was indeed thanks to him. Cassian looked at the young man with suspicion. He asked again if he had done all that by himself.
Crave turned, looking at the blood-stained soldiers, completely at a loss for how to explain. He raised his hands, intending to refute Sano's words, but then met Arnie's furious gaze, her arms crossed over her chest. She remained silent, but her eyes clearly conveyed that if he dared to tell the truth, she would deal with him immediately. Unwilling to incur her wrath, and perhaps even her death sentence, Crave could only place a hand on his chest, bow slightly, and then say that yes, he had done it all. At the same time, in the imperial capital, the populace was still buzzing about the Duke's recent wedding. People said that he had fallen for the girl at first sight and immediately proposed. A woman emotionally asked, "Who would have thought he'd marry the princess of the Western Empire?" The person next to her wondered,
"What about Lady Haley?" The woman sighed, replying, "She's been abandoned." The other person added that regardless, what concerned him more was how the emperor would react to this marriage. A few hours later, the newlyweds arrived at Count Turnigan's manor in the capital, a place so luxurious and magnificent it was overwhelming. Arnie couldn't help but marvel at the mansion, while beside her, Cassian, who had put all his work aside since the attack, remained constantly by her side, not leaving her for a moment. A man with salt and pepper hair and a mustache stepped out to greet them. He bowed deeply before the couple, and Cassian said that it had been a long time since they last met.
Seeing his wife's confused gaze, Cassian suddenly realized she had no idea who this person was. The man then introduced himself to Arnie, stating he was the head butler of the manor, and offered to give her a tour of the building. Meanwhile, in the colossal palace of the Northern Empire, built entirely of white stone, a different story was unfolding. Duke Sano sat in the reception room, where luxurious black leather with gold stitching adorned the furnishings, waiting for an audience with the emperor. He frowned, lost in thought about what had just transpired. Just a few hours earlier, he and Cassian had discussed the attack, and it was he who had remarked that the attackers didn't look like ordinary bandits. Sano had also asked his nephew-in-law if he was truly all right. He remained silent for a moment, then replied that he was fine. With a faint smile, Cassian added that he knew who it was, who had single-handedly dealt with all the enemies, and it certainly wasn't the red-haired boy, Crave. Sano frowned, almost speechless, but Cassian placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him that there was no need to worry. Leaning close to his ear, the Duke lowered his voice and said that he knew what was happening, but had no intention of causing trouble.
Sano picked up his teacup, wondering if he had done the right thing by marrying Arnie off to a man like that. He took a sip, accepting the possibility that everything happening might just be a grand conspiracy, and his granddaughter was the victim. But remembering Arnie's personality, he calmed down, even finding it amusing that he had worried about her. He thought that if anything were to happen, the girl would probably just kill everyone and be done with it. Nevertheless, deep down, he still hoped she could live peacefully in this marriage.
Sano's train of thought was interrupted by a servant entering, announcing that the emperor had granted his request for an audience and was waiting for him. Sano rose from the sofa, happily remarking that he had begun to worry he would be sent away. He snapped his fingers, signaling his men to bring forward the large chests. He also stated that he couldn't meet the emperor empty-handed, though what he truly wanted was to subtly convey that if anything were to happen, he wouldn't stand idly by, but would side with his granddaughter. At Turnigan Palace, Arne had to listen for nearly an hour about the history of each room, as the butler considered it his duty to introduce the entire estate to the new duchess. He pointed to a room, saying she would stay there, and then continued to explain that all the jewelry in the room had been custom-made for her, carrying a rich history. Concluding his brief presentation, he said that if the Duchess wished to know anything further, she could approach him at any time. Arne sighed in relief, triumphantly exclaiming that she didn't want to know anything more, then hastily entered the room. The butler asked to be excused, but wasn't quite finished. He further inquired if the Duchess needed any additional help, and she replied in a voice that was both helpless and pleading, "Yes, that's quite enough." Finally alone in the room, Arne collapsed onto the bed, softly humming that now she could finally rest in peace. But before she could finish her tune, a knock on the door made her jump up. Annoyed, Arne called out loudly for the person outside to enter. Crave's radiant face appeared in the doorway. He smiled and called her Commander. Arne asked what he was doing there, and the young man replied that, of course, it was because he wanted to be near her. When she sarcastically asked if he wasn't disguised as a maid this time, Crave retorted, half jokingly, half seriously, if she missed him in that guise. Suddenly, he mentioned her husband.
Crave smiled and remarked that Cassian was handsome and kind, then sarcastically asked what more she could possibly want, having married such a beautiful man, which made her clear her throat in annoyance and tell him to stop spouting nonsense. To their surprise, a knock echoed. Arne asked who was waiting outside. The Duke's voice came from behind the door, saying that he was the one who had decided to visit her. Arne and Crave exchanged panicked glances, trying to figure out how they could handle this situation. Cassian, with a dangerous smile, asked if he could enter. Crave suggested he could hide somewhere, but Arne stopped him, saying that her husband might misunderstand such an action. When granted permission, Cassian pushed open the room door and stepped inside. He then stood frozen in astonishment upon seeing the night from the previous day in his wife's bedroom. Quickly fabricating a reason to explain the stranger's presence in her bedroom, Arne said that the young man had come to deliver a message from Uncle Sano. The Duke smiled faintly and replied that he understood everything. Although she appeared friendly on the surface, she sensed something unusual and quickly asked her husband what he had come for. Cassian replied that he had come to discuss tomorrow's plans, and moreover because he missed his beloved wife. Arne blushed, brought a hand to his chin, and wondered inwardly how he could speak so frankly and calmly. Suddenly, Nanny entered the room, saying that the bath was ready, and upon seeing the Duke, she asked if she was disturbing them. Crave rejoiced at that opportune moment. She quickly told Nanny to wait, hastily stood up and said that she would go bathe now, and the Duke smiled, replying that everything was fine.
Crave bowed, placed a hand on his chest, and said that he would follow as well. As he strode towards the door, the Duke's voice calling him to wait a moment made him stop. Cassian closed the door, then asked if the young man could spare him some time. Crave gave a forced laugh, wondering inwardly if the Duke recognized who he was. Cassian said in a calm voice that he had a few questions for him, still smiling but looking menacing and dangerous, then asked who he was. Crave hesitated awkwardly, worrying that perhaps he had been wrong to claim he had dealt with all the bandits himself.
Cassian casually said that he had already guessed who he was. The Duke asked what kind of person he was and what his relationship with Arnie was. Crave was flustered, replying that it was hard to explain, but they had a rather close relationship. He added that he was so worried about the young lady that he had chased after her. Cassian was silent and gloomy, looking as if he was contemplating how to deal with the young man. As soon as he realized the mistake in his words, Crave secretly thought that he had just made them look like lovers. However, the Duke thought differently. He asked directly if Crave was the swordmaster. The knight froze, staring at the Grand Duke, because that was the last thing he thought Cassian could have guessed. Crave hesitated for a moment, then understood that if he wanted to preserve his commander's honor, he had no choice but to admit it.
Gathering all his courage, he asked again how the Duke knew that. Cassian calmly replied that no matter what, the only person who could take down so many bandits attacking a convoy could only be a swordmaster. He added that it seemed the young man was worried about his niece, which was why he had chased her all the way here, then smiled and welcomed Crave to the Northern Empire. The two shook hands, and Crave almost broke into a fever when he realized the Grand Duke had mistaken him for Arnie's uncle, a legendary swordsman of the West. Cassian told him to make himself at home, then left, leaving Crave stunned, unsure of what would happen to him next. The next morning, Crave recounted everything to Arnie, and naturally, she was not pleased at all. The two sat on the porch, drinking tea together. She asked if Crave was now pretending to be her uncle, and the red-haired young man nodded, his voice hesitant. She put a hand to her forehead, annoyed, saying it was the perfect time for him to just disappear. Crave immediately protested, saying he didn't want to leave. Arnie said he was becoming more and more like her uncle Yuhan, making Crave gape in surprise and ask why. She replied indifferently that it was because he was just as superficial.
Unaware of the sarcastic undertone, Crave still smiled foolishly while she was figuring out how to play along with the situation. Arnie said that her uncle possessed a famous sword, the dragon-slaying sword Levitang. She swung her hand to the side, summoning Nevermore, the legendary white sword that emerged from a spatial gate. Crave froze, looking around in bewilderment, his mouth agape at the sight. Arnie explained that this sword was the antithesis of Nevermore, a sacred light guiding lost souls to the Hall of Glory. The young man could only think to himself that his master looked truly majestic holding the sword, but she suddenly loosened her grip, letting the sword fall. Nevermore snapped, asking why she had only just called him, and if her feelings for him had grown cold. Ignoring Nevermore's grumbling, Arnie said that the sword had to help her with something, and only he could do it. Nevermore puffed out his chest, pleased that she finally acknowledged his specialness, then asked what great responsibility it was. Arnie remained silent, pointing towards Crave, who hadn't dared to utter a word until now. Crave could only force a smile when she told the sword to sit with him for a while. A moment later, she added that Nevermore had to pretend to be Levitan, which stunned the sword. Immediately, the sword trembled violently, shouting in anger, "What? You want me to pretend to be that mediocre sword? No way! You can't treat me like this!" Nevermore intently observed Crave, about to say that if he dared to touch him, then... But the young man didn't let him finish his sentence, before bowing very politely, promising to treat him with all due reverence.
Crave stood up straight, eloquently declaring that morning, noon, and night, every day, his gleaming sword would be sharpened ceaselessly. Hearing that peculiar vow, the girl merely let out a soft breath, patiently waiting for the sword to respond. Indeed, the sword seemed to glow brighter and spoke in a cheerful voice, saying it was very willing to agree to that promise. Crave emotionally thanked Nevermore, while the latter gently reminded him that he should be called Levitan. Arn watched the scene, only able to think that he was unusually easygoing today. The next day, the Duchess walked along the estate grounds in a flowing turquoise dress, flanked by Nanny and Erica. She thought she was gradually getting used to such elaborate outfits. Suddenly, Cassian appeared before her, in a perfectly ironed dark blue military uniform. He possessively placed a hand on her slender waist and pulled her close, despite her slight resistance. Arn froze, realizing she was facing that terrifyingly charming man. Cassian smiled, saying that she was finally no longer avoiding him, daring to look him straight in the eye. Hearing this, Arn's face turned as red as a tomato, and she was astonished to realize her heart was pounding erratically. She quickly pulled away from him, feigning calmness as she said they should leave immediately, hiding her flutter of emotion with the excuse of being late. The magnificent royal palace gleamed white. Leading up to it were white marble steps, where rows of attendants stood at attention. The Turgeon delegation's carriage stopped right before the steps, and Arn thought that this place was much larger and grander than the Western Empire's palace.
The young couple stepped out of the car. She looked up at the series of incredibly intricate white stone sculptures. Arne gazed at the artworks with fascination, while Cassian simply watched her, thinking how lovely she looked. The call of a servant rang out, interrupting the moment. A man familiar to Cassian hesitantly asked, his voice disbelieving, why His Grace was present at the Emperor's palace. The Duke smiled, replying that he spoke as if I had no right to be here. The other man exclaimed in alarm that he didn't mean that at all. Cassian calmly stated that he had come to have an audience with the Emperor. The servant immediately bowed deeply in apology, bending low. Afterward, he explained that His Majesty was not feeling well, so they would have to wait.
Meanwhile, inside that luxurious palace, the elaborately decorated walls were shaking from an argument. The prince had just slammed the door shut as he left his father's chambers, angrily stomping past the line of guards. The recent argument still echoed in his mind when his father had roared, asking why he didn't know what the second prince, Mackenzie, was doing. Earlier, the emperor had angrily shouted, saying it was time for that boy to understand his position as crown prince. Then he called his son a pathetic fool, ordering him to pull himself together. Prince Edward, a handsome young man with blue eyes, resentfully thought that his father always just called him useless. Unable to control his anger, he kicked hard at a nearby marble pedestal, startling the servant standing nearby, who trembled and begged him to calm down. The servant quickly whispered that if he wasn't careful, the emperor might hear. But Edward snapped back, saying that was exactly what he wanted, that he wasn't afraid of his father at all. Shouts and pleas echoed through the corridor. The servant understood that the crown prince was overly agitated, and if this continued, the consequences could be unforeseen.
Down to the last card, he announced that Duke Cassian had arrived. Edward froze. Cassian had really come? The servant bowed to confirm, secretly breathing a sigh of relief, perhaps having just saved the entire palace from a rampage. Edward smiled faintly, reminding him that the Duke had only recently married. The servant replied that he remembered clearly, but also knew that only Prince Mackenzie had attended the wedding. Edward snorted, saying that scoundrel never knew where to go and where not to, then added that if he hadn't been ill at the time, he would have been there too. Then Edward immediately asked, "Where is the Duke now?" Meanwhile, Duke Cassian and Duchess Arne were sitting in the living room, sipping tea. Both were tired of waiting and didn't know what to say in this delicate situation. Cassian thought to himself, Duke Jano must be the one sent by the Emperor of the Western Empire, surely bringing threats accompanied by bribes.
The Emperor once sent people to attack Arne's carriage, but thanks to the swordmaster accompanying her, she narrowly escaped death. And now, because of that failure, the monarch unleashed his full wrath upon the weakest person, Crown Prince Edward. Thinking of that, Cassian let out a soft, joyful yet restrained laugh, covering half his face with his hand. Arne looked up and softly called her husband's name. Hearing this, he immediately became serious, turning to look at his wife. She looked at him, puzzled as to why he had just smiled like that. Hesitantly, she asked when they would be granted an audience with the Emperor, as nearly 4 hours had passed since their arrival at the palace. Cassian smiled softly, understanding that his wife was tired of sitting still and waiting, while he was preoccupied with political thoughts. He nodded, saying that perhaps the Emperor was unwell, so the two of them could take a stroll in the beautiful garden outside. And indeed, the garden was no less magnificent than the palace. Moreover, the weather outside was incredibly pleasant. Arne stretched, enjoying the moment of stretching after many hours of sitting still. She walked slowly among the rows of trees, wondering why they were so short. If they were a bit taller, she might have climbed one to rest. Suddenly, someone approached and spoke softly, leaning close to her ear. Arne was startled and panicked, and immediately afterward, there was a thud and a man's painful scream. Arne had punched the stranger because he had frightened her.
The young man fell to the ground, rubbing his swollen cheek while grumbling and asking if she knew who he was. When the initial shock wore off, the young man opened his eyes wide, looking at the beautiful stranger before him. She was stunning, in a flowing blue dress, her strange red eyes glinting with a hint of fear. Edward was speechless with astonishment, his face even flushed red as he wondered how such an angel could appear in his familiar garden. Arne anxiously asked if the young man was all right, and only then did he realize he was still sitting on the ground. He quickly replied that he was fine, then awkwardly scratched his head. The prince smiled, ran a hand through the hair at the back of his neck, and asked where the angel with the silly smile had come from. The girl widened her eyes, not understanding what he was saying, and thought to herself, he must be crazy. Edward finally stood up, looked at her, and told her she was beautiful, then added that he wanted to know her name. Arne wasn't very interested in revealing her identity, still worried that this person wasn't quite right, so she only thought of a way to get out of there as soon as possible.
The prince lightly flicked the hair from his forehead, trying to look radiant, and said that she must already know his name, so she should tell him hers. Their awkward conversation was interrupted when the servants called for the crown prince. He casually replied that he was very busy, but that was enough for Arne to disappear. When he turned his head back, Edward saw no one in front of him.
only an empty lawn, and he was bewildered, wondering, where did that beautiful angel disappear to so quickly? At the same time, Grand Duke Cassian was still sitting in the waiting room, wondering how long this unpleasant wait would last. He silently accepted that he probably wouldn't be able to meet the Emperor today and intended to request another brief audience. The door opened, and a familiar servant entered. Cassian stood up, thinking he would be called to discuss matters related to the king, but the other person said that the Crown Prince was looking for the Grand Duke. Cassian was surprised, softly repeating the name, clearly not what he had expected. The servant continued, saying that since His Grace was already here, why not take the opportunity to meet? After speaking, he bowed respectfully and began to present something. The servant mentioned the Duchess, and Cassian calmly replied that his wife was strolling in the garden because she was tired from waiting so long. The other person then cautiously added that recently there had been quite a few attacks on young noblewomen within the aristocracy. Cassian gently raised a hand to his chin, pondering deeply about what he had just heard. The servant standing nearby quietly added that Count Thessalonica was gathering information, but things seemed complicated, and perhaps he needed the Grand Duke's help. They were suddenly interrupted when Edward burst into the room, loudly calling out Grand Duke Cassian's name. Cassian leaned in and quietly told the servant that he would meet Count Thessalonica himself at the appropriate time. Then he turned to greet the Crown Prince, smiling and saying it had been a long time, then asked why he was so flustered today. Edward panted, resting his hands on his knees. After catching his breath, he exclaimed, his voice full of excitement, that he had found the ideal girl, the very model he had always dreamed of.
Cassian raised an eyebrow slightly, asking again with a hint of doubt in his voice if he had misheard. Edward quickly explained that he had met the girl on his way to visit his brother and believed it was love at first sight. The Duke smiled, asking what kind of girl could make the Crown Prince so infatuated. Edward frowned, replying that he had intended to ask for her name, but before he could, she had disappeared. He ran his hand through his blonde hair, continuing to explain that in a moment of carelessness, the girl seemed to vanish from sight, but she had a unique feature that he could easily recognize. Cassian asked again if he was referring to some physical characteristic. Just then, the room door creaked softly.
Edward joyfully exclaimed the girl had brilliant silver hair. He then added that her red eyes were also very rare. Just then, Arnie entered the room, and Cassian immediately understood who had so deeply moved the prince. Cassian smiled, trying to suppress the amusement clearly visible in his eyes. Edward spun around at the sound of footsteps, then gasped in surprise upon seeing the girl standing before the person who had turned his heart upside down. He clasped her small hand tightly with both of his, squeezing it, trembling slightly from overwhelming emotion. Arnie blushed, frowned, feeling extremely awkward, not understanding what was happening. The prince rapturously declared that she was the angel he had ever met, and that this reunion must be fate. Just then she felt a familiar warm hand on her waist, her husband's hand, which calmed her slightly. Interrupting Edward's fervent speech, Cassian calmly stated that he hadn't had a chance to introduce them. He gently squeezed Arnie's waist, pulling her closer to him, then said in a soft yet firm voice, "This is my wife." The blonde prince stood frozen, his face flashing through a series of emotions, from astonishment, admiration, to embarrassment and confusion. Cassian remained calm and continued the introductions. "Arnie, the new mistress of Turnigan, the new duchess, and Edward is my prince and cousin." Arnie bowed awkwardly, while Edward scratched his head, returning the greeting with a forced smile. "Hello, sister-in-law." Edward felt his heart shatter. Finally, the couple did not stay to ask for further opinions. Arnie immediately went to the garden, utterly exhausted. She rested her head on the table, closing her eyes, but then heard strange cheers echoing.
Reluctantly opening her eyes, she saw Crave surrounded by a group of enthusiastic maids, all loudly and incessantly praising his strength and courage. He happily embraced his newfound popularity, introducing himself and declaring that he was the Duchess's protector. It seemed only one girl, Erica, who already knew him, was not as enthusiastic as everyone else. She looked at him with suspicion, as if she had seen him somewhere before, recalling that she had once witnessed him disguised as a woman.
Crave suddenly realized she had been staring at him for too long, so he asked half-jokingly if there was something on his face. The girl looked at him intently, trying to recall where she had seen those bright, mischievous orange eyes before. She asked if they had met before, and Crave quickly waved his hand, emphatically asserting that they hadn't. The maid then asked why his face seemed so familiar. Crave, flustered, decided to use an old trick and asked in return if she had fallen for him. The stubborn girl replied that she was certain she had met him somewhere. Crave racked his brain, then blurted out, "Ah, it was at the Imperial Palace." He raised his index finger, saying with what little confidence he had left, "Yes, that's exactly where it was." Arnie observed the scene, seeing him try to wriggle his way out in a not-so-clever manner, but it seemed to be working nonetheless. Crave glanced at his commander, trying to read her lips, and her furious face seemed to be clearly saying, "If those maids find you out, I'll personally finish you off first." A few days later, a grand banquet was held at the royal palace, gathering guests from all corners of the empire. Cassian approached Nanny and his wife, asking about the preparations for the party. Arnie replied dismissively, showing little interest, saying there was nothing special about it. She blurted out that she was just going to pick any dress from her closet. Nanny's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and anger. She couldn't help but shout that such a thing was absolutely not allowed, indignantly asking if she had taught Arnie to speak so crudely. Cassian chuckled to himself, watching Nanny scolding the girl as if she were teaching a clumsy child. Arnie immediately covered her ears, complaining that her ears hurt, but Nanny paid no mind. Interrupting her, Cassian smiled and said he could help them prepare. The two women turned to look at him, asking in unison what he intended to do. A little later, in a room of the mansion, they met a cheerful woman named Agatha, whom the Duke had invited to help. The woman said that people usually called her Marchioness Jenna, and Arnie was slightly surprised, wondering to herself why this strange woman smelled so much like her mother. After a few seconds of silence, she quickly greeted the woman to avoid being considered impolite. The woman smiled and said that she would instruct the young Duchess on royal etiquette.
Suddenly, Arnie heard her mother's voice greeting Marchioness Jenna. Rosalia said admiringly that she was very honored to have such a distinguished person come to care for and instruct her daughter. The woman gave a slight bow to Rosalia, replying in a calm voice that the honor was hers as well. Then, to Arnie's further confusion, the woman added that Duchess Brilk's daughter was truly beautiful. Rosalia smiled, confirming that her daughter was indeed very beautiful, but still had much to learn. The Marchioness replied with a gentle smile that she was very willing to help with that. The two women bid each other a polite farewell, while Arnie buried her face in her hands, wishing she could forget all the pleasantries she had just heard. After their conversation concluded, the ladies finally turned their attention to the young girl. Arnie immediately felt awkward, her heart fluttering with apprehension about what they intended to do with her, for she was completely unprepared for such important occasions. The woman smiled and said that she knew Arnie was the princess of the Western Empire, and Arnie merely gave a slight nod in confirmation. The Marchioness added, her voice gentle yet authoritative, that as a duchess and a member of the imperial family, Arnie should only bow before the emperor and empress in this empire. Arnie was slightly taken aback by the remark, even though she remembered this very well. The woman promised that during the preparations, she would tell Arnie more about the emperor and the imperial family.
The Marchioness gently pulled out a chair, invited Arnie to sit opposite her, and began her story. Emperor Giuseppe had 3 children, each born to a different mother. He had 2 princes and 1 princess. With the late empress, he fathered Crown Prince Edward, the primary heir to the throne. With a maidservant, he had his second son, Prince Mackenzie, and with the current empress of Pulcheria, he had his youngest daughter, Princess Cynthia, who was only 6 years old. Arnie fell silent, her mind filled with thoughts about the royal family's complicated situation. But the Marchioness continued, emphasizing that the relationship between the princes was extremely tense. She added that even the nobility was divided into 2 factions, each supporting a different prince. Arnie, surprised, asked if the crown prince wasn't the legitimate heir. The Marchioness nodded, saying that was true, but there were still whispers about whether he was truly qualified to ascend the throne. Then, as if to change the subject, she smiled, saying it wasn't the time to discuss such sensitive matters, and asked if the Duchess had prepared her attire for the evening ball. Hearing Arnie reply that she planned to wear something she already had in her wardrobe, the Marchioness subtly covered her mouth with a chuckle, saying that Cassian had anticipated this. Her gown had been custom-made at the capital's largest and most luxurious tailor shop, renowned among the upper nobility. After receiving her measurements and instructions, the entire team of tailors had set to work, collaborating to complete the most perfect formal gown before the night of the ball. From morning, Arnie had begun learning royal etiquette and manners under the supervision of the Marchioness. Not torture lasted all day. With exercises involving turning, bowing, and endless greetings, it continued until late afternoon. Arnie was utterly exhausted from listening to meticulous instructions on how much to bend her back and how to lift her skirt to avoid tripping during ceremonies. Fatigued to the point of collapse, she slumped onto the chair, tacitly admitting defeat before all the feminine tasks she simply couldn't get used to. Hearing a knock at the door, Arnie didn't even bother to stir. She thought it must be Nanny Crave dropping by again, so she casually replied, "Come in." The person who entered, however, was Cassian. He stopped at the threshold, momentarily stunned to see his wife sprawled out on the chair in a most unladylike fashion. Arnie still didn't understand why the newcomer was silent, until she looked up and her face flushed crimson as she realized her husband was standing there. The Duke subtly hid a smile behind his hand, gently remarking that she seemed to have worked very hard. Then he suddenly remembered how delicate and frail this girl truly was. Arnie sprang up from the chair, hastily explaining while mentally screaming in embarrassment.
Cassian called her name, and when she turned around, her hands still pressed against her flushed cheeks. He just smiled gently at her embarrassment, before asking softly, "Can you spare some time for me?" He took her small hand in his large palm, gently pulling and leading her out of the room. Cassian told her to close her eyes and follow him. Arnie obediently complied, holding tightly to his hand so she wouldn't get lost or stumble. A few minutes later, the Duke softly said, "We're here. You can open your eyes now." The girl slowly opened her eyes, blinking to ward off the uncomfortable light. Then she froze, both astonished and admiring the sight before her.
the very thing Cassian wanted to show her. They were standing on the veranda of a villa, looking up at the brilliant night sky. A meteor shower was raining down, illuminating the air with countless long, shimmering streaks of light, drawing the soft, fleeting curves of the stars burning themselves out. The Duke smiled, asking softly, "Isn't the view beautiful from here?" Arnie took a few steps forward, her gaze captivated by the magical scene unfolding before her.
Cassian continued, recounting that, as a child, he often came here alone to gaze at the falling stars. Arne was momentarily surprised to realize that this quiet, serious man could also appreciate such simple things, and that made him suddenly more approachable and endearing than ever before. She unconsciously reached out her hand, as if wanting to touch a falling star or beckon them closer. Realizing her childlike action, she chuckled, turning to Cassian with a radiant smile. "Look, the falling stars are so beautiful." In that moment, he realized he had probably never seen and would never see anything more beautiful than the wondrous girl standing before him. She was engrossed in gazing at the fading constellations, while Cassian was engrossed in gazing at her, unable to tear his captivated gaze away. The day of that year's grand ball finally arrived. In the royal palace, people began to whisper about the Duke's wedding. A woman whispered that contacting such renowned designers was no easy feat, but according to rumors, the young husband himself had ordered a special gown to be the gown for his wife. Suddenly, it was announced that the Duke and Duchesses of Ternugin had arrived. The entire hall immediately fell silent, everyone eagerly awaiting. The two young individuals appeared in matching attire, a perfect blend of classic black and regal gold. Every trim, every motif accentuated the other, creating a splendid effect. Arne looked dazzling today. Her hair was artfully swept into an updo, secured with glittering gold pins, with a few tendrils left loose at the front, accentuating the silky luster of her curly blonde hair. A valuable necklace adorned her slender neck and delicate collarbones. The elegant black gown's corset was intricately embroidered with gold thread, forming delicate, winding floral motifs. Onlookers ceaselessly admired her beauty, yet the girl herself was silently struggling with discomfort, longing to shed the heavy dress. Cassian called his wife, and she instantly raised her head, listening attentively. He gently squeezed her hand. The Duke tenderly told his wife not to worry, then added that in this hall she didn't need to bow to anyone, as his power was sufficient to ensure it. Arne flushed, as if only now truly grasping the significant standing of the man she had wed, and she had to confess, the sensation was marvelous. Cassian led her through the great hall, and the curious noble seized the opportunity to admire the graceful neckline and the softly draped skirt, subtly revealing the young duchess's slender legs. Cassian mentioned that Marchioness Jenna was his godmother, then inquired what she had taught her. Arne felt uneasy, as she couldn't confess that the woman had told her about feuding families. Quickly regaining her composure, she responded that the Marchioness had taught her proper greetings, and shared a bit about the royal family. Cassian remarked that his wife must not know the other nobles well, and she nodded in agreement. He smiled, gave a slight nod, and continued to lead her, narrating and pointing things out as they went. He gestured towards a tall, middle-aged blond man with a mustache, introducing him as Count Sildrang, from a powerful family with a less than stellar reputation among the nobility. Cassian chuckled softly, remarking quietly that this was precisely why they could sometimes be quite troublesome, and Arnie was secretly glad to have at least identified such a person. Pointing to another couple, Cassian continued, "That's the family of Count Beresia. That family has a long history, but they no longer have any influence, so they will try to bother you for a different reason." After having to listen to the entire series of introductions, the girl softly called her husband's name. Cassian immediately fell silent, awaiting her question. Arnie hesitated, then said that, hearing him speak like that, she felt she probably wouldn't be able to form any close relationships, simply because of her excessively high status. Cassian smiled again, his eyes sparkling with amusement, as if he still found her utterly unfamiliar with this luxurious, rule-bound world. He gently placed a hand on her elbow, saying yes, and the answer surprised her, making her look up into his eyes. Arnie frowned slightly, a hint of sadness in her voice, and quietly asked, "Did you just speak the truth?" Cassian smiled, nodding to reaffirm what he had just said, then turned back, gently adding that she was the one with the right to decide who she wanted to be close to or what kind of relationship she wanted to maintain. It was all up to her. He gently took her hands, reassuring her that she could also choose to keep her distance from anyone she deemed necessary to avoid, to protect herself and their family. Cassian looked at her with a warm smile, as he honestly hadn't thought she would be concerned about such matters. Arnie thought to herself that if anyone were to hear his words right now, they would surely envy her, but to her, that somewhat excessive concern made her sense that there was more than just kindness hidden beneath it. Wanting to change the subject to avoid awkwardness,
She softly called her husband's name, making him turn his attention back to her. As Cassian listened intently, Arnie mentioned that today, just like their previous visit, the Emperor had still not appeared.
Cassian hid his rising anxiety behind a familiar smile, softly replying that it seemed His Majesty would not make an appearance today either. Arnie turned to him, surprised, asking, "But we came here to greet His Majesty, didn't we?" Crossing her arms over her chest, she hesitantly continued, "Is the Emperor deliberately avoiding us?" The Duke was about to say something to reassure his wife, but before he could, someone called out to him. It was a middle-aged man Arnie had never met, dressed in a dark red military uniform, with a somewhat flustered expression. He said he had an urgent matter to report to the Duke. Cassian looked at Count Thessalonica with a mix of surprise and slight annoyance, while Arnie gently said that she was fine. She clasped her hands behind her back, saying that this seemed truly important, so the Duke should go meet the man and then return to her. A faint smile on her lips, she added that in the meantime, she could also take the opportunity to observe everyone, to see who she wanted to get to know and who she should keep her distance from.
Cassian was momentarily taken aback by her composure, then smiled, saying he would soon return to her side. At the same time, in his private chambers, Prince Edward had no intention of attending the ball. He just sat there, lost in thought about his encounter with a beautiful girl. His servant reported that the ball was already bustling, but the prince merely replied languidly that it didn't concern him. Even though several days had passed, his mind still lingered on the image of Cassian, the man who had married his dream girl. He remembered her name was Arnie, and even thought that even that name was perfect. In Edward's imagination, a scene unfolded where the devilish Duke carried away that radiant but unfortunate angel, leaving him in bitter emptiness. The servant spoke up again, reminding him that the Emperor would be furious if his son did not appear at the event, but the Crown Prince merely replied indifferently that he didn't care. Then suddenly the servant said that Lord Cassian and his lady were present at the ball, and perhaps the prince should at least go and greet them. As soon as he heard that, Edward immediately sprang from his seat. Just a few minutes later, he appeared in the magnificent grand hall, lavishly decorated down to every detail. A thought flashed through his mind. If Lady Arnie was also present tonight, he absolutely could not miss the chance to meet her. The servant quickly announced the arrival of His Highness Edward, the Crown Prince, but his gaze was not on the formalities. Amidst the bustling crowd, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The girl stood alone, with no Duke by her side. Edward almost forgot to breathe as he recognized her in an unusual dress and an elaborate hairstyle that further accentuated her slender, delicate neck and pristine white shoulders. He secretly thought himself lucky because his cousin was not here. The Crown Prince smiled, bowed slightly, and said that it had been a long time since they last met.
Hearing that voice, Arnie turned around, a surprised smile appearing on her lips as she recognized him. The blond young man beamed, happy that she still remembered him, and for a moment he thought she was as happy as he was. He blushed slightly, gave a small cough, trying to hide his embarrassment at the thought that she might also have some feelings for him. Edward said he wanted to talk privately and asked if she had a few minutes. Arnie, not quite understanding why he was so happy, still replied that she had a few minutes. The prince invited her out onto the balcony. Outside, Arnie suddenly frowned, wondering what he intended to say. Edward spoke, calling her by her name directly, which made Arnie flinch slightly. He placed a hand on his chest and asked her what she thought love was. Arnie was stunned by surprise, unable to respond immediately, but Edward continued, his voice full of conviction, stating that he believed only genuine feelings could be called love. She remained silent, looking at the Crown Prince with an expression that was both puzzled and wary, unsure of what he was leading up to. Edward, as if losing his mind, blurted out that her being married didn't matter. He also had his own engagement. The girl raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed and disagreeing. And then, with his next words, the young Crown Prince completely exhausted her patience by bluntly confessing his love. Indeed, he shamelessly uttered, "I love you," right in front of her husband, who is also his cousin. Oh my God. Arnie was dumbfounded, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. She stood frozen, unable to believe what she had just heard. While she was still trying to process that absurd confession, Edward continued, saying that ever since their first meeting, he hadn't been able to think of anyone else but her. Arnie replied indifferently that she was already married and her husband was his cousin. Edward spread his arms wide, asserting that true love could still come, even after marriage. Arnie crossed her arms over her chest, frowning as she asked again, "Are you really asking me to commit adultery with you?" The prince, without a hint of remorse, nodded and added that her marriage was merely an arrangement, while true love could only be found through betrayal.
She rubbed her forehead, thinking he was trying to use logic to justify absurdities, and if he weren't the Crown Prince, she would have taught him a lesson already. But Edward suddenly crossed the line. He took her hand, leaned in, and let his lips touch her palm. His voice deepened, full of desire. "Do you want to explore with me what true love really is?" The Crown Prince calmly stated that if she didn't like this secret relationship, they could choose another way. She could divorce Cassian and become his wife. He even nonchalantly added that he was willing to abandon his current fiancée without the slightest hesitation. Arnie frowned, thinking she had restrained herself long enough, but this man had truly pushed her anger to its limit. The last straw was when Edward leaned down and kissed the back of her hand. Suddenly she yelled that she saw something pointing towards the sky, and Edward immediately turned his head, innocently believing her. Taking advantage of that moment, the girl struck him hard on the neck with the edge of her hand, with enough force to knock him unconscious for a few minutes, but without causing serious injury.
The prince, who had not expected to be attacked, fell flat on his face right in front of her. Arnie subtly winced, watching the scene and thinking how hard she had to try not to kill the detestable man. Meanwhile, Count Thessalonica was reporting to Duke Cassian that the young lady had been abducted, but there was no evidence or sign matching previous cases, which was driving him mad. Cassian, his face clouded with gloom, silently listened as Thessalonica explained that they had increased security, but to no avail, and that they needed to quickly apprehend this criminal before there were more victims. Seeing the Duke lost in thought, his gaze seemingly elsewhere, the Count asked if he was listening and what he was thinking about. He merely walked past him, saying they would discuss this later, which left the Count staring after him in bewilderment. Thessalonica was stunned, spreading his hands in confusion, and asked why the Duke was always busy with something.
Cassian was preoccupied, wondering why his wife was on the terrace with Edward. He had seen his cousin's smile and knew full well that Edward harbored feelings for her. But for some reason, Cassian still trusted Arnie, believing she would never reciprocate such foolish advances. At that thought, the Duke subtly frowned, trying to suppress the rising jealousy. His thoughts were interrupted when Arnie returned from the terrace alone, looking surprised to see him standing nearby. Cassian offered a strained smile, asking where she had been for so long, as he hadn't seen her anywhere and had started to worry. When he pressed further about her whereabouts, she pointed outside, replying that she had gone to the terrace for some fresh air. But when her husband asked if she had gone alone, she slightly frowned, confused about whether to mention Edward and his brazenness. The Duke's deep, sharp blue eyes stared straight into her, as if trying to pierce her soul, waiting to see if she would tell the truth. Taking a breath, Arnie gathered her courage and began to speak, as she didn't want any suspicion to arise between them. Cassian looked momentarily sad, seemingly disappointed by his wife's hesitation. Arnie gently told her husband to listen calmly, as what she was about to say might surprise him. The Duke nodded slightly. Closing her eyes to compose herself, Arnie said that his cousin, Crown Prince Edward, seemed to be in need of psychiatric help. Cassian was taken aback by her words, and she frankly confessed that just moments ago, the Crown Prince had openly declared his love for her right there on the terrace. Cassian's eyes widened in astonishment as his wife continued to recount everything Edward had said, word for word, including that true love could only be proven through betrayal. Then she added with genuine concern that if such a person were to ascend to the throne, the entire country could be in peril. He suddenly turned away, covering his mouth with his hand, his shoulders trembling slightly, which surprised Arnie. Unable to hold it in, Cassian burst into loud laughter, bending over to the point of wiping tears from the corners of his eyes. His little wife pouted, unable to understand how he could laugh after hearing such a crazy story, especially when the country could collapse if it were true.
The ladies nearby whispered and gossiped. One said she had never heard the Duke laugh so loudly, while another wondered what had just happened. After many hours of searching, Edward's guards finally discovered the prince lying unconscious on the terrace. The next morning, in the sun-drenched garden, Arnie sat with Crave, recounting the entire incident. The red-haired man, polishing his sword Nevermore, angrily asked, "Did the Crown Prince really say those terrible things, and you agreed with him?" The knight also asked, half-jokingly, if she had taken his life. Arnie calmly replied that she had only knocked him unconscious, as he was the Crown Prince after all. Crave nodded, muttering that lately people had started gossiping about the Crown Prince suffering from a mental illness. Meanwhile, the maids in the mansion were whispering about that handsome red-haired knight. One maid confessed, her voice sweet, wondering if all knights of the Western Empire were as gallant. The other immediately nodded in agreement. The brown-haired maid continued, saying that the last time she was carrying a heavy laundry basket, Sir Crave passed by and immediately helped her, and was very gentle about it. Someone next to her exclaimed that she was so lucky, but Erica merely observed in silence, showing little interest. When the conversation shifted to the topic of the red-haired hero, the brown-haired maid glanced around subtly, maintaining a hint of mystery, then said that Sir Crave himself had single-handedly rescued the Duchess from an attack on her way to the Imperial Palace, which made everyone admire his bravery. But Erica felt something suspicious in her heart. She didn't respond, merely thinking silently that that knight behaved more like a child than a majestic savior. At that moment, Crave was talking to his sword, speaking and laughing. "See, I did a great job, didn't I?" Suddenly he heard a sound in the bushes and turned his head. Erica was hiding inside, her hands covering her face, her heart pounding in fear of being discovered.
Crave looked around, wondering if he had misheard. Perhaps it was just a bird. In a moment, he realized the lady had gone far and called out loudly, telling her to wait for him.
Erica stood up straight, hands clenched, resolute in her heart. She could no longer ignore what was happening. Erica continued to watch Crave as he sat beside the young lady, diligently polishing his sword, and he immediately noticed her. Suddenly, Nevermore, the sword in his hand, spoke. "What fly keeps buzzing around you?" Crave, slightly flustered, replied that it was just the young lady's maid, but the sword immediately objected, saying that the girl kept staring at him, then wondered if she liked him. The young soldier blushed, quickly saying that couldn't possibly be happening, and at that very moment, the maid just mentioned appeared right in front of him. Erica turned towards Arna, and at this moment, she looked extremely serious. The Duchess turned her head and asked in a calm voice, "Is something the matter with you two?" Erica took a deep breath, saying she had something to say, her face tense and annoyed.
The remaining two immediately froze, a series of possibilities flashing through their minds as they wondered what this stubborn girl had discovered. Arnie looked up and quietly told Crave to step outside for a moment. He immediately stood up, agreeing without hesitation. As he left, his heart still fluttered with worry that Erica had realized he was disguised as a maid. The Duchess asked the maid what was wrong, secretly praying she wouldn't have to hear another oath of loyalty. Erica gathered all her courage, took a deep breath, and said as loudly as she could, "My lady, your knight, there's something very strange." She tried to arrange her words, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest, worried about how her mistress would react. Arnie subtly swallowed, wondering what this maid was about to say and what reason she had to come to such a conclusion. Erica gasped, then almost shouted, her voice trembling but firm. "I think Crave is in love with you, my lady." She hastily explained that the knight always followed the Duchess closely, and he attracted her attention by talking to the sword. Those words stunned Arnie, a thought flashing through her mind that, if viewed from the outside, her relationship with Crave must look truly peculiar. Erica became more emotional as she spoke, her voice faltering as she tried to hold back tears, saying that the man followed her mistress like one possessed, and she felt it would be best if they stayed away from each other. Arnie let out a soft breath, then gently placed a hand on the maid's head, as if to soothe her and prevent her agitation. Arnie gently explained that she and Crave were just friends who had known each other for a long time, but she would be more careful. The maid smiled brightly, touched by her mistress's kindness. Immediately after, Erica's voice echoed throughout the courtyard. "Duchess, don't worry, I will always protect you." At the same time in the Imperial Palace, a scream also rang out, but for entirely different reasons.
Emperor Giuseppe stood in his study, both hands propped on the table, yelling furiously at his subordinates. "You dare call this a report? What kind of work is this? Do you all want to die?" The emperor was so furious that he said he couldn't believe his ears, then ordered, "Read it again. I want to hear it from the beginning." The servant tremblingly brought the paper closer, his hands still shaking violently. He swallowed softly, then bent down to continue reading, his voice heavy. Of the 101 people sent, not a single one returned alive. The cause has not yet been determined, but their plan has completely failed. The emperor raised both hands to rub his face, unable to believe that he had sent his strongest, most elite warriors, only for all of them to perish. The servant offered a glass vial containing a purple liquid, gently advising him to drink it to calm down. The emperor snatched the vial, drinking it all in one gulp. Giuseppe clenched his fist, silently cursing Cassian in his mind. That man had brazenly refused the marriage he had arranged.
The emperor thought about how he had dared to find himself a bride again in that damned Western Empire. Not only that, but there was also a trade agreement between them, which now made him untouchable and even unable to openly oppose him. And then Giuseppe coldly decided that if the Duke had a shield, that shield must be broken. If only the Duchess died, all his troubles would end. Just then, a servant spoke up, interrupting the emperor's thoughts. He leaned close to the emperor's ear and quickly whispered something. Upon hearing this, the emperor roared furiously, cursing that his son Edward had just caused some foolish trouble again. He fumed, calling him an idiot, and immediately ordered the empress to be summoned. At the same time, the Duchess's carriage was rolling through the bustling streets.
Nanny spoke up, saying that the young lady hadn't been out in a long time, and it was wonderful that they finally had this opportunity. Arnie sighed softly, closing her eyes, trying to understand why she had agreed to participate in this adventure. 3 days prior, she and Crave were having tea in the garden when Ava brought a tea party invitation to the Melisinov Marquess's estate. She didn't bother to hide her feelings, stating outright that she truly wasn't interested at all. Nanny shot her a glance, her eyes flashing with anger. The nanny put her hands on her hips, emphasizing that she had said countless times that social engagements were extremely important for ladies of reputation, and the Duchess absolutely had to go. If Arnie refused, she would tell Cassian everything. Under that pressure, Arnie reluctantly agreed, and so, despite still being filled with dissatisfaction, they arrived at the luxurious tea party. The Duchess looked radiant that day, in a soft lavender silk dress. She walked slowly through the tall iron gates. Upon arrival, many ladies had already gathered. The Marchioness Melisinov offered a warm smile, gave a slight bow, and thanked the Duchess for visiting her humble home. Arnie nodded in return. The hostess warmly stated that she had already prepared a seat for the Duchess. Arnie had a feeling that one of the curly-haired girls was glancing at someone with an unfriendly look.
Sure enough, she was exchanging glances with another girl sitting opposite her, a cunning glint in her eyes. The curly-haired girl asked with a suggestive tone if the matter had been settled satisfactorily, and the other replied, of course, everything was fine. The two spoke without restraint, their attitude clearly hostile, seemingly deliberately ignoring the Duchess's presence. Arne completely ignored them, calmly tasting the pastry before her. She let out a soft hum of appreciation, her eyes sparkling at the exquisite taste, so delicious it almost brought tears to her eyes. Her smile at that moment was so innocent it made others pause, both naive and touchingly gentle. Unable to stand Arne's composure, the two girls resumed their conversation. One inquired about Lady Haley's condition, who had fainted upon hearing the news of the Duke's marriage, and the other replied that she was slowly recovering but not yet fully well. The curly-haired girl didn't bother to conceal the slyness in her expression, adding that it was hardly surprising, as Lady Haley had been madly infatuated with the Duke.
Hearing this, her accomplice friend continued, saying that the entire upper class had known about it for a long time. Ignoring every venomous word, the Duchess calmly chewed her pastry, intently trying to guess what kind of jam the chef had used for the sweet and fragrant filling. Only then did she realize that lively conversations were buzzing around her, yet no one had invited her to join. Arnie tilted her head slightly, smiled gently, and then said a sentence as light as the wind. "It seems the ladies are discussing something, quite discreetly, aren't they?" She chuckled, agreeing inwardly, but secretly surprised to see the Duchess seemingly genuinely interested in such topics. Assuming those words were sarcasm, she thought the Duchess needed a bit of teaching. At first, she didn't understand why they were doing that, but then she figured it out, so she just smiled faintly, even finding them rather cute. At the same time, in the palace, Duke Cassian heard his servant report that his wife had attended a tea party at Marchioness Malisinov's mansion. He gently rubbed his chin, repeating the name in a thoughtful whisper. Cassian recalled his wife's worry that her status made it difficult for her to make friends. He smiled, remembering how he had told her to do as she pleased, and then suddenly thought of her adorable appearance as she tried to fit in, no matter how clumsy she might be. JD's voice rang out from the magic orb, interrupting his train of thought. The young man said that the Duke should listen to the final part of the report on the attack, adding that their suspicions had turned out to be entirely accurate.
All the evidence had disappeared. Jati asked whether they should continue the investigation or leave things as they were. Cassian leaned closer to the orb, instructing Jati to continue the investigation, while he would return to the castle, because without his assistant by his side, he felt truly uneasy. After the communication ended, the Duke suddenly remembered that the Marchioness of Melisinov was a member of the current Empress's retinue and had frequently clashed with Marchioness Jenna. A thought flashed through his mind. Was that woman plotting to mock Arnie? He raised a hand to rub his forehead, as if the worry wouldn't cease to linger. Suddenly, the Duke sprang to his feet, startling the butler, his demeanor filled with determination. He declared that he would go and retrieve his wife, who was currently in the midst of the battlefield.
Dusk was falling. The sun set behind the Melisinov estate, painting the sky with gentle hues. Arnie was still sitting at the table, sipping her last cup of tea, when she heard the rumbling sound of carriage wheels approaching. She turned her head, and from the familiar carriage stepped none other than her husband, Grand Duke Cassian. He wore a luxurious blue ceremonial uniform, draped with a white cloak embroidered with shimmering gold thread. Cassian walked over, called his wife's name, and said he had come to take her home. The surrounding girls stared wide-eyed, astonished by the sudden appearance of the young Duke in the role of an attentive husband. Arnie heard them whispering about the Duke's radiant smile, something they rarely saw. She looked up at her husband's approaching figure, thinking to herself. She had always known he was very handsome, but now she only wished to see that smile up close and exclusively for herself. Closing her eyes, Arnie let out a soft breath, trying not to think about it anymore. After all, she would have to return to her homeland in 3 months. Cassian frowned, thinking that if she sighed like that, she must have had a difficult day. Marchioness Melisinov offered a polite smile, saying she hadn't expected the Duke to come in person. Cassian looked at her, his expression softening slightly. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, Marchioness Melisinov," the lady of the estate asked, her voice half surprised, half intrigued, if he had truly come just to pick up the Grand Duchess. Cassian nodded slightly, confirming it. He decided to make his attitude towards his wife clear to everyone and placed his firm hand on Arnie's shoulder. Arnie was surprised by the gesture, looking down at his hand, her eyes wide with astonishment.
Cassian calmly stated that his wife was quite shy, and he hoped Malasenov would take good care of her. The mistress of the estate, already smitten with the handsome duke, immediately replied that he needn't worry so much. Cassian nodded with a smile. Then we shall take our leave. The ladies chattered excitedly, saying that the duke was truly gentle, admirable, and that he seemed to love his wife dearly. Arnie felt both touched by this unexpected concern and utterly embarrassed under the gaze of so many people. In the carriage, Arnie and Cassian sat facing each other, silent for a long time. The Duke was preoccupied, thinking about his wife's day, surrounded by people he knew could be incredibly cruel. She, meanwhile, leaned against the window frame, her gaze distant. That sight made his heart clench, imagining what she might have endured. That thought made Cassian uneasy. It was only because Cassian's wife was a princess of the Western Empire that the Emperor temporarily restrained himself from harming her. He realized he couldn't stop thinking about Arnie. His gaze always unconsciously settled on her. He softly called her name, and she immediately turned to him. Cassian smiled and asked softly, "How was the tea party at Malasenov's?" Arnie pondered for a moment, trying to find words to describe the afternoon. She completely surprised Cassian by smiling and replying, "It was quite fun, and they even served a delicious dessert. I really liked it." Arnie chuckled softly, adding that the ladies had been very kind that day. The Duke's mouth fell open, his eyes wide, as he asked again in disbelief, "Are you serious?" She nodded, recalling the scene that evening when no one had stopped her from enjoying the sweet cake.
Cassian said innocently, almost childishly, "While I was eating that dessert, it seemed no one bothered me, so I could finish it in peace." Cassian thought it was sarcasm, but Arnie confidently stated that she had genuinely enjoyed herself. They returned home late at night. Arnie sank onto her spacious bed, sighing softly that she was utterly exhausted after a long, drawn-out day. She tossed and turned, contentedly thinking that no matter where she was invited, she wouldn't leave home again. The next morning was anything but pleasant for the young Duchess.
Nanny said that she and Mr. Crave were both citizens of the Western Empire, and thus, for security reasons, they were forbidden from entering the Imperial Palace, which momentarily stunned Arnie. The butler added that she had a bad feeling and urgently advised the young lady to be very careful. Arnie's face darkened, thinking that the Empress's behavior was truly too arrogant. This was the Duchess's third visit to the Imperial Palace. She and her maid Erica rode in a carriage towards the main palace building. As she stepped out of the carriage, she looked up at the truly massive and awe-inspiring royal chambers. Arnie only hoped the Empress wouldn't scrutinize her attire, a classic-style red dress with elegant white trim. Arnie entered the grand hall, stating that she had come at the Empress's invitation.
Erica let out a soft breath, thinking that today she represented the servants and thus had to behave impeccably. The servant bowed slightly, thanking the Duchess for coming, then said that the preparations were not yet complete, so the Empress could not receive guests for the time being. Arna's eyes widened, surprised by the reception. She had arrived on time, yet was asked to wait. She asked how long she would have to wait, and when the servant replied that it wouldn't be long, the Duchess merely shrugged slightly, adjusted her shoulder, and calmly replied, "Then I shall wait right here." The servant frowned briefly, then tried to hide her displeasure, merely bowing her head and looking at the floor in silence. Erica remained silent, but her heart was churning. She thought that even if that woman was the Empress, she couldn't treat the Duchess in such a disrespectful manner. It was truly outrageous and lacking in respect. In front of the Empress's chambers, Arna suddenly recalled the days when she used to stand guard here. Back then, she often had to stand for 12 hours straight, but now less than an hour had passed, and it felt like an eternity. The Empress roared in anger when her maid reported that the Duchess had been waiting outside for an hour. She clenched her hands, her voice sharp as she asked if that insolent girl truly intended to challenge her. In truth, from the very beginning, the Empress's plan was to deliberately give Arna the cold shoulder. She hoped to make the other party lose patience and become disrespectful, thereby giving her an excuse to scold that foreigner for her bad behavior.
The Empress took a deep breath, regaining her composure, then suddenly smiled as she recalled someone once saying that the Duchess was as fragile as crystal, surely unable to endure for long. She scoffed, saying she was eager to see how many more minutes the Duchess would last. 3 hours passed. Arnie and Erica still stood ramrod straight in the hallway, quietly waiting for the most powerful woman in the country to grant them an audience. A maid peeked out, saw the Duchess still standing in the same spot, and quickly returned to inform the Empress that this might negatively affect her reputation. She timidly added that if rumors spread that the Empress had summoned the Duchess only to make her wait without cause, or worse, if Duke Cassian found out, no one could guess what he would do to protect his wife's honor. Hearing this, the Empress suppressed her anger in her voice and ordered the maid to call them in. Arnie did not complain, nor did she show any dissatisfaction. She simply stood still, posture straight, eyes distant, as if her mind had drifted elsewhere.
Upon being invited in, Erica could barely feel her legs, but a radiant smile bloomed on her lips because she believed that despite her fragile appearance, her master had won this silent battle.
When the Duchess entered, the Empress was seated on her throne, wearing a voluminous golden brocade gown, its sleeves, hem, and collar all trimmed with soft white ruffles. Arne suddenly remembered what Lady Jenna had once said, that there was only a 2-year age difference between the new Empress and the Prince. Not wishing to cause further trouble, Arne bowed respectfully, offered her belated congratulations, praying that the gods would bless the Empress before gently introducing herself. The Empress said that she had once thought this girl did not know the etiquette of the Northern Empire, but it seemed she was quite capable after all. She then leisurely added that she had long wished to invite the Duchess for a chat in a more relaxed atmosphere. Then, with a yawn, the Empress chuckled and said, "If I had known my daughter-in-law would arrive so early, I would have prepared beforehand, but I woke up too late, so it seems we are both at fault in this matter." Arne looked at the woman before her with eyes full of suspicion, thinking how cunning she was, pretending that both were equally at fault. The Empress said that she had prepared a light breakfast in the sunny garden and invited her to come along. The royal garden was indeed beautiful. The Duchess was stunned when she saw the lavishly set table before her eyes.
The Empress called it a light breakfast, but the table was laden with countless large plates of fried seafood, grilled meat, stir-fried vegetables, and fragrant freshly baked bread. She secretly thought that if she ate all of this, she would surely feel bloated. Meanwhile, the Empress smiled contentedly, asking if she liked the meal. Arne quickly regained her composure, replying that everything was delicious, but the other woman immediately retorted that her expression didn't say so. Then she continued, suggesting that perhaps such dishes were not to the taste of someone from the Western Empire. The Duchess looked at her confused, not understanding what food had to do with one's origin. The Empress said she had heard about this at Melisinov's tea party yesterday, and she merely nodded in confirmation. The Empress then added that she had heard rumors of the Duke personally coming to pick her up, and that this was the first time she had seen Cassian behave so differently from how he used to treat his previous lovers. Arne couldn't hide the discomfort on her face, but remained silent. Although the Empress awaited a reaction, Arne decided to change the subject, gently asking, "Your Majesty, may I ask a question?"
The Empress smiled, thinking that the young Duchess surely wanted to know who Cassian's former lover was, but Arne calmly stated that the nobility here seemed overly concerned with others' private lives, which in her homeland was considered extremely rude, and asked if it could be considered a cultural difference. The Empress's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that anyone would dare speak so directly to her. At the same time, at the Duke's mansion, Cassian was informed that the Empress had invited his wife for an audience. Nanny said that right after he had left Thessalonica Manor, the First Lady had sent a handwritten invitation to the Duchess, and so she had gone to the palace and had not yet returned. Cassian frowned, raising a hand to cover his mouth, lost in thought. Just a few seconds later, he stood up abruptly and declared loudly that he would immediately go to the imperial palace. Meanwhile, his wife was still eating, thinking that there was indeed too much food, but every dish was absolutely delicious. While savoring her meal, she glanced at the maids around her, not understanding why they were silently staring at her.
The Queen asked again if she liked the meal, secretly vowing to herself that she would absolutely not let this girl easily escape her grasp. Arne calmly replied, in a soft yet firm voice, "I liked it very much, thank you, Your Majesty. Everything was wonderful." Without waiting for anyone to reply, the woman stood up, smiling as she said they could now stroll in the garden where roses were blooming in magnificent splendor. The young girl watched, surprised to realize this was not exactly an invitation, but rather a command. The ladies, surrounded by their maids, proceeded one after another into the garden, where rose bushes of myriad colors displayed their fragrance and beauty. Then the Queen invited the Duchess to rest in the hexagonal pavilion in the middle of the garden. She told her to go in first, and Arne nodded slightly in agreement, but still frowned inwardly, feeling that there was something unusual about the Queen. Arne glanced around, suddenly freezing when she realized her loyal maid, Erica, was no longer by her side. Suddenly a scream rang out, and it was from Erica. Just a few minutes earlier, she had still been worrying about her mistress. Suddenly a maid came to call her, telling her to bring the tea tray to the hexagonal pavilion for the two ladies. Erica obediently took the tray, walking carefully, telling herself that this task was not difficult at all. But unexpectedly, she let out a small cry when one of the maids deliberately stuck out her foot, placing the tip of her shoe right in Erica's path. Erica suddenly stumbled forward, screaming, the tea tray slipping from her hands, the porcelain cups about to shatter into pieces. At that very moment, a strong hand swiftly wrapped around Erica, preventing her from falling. Arne had timely caught both her and the tea tray, gently advising the maid to be more careful. The group of maids stood stunned, mouths agape, unable to believe that the girl had just performed such a swift and precise movement. The Queen also stood speechless with astonishment.
But after only a few seconds, she suddenly remembered this was no time for marveling.
She quickly walked towards them, began to shout loudly at Erika, accusing her of daring to cause trouble in front of the Empress. Her finger pointed directly at both of them, ordering them to kneel. Arne silently listened to her scolding as the Empress continued to speak harshly, saying that the ladies from the Western Empire had no knowledge of etiquette. Erika burst into tears, thinking it was all her fault. Crying, she tried to justify herself, saying that she had been careless and the young lady had only been trying to help. The Duchess stood straight, her gaze briefly darkened, and she noticed a strange look from one of the Empress's maids.
She bent down and saw a smudge on Erika's shoe tip, clear evidence that someone had set a trap, causing Erika to fall. Arne placed a hand on the young maid's cheek and said softly, "It's all right, nothing serious." Then she smiled gently, her voice warm. A leader must know how to protect their people. Erika teared up again, moved by her mistress's magnanimity, but then burst into sobs, saying that they still had to kneel. Arne merely gave a faint smile, replying that for a knight, kneeling was nothing unusual. Then she said softly, "We will kneel, but elsewhere." Erika froze, not understanding her meaning. Arne calmly explained, "The Empress did not forbid me from moving, and the palace entrance is certainly more fitting than this garden." She turned around and called to her maid, "Let's go, Erika. It's time for us to go and kneel." They're starting to get stubborn now. Did they think our protagonist was a delicate flower? She smiled faintly, telling herself, "Just wait until they overstep. Then the opportunity will come." Arne and Erika knelt together before the Empress's palace. Not seeing it as an insult, the Duchess merely thought that standing for 10 hours was already enough, and her mind drifted back to old days. She remembered her time being trained in the military. Back then, she often hit those she disliked or who dared to say things that annoyed her, which resulted in her being punished with kneeling quite a few times. Once, solely out of pride, she gritted her teeth and endured for 54 hours straight. The Empress was furious when she heard that the Duchess had been kneeling for 2 hours and was still smiling. She clenched her fist, glared at the servant, and yelled that she had heard the Duchess was weak and fragile like a flower. The servant bowed her head and softly replied that she herself had also heard such things.
The Queen walked to the window, looked out, her anger flaring even higher. She gritted her teeth, asking how that girl could smile in such circumstances. Darkness gradually fell upon the castle, and dusk settled in. At this moment, Crown Prince Edward was walking along the palace corridor, followed by his trusted aide. The aide shouted that this matter could reach the Emperor's ears, but the Crown Prince had no intention of stopping or changing his plans. Unable to dissuade him, the aide blocked his path, firmly stating that he would not allow His Highness to take another step. Edward clenched his fist, shouting that he would not back down because the one he loved was in danger. The aide also refused to yield, responding firmly that she could not be His Highness's lover, for she was the Duke's wife. Edward forcefully pushed the aide aside, strode past him, and slammed the door shut behind him. A few days prior, the Emperor had severely reprimanded the Queen, asking what exactly she was busy with and if she still intended to let the Crown Prince continue to act arbitrarily, disregarding royal dignity. He said that he could understand if she only cared about her own child, but at the same time warned that if she did not fulfill her duties, she should think about her own future.
The Empress was then furious and humiliated, but still gritted her teeth and endured in silence. Now she wanted to push the Crown Prince into a scandal, so she tried to humiliate the Duchess, but the plan completely failed. A servant approached, bowed, and said that too much time had passed and this could lead to bad consequences, then cautiously asked if that was enough for today. The Empress looked out into the courtyard, silent, bitterly realizing her plan was nowhere. Deep in thought, she was interrupted by another servant who opened the door to the room and called out hastily. The girl was almost speechless, her whole body and voice trembling with agitation. But trying to regain her composure, she reported, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived in person." As for Arne, she was still kneeling on the tiled ground in the courtyard when footsteps echoed behind her. Edward felt as if his heart was breaking for the first time in his life, and he truly burst into tears when he saw the girl he loved. Arne froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. She couldn't have imagined seeing the prince kneeling before her. The young man looked at her with deep emotion, his voice trembling as he told her not to cry, calling her "my little bird." Arne hadn't been crying at all, but upon hearing that strange endearment, she could only gape in astonishment.
Edward said that he would go to see the Queen, ask her to apologize on his behalf, and promised to do everything he could. Suddenly, both heard a familiar voice, that of Grand Duke Cassian. He said coldly that there was no need to do so. Under the moonlight, he looked even more handsome, but his face held no smile, only a gloomy expression, and the reason was all too clear. The Duke stood before his wife, who had been kneeling for several hours, and before his cousin, who was trying to play the role of a savior. He called his wife's name, extended his firm hand towards her, and gently said, "Take my hand." Arne looked at her husband in surprise, hesitated, then kept her hands on her knees. She softly said that the Queen had ordered her to kneel.
Cassian looked at her, and she continued, saying that if she dared to stand up, the Queen would surely be enraged. Cassian knelt on one knee, his expression still solemn, almost cold. Arnie secretly thought this was the first time she had seen him look so stern. He took her hand, his voice low but firm. She can be angry. Let her be. Then Cassian gently raised his wife's slender hand to his lips, placing a long, tender kiss upon it. He said that his wife's health was more important than anything, while Edward stood by, clearly feeling the anger surging within him. At that moment, a maid stepped out, announcing that the queen had sent word that the Duchess was free and could leave. Afterwards, the woman bowed and continued, saying that the queen summoned the crown prince, and Edward asked why. The maid simply replied that he should go immediately, so he agreed, stepping back and departing. The Duchess turned to her tired maid, gently saying, "You can stand up now." Erica struggled to get up, her scraped and bleeding knees causing her such pain that she teared up. The Duke and Lady both looked at her with eyes full of sympathy. Arnie thought perhaps she should leave as well, but before she could do anything, she suddenly found herself lifted off the ground.
Cassian gently held her in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness and warmth. He leaned closer and whispered, "Just bear with it a little longer, your legs must be tired." She blushed furiously at the close proximity, only nodding slightly, her voice as faint as a breeze. "Yes." Erica was helped up by Nanny and the butler, following her master as they left the place. Upon returning to the mansion, Cassian asked the doctor about Arnie's condition. He replied that the Duchess was bathing, adding that her legs were only slightly scraped from kneeling for too long. The doctor further explained that the skin on her knees was lightly grazed and swollen due to excessive pressure. He advised her to be more careful in the future, otherwise, in the long run, she might experience difficulty walking. The Duke listened silently, his face darkening with worry for his wife, already planning his next steps. The doctor handed the jar of healing ointment to Nanny, instructing that the Duchess needed rest, and with this medicine, the wounds would heal in just a few days. Cassian asked if it was sufficient to simply apply the ointment directly to the wounds. The doctor looked at him in surprise, asking if he intended to do it himself. Cassian did not reply, simply taking the jar of ointment silently from the doctor's hand. Arnie was sitting on a soft sofa, wearing a nightgown, when her husband entered the room. She felt a fleeting embarrassment, knowing that Nanny was supposed to apply the medicine for her, then softly asked what he was doing there. Cassian calmly but firmly told her to extend her knee, saying he would apply the medicine himself. She blushed deeply, lowering her head and softly replying that he didn't need to do it himself. Arnie was so flustered she didn't do it. Arnie took hold of the hem of her nightgown and began to pull it up, revealing her injured knees. Cassian took a deep breath, his heart aching at the thought of her having to kneel before the palace until late evening. He gently warned her that the ointment might sting a little.
She pursed her lips, her heart pounding, feeling both embarrassed and remorseful, because, in truth, as soon as she had returned to the mansion, she had intentionally scraped her knees to make them look like Erica's. Cassian called her name, holding a bottle of medicine, then asked if he could ask a question. Arnie nodded slightly, and at that moment felt his warm, large hand gently touch her calf. The Duke said that she could absolutely refuse that punishment, then looked up at her, full of worry, asking why she had accepted. Smiling faintly, she explained that she did it only to avoid troubling him. Cassian blushed slightly, looking up at her with clear blue eyes full of anxiety, as if unable to believe what he had just heard. Then he bowed his head, trying to suppress the surging emotions. "From tomorrow, you will never be treated like this again in that palace." Late at night, in the editorial office of a famous newspaper, a fierce argument broke out between the editor-in-chief and a stranger. The man shook his head, saying that he could not publish such a dangerous article. If he did, his newspaper office could be shut down immediately. The stranger in the black cloak silently threw a bag onto the table. The editor-in-chief, Dominic, opened the bag, which was full of gold coins and jewels. The cloaked figure spoke in a low voice, saying that if they wrote exactly as he instructed, he would send double that amount. As he turned to leave, the mysterious man merely whispered that he hoped Dominic would make the right decision. Upon hearing his true name, the editor-in-chief rose and with a trembling voice asked how he knew his true identity. Stepping out of the building, the cloaked figure pulled down his hood, revealing Jati. He took out a magic orb, contacted Duke Cassian, and reported that the mission was complete. Cassian smiled faintly upon hearing the news, his heart eagerly anticipating the next morning and what would unfold thereafter. The next morning, a seemingly ordinary newspaper caused an unprecedented stir. People all over the city were buzzing with discussions, unable to believe how the Empress had treated the Duchess. Even the ladies of high society spoke out, deeming such behavior an outdated relic of the past. And the gentlemen remarked that even if the Duchess hailed from the Western Empire, such an act was truly excessive. And then,
As if by chance, they began to wonder what the emperor was doing at that very moment. Giuseppe glanced at the new newspaper and couldn't believe his eyes. He swept a cup off the table, furiously yelling to ask what this was all about. His rage erupted, and he continued to roar that the editors and reporters must have gone mad to dare publish such a thing, practically inviting disaster upon themselves by insulting the imperial family. The servant stammered, advising him to calm down, but the emperor roared that he could not be calm under these circumstances. He immediately ordered the newspaper office to be shut down at once, then violently threw the newspaper onto the floor. On the front page, large bold letters prominently declared, "Empress punishes Duchess Cassian," clearly showing disregard for the Western Empire. Due to the overly harsh measures, the Empress's knees were also full of bruises and scratches. The servant tremblingly replied that he would immediately contact the newspaper office, then added that an official dispatch had just arrived from the Emperor of the Western Empire. The monarch gritted his teeth and asked what the document said. The servant, his voice trembling, began to read the contents. The emperor expressed his deep regret over what had happened to his daughter and warned that if such an incident recurred, he would take retaliatory action.
The emperor slammed his hand down on the table. He immediately knew in his heart that Cassian was behind all of this. He gritted his teeth, silently calling the name of that arrogant brat in his head who thought he was smarter than everyone else. At the same time, Arnie was sitting in the garden by a pretty little table, enjoying tea and chatting with her mother via a magic orb. Rosalia Brillicht said that she was truly surprised when she read the article and that the girl's father had come running in tears. Those words made the young Duchess turn to look at her mother, astonished. The woman continued, saying that her husband had cried, insisting that they must bring their daughter home immediately and that she had struggled greatly to calm him down. Then she added that even the emperor was furious and had sent an official warning letter.
The girl froze, the teacup still in her hand, then asked if that warning had truly been sent to the Northern Empire, and her mother nodded in confirmation. Rosalia crossed her arms, asking what her son-in-law thought about the article and the current situation. Arne replied that it seemed the article was published precisely because of him. She unconsciously recalled her husband's promise yesterday that from now on no one in the royal family would dare to mistreat her again. Her expression suddenly changed as she realized that he had been referring to this very method to protect her. Her mother smiled brightly, saying that her son-in-law was truly fucked to have used that very method so that no one would dare to insult her daughter again. As for her, she just whispered softly, full of conflict, wondering if this was even worth praising. Rosalia ignored that question, leaned in and asked again, "What exactly happened between you and the Empress?" Arne replied that the Empress had invited her, for no clear reason, just to find an excuse to fault her through the maid Erica. But she skillfully turned the situation around, and the Empress, having no other reason, unreasonably forced both of them to kneel. Rosalia said that her daughter had always been excellent and should continue to be so. Arne chuckled, replying that if she continued like this, she was afraid that everyone around her would sooner or later realize that she was not weak at all. Her mother burst out laughing, saying that they couldn't do anything else if things naturally progressed that way, then gently reminded her that she had raised her daughter to be strong and courageous. Madame Rosalia said with a gentle smile, "It's enough if you can just hide the fact that you are a swordmaster, otherwise the entire kingdom will fall into chaos." Arne also smiled, replying that she could do that. Rosalia asked where her son-in-law was, and she replied that he had gone to the imperial palace. Indeed, Cassian was there at that moment, determined to discuss and thoroughly resolve what had just happened within the royal family. A servant announced that the emperor was furious and the empress was the cause of the incident. Therefore, his majesty temporarily pardoned the duke, but warned that it wouldn't be so easy next time. Castian merely smiled, remarking playfully that even today he had been denied an audience. The servant asked, "Are you perhaps trying to provoke the emperor to gain an audience?" Cassian smiled calmly, stating that he was always ready to use any means to achieve his goals. The servant merely sighed, then said that he had, in any case, fully conveyed the emperor's command. The duke replied, half jokingly, half seriously, that he also always tried his best to fulfill that duty. As for the empress, after reading the scandalous article, her whole body trembled. Sweat beaded on her forehead from fear mixed with humiliation, knowing that this story had now spread among all the subjects in the empire. She thought that the emperor would surely fly into a rage and scold her again, when suddenly a maid entered with news. Duke Ternujan Cassian requested an audience. The empress froze, and the maid softly asked if she should send the person away, but she merely sighed, replied that it wasn't necessary, and told her to invite the duke in. Cassian did not keep her waiting long. He entered the palace hall with the demeanor of an absolute victor in a brief contest.
The queen remarked that it had been a long time since they had met, and the duke smiled, confirming it. She invited him to sit down, but Cassian quickly noticed photographs of familiar faces on the table.
He picked up a photo frame while hearing the queen's heavy breathing as she suppressed her anger. Raising the photo to eye level, Cassian maintained a calm smile, a calmness that made others feel more uneasy than reassured. He said that Princess Cynthia in the photo was truly beautiful and lovely. Then he continued, his voice calm yet chilling. She's still too young.
The Empress's face paled, fear evident in her eyes as she realized what Cassian was implying. Cassian continued, saying that Cynthia had only just learned to read and write, and he would be very sorry if she were to find out for herself about the things that had happened, the things her own mother had done. The Empress trembled, asking if he was threatening her, her fingers clutching the hem of her dress. The Duke feigned surprise, saying he felt insulted to be misunderstood in such a way. Then he slowly explained that his point was simply that it would be unwise for the Empress to confront him. Cassian's voice remained low, not raised, but full of power. He said this was merely a warning, then looked straight into her eyes, enunciating each word clearly. You are not permitted to touch my wife. At the same time, at the imperial palace of the Western Empire, a different story was unfolding. The Emperor stood silently by the window, lost in thought. Duke Sano was nearby, looking at him with a dark, puzzled expression. He remarked that the Emperor seemed unusually pleased today. The Emperor replied, his voice soft yet confident, Heaven has helped me. Now I no longer need to worry about Arnie being snatched from my grasp. Sano countered that His Majesty had agreed to this marriage from the beginning, knowing full well it wouldn't last long. But the Emperor corrected him, saying it was Rosalia who had convinced him, and the memory of that day resurfaced in his mind. Upon her audience, Duchess Rosalia said she had a piece of advice for His Majesty. She looked like a calm wildcat stalking its prey, yet ready to pounce and tear apart anyone who stood against her. Her voice, though soft, was sharp, as she advised him to consent to Arnie's marriage. The Emperor, startled, stood up abruptly and asked if Rosalia truly wished to marry off her daughter. She calmly replied that it was only natural, as Arnie was a girl like any other.
The Duchess said her daughter had dedicated her youth to protecting the country and now deserved to experience love at least once. Recalling that, the Emperor nodded slightly, now seeing that she was right. Thanks to Arme, the Empire had achieved a stronger position than ever before. He told his younger brother not to worry too much, because with her personality, Arne would never be the type of docile, agreeable lady. The Emperor smiled, saying that the girl could only endure it for 3 months and would surely return afterwards. Meanwhile, at Duke Ternugan's castle, the dance lessons seemed endless. Marchioness Jenna was showing Arne the 4 basic steps, counting the rhythm and saying that the dance was actually very simple. Arne let out a small laugh, trying to appear friendly, but secretly wishing she could escape from there immediately.
Jenna told her to imagine herself in the middle of a ball and absolutely not allowed to make any mistakes. Lady Jenna shook her head, saying that Arna's health had always been poor, so she had almost no chance to study, and her mother was absolutely right. Arna just smiled faintly, replying softly that it was probably true. Suddenly, Arnie heard Cassian's soft, contented chuckle. She startled and turned around, a fleeting confusion in her mind. When did he get in here? The Duke apologized for not greeting her earlier, saying he saw she was too focused and didn't want to disturb her. She asked Cassian if she had to leave soon, and he nodded, replying that he still had matters to attend to. Arnie, meanwhile, turned away, her cheeks burning, only wishing he wouldn't say anything more, that he would just leave quickly. But Cassian, contrary to her wishes, called her name gently. His firm hand gently touched her cheek, brushing away a few strands of silver hair that fell across her forehead. He gently pulled her closer, then placed a soft, respectful kiss on her forehead.
The moment lasted a few seconds, so warm that the entire space seemed to fall silent. When they parted, Cassian smiled at his wife's adorable embarrassment, teasing that next time he hoped she would return a real kiss. Then he added that he might be home late today, telling her not to wait up and to go to bed early. Lady Jenna was touched, pressing her hands to her cheeks and praising the young couple for their affection. Cassian merely smiled in response, while Arnie was still so flustered she didn't know where to hide her face. As the day wore on, the sun gave way to the silver moonlight. Yet the Duke had not returned, and Arnie sat sadly by the window. She gently touched her finger to the cold window frame, thinking that this seemed to be the first time her husband had been away from home for so long, and strangely, it made her uneasy. Suddenly, a commotion echoed from the courtyard outside. Arnie quickly looked out the window where one of the knights was shouting loudly, "Another person is injured." A suspicious individual had appeared in the manor's courtyard. Arnie stood by the window, observing everything unfolding, and clearly heard the murmurs below. She was surprised to hear them mention a suspicious person. In just a moment, she clearly felt someone right behind her. Next was the chilling shh of a sword being drawn from its scabbard. The stranger pressed the sharp steel blade tightly against her neck, so forcefully that it drew blood. The assailant, their face hidden behind a mask, kept the sword firmly at Arnie's throat, then asked in a cold voice, "Are you the princess of the Western Empire?" At the same time, Cassian was at the Silion Club, where the Empire's highest nobility often frequented to relax. He leaned back on a wide, soft black sofa, intending to greet Elan, who had just arrived in the capital, but only Jadi was in front of him.
Jadi bowed, reporting that the companion from the night escort had returned and likely gone home. Cassian took a sip of tea, asking if there was any other news. Jody replied that in the assassination of the Duchess, hundreds of enemy soldiers had died. He calmly asked in return, "Have the bodies been found?" Upon hearing the answer, Cassian sighed softly, then ordered a temporary halt to the investigation. He did so because he wanted to uncover the truth about Crave Knight himself, the one taking responsibility for the entire incident. Placing the teacup on the saucer, he exhaled thoughtfully, wondering if he was overreacting. Jody cleared his throat lightly, his voice slightly trembling as he said there was another piece of news. Cassian raised his head, his gaze still lost in thought, and asked, "What is it?" The aide reported that according to sources from the Western Empire, there was unrest within their Knight Legion. He clarified that the reason was the sudden disappearance of their commanding swordmaster.
Without a leader, the soldiers in the Legion rebelled and refused to take orders. Cassian smiled faintly, thinking that if things unfolded as expected, he could seize this opportunity to bring down their strongest warrior. Meanwhile, at Ternugin Manor, the stranger still held a sword to the Duchess's throat, repeating his earlier question. He hadn't expected the girl, whom he was told was weak and fragile, to kick him directly in the neck. Caught off guard, he couldn't react in time and fell sprawling to the floor. The sword slipped from his grasp, flying upwards, but Arnie, quick as lightning, reached out and snatched the hilt, holding it firmly in her hand. The attacker stumbled back against the wall, clutching his throbbing neck, coughing violently, and wondering how she could strike so easily and who she really was. Arnie, meanwhile, remained calm, showing no fear. She pointed the sword's tip at him, her voice cold. "Who are you?" Arnie placed a hand over the wound on her neck, while the man couldn't help but be astonished. He recalled how skillfully she had feigned being a delicate, weak lady when he first arrived. His face was almost entirely covered by a black cloth mask. Only his eyes, wide with shock, were visible, and he couldn't comprehend why the girl was smiling. Arnie continued, her voice cold and composed, saying that she didn't want any more trouble, and once again asked him who had sent him here. The attacker trembled, his voice choked, his eyes filled with fear, but he still managed to stammer that he wouldn't say anything. The girl frowned, thinking to herself that if she killed him now, she would never find out who was behind this assassination attempt. Just then, Crave burst into the room, panting, calling for his commander, but what he saw was the attacker slumped at the Duchess's feet. The knight scratched his head, asking with an awkward laugh, "Am I late?" Arnie frowned, replying curtly, "Yes, very late." She asked him what he had been doing, that he was only just arriving.
Crave replied innocently that he had overslept. Arnie crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. "Sleep? Don't tell me you haven't even been training lately." Crave quickly defended himself, saying that the esteemed commander himself didn't even make time for training. Then she pointed towards the unconscious attacker and ordered, "Look at him. Does he resemble those who participated in the previous assassination attempt?"
Crave pondered for a moment and then said, "Last time they didn't seem like assassins, but rather like very well-trained warriors." Arnie was surprised and asked again, "Are you sure?" A thought flashed through her mind. No way. In the Eastern Empire, no fool would dare to do such a thing. She wondered if all those people were sent by the Empress of the Northern Empire or some other enemy of Cassian. She frowned, lost in a tangled web of thoughts about the recent assassinations. Sighing, Arnie said that the man certainly wouldn't reveal anything more, then took a few steps back. Crave asked, "So what are you going to do now, miss?" Suddenly, the attacker sprang up, yelling, "That girl must die!" then threw a sharp dagger straight at her. Arnie leaned back to dodge, so calm it was almost bored. The dagger sliced through the air, and catching it with one hand, she gripped the hilt tightly and threw it back. Her voice was icy. "He has to die." The blade plunged deep into the assassin's chest. His body slowly slid down the wall he was leaning against. Crave watched the scene, smiling in admiration. "That's my commander, truly the best." But just as the girl relaxed, Arnie suddenly sensed another presence moving, someone else approaching. She briefly feared Crave would be attacked from behind. Crave spun around at the sound of rapid footsteps. A stranger appeared, unmasked. The deafening clang of steel echoed as the knight's sword blocked the first blow.
Crave frowned. This person was strong. The attacker also frowned, his purple eyes glowing brightly in the light, maintaining an equal standoff with Crave. He glanced at Arnie, who stood perfectly still, not crying, not panicking, just quietly observing, as if none of this fazed her in the slightest. The butler entered the room, followed by Nanny and Erica, both screaming in unison at the sight before them. The butler immediately raised a hand, signaling the two young men to lower their swords and stop the fight then and there. The black-haired warrior turned, frowning slightly in surprise upon seeing a familiar face. Butler George nodded slightly, telling Rashalis that it had been a long time since they last met. He turned to the Duchess, telling her she should rest in the room he had arranged. After being examined by the family physician, she only needed to rest and remain calm. He also added that security forces had been tripled, all thoroughly vetted, so she had nothing to worry about. Arnie smiled, thanking him for his thoughtfulness. George bowed in response, saying that if the madam needed anything, she only had to call him any time. When the conversation ended, Arnie's gaze fell upon the black-haired knight who had just fought Crave, now kneeling on one knee before her. He bowed his head, then introduced himself as Duke Cassian's escort knight, Rashalis, and apologized for not recognizing the Duchess and for his rude behavior. Arnie felt extremely awkward. They were kneeling before her as if she were a master. Rashalis bowed his head, asking to be punished for his actions, but she gently replied that she was truly fine and nothing serious had happened. That awkward conversation was cut short when Cassian suddenly burst in, his hair disheveled, calling out his wife's name loudly. Hearing his voice, she turned, immediately feeling a sense of relief.
The Duke looked full of worry, hastily scanning her body for injuries. He took her elbow, saying he had heard everything, then asked if she was all right. She smiled and replied that she was fine, adding that Crave had protected her from the attack. The red-haired knight, now perfectly in character, immediately grinned, raised a hand, and loudly declared that yes, he was indeed the one who had shielded the lady. Cassian gently closed his eyes, then suddenly told his wife that they would sleep together tonight. Nanny and Erica, hearing this, immediately blushed, almost choked, and tried to suppress their true reactions.
Arna just wanted to crawl into a hole, feeling utterly superfluous in this scene. Lady Arna gasped, mouth agape, and confusedly asked her husband what he had just said. She stammered, saying that perhaps he was stressed today because she had heard some strange noises, so Cassian surely didn't mean to say it like that. But the Duke merely looked at her calmly, his gaze serious, and replied that he was not joking. The atmosphere in the room immediately became extremely awkward. Yet the Grand Duke calmly continued, saying that it was completely normal for a husband and wife to sleep together. As if oblivious to the gazes of everyone around them, he even added, "Or do you not like me?" The question made Arna want to die of embarrassment. She quickly shook her head, mumbled that it wasn't so, then stood on tiptoe and whispered into his ear, "You promised you wouldn't touch me without my permission." Cassian gently squeezed her shoulder with his warm hands, his voice low but firm, saying that he remembered that promise very clearly.
The girl looked up and asked in surprise, "So what's going on?" The Duke replied that someone was trying to harm and kill her, and therefore he couldn't leave her alone overnight. He knew she was still in danger. Arn blushed more than ever, realizing she had completely misunderstood him. It turned out they only intended to share a room. She tried to refuse, saying that Crave was already protecting her, but Cassian calmly replied that he wasn't going to entrust his wife's safety to another man, and only asked to watch over her tonight. She bowed her head, her face flushed, thinking that one night probably wouldn't hurt, then softly agreed. Cassian beamed. Finally, his stubborn wife was willing to let him protect her. 30 minutes later, the Duke and Duchess were sharing a bed. Cassian lay still on the bed, while Arn was curled up in the blanket, her mind racing, finding it all very awkward. She decided to pretend to sleep, but when he suddenly called her name and leaned closer, she couldn't keep her eyes closed anymore, especially when his fingers gently brushed her face, softly sweeping away the stray strands of hair from her forehead. She let out a soft breath, turned over, and met his warm, somewhat mischievous smile. Arn softly asked, "Do you know I could totally kill you right now?" Cassian chuckled softly, replying, "I'd be happy to die by your hand." He said she must be exhausted from everything but still couldn't sleep, then quietly asked, "Is it because of me?" Arn immediately blushed, pursed her lips, but didn't answer. Cassian looked at her, smiling gently, his eyes shining with tenderness. "You don't know how to lie, do you?" she whispered. "Lying is bad." Then he suddenly sat up, put on his slippers, and walked out. Arn sat up, asking in surprise, "Where are you going?" Cassian replied in a calm yet warm voice, "If I lie next to you, I'm afraid your beloved wife won't be able to sleep. I'll work, you just rest easy." He turned his head to look at her over his shoulder, smiling. She watched him, her eyes confused and carrying a hint of guilt. She lay back alone on the wide bed, while Cassian sat at the desk, meticulously arranging papers. But even though he had left the bed, Arnie still couldn't fall asleep, her heart still flustered by that closeness and tenderness. She softly called his name, making him stop writing, and turned back slightly surprised.
Seeing she was still awake, he listened intently. Arnie whispered, her voice as soft as the wind, "Please, don't tell Mother about today. I promise, I'll tell her myself later." She explained that her mother was already very worried about her, and she didn't want to make that worry worse. Cassian calmly nodded in agreement, thinking that Arnie's health was not good to begin with, so of course her mother would be worried. She lay down on the bed, her mind on her plan to divorce in 3 months. Suddenly, she wondered what would happen to the husband who had always cared for her so much after their divorce. Arnie thought he would surely marry someone else quickly, as all the ladies in the region were infatuated with him. That thought made her heart ache as if pricked by a needle, a strange feeling of jealousy that she didn't even realize. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice that the Duke had called her name several times and had already approached the bed. He gently asked, "Why are you so worried that you didn't even notice me approaching?" Then added that she looked sad. Gathering all her courage, Arnie softly asked him, "Why did you marry me?"
Cassian was slightly taken aback by the question, then reached out his hand towards her. Arnie's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed as he placed his hand on her cheek, his thumb gently caressing her soft skin.
The Duke leaned closer and she gasped with anticipation. She quickly said, her voice trembling, "Please, forget that question, and are you going to touch me?" Cassian looked at her, his eyes confident and burning with desire. Arnie stammered that he was a gentleman, implying he wouldn't do anything without her consent, but he only leaned in closer, whispering right above her soft lips, "Right now, I am no gentleman." He leaned in, placing a kiss on her lips, his fingers still caressing her velvety skin. Both closed their eyes, and Arnie didn't realize when she had started to return the kiss. They parted only to breathe, and she suddenly realized that a kiss could be so sweet. Cassian kissed her again, not wanting to stop, then gently found her hand, intertwining their fingers. He had to fight the fire burning within him, gently squeezing her hand, pressing her down onto the bed. The girl looked at her husband, breathing heavily, her eyes wide with surprise when he abruptly stopped the passionate kiss. The Duke smiled, closing his eyes, as she regained her breath and restrained her intense desire. He leaned down, placing a tender kiss on her forehead, listening to the heavy, sweet breaths of the girl in his arms. Then he gently pulled back, wishing her good night. Arnie looked at him, full of surprise after such an unexpected and passionate kiss. She was sure he wouldn't stop so easily. She subtly wiped her lips with her sleeve, hiding her embarrassment behind a feigned look of dissatisfaction, turning towards her husband. Cassian smiled again, realizing that she looked beautiful when she was angry. The next morning, Arnie and Crave were sitting in the garden again, discussing what had happened yesterday. She couldn't bear it, burying her face on the table because she hadn't been able to sleep a wink all night, her mind still reeling with too many emotions. The young man opposite her wiped his sweat, and the more he looked at her, the more astonished he became. Until last night, she still thought that if Cassian dared to touch her, she would punch him immediately. But when he kissed her with all his desire and passion, all her fighting spirit suddenly vanished completely. Arnie began to bang her head on the table rhythmically, as if wanting to drive all the silly thoughts out of her head, while Crave stood watching, his face drained of all color. He tremblingly asked if something else had happened. Annoyed by her own mood and lack of sleep, Arnie grabbed his collar and pulled his face close to hers.
Crave truly looked miserable, and she just wanted to know what made him like this. The Duchess suddenly thought that Crave's face, so close to hers now, was no different from Cassian's face last night. But this time she felt no tremor, no shame, nor any embarrassment. She pushed him away, coldly saying, "At least you should wipe away the sleep from your eyes." Crave was confused. "But I've already washed my face." She sat down, sighing as she thought that Crave was not really the man for her, but more like a younger brother, and it was completely natural and reasonable that she felt no emotions for him. Suddenly Cassian approached, saying that he had finally found his wife. Arnie immediately stood up to greet him, and the Duke introduced the person beside him as his personal knight, Sir Raz Charles, adding that he had come today to offer a formal apology. Raz Charles bowed, asking the Duchess to forgive his disrespect yesterday. She calmly replied that there had been an urgent matter last night, and they could let it go. Cassian then asked if Arnie was bothered by what happened last night. She blushed, wondering if he was referring to that kiss. The Duchess almost shouted that everything was fine, though in truth she still felt a little flustered, which made her husband smile faintly. The Duke, with a faint smile, merely wanted to mention that Crave had performed his duty very well yesterday. Immediately, Crave loudly confirmed, "Yes, I am ready to sacrifice my life for my master." As for Arnie, she covered her face, despairingly realizing that she had misunderstood everything once again.
Cassian continued, saying that this morning the assassin's body had disappeared, and he still didn't know why. Arnie looked at her husband, full of questions, wondering what he was implying. The Duke continued, stating that the team of experts had examined the room where the attacker had stayed and found traces of a strange magical energy. Cassian believed the Emperor wouldn't be reckless enough to personally assassinate his wife, but since someone still dared to do so, he decided measures must be taken to prevent it from happening again. Arnie listened to her husband, her face paling with surprise, as he announced he had ordered Sir Rashawis to take charge of her protection. She quickly waved her hand, saying that it was important for him to think of his own safety first. Crave immediately interjected, pointing to himself and winking. "Just let me protect the Duchess." The Duke thought to himself, is he so confident because he is a swordmaster? He nodded, then said that this time he would continue to entrust his wife to Crave's care. Arnie breathed a sigh of relief. Cassian said that due to work, he would have to leave home more often than usual in the coming period. In his absence, a special person would assist her. A young man whom Arnie had previously thought was a servant stepped forward, bowed to her, and introduced himself as Count Jody Romano, then smiled and said she could just call him by his first name. Arnie replied in a friendly tone, saying she was pleased to meet him. Jody bowed politely, but wondered inwardly why the Duke had chosen him to take care of the Duchess when he was already swamped with other work.
But then he noticed Cassian's gaze, a gaze that clearly wanted to see more respect from him towards his wife, which made him momentarily flustered. So he immediately added, his voice full of sincerity, that he was truly honored to meet the lady, then bowed to her several times. The Duke smiled faintly, saying it was time for him to leave and that everyone could continue the tea party. As they walked a short distance, Cassian heard Crave quietly ask Arnie if he had done well. When all three had left, Cassian turned back and said that everyone could now continue with the tasks he had assigned. Rashalis bowed to the Duke, saying he was ready to carry out the orders. At the same time, at the Imperial Palace, where the sky was covered with dark clouds, Emperor Grop was in an extremely foul mood. He stood by his desk, angrily yelling at the servants for reporting that the Duchess was still safe and sound.
The Emperor roared, asking if it was truly that difficult to deal with one girl. Then gritting his teeth, he added, "They bypassed the guards, infiltrated the bedroom, and still couldn't eliminate her?" His rage flared, his finger pointing directly at his subordinates, ordering them to attack again, and this time, get it done. A servant quickly interjected, trembling as he reported that security at Cassian's mansion had been tripled, which made the king slam his fist on the table, shaking with fury. Giuseppe glared at him, asking harshly, "Are you suggesting we give up?" The servant tried to endure the wrath, then stated firmly that he had no such intention. The emperor frowned, impatiently asking, "So, do you have a plan?" He whispered the plan into the king's ear, then cautiously asked if His Majesty was satisfied with the proposal. Giuseppe immediately sprang up, placing both hands on the shoulders of his subordinate, Samuel, his voice filled with excitement. "I knew it. I always believed in you." Samuel closed his eyes, calmly enduring the emperor's loud laughter in sudden joy at his idea. A few days prior, Cassian had ordered his knights to act discreetly and secretly protect his wife from a distance. Arnie and Crave were, as usual, spending the afternoon in the garden. Rashalis secretly observed both of them from behind the wall. Crave sensed something unusual, but Nevermore was yelling, ordering him to properly clean his sword.
But the young man seemed not to care what the sword said. He looked up towards the corner where he had just seen a fleeting shadow. Rashalis gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that he was almost discovered. This red-haired Crave truly had eyes as sharp as an owl's. Hearing footsteps, the knight turned his head to look again. A servant was approaching the Duchess and Crave to report something, and Rashalis was astonished by what he heard. At the same time, Jody brought news to the Grand Duke that an invitation to the evening banquet had arrived from the Imperial Palace. Cassian asked in surprise, "From the palace?" Jody handed him a black envelope with a gold trim, and the Duke immediately said that this could very well be a trap. Cassian opened the letter and read its contents, while Count Jody excitedly declared that it was definitely a trap, which made the Duke chuckle softly. He pondered for a moment, then Jody immediately asked, "What do you intend to do, Your Grace?" The Duke rubbed his chin, his finger lightly tracing his jawline as he continued to read the words in the letter, then softly replied, "I don't know yet." Jody cautiously suggested waiting for another occasion, because otherwise, while Cassian was planning to catch a dragon, he might inadvertently walk straight into its lair. The conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. A voice announced that Sir Rashalis had arrived. Rashalis reported that earlier today, an assassin had infiltrated the palace disguised as a servant, and Crave had dealt with him.
JD excitedly clenched his fists, a smile spreading across his face. He truly was an amazing man. He had also been the one to protect the Duchess from that attack previously. Rashalis confirmed that the red-haired knight was indeed very skilled, but his sword was extremely peculiar. Cassian propped his chin on his hands, intently asking more about the weapon. Rashalis replied that Crave sometimes spoke to the sword, and it seemed to have a will of its own. It might even be the legendary dragon-slaying sword, Leviton. Upon hearing that, the Duke grew pensive. He recalled what he had heard about the weapon, the legendary Leviton, capable of piercing the hearts of dragons and draining their life force. It was a sacred sword reserved only for the greatest warriors, true swordmasters. Cassian closed his eyes, connecting the pieces of information in his mind. All signs pointed to Crave, but a strange feeling still lingered, making him uneasy. It seemed as if something was still amiss. Rashalis's voice rang out, pulling the Duke from his thoughts.
Cassian looked up and asked softly, "Is there anything else you'd like to add to your report, Sir Knight?" Rashalis replied that those were just his personal observations, but in his opinion, the Duchess was quite strange. Cassian subtly raised an eyebrow, adjusted his posture, and asked, "What do you mean?" Rashalis explained that even when Knight Crave fought the dangerous assassin, she didn't tremble or even flinch. He recalled that it was the same last time. She maintained an unusually calm demeanor, even with the attacker's body lying right beside her. Rashalis cautiously asked, "How can she remain so composed when her life is being threatened?"
Meanwhile, the Duke quietly listened to every word the knight spoke, admitting to himself that he too sometimes found his wife's reactions unusual. He clasped his hands, rubbed his chin, his gaze pensive, lost in thought. At the same time, Marchioness Jenna was teaching the young Duchess etiquette, from how to bow and curtsy to how to walk in a waltz. Arnie glanced out the window and paused when she saw a familiar figure. She stopped her movements, realizing that Cassian was standing by the study window, watching her. When he saw her look back, he smiled faintly and gave a small wave. Arnie blushed slightly, then smiled back, unable to hide her joy at unexpectedly seeing him there. The Marchioness, seeing the scene, also smiled kindly, remarking that the young couple was truly harmonious.
She added that she had heard from the servants that the young lady had suffered much injustice and oppression from the Empress, and had therefore always been worried. But now, seeing her bright smile, she felt more at ease. Arnie secretly cursed the baseless rumors Nanny had spread about her, but still tried to appear confident, replying that indeed that time had been very difficult. Mrs. Jenna said that despite her weak health, Arnie was still a person of strong will. The Marquise smiled brightly, then seemed to gather her thoughts, deciding to speak about something more private. She said that she was still surprised that Cassian, though grown up, was still the same boy in her eyes, and now he had found such a wonderful wife. She added that the position beside the Duke was a special one that not every girl could shoulder, nor was everyone worthy of having it. Arnie looked at Mrs. Jenna, slightly confused, not fully understanding what she meant. The Marquise slowly explained that Cassian had lost his parents when he was young, and had never truly experienced familial affection. She softly said that almost no one had cared for him. He had grown up alone in the cold Ternugan castle. Even after he grew up, of course, he had servants and subordinates around him, but no one truly saw his real self.
Many even sought to approach him solely to contend for the power or assets belonging to the Duke. She said that they were merely drawn to Cassian's power and wealth, and no one had ever offered a sincere smile or waved to him with warm eyes like Lady Arn had just done. The lady gave a slight bow, causing the girl to blush in embarrassment, and then said, "That is precisely why the Duchess's position is special."
"Please just stay by Sir Cassian's side, just as you are doing now." Arn fell silent, looking at the woman with wide eyes, a gentle sadness suddenly welling up in her heart. She thought no one had ever spoken to her so sincerely and earnestly before. That evening, the girl stepped out onto the terrace alone and contacted her mother through a magic orb. As soon as Rosalia appeared in the dim light, she immediately asked what was wrong for her daughter to initiate contact today. Arn took a sip of tea, thinking about how there were only 2 months left until the divorce, but then she recalled someone's sincere plea, asking her to stay by Cassian's side. The mother looked at her daughter through the orb's light, worriedly noticing the unease on her face, then gently asked again, "What's wrong? You don't look at ease at all." The girl placed the teacup onto the saucer, the soft clink of porcelain echoing. She sighed, turned towards her mother, her eyes heavy, and asked, "Mother, can I really get a divorce?" Rosalia paused slightly, asking why her daughter suddenly brought this up. Arn replied that she was afraid people would spread rumors that she was returned like unwanted merchandise. The woman shook her head, gently saying that when she married her daughter off, she had never thought much about matters of affection.
Her only worry was that her daughter would be lonely her whole life. Arnie replied that she had never felt lonely, even without marrying. Rosalia smiled sadly, saying that time would pass and loved ones would gradually depart, and then you might truly feel lonely. She added that swordmasters have long lifespans, and that was precisely what worried her about her daughter's empty future. Arnie listened in silence, not saying a word. Her mother gently asked, "Do you understand now why I did what I did?" Arnie sighed, replying that her mother always worried too much, but Rosalia only chuckled softly. A mother has to take care of her daughter, doesn't she? Arnie blushed, embarrassed by the obvious concern, then softly said, "But mother, you're weaker than I am." Rosalia smiled and shook her head. "In this world, my child, people don't live by physical strength alone." She looked at her daughter for a long time, then gently said, "Do what your heart tells you." Arnie hugged the cup in her hands, letting out a soft breath upon hearing those words. She mumbled, "So, can I get a divorce right now and come home?" Rosalia immediately grew stern. No, a promise must be kept. Her mother yawned, said she wanted to rest, and told her to call back tomorrow. The light in the orb faded and then went out completely, even though Arnie still wanted to say something more. She bowed her head, thinking to herself that if she had stayed a little longer, perhaps something would have happened, and only then did she realize that perhaps because of Cassian, she had begun to waver, wanting to stay.
Hearing footsteps, she turned and saw her husband walking out. Cassian smiled, saying he had come to inform her about tomorrow's ball at the Imperial Palace. Arnie remained silent, thinking that his presence was as quiet and warm as the gentle moonlight cast upon a summer night.
The Duke gently called her name as she kept staring at him without saying a word. Suddenly, Arnie hugged him, resting her cheek against his firm chest, clearly feeling the steady beat of his heart. She gently pulled back, recalling the Marchioness's words, and suddenly understood that Cassian had grown up in such a world, which was why he had learned to live with such calmness and gentleness. The Duke, slightly flustered, asked if she truly liked his face so much that she kept staring at him without looking away. For the first time, Arnie frankly admitted that she found him incredibly captivating, then gave a slight smile.
Cassian froze in surprise, his cheeks flushed red, his eyes wide as she told him he was handsome. A few awkward seconds passed, and he chuckled softly, realizing he looked no different from a teenager who had just received a compliment. The next day, they returned to the royal palace for the ball. Cassian stepped out of the carriage first, offering his hand to help his wife alight. Arnie followed, a bright smile on her face. She looked stunning in a vibrant red dress, the color highlighting her eyes more than ever. Cassian, in a black formal suit paired with a red lining inside his cloak, quietly remarked that tonight's ball would surely cause a stir throughout the palace. Arnie's eyes widened, and she asked in surprise why that would be. The Duke merely smiled, seemingly thinking she would understand soon enough. In the magnificent hall, exquisitely decorated and filled with classical music, guests had already begun dancing and conversing. A gentleman turned to ask Count Sindrang, who was standing nearby, if he knew the reason for today's event. The nobleman replied that he had only received this unexpected invitation with no explanation whatsoever. Count Thessalaka, with a gloomy expression, overheard whispers around him that banquets like this were rarely held without reason. Finally, he spotted Cassian in the crowd and called him over. The Duke sighed, wearily saying they could discuss it after they returned home. But Thessalaka quickly waved his hand, insisting that he needed to know immediately. Cassian glanced back at Arnie. He didn't want to discuss important matters in front of his wife, but also couldn't let her out of his sight for safety reasons. Understanding this, Crave stepped forward, shielding her, and said that the Duke could rest assured and attend to his business, as he would protect the Duchess. Cassian let out a breath, nodded in agreement, and said that he trusted him with this task.
The scene caught the eye of Crown Prince Edward, who was standing on a high balcony, which was accessed by white stone steps. He smiled radiantly, his hands gripping the railing tightly, his gaze passionately following the girl he was deeply smitten with. My little bird, he thought, looks absolutely wonderful in that red dress, her eyes shining as brightly as rubies. Sensing his gaze, Arnie turned and looked up. Edward raised a hand and waved at her, then hurried down the stairs. She frowned slightly, wondering what trick he was up to now. Crave also saw the Crown Prince, immediately frowning, not understanding why the other person was so joyful. Seeing Edward wave more enthusiastically, the knight quietly asked, "Is that the ridiculous Crown Prince?" When Arnie nodded in confirmation, Crave just mumbled, "He looks so stiff, yet he also seems quite normal, doesn't he?" The girl spun around and walked quickly in the opposite direction, leaving her knight stunned and confused. Arnie secretly thought that she should have been able to meet the Emperor today, but neither he nor the Empress appeared. She continued walking, wondering if that woman had been punished for the incident that day. Then she stopped, seeing Cassian talking with Thessalaka. Crave caught up with her, asking if she had any plans for today. The girl softly replied that today seemed different from usual. She said that something was haunting her, and Crave curiously asked what it was. Arnie replied that she wanted to know a few more things about someone. Crave immediately said, "Then just go ask directly," but she mumbled that she wasn't sure she could remain calm, because if she knew what she wanted to know, she might only think about that person forever. She clenched her fingers and exhaled, confessing that there was something else bothering her. Crave followed her gaze, still not understanding who she was talking about. Arnie sighed softly, her gaze still fixed on the Duke, who was talking with the Count. She continued looking at him, her voice softening. I'm not even sure if I truly want to know more about him." Realizing she had spoken out of turn, she quickly exhaled, telling Crave to forget everything, because she herself didn't understand why she had thought of it. The knight's mouth fell open, looking at her as if he had just witnessed something earth-shattering. Arnie calmly asked, "What's with that expression?"
Crave said sternly, "Commander, tell me the truth. Are you really not yourself right now? Someone has taken over your body, haven't they? Because you could never say such things." He spoke rapidly, his voice almost a shout. Have you truly fallen in love with that man?" Arn flinched, indignantly asking what he was talking about. Crave raised his voice again. "No, my commander isn't like that." She immediately shushed him, her face stern. "Who do you think I am?" But the more Crave spoke, the more erratic he became, and he started to ramble. "Arn is a human born to live, who will live, and when the time comes, will lie down and die. That is the real Arn."
She retorted coldly, "Has it been too long since you were last beaten?" Crave lowered his gaze, retorting that his commander had once belonged to the Golden Dragon Knights. The knight continued, his voice sincere, "From the day you saved my life in battle 10 years ago, you have been a hero in my heart. Since that day, I have always respected you as a true knight and sworn to follow you to the end." He bowed his head slightly, his voice choked. "Just the thought that the commander who once stormed through battlefields will no longer be here makes me unbearably sad." At the same time, Crown Prince Edward stood high above, frowning down at them. The heir thought furiously, "Who is this wretch loitering around my little bird?" Then decided he must be eliminated immediately. He strode down the stairs, his heart filled with the intention of getting rid of the stranger as far away as possible. But the Crown Prince paused when he saw two people standing and talking, blocking the way. He overheard snippets of a conversation between the head butler and a clerk. The clerk said that for the plan to proceed, the red-haired knight needed to be dealt with. He asked if there was anyone suitable for the task, while the head butler awkwardly replied that he didn't know who to recommend. Suddenly, Crown Prince Edward interrupted, loudly declaring that he was willing to help, even though he didn't know the plan, but that the red-haired knight absolutely had to disappear from here as soon as possible. A moment later, Edward appeared, turning to the Duchess and saying sweetly, "My little bird is truly beautiful today." Then he asked what they were talking about. Crave bowed slightly to greet the prince, but Edward waved him off, saying there was no need for formalities, as he had an urgent message. Crave looked up, surprised, and asked if it truly concerned him. Edward said he didn't know the reason, only that the head butler was looking for him. Crave frowned, but Arnie just sighed softly and told him to go see the head butler. Edward stood right beside her, smiling brightly.
Crave looked at the scene, unable to believe this crown prince was behaving so crazily in front of his commander. Immediately, the knight understood. He just wanted to send him away to have an easier time bothering Arnie. Therefore, he bowed, smiled politely, and said that if that was the case, the crown prince should accompany him, because he didn't know where the head butler was. Edward secretly gritted his teeth, mentally calling him a red-haired brat and glaring at him with resentment.
Crave patted the Crown Prince's back, flashed a bright smile, then pulled him away so quickly that Edward hadn't even realized what was happening. As for Arne, she turned to look at her husband, letting out a soft, sad sigh, thinking that he seemed busy with something again. She lowered her head, silently realizing that at the previous banquet, when she had been left alone, she hadn't felt this empty. Her train of thought was interrupted when a girl approached from behind, smiling and saying that she finally got to meet the Duchess in person. Arne looked at the stranger in front of her, a girl with wheat-colored hair, and asked who she was. The girl politely replied that she was the daughter of Count Phrygia, and nervously added that she feared she might be committing a faux pas. She continued to shower Arne with a series of compliments and sweet pleasantries, saying that she had long hoped to converse with her. The girl said that it must be fate that brought them together, then cheerfully waved to call a servant. When the servant brought 2 glasses of red wine, she took them, then asked with curiosity, "I heard the Duchess comes from the Western Empire. Is that true?" Saying so, she smiled and handed Arne a glass. The 2 clinked glasses, and the strange girl spoke up, asking if people there really ate golden apples. Arne smiled and replied that golden apples were just a name for a type of yellow apple. While the stranger continued to chatter animatedly, the Duchess subtly frowned, looking into her wineglass and noticing that the liquid seemed unusually thick. The young girl still smiled brightly, saying that the wine was delicious, then asked Arne if she intended to drink it. The Duchess replied naturally, "Of course, I'll try a little."
She then brought the wineglass to her lips. A few minutes later, Arne gently raised a hand to her forehead, muttering, "This wine, it seems to be making me a little dizzy." She placed the glass back on the tray, leaning against the servant who was approaching from behind, her legs beginning to wobble. The servant smiled, gently steadying the Duchess by her shoulders, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. The mysterious girl also smiled faintly, as the plan to abduct the Duchess had succeeded as easily as they had anticipated. At the same time, Edward and Crave were silently walking down the wide corridor, each lost in their own thoughts. The prince then stopped before a large door, stating that the butler was inside. Crave smiled brightly in thanks, while Edward, still seething with annoyance at being disturbed, immediately departed. Crave entered the office, finding the supposed butler greeting him. Just as he was about to speak, a masked assailant suddenly lunged from behind the door, swinging a sneak attack. Crave spun around instantly, everything seeming to slow down before his eyes. With an immediate reflex, the knight sprang backward, narrowly avoiding a blow that could have severely injured him. Crave thrust his knee upward, striking the assailant's chin with all his might and fury, growling, "Who are you?" He grabbed the assailant by the collar, lifted him clear off the ground, and turned to the butler, saying, "A stranger just burst in here." Still holding him firmly, Crave frowned and pressed, "Do you know who he is?" The other man stood frozen, mouth agape, only managing a few weak gasps.
Then he screamed that he knew nothing at all and turned and ran so fast that Crave could only stand and watch, stunned, not understanding what was happening. The knight laid the assassin on the floor, checked him thoroughly, and realized he was unarmed. He didn't understand why this man had intended to attack him so vilely, trying to recall if he had ever offended anyone. Suddenly a thought flashed. The real target wasn't him, but his commander. Without hesitation, Crave sprang up,
rushed out of the corridor and ran straight to the balcony overlooking the entire Great Hall. He frantically scanned the area, but couldn't find Arn anywhere. At the same time, the emperor was giving orders to his courtiers, instructing them to prevent the empress from attending the ball. Then he asked, "What about the duchess?" The servant bowed his head, trembling as he replied, "Your Majesty, please wait a moment," as he braced himself for the king's impending wrath. Their conversation was interrupted by the waiter, who had served the duchess the poisoned wine. He burst into the office, breathlessly calling out to His Majesty. He said that the plan to poison Duchess Arnie had succeeded. The emperor smiled brightly, saying that everything had gone so easily, simpler than he had imagined. When the servant cautiously asked if they should kill her immediately, the monarch merely curled his lips and said that there was no need yet. She might still be useful. He thought to himself that he would return to the Great Hall immediately to personally witness the pained expression of that unfortunate Duke Cassian. Meanwhile, Cassian no longer had the presence of mind to pay attention to the conversation around him. He only thought about Arnie's gaze before he left. He clearly remembered that ever since they entered the Great Hall, Edward had always stared at her intently. He must have done something just as he left. Cassian felt uneasy when the knight stood close to his wife, and she looked even more anxious whenever she was with him. He recalled the moment their eyes met, and she immediately turned away, looking as if she only wanted to run away.
Cassian wondered what she was thinking at that moment, then guessed she might be recalling the night they had kissed. He gently stroked his chin, thinking perhaps he had been too hasty that day. The Duke couldn't calm himself. An indescribable unease welled up within him. Gertie broke his train of thought with a trembling voice, reporting that something was amiss. Cassian froze when he heard him say the Duchess had disappeared. He immediately asked where Sir Crave was, the one entrusted with protecting his wife. The young man stammered, about to answer, but was cut off moments later by the sound of trumpets, signaling the Emperor's arrival. His Majesty entered the Great Hall in ceremonial attire, followed by a large retinue. Cassian turned around, maintaining the frown on his face. The Emperor stopped directly in front of him, smiling brightly, thanking everyone for attending today's ceremony and expressing hope that they had enjoyed the banquet. Then he feigned a glance at his nephew, still beaming as if nothing was amiss. "Isn't this Cassian, whom I haven't seen in ages?" he said, his bright smile unwavering. The Duke bowed respectfully, replying that indeed they hadn't met in a long time, because His Majesty had not summoned him. The Emperor sneered, saying he was too busy and couldn't help it. With a foxy, cunning smile, Cassian asked his nephew, "So where is your wife? I wish to personally confirm your marriage." Cassian offered a faint smile, his heart filled with confusion, unsure how to respond, only trying to open his mouth to salvage the situation. The Emperor watched the scene with amusement, awaiting the Duke's collapse. However, everyone was taken by surprise when Arnie appeared like a goddess. She bowed and apologized to His Majesty for her tardiness.
The two men both turned to look at her, their faces equally surprised by this appearance. 20 minutes earlier, Arna had immediately noticed her wineglass had an unusual smell and color, and thus she immediately suspected it was poisoned. She thought that if she wanted to catch the dragon, she had to step into its lair herself. Therefore, she only pretended to drink the wine and then feigned illness. The man posing as a waiter asked suspiciously, "Why is she so weak after drinking just a little?" The Countess of Phrygia's daughter merely smiled, replying that perhaps this type of poison affected different people differently. The masked men, identical to those who had attacked the palace earlier, then said they would take care of the rest. Immediately after, Arna was escorted away by two masked men. They dragged her to a sofa, forcing her to sit down. One of the two muttered that there was no benefit in letting her die like this. Just then, Arna's eyes, full of rage, snapped open and stared directly at the assassin. She swung her arm, striking his helmet hard, producing a deafening clang. One man collapsed, while the second stared wide-eyed at Arne, who was calmly rubbing her sore wrist. Arne slowly, even gracefully, stood up, still rubbing her wrist, and advanced towards him. She smiled, her eyes cold, at his terrified expression.
The man raised his sword and shouted, "Don't come any closer!" She calmly ordered, "Lower your weapon, and then tell me who sent you." The mercenary sneered and retorted, "Do you think I'll talk that easily?" The Duchess curled her lip and replied softly, "Then let's see if you'll still be so defiant when I start breaking every joint in your body." He panicked, swinging his sword wildly in fear at the calm yet terrifying demeanor of the woman whom he had thought was weak and fragile. Arn gracefully leaned back to dodge the blow, moving with the grace of a dancer. She delivered a clean blow to his neck, clearly hearing the gurgling gasp in his throat.
As he collapsed, the Duchess placed her heel on him, pressing down hard, and said coldly, "Stop pretending. I hit you hard, but not hard enough to knock you out." The assassin screamed in pain, then blurted out, "It was all by the Emperor's command." Arne paused, her voice serious. "You mean the Emperor of the Northern Empire?" She suddenly realized that all previous assassination attempts had been orchestrated by Giuseppe. She sighed softly, her voice deep and cold. "Very well, I'll deal with his henchmen first." She softly called Nevermore's name, and the sword appeared, receiving the command to end them all. And now Arnie stood calmly before the emperor, bowed, smiled gently, and introduced herself. The emperor, his voice trembling and full of awkwardness, said he was delighted to meet her and welcomed her to the Northern Empire. Arnie smiled her thanks, but inwardly she couldn't stop wondering, why does he hate me so much? Why does he want me dead? Meanwhile, the emperor, standing before her, tried to maintain his composure, though he was clearly trembling with shock. He gritted his teeth, his hands slightly shaking, thinking about how he had been informed that she had been poisoned, yet here she stood perfectly healthy. Now he was certain that those subordinates were completely untrustworthy. As for Cassian, he was still trying to understand what had just happened, but he had managed to notice Giuseppe's reaction, an emotion he couldn't hide. The sight made him smile brightly, because it was clear that the emperor's plan had completely failed.
Cassian said he sincerely thanked His Majesty for the wedding congratulations. The emperor gritted his teeth, immediately understanding the hidden meaning in those words, then hastily mumbled that this marriage was an alliance between two empires, wishing the young couple 100 years of happiness before turning and leaving. The guests who witnessed this all smiled brightly, because the emperor had just publicly approved the marriage between Duke Ternugin Cassian and Duchess Arnie. But while everyone was still rejoicing, the emperor angrily departed, having just heard someone among the high-ranking nobility remarked that the young couple were now officially husband and wife, recognized by both nations. Arnie softly called Cassian, a gentle smile gracing her lips, while he frowned, unable to understand how she had managed to turn the tables and escape that scheme. He replied, turning to look at her, still unable to comprehend how she had escaped the emperor's clutches. Arnie smiled, softly asking if she had done well. That smile only deepened Cassian's confusion. He looked down, sensing an inexplicable awkwardness and a vague silence drifting between them. Arnie stopped smiling, gently asking if something was wrong. Then she sighed, her eyes searching for Crave, while her husband thought she looked completely different from the Arnie he once knew.
The Duke took her by the elbow, still trying to fight the tangled emotions within him. He wanted to ask everything that was weighing on his mind, but he couldn't utter a word. Arnie looked at him, her eyes lost, her gaze so innocent and vulnerable that it made him lose all courage, only able to whisper, "It's nothing." Cassian's blue eyes gleamed with sadness mixed with doubt, but he still bowed his head, trying to hide it all. Despite all the turmoil of the previous day, the sun still rose over the Turnican domain, painting the deep blue domes of the towers and manor golden. Cassian rested his chin on his hand, asking Jotty what Sir Crave had done at the banquet that day. The young count brought the report closer and read aloud that, according to the knight, he had gone with Crown Prince Edward to meet the steward, but in the office he was attacked by a stranger whom he quickly subdued. The Duke frowned even more, realizing that at the time of the theft, Arnie was alone and she had dealt with the criminals herself. Cassian stood up abruptly, startling Jotty, then walked towards the window. He looked out at the garden where Arnie and Crave were having tea as usual. His wife looked pensive, not smiling at all, just silently gazing at the teacup in her hand, sometimes gently tightening her grip. Cassian was lost in confusion, filled with unspoken conjectures. He gently touched the window frame, his brows furrowed. At the same time, the Duchess was recounting to her knight what had happened during the kidnapping.
Crave reacted too loudly, his voice full of anger, claiming that those who tried to assassinate her must have been acting on the emperor's orders. Arnie brought the teacup to her lips and softly replied, "It's very possible that he is behind everything." The Duchess instructed Crave to keep everything secret, as she had no proof, only the mercenary's word. Crave agreed, but still looked puzzled, asking why the emperor would want to kill her. She just shook her head, saying that she had absolutely no idea. The knight frowned slightly, wondering how such a careless person could have captivated the Duke so much. Afterwards, he asked if she had killed the attackers. Arnie replied that she had spared their lives, but had placed an enchantment upon them. Crave's eyes widened, and he curiously asked what the spell was, hearing her say that if those mercenaries dared to reveal the secret, they would suffer terrible pain. Hearing this, the knight praised her, but Arna quietly remarked that the emperor certainly wouldn't let this matter rest. Sipping her tea, she calmly asked Crave what he had been doing at the time. He picked up the Nevermore blade, examined the scratches on its surface, then explained that he had followed the crown prince to meet the head butler, but was unexpectedly attacked by an assassin. She frowned, her voice tinged with skepticism, saying that he had been gone too long, making her think he had been captured. The young man chuckled, saying it was just because he was late, then wondered if he should tell her that he had met their mutual friend yesterday. That day he briefly saw one of the knights from the Golden Dragon Order, but everything happened too quickly for him to be certain. In truth, Crave was trying to convince himself it was just an illusion, though deep down he knew he had seen Ergen, even chased after him, but ultimately let him disappear. Just as he was about to continue, a voice called out. Nanny rushed into the garden, panting as she said that Arna had just received a great many invitations.
The girl frowned at the nanny, asking what all these new things were. Nanny replied that after what happened yesterday, rumors had spread, and many ladies wanted to invite the Duchess to various parties and events. Arnie nodded, then turned to Crave, asking what he had been about to say. The knight smiled, replying that he would tell her next time, because the story was not boring at all. She stood up, walked towards Nanny, saying that she would wait to hear his story later. Arnie gasped, almost speechless, as Nanny led her to the inner room.
She shrieked, asking what it was, her eyes still fixed on the mountain of letters and envelopes piled high on the table. Lady Jenna explained that they were all invitations sent to the Duchess. One maid exclaimed that it was their turn to choose now, while another said they couldn't let their precious young lady go to just any obscure place. The housekeeper mate firmly stated that they would personally select the most suitable events for her. One maid pulled a large envelope from the stack of letters, saying that the ball at the Count's mansion was an unmissable event because the entire upper class would be there. Another said that the art evening and the horseback riding event should also absolutely not be missed, and then the group began discussing whether the dates overlapped. Arnie watched everything unfolding with little interest.
She thought that even if she could choose the best event, she still wouldn't be able to attend all of them. Suddenly, the Marchioness raised her hand, drawing everyone's attention, and asked if the Duchess could personally host the upcoming reception. She sat up straight, surprised, and asked if she had heard correctly. The woman smiled and replied that she had heard correctly, then asked, "My lady, have you ever had experience organizing parties of this kind?" Arn shook her head. "No, never." The Marchioness nodded, suggesting that a gentle afternoon tea would be a good start. Nanny immediately rushed over, took the Marchioness's hand, and joyfully exclaimed that it was a wonderful idea. Jenna chuckled softly, saying she considered afternoon tea a good opportunity to meet lovely people, and perhaps the Duchess would gain more friends to talk and confide in. Arn secretly thought that from childhood to adulthood, she had only known how to wield the sword in practice, so she had never had a true friend. That unfamiliar feeling made her heart flutter slightly. She quickly coughed lightly into her fist to hide her embarrassment and nodded in agreement. The Marchioness then asked, "Why not try organizing an afternoon tea in the style of the Western Empire?" Arn was a little surprised, but Lady Jenna explained that it was the young lady's homeland, and the ladies here were very fond of Western culture. She also said she would introduce her to a reputable merchants' guild, where nobles often shopped, and which offered many goods imported directly from the Western Empire. Then the Marchioness gently asked, "Duchess, would you mind if I invited them?" Arn, overwhelmed by the flurry of suggestions, simply replied softly, "No, I wouldn't mind." A servant then reported that the head of that merchants' guild had personally arrived at the estate.
The Marchioness was surprised. It was usually difficult to meet him, yet his attitude towards the Duchess spoke volumes. Arnie chuckled softly, not understanding why everyone was so excited. Just then, a man with black hair and bright green eyes entered, bowed and greeted, "Duchess, it is an honor to meet you." He then introduced himself. "I am Ergen, the head of the Western Imperial Trade Guild."
Arnie forced a smile, replying with a hint of sarcasm. How astonishing. In her heart, she thought he must have received that title after the war with the Eastern Kingdom ended. She suddenly remembered Crave's appearance.
Then Ergen made his appearance. She could only secretly pray that the entire Knight Order wouldn't show up here as well. She was utterly exhausted. Ergen gestured towards a trolley that a servant had just brought in, laden with exquisite porcelain. He smiled and said, "My lady, what do you think of this Western-style tea set? It's the work of a renowned master from the Western Empire." Each piece of the jade blue tea set bore the artisan's touch, making the Marchioness unable to hide her admiration. How truly luxurious! Ergen smiled and replied softly, "Even in the Western Empire, finding a treasure like this is no easy feat." After the nanny admired it and exclaimed over its beauty, the Marchioness then asked if the Duchess would appreciate such elegance. Arne, who had just recovered from her daze, immediately replied that she liked it very much too. Noticing her expression, the Marchioness told her that if she had any reservations, she should just speak up. But Arne only thought to herself that the problem was her former subordinate had suddenly become a merchant and appeared here so unexpectedly. The nanny quickly stepped in front of her mistress and explained that the Duchess had been awake all night, which was why she was tired. The Marchioness immediately apologized, saying she had kept her too long. The Marchioness then suggested they conclude for the day. When everyone else left, Arne was left alone with Ergen. The young man bowed his head, gave a mischievous smile, and announced it was time for him to leave. But the Duchess crossed her arms over her chest and ordered him to stop. She frowned, saying they needed to talk. Ergen placed a hand on his chest, saying in a half-joking, half-serious manner that no matter how charming he was, she shouldn't behave like that in front of others. The maids giggled, whispering to each other that the merchant was indeed very captivating. Arne waved her hand, telling him that if he kept talking nonsense like that, she would buy from someone else. But Ergen merely bowed and said he would give the Duchess a discount. Later, in Arne's room, her former subordinates, who had somehow appeared there, stood before her. She asked the black-haired young man if he had left the Knight Order, and he nodded slightly, smiling. Crave joyfully exclaimed that both of them had done so. Then the two held hands like children.
Arne rubbed her forehead, unable to believe that 2 of the 3 greatest knights of the Golden Dragon Knight Order had appeared in the Northern Empire.
Number 1 is the always jovial, red-haired old man, Crave Rules. Number 2 is the handsome, black-haired merchant, Ergen Rowan Whalen, who was once the team's brave vice-captain. And the third person will surely appear in due time. Arnie crossed her arms, thinking that if she listed all the knights' names, they would probably all gather here. She stood up and said that Ergen's departure from the Knight Squad was forgivable, but his reason for coming to the Northern Empire was much more puzzling. Ergen calmly replied that his father had always wanted to be a merchant. He was the owner of a merchant guild connecting the Northern and Western Empires, and Ergen had promised to fulfill that dream. Therefore, he was put in charge of an entire branch in the north.
The young man added that because they knew his capabilities well, he was very skilled in commerce. Arnie maintained her cold demeanor, saying that she didn't believe he was here just to fulfill his father's last wish and that he'd better tell her the truth. Ergen then asked again, his voice dropping slightly. Then, Commander, what other reason do you think I could have for being here? Ergen's face hardened, he lifted his head and answered himself. Of course, I came only for you, Commander. The Duchess recoiled in surprise, unable to believe what she had just heard. She pointed at him, saying that if he truly came for her, a mere visit would suffice. There was no need to get involved in trade matters. Ergen smiled calmly, replying that he knew that foolish redhead would immediately seek out the commander. He added that both of them couldn't simultaneously cause trouble for her, which made Crave feign innocence, asking what kind of trouble Ergen was referring to. Arnie frowned, asking what his lengthy remarks ultimately meant. Ergen explained that he was smarter, so he had gone to the place where she was sure to appear, because she was married, which meant she would definitely come for the marriage confirmation ceremony. Crave cheerfully interjected that that was why the black-haired man was present in the Imperial Palace at the time. Ergen continued that they had even made eye contact, but his old acquaintance hadn't recognized him, and he even found her bewildered expression amusing. Arnie snapped out of her thoughts, glancing at Crave with dissatisfaction, asking why he had seen Ergen but said nothing to her. The red-haired knight scratched his head, saying that he had intended to tell her, but had missed the opportune moment.
Arne sighed in frustration, saying she understood but still wanted to know why Ergen had suddenly chosen to become a merchant and asked him not to give any silly reasons. Ergen gave an innocent smile, spread his hands, and shrugged. He leaned closer to her, saying that he first needed to establish himself in the capital before he could be of help to her. Arne asked again, her voice turning cold. Help? How? Ergen looked at her with bright green eyes, continuing to explain that the nobility was essentially a battlefield of information, and since neither he nor Crave were good at such things, he had to step in to help. The Duchess said that it sounded commendable, but asked again why he had to do it. Ergen replied that he did it so she couldn't discard him. Arne looked at him in bewilderment, not truly understanding what he meant. She secretly thought that things were going too far, and now she couldn't possibly confess that she was planning to divorce in 2 months. She sighed softly, saying that she hoped not all the knights of the Golden Dragon Order had left. Ergen let out a strained laugh, saying that they had all submitted their resignations, but were probably being held back by force. Arne asked why that was. Ergen explained that if the whole group were to head to the Northern Empire, it would cause her more trouble, so he had taken care of it beforehand.
Arnie frowned, asking what he meant, and Ergen replied that he had told the Emperor everything. He added that they had probably been recaptured before they could escape, then laughed cheerfully. Suddenly, Ergen's expression changed. He began to recount a ball at the Imperial Palace that he had once attended. He said that he had leveraged every connection to get in there just to see her. He remarked that it was fascinating to witness her teach Emperor Giuseppe a lesson, then concluded, his voice dropping slightly. My commander has changed for the much better. She is now even more rational than before. Arnie warned him that he was asking for trouble, then added that if he was done, he could return to the Western Empire. Ergen said that he really should go back, which made Arnie let out a small sigh of relief, saying that it was a good thing he hadn't completely lost his mind yet. The black-haired young man gently stroked his chin, saying that he would only return if she came with him. Arnie angrily asked what nonsense he was spouting. It's understandable for the beautiful, strong, and charismatic female lead to have many fanboys, but it's exhausting when it reaches the level of these 2 generals. Ergen smiled, saying that she wasn't planning to stay in this place forever anyway, so he considered this a short vacation.
Crave turned to the commander, confused, asking if Ergen's words were true. She replied that she didn't know yet, still thinking. The black-haired man smirked, looking full of confidence, while Arnie looked at him with annoyance. He raised both hands, telling her to take her time thinking, as there was still time. Finally, Ergen asked if she intended to buy all the goods, then presented a paper, asking her to sign it. At the same time, in the Duke's office, Jati suggested that he should directly ask the Duchess about what had happened that day. Cassian sighed heavily, closing his eyes, because contrary to that, he only wanted to avoid thinking about that conversation.
The Duke left his office, walked along the corridor, and then heard voices echoing from downstairs. He stopped, looking down to where his wife was standing, next to Sister Crave and a strange man. The black-haired man smiled, standing too close to the Duchess.
Cassian frowned, trying to remember if he had ever met that person, but he couldn't at all. A simmering wave of jealousy and anger rose within him as he saw the man looking at Arn with an unsettlingly tender gaze that didn't waver. Ergen promised the girl that he would visit frequently. Arn crossed her arms, frowning as she said there was no need for him to visit her. The black-haired young man immediately asked back, his voice full of teasing, if she was saying that because her heart beat faster every time she saw him. Arn stepped forward, her voice threatening, asking if he wanted to die, while Ergen chuckled softly, stepping aside. By then, Cassian had approached, looking at the strange guest with extreme displeasure. Ergen turned back, saying that he was leaving, and Arn immediately told him to hurry up and go. He turned his head back, throwing the Grand Duke a challenging smile. Ergen walked out the door, and Arn slammed it shut, muttering that her head was spinning. The Duke softly called her name, making Arn startle and turn around when she heard his voice. Cassian had originally intended to immediately ask about what had happened in the palace that day, but his mind was completely preoccupied with something else as he gently pulled her waist closer. He leaned down, his voice low. Who was the man who just left? Arn, flustered, raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, just a merchant. Cassian asked again, and the girl quickly confirmed her answer, her mind only thinking that the distance between her and the Duke was truly too close. Crave, who was still standing nearby, suddenly interjected, suggesting that the two should step back and continue their conversation elsewhere.
Cassian seemed to snap awake, letting out a soft breath. His eyes brightened, and the fleeting coldness that had momentarily appeared gradually vanished. He took a step back, softly apologizing to his wife for his earlier attitude, then explained that it was the first time he had seen her speaking so intimately with a stranger. The girl replied softly, her voice as faint as a breeze, saying she understood. Inside, she was still bewildered, having never seen Cassian like that before. He looked at her slightly melancholic face, asking if that merchant had done anything to anger her. She quickly raised both hands in a calming gesture, quickly reassuring him that wasn't the case. Arn cautiously turned back to look at him, realizing he looked unusual. She murmured that he should be busy working at this hour, and the Duke nodded slightly, replying that yes, this was indeed his working time. She looked up, then hesitated slightly before asking why he was there. Cassian immediately softened upon hearing the hesitation in her voice. He gently touched her cheek with his hand, stroking her soft skin, then said that he had suddenly missed her. Arn froze, her eyes wide with surprise. The Duke smiled, his gaze never leaving her face, then asked if that made her blush. Arn felt her cheeks flush, softly whispering a confession that yes, she was a little embarrassed.
The more flustered she became by his low chuckle, she irritably snapped that he'd better get back to work immediately. The Duke merely smiled, saying that once his work was done, he would come to find her again. Crave, standing nearby, could only secretly envy them to the point where he felt a pang in his heart. Afterward, Cassian returned to his office, closed the door behind him, and let out a soft sigh. Jadi appeared delighted that the Duke had returned so quickly, his eyes shining brightly, full of eagerness. He immediately began the meeting, asking if Cassian had heard anything from the Duchess about the situation, to which the Duke simply replied, "Not yet." Jadi's mouth fell open, because just 10 minutes prior they had been discussing a plan of action. Cassian stated that they needed to find out for themselves what had happened in the palace, and first they should investigate the Emperor's inner circle, as something might be discovered there. He turned around, adding that besides that, there was something else that needed verification. He ordered an investigation into the merchant who had visited the mansion today, then a thorough review of all records pertaining to the Swordmaster Crave, and even his own wife, Lady Arn, investigating all of them meticulously. Meanwhile, at the Western Toll Trading Company, business was bustling more than ever. The unexpected appearance of the young nobleman had caused a sensation, for thanks to Ergen's extraordinary business acumen, the company, which had long been stagnant, suddenly soared to brilliant success.
For the first time since its establishment, their business truly began to flourish. An employee called out to the boss, intending to report on today's order, but Ergen raised a hand to stop him, saying that he was a bit tired today and needed to rest. In high spirits, the young man entered the office. He slumped into his chair, leaned back, clasped his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes. Thinking that Arnie hadn't changed at all, Ergen suddenly became pensive, and when he thought about her marriage, he couldn't believe it. His thoughts couldn't help but turn to Duke Ternugan of the Northern Empire.
The black-haired young man told himself that if he had known earlier that Arnie would become that man's wife, he would have married her long ago. He stood up, placing both hands on the table covered with gold coins and small chests. Looking out the window, Ergen thought his commander deserved a better husband than that. He gently stroked his chin, secretly thinking that Duke Ternugan was completely unsuitable to be Arnie's husband. That person should be me. Ha ha ha.
The next day, the Marchioness told the Duchess that if she regularly attended tea parties, it would greatly benefit their other activities. Arnie sighed softly, annoyed, thinking that this was the real reason she had been dragged here. Suddenly, she heard the familiar voice of a black-haired young man who was standing amidst a circle of high society ladies. Ergen skillfully used his charm, telling the ladies that he could offer private consultations to each of them according to their exact wishes. He raised his hand, holding a small box with an intricately carved gold lid, and said that this was a very famous skin whitening cream in the Western Empire. He gently stroked his cheek, smiling as he said that the cream's effectiveness had been proven by his own fair skin. The ladies simultaneously shrieked with excitement, both admiring and captivated by the stranger's appearance and demeanor. Arnie and Crave stood nearby, hearing the ladies' cheers and wanting nothing more than to snatch the cream bottle from their hands. Ergen smiled, saying that he would immediately prepare the goods according to each lady's request, but he needed an assistant.
And so he immediately pulled the red-haired knight away to do some carrying. A lady turned to invite the Duchess closer, while two young men on the other side were whispering and bickering. The girls told Arnie they were having tea, then led her to a beautifully decorated table and invited her to sit with them. Several people kindly poured tea for her and served pastries and various exquisite waffles. Arnie was a little confused, secretly thinking that the atmosphere of this gathering was very different from the last time. The Duchess enjoyed the waffles with delight, while they repeatedly asked if the pastries and tea were delicious. Arnie praised the pastries, saying they were incredibly delicious, while wondering why they were so concerned about it. On the table, exquisite plates were beautifully arranged, and the desserts looked incredibly appealing and unique. A young girl, with bright golden eyes and soft wheat-colored hair, said that she had prepared the finest dishes especially for the Duchess's visit. Another girl smiled gently, expressing her joy that the Duchess liked everything, while Arnie awkwardly agreed. Suddenly, from somewhere nearby echoed a gnashing of teeth and the growling of a fierce dog. Arnie turned around, clearly hearing the sound but not understanding what was happening. The young ladies screamed in fright, huddling together. A ferocious pit bull rushed out, barking loudly, its barks full of anger and aggression. It opened its mouth wide, full of fangs, foam and drool dripping from its sharp teeth. Arnie stared at the animal, not understanding how such a dog could appear in the middle of this peaceful gathering. One young lady trembled, collapsing beside the table, stammering to ask what they should do. Her eyes began to well up with tears, whispering that she was too scared to move.
The dog suddenly jumped up and lunged to attack. A girl managed to run away, while Arnie remained calm, standing still. The Duchess saw the other lady's frightened reaction, thought quickly, and acted immediately. She grabbed the empty plate on the table, aimed precisely, and threw it straight forward. The plate hit the mad dog's head hard, making a clatter that made it recoil, whimpering. Arnie maintained her calm demeanor, her gaze steady, believing that the throw was enough to stop the animal. However, contrary to her prediction, the dog shook its head, enduring the pain, then growled again, its eyes blazing with aggression, as if it only wanted to tear someone's throat out. Arnie was surprised to realize the beast was still too full of vigor, and its gaze carried a truly insane look. She thought she couldn't stand still any longer, then took a step forward. The Duchess widened her eyes, summoning her power to show the dog the image of the tiger within her, a sight only it could perceive. The animal immediately recognized the stronger opponent, yelped in fear, then flattened its ears, crouched down, its tail tucked tightly. Arnie ordered it to stay still, and the dog obediently sat down, following her command perfectly.
She let out a soft laugh, ordering it to stand up. It obeyed again, slowly rising. The other young lady stood frozen, astonished, unable to comprehend how the girl had made the fierce dog so docile. The Duchess turned to ask the young lady if she was all right. Still bewildered by everything, the girl replied that she was probably fine. Arnie smiled kindly, saying it was good, as if to reassure her. The young lady looked at the Duchess with eyes full of admiration, thinking to herself that the woman was truly extraordinary. The short-haired girl with pink hair beamed brightly, cheering and praising the Duchess for her courage and excellent skills. The three other ladies stood a short distance away, not understanding what was happening. Then their group leader spoke up, instructing them that what happened today must be kept an absolute secret. Ergen approached from somewhere, smiling as he asked why they were lingering around this spot on such a beautiful day. The red-haired girl stammered, forcing a laugh to brush off the question. Hearing this, Ergen remembered that this was Lady Rosanna, the closest friend of Lady Haley. Rosanna quickly urged her friends, saying they should return for tea, but inwardly she wondered who the man who had just approached them was. Unlike Rosanna, who held a low status among the nobility, she always hoped Haley would marry Cassian and become the Grand Duchess, so that she herself could achieve the highest status in aristocratic society.
A thunderclap in a clear sky, as the story of Duke Turnigan's marriage spread among the nobility. One young lady said that his fiancée was a princess from the Western Empire. Another stopped short, placing her teacup in its saucer, and hesitantly asked, "What about Lady Haley?" Consequently, the ladies of the Northern Empire quickly banded together. They gathered to mock the new Duchess and make her a laughingstock. However, soon after, they witnessed firsthand how Arnie conducted herself before Emperor Doanchang so skillfully that many of them even wanted to befriend her. At that point, Rosanna couldn't believe they could change so drastically. She was furious, stating that she could not accept what they had done, while Haley had not yet recovered from the shock and refused to leave her bed. The pink-haired girl coldly retorted that everyone had the right to associate with whomever they pleased. The other person immediately replied that Haley didn't need to cry over a married man. She should just forget about him. Rosanna gnashed her teeth in anger, glaring at them and saying that they had turned their backs so quickly. Therefore, at the tea party where the Duchess was present, Rosanna decided to unleash her hunting dog. But now she couldn't understand why the plan had failed, and could only order that the matter be kept strictly confidential, absolutely not to be leaked. Later, at Turnagain Manor, Butler Mate yelled furiously at the doctor. She asked if he was certain of his conclusion, and he confirmed that the Duchess was perfectly healthy. Erica cried out that it couldn't be true, demanding that he examine her again, but the doctor quickly defended himself, saying he had already checked very carefully. Crave stood next to Arnie, when a maid suddenly approached him, questioning how he could have let this happen while still by his master's side. The knight didn't know how to defend himself, only turning to look at Arnie, softly whispering for help. "Help me, please." Arnie crossed her arms over her chest, demanded silence from everyone, and then seriously stated that she had something very important to announce. She told everyone to listen carefully, then placed her hand on her chest and declared loudly that she was perfectly healthy and absolutely not a weak person. The maids stared at her, unable to hide their astonishment. She flexed her toned arm, boasting that she could run faster than them, climb trees, and carry heavy loads.
Erica could only exclaim that she had no words left to say. Mrs. Mate, her voice trembling, asked if the Duchess had been deceiving them all this time. Arne sighed, saying that if they felt betrayed, she didn't know what to do, but from now on she would no longer hide things from them. Erica took a deep breath and then suddenly screamed. She honestly said that no matter what, she still loved and cherished the Duchess very much. Arne's eyes widened as she looked at the maid, not expecting such a response after her confession. All the maids calmly accepted Arne's words, even explaining that it was better this way because the Duchess could protect herself. Arne secretly thought that perhaps they hadn't cared about the matter of strength or weakness from the very beginning. Heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway, and Cassian called out to his wife as he quickly approached. Hearing his voice, Arne turned around, smiling faintly, but before she could even call out her husband's name, the man had already embraced her tightly. He held her close in his arms, deeply inhaling the familiar scent of his beloved wife's hair. Arne froze in surprise, her chin resting lightly on his shoulder as he tightened his embrace even further. He whispered her name, his voice slightly trembling and full of tenderness, still not letting go. A moment later, Cassian gently pulled back, saying that he had heard about what happened, and then asked if she was all right. She awkwardly replied that she was fine. Cassian gently squeezed his wife's shoulder, saying that he knew she had shielded the lady from the hound, then quickly asked if she had sustained any injuries. Arne repeated that she was completely unharmed. Cassian's expression softened, and he said in a low voice that his wife should not take such risks again. Arne initially nodded in agreement, but then immediately realized that her husband still saw her as a delicate, frail lady.
She sighed, thinking that Erica and Matei must have spread rumors about her health. Then she lowered her head, deciding that she had to tell the truth. Arne let out a soft grunt and told Cassian to listen to what she was about to say. She lifted her head, took a breath, and seriously declared that she had something extremely important to confess to him. Cassian was slightly surprised, but gently told her that she could say anything. Arne gathered all her courage, crossed her arms over her chest, and loudly declared that she was healthy. The man was slightly bewildered, not understanding what she was saying, then smiled, his face still showing a hint of surprise. He chuckled softly, saying that being healthy was good, but it seemed she intended to say something more. She looked at him from under her eyelashes and slowly said that actually, she was very strong.
Cassian frowned slightly, still not understanding what his wife was trying to confess with those strange words. The Duke chuckled softly, saying it was true because she was stronger than anyone he had ever known. He added that perhaps she was tired, so she should rest and he would take care of the rest. Arne couldn't understand why the man, who was usually so perceptive and understanding that he could tell what she was thinking just by looking at her, now didn't realize anything at all. Cassian exhaled softly, his voice so low it was almost a sigh, then gently said that he was begging her for one thing. Cassian placed a hand on his wife's shoulder, whispering he wanted her to stay by his side for as long as possible. The maids, hearing this, widened their eyes, their hearts stirred by the sincere affection and earnest words of their master, exclaiming in admiration. The next day, in the sun-drenched garden, Urgen watched the Duchess stroking a dog, then asked if she was truly its owner. She nodded, saying that she couldn't save every creature, but with this one, she couldn't bear to abandon it. Arne named the dog Hero and patiently taught it entirely new commands, delighting and earning applause from the maids and everyone present.
As she scratched its belly, she explained how she had tamed the animal, astonishing and amusing everyone. The sword, Nevermore, lying stretched out on a soft pillow, slowly stated that this world was full of life. To kill a living being without cause was against God's will, then softly added that my master is truly extraordinary. Urgin chuckled at the adorable Lady Arnie, then asked, "And where is your deputy commander?" Arnie sighed, replying that Crave had gone to fetch a new cloth to wipe Nevermore.
She frowned slightly, asking in a displeased tone, "So what brings you here this time?" The young man shrugged, replying softly, "Just to say hello." The Duchess told him that if he had something to say, he should just say it directly, and Ergen immediately asked, "Does the lady want to know who the dog's real owner is?" Arnie's eyes widened as she realized she had never even thought about that, and she asked, "Who is it?" Ergen gave a sly smile, saying, "Do you really think I'd reveal it that easily?" The Duchess frowned, while Ergen gazed at her adoringly. Ergen quickly pulled a small box containing a pair of earrings from his pocket, with large, sparkling gemstones as the centerpiece. Arnie told him to go find Nanny, state the price, and get the money. She then added that perhaps the Emperor and Empress were also involved in this matter. Ergen shook his head, replying that the ones who released the dog were merely beautiful ladies jealous of her. The remark made the Duchess gasp in surprise. He gave a faint smile, adding that her husband was very popular with women, then asked, "Have you heard about Lady Hale, the one who is supposedly going to replace you to become the Duchess of Turnagain?" Arnie quietly asked again, her voice dropping, "Is that so?" Then she added, softly but firmly, "If that's the case, then it's not worth my concern." Arnie turned away, muttering softly that she was too tired of all this.
Suddenly turning around, she said that she wanted to ask Ojin for a favor. He smiled, replying that he was ready to carry out any command from his commander. The Duchess immediately ordered him to find out why the Emperor wanted to kill her. Ojin looked at her in surprise, while Arne pondered that perhaps the Emperor had discovered her true identity. But if so, she didn't understand why he would send such weak individuals to assassinate her.
Ergen looked at her and asked, his voice calm, "Do you really think the Emperor wants to kill you just for you?" Arnie froze, not understanding what he was implying, then asked if there could be any other reason for it. Ergen rubbed his forehead, thinking to himself that this girl clearly still didn't understand the dangerous position of Duchess Turnagain. He continued, "Don't you find it strange that the Emperor and Empress are so hostile towards you?" Arnie thought for a moment, then softly replied, "Perhaps you're right." Ergen asked again, "In all those social gatherings, did you truly not feel anything unusual?" The Duchess let out a breath, replying softly, "I'm not sure either." Ergen looked at her and continued, "Are you interested in knowing why Duke Turnagain has a higher chance of inheriting the throne than even the second prince?" Arnie replied indifferently, "I'm not interested at all." The man merely sighed softly and shook his head. He said that there were currently rumors that Emperor Gaizi had poisoned his own brother, the previous emperor, to seize the throne. Ergen continued, "That is the real reason Gaizi always tolerates Crown Prince Edward." He explained that the previous emperor's only legitimate son was Cassian, her husband, Grand Duke Turnagain, and he was the only one with a legitimate claim to the throne. Ergen added that Cassian's mother later committed suicide, and the prince of the time was still a speechless infant, completely without any advantage.
Instead of letting the young prince ascend the throne, the emperor's only younger brother, Duke Graftlife, seized the throne. At the time, he had promised to return the throne to the prince when he came of age, but then he eliminated everyone who had helped him usurp power. He only kept the prince alive out of fear of public outrage, bestowed upon him the title of Grand Duke, and confined him to the territory of Turnagain. No one was allowed near the boy, except for his godmother, Marquis Gina. The young duke's childhood was thus no different from imprisonment. Ergen let out a soft breath, the long story making even him pause to catch his breath. He explained that Arnie's current position was akin to being caught in the middle of a confrontation between the Emperor and the Grand Duke. Ergen continued, his voice low, "I don't know what they are plotting, but your life is now merely a pawn in that political game." Arnie stood still, trying to digest everything she had just heard. She could only remain silent, her eyes blinking softly in the heavy atmosphere. Later, when she was alone in her room, she sat down, quietly pondering all of Ergen's words. She quietly sipped her tea, her mind drifting to herself and Cassian, to their past. At 16, that girl had taken up a sword and gone to the battlefield, solely to protect her homeland.
Of course, besides her country, she also wanted to protect her family, and it was her concern for them that made her always long to return to the West. Now Arna felt a heavy heart, realizing that from the very beginning, everything had been taken from Cassian since he was a child, and she remembered the moment he once said he only wished for her to be by his side for as long as possible. The girl felt her eyes sting, on the verge of tears, when Nanny unexpectedly entered the room, softly calling, "Your Grace?" She asked why Arna looked so distressed, as if she was about to cry, and Arna looked up, her eyes filled with sadness.
Nanny then asked if something was wrong and if she could help the Duchess, but Arna only remained silent, letting out a soft sigh. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged within her, making her stand up abruptly and walk quickly towards the door. Nanny quickly called after her, not understanding where her mistress intended to go, but Arna had already run down the stairs. She didn't understand why she was doing it either, only feeling that she absolutely had to go down there. Arna rushed down, stopped at the last step, and saw Cassian. He was taking off his cloak, and hearing footsteps, he turned around, looking at his wife in surprise. The man smiled faintly, but still didn't understand why she seemed so flustered. Arna was stunned to realize that she could feel him, and her hands unconsciously clasped tightly over her chest, feeling her heart pound so fast and strong it made her dizzy.
Cassian looked at her with a slightly dazed expression, then smiled and asked, "My lady, have you come down to greet me?" She took a breath and softly said that if he ever felt tired, he shouldn't try to bear it alone, but should tell her. Arnie didn't understand herself or the urge in her heart, only blurting out that she wanted to hug him right now. Her face flushed, she bowed her head, trying to find an explanation for that feeling, but couldn't say anything. Cassian suddenly pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly, pressing her against his strong chest, gently swaying. She softly called his name, as if reminding him of his promise. The Duke took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of her hair, then softly said that he would definitely do so. The next day, Arnie, Crave, and Ergen were again sitting in the garden, around a small table, sipping tea. Meanwhile, Cassian was in his study, recalling the events of last night, wondering why his wife had said those words. His train of thought was interrupted when Count Jadi Ermana entered, reporting that the head of the Western Gold Merchant Guild had arrived yesterday. Jadi added that he had asked the maids, and it seemed Ergen had met the Duchess before. Cassian remained silent, continuing to look out the window, but his gaze now lingered longer on the black-haired merchant. Arnie was laughing and talking with him, which did not please the Duke. He touched the window frame, his face showing a flicker of anger, and Ergen saw it. Ergen smirked, catching sight of Cassian through the tall window, then deliberately provoked him. He leaned in, bending close to Arnie's ear, whispering something that startled the girl, her eyes widening in surprise. The Duke suddenly realized that an urge was flaring within him to do something to that arrogant black-haired man to keep him away from his wife. Cassian angrily called Jadi, and he immediately appeared. The Duke asked if he had investigated anything about that person yet. The young man stammered that there were no clear results yet, and asked His Grace to wait a little longer.
Meanwhile, Agent continued to make the girl laugh, and she chuckled, the two still chatting happily. Cassian's face darkened, and his whole body tensed up. Just as Jadi was about to leave, the Duke called him back, saying there was one more order. He commanded him to hand over all his work to Grandel, and then begin a new assignment as the Duchess's assistant, the order taking effect immediately.
Jadi went out to the garden, standing near the lady, her dog, and Crave. In his mind, he kept wondering what kind of person was the Duchess's assistant. He completely failed to understand why she needed an assistant, and anyone could tell that this was merely Grand Duke Cassian wanting to supervise his wife, disguised as an assistant. Butler Mate and maid Erica rushed over, exclaiming in panic that the lady couldn't touch the dog with bare hands, as her delicate skin would be ruined. While Arnie was talking to them, Jadi just stood still, not understanding why he was still there. A moment later, Arnie sat down at the table. Crave sat opposite her, and Erica kindly offered her some sweet apple jam cookies. Jadi watched them, unable to comprehend how this girl had so quickly won over all the servants in the Nuzang mansion. He thought to himself that the Duke was originally an extremely calm person, often difficult to guess what he was thinking. But ever since Arnie appeared, everything had changed. Crave quietly asked, "What is that fellow doing here? I mean the Duchess's assistant." Arnie replied that she wasn't sure either, only that Jadi had arrived and said that from now on he would be her personal assistant. Crave asked, bewildered, "But you don't have anything that needs help with?" Arnie smiled and shrugged. Indeed, there's nothing at all. Jadi stood not far away, hearing every word clearly, and felt quite awkward. He thought he was wasting his time, to the point of wanting to cry. But just then the lady turned around and called his name. She looked at him gently, smiled, and asked, "Would you like some cookies?" He gritted his teeth and refused, thinking that everyone around her quickly obeyed, but he wouldn't be subdued so easily. The next day, the lady was sitting in the garden again and called him once more. Count Jadi asked her what she wanted, and with a radiant smile she invited him to join her for tea. Jadi unconsciously smiled too, clasped his hands in agreement, no longer wanting to pretend to be a strict assistant. He sat down at the table, and the two of them chatted very happily. In his work diary on the first day, Jadi noted that the Duchess preferred apple jam to grape jam, a fact he discovered from a conversation between Arne and Erica. On the second day, he added that the Duchess loved flowers very much. He saw her bending down to smell them, and the scene was truly gentle and sweet.
On the third day, Jati left a note stating that the first person to welcome him was Sir Crave, and he further noted that the night was very friendly. Overall, the young man discovered that the Duchess was a late riser, took care of household chores, resolved conflicts, maintained order among the maids, and performed countless other errands. Additionally, he also realized she was very shy. Even ordinary greetings made her flustered. He wrote that sometimes she behaved as stubbornly as a cat, though in his opinion she resembled a leopard or a tiger more. Jati was unsure of the relationship between the Duchess and the guildmaster Aizen, but it was clear that she always treated him with kindness and care. One day, they once again had tea together in peace.
And Jati was having a good time when he suddenly heard the Duke's stern voice. The young man groaned softly as he saw the Duke's tall figure standing right in front of him, his own face tense but still managing a smile. In a voice tinged with tension, the Duke ordered Jati to immediately return to his work. The Duke then asked permission to have tea with his wife. She froze in surprise, intending to object, wanting to mention Jati's unfinished work. Jati left in annoyance, while Cassian merely smiled, saying she didn't need to worry about anything. The young man walked away sadly, thinking that the Duchess had personally poured him tea, and he really wanted to taste it. A few days later, Arnie was again sitting in the garden, discussing the current situation with Crave. Crave suggested that the Duke was merely having Jati keep an eye on her. Arnie asked if her talking to Urjin was that suspicious, and the knight calmly replied, yes. Crave added that Urjin was trying to get close to her, and she immediately asked why he was grumbling like that, or if he just wanted to vent. The young man replied that she and the Duke already had a very good relationship, and she could absolutely tell him about what was going on between them.
Hearing that, Arnie's heart suddenly felt heavy. Crave reluctantly admitted that when she got married, he hadn't believed it at first, but then realized that Duke Cassian truly valued his commander. Crave added that, moreover, she herself liked the Duke, didn't she? Arnie merely hummed softly, lost in thought. She recalled the moment Cassian had held her tightly, pressing her close to his chest, and her lips trembled slightly. Arnie clearly remembered every moment of their intimacy, when he was attentive, gentle, offered help upon parting, when he embraced her passionately and gently covered her face with his warm hands. She softly told Crave that she needed to be alone. The young man immediately stood up, looked at her with surprise, and then quickly nodded. Crave was almost out the door when he suddenly turned back and asked, "Did you not intend to stay here from the very beginning?" Arnie replied softly, her eyes still cast down. "You're right. From the very beginning, I knew I would divorce and end this marriage." Crave felt a pang of sadness, for he genuinely sympathized with his former commander and wanted to ask why she was doing this. But before he could speak, Butler Mate entered, turning to tell the young lady that, according to the schedule, she had a riding club meeting tomorrow. Another maid explained that the wealthiest figures in high society gathered at this club. They rode the most expensive purebred horses, and she added that Duke Cassian also had a horse there, and the Duchess could choose it if she wished. The maid said she would instruct the young lady on what to pay attention to when riding. Crave, however, couldn't believe what he had just heard, as he knew no one could ride a horse as well as his commander. This sounded like a joke. Arnie sighed softly, stood up, and walked away, surrounded by the maids. Crave worried about the commander's condition, only sighing softly as she watched her leave the room. The next day, at the riding club, Lady Rosanna announced that today's gathering had been moved to a different location, and thus there were no horses available for the Duchess. Arn raised an eyebrow, wondering what other tricks this woman had up her sleeve to make things difficult for her. Just then, Lady Daisy, Rosanna's friend, called out to her, saying that the Duchess could use her horse. Arn let out a soft breath, thinking that she couldn't disappoint such a kind lady by refusing. Rosanna Mo said that their club still had a few other horses and asked if the Duchess would like to choose one of them. Arn asked again to confirm if they really still had other horses. Rosanna crossed her arms, smiling haughtily, saying that those horses were all of excellent lineage. Perhaps fewer than 5 horses in the entire Northern Empire could compare. Then, with a snap of her fingers, the stable hands immediately let out a large black horse. Arn's eyes widened, looking at the creature with admiration, secretly thinking that this was truly a magnificent horse. Rosanna chuckled, her voice full of hidden meaning, saying that while this horse was good, its temperament was anything but pleasant.
It allowed no one to ride it, and last time it had thrown off a gentleman, breaking his leg. She added that if the Duchess could tame it, she would give her the horse. Arne smiled with satisfaction, her eyes never leaving the animal's majestic face. She turned to Rosanna, asking again in a half-joking, half-challenging tone if it was true that she would get the horse if she tamed it. Rosanna stared at her, stunned. Before she could reply, Arne smirked, saying that Rosanna would regret this offer, then walked towards the horse. As she approached, the animal snorted angrily, showing its displeasure, but Arne did not back down.
She projected her resolve, her steady gaze fixed directly on its eyes. The horse whinnied softly, seemingly astonished as it sensed the powerful spirit in her gaze, which made its aggression gradually dissipate. The lady standing in front watched the scene, speechless, unable to believe this was the same horse that had kicked Rosanna when she tried to tame it. Arne softly said that good horses always choose their own riders, and perhaps it had only now met its true master.
Then she smiled and softly asked, "Would you like to go for a ride with me?" The horse bowed its head as if in response to her words. Arne sprang up, gracefully swung her leg over the saddle, sat firmly, then took the reins and gave a short command. Immediately the horse galloped away like the wind. Rosanna stared after them in astonishment, shouting in disbelief that it was happening. Daisy, meanwhile, clenched her fists, smiling radiantly. "Truly admirable, Lady Arne." One of the girls said that it was the Duchess herself, and everyone should stop joking around. Rosanna angrily yelled that she understood nothing. Another lady remarked that no matter what anyone tried, no one could sway the Duchess. Arne remained confidently seated in the saddle, her warhorse galloping, tearing through the wind as it surged forward. After completing a round, she pulled the reins, turning back to the other ladies, and skillfully brought the horse to a halt. The magnificent steed reared up, then paused to slow down. Arne affectionately stroked its strong neck, then named it Crave, saying it was a magnificent warhorse.
Rosanna looked at her, her heart a turmoil of anger and confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Later at Turnagain Estate, the Duchess showed the new horse to the servants and Crave. He asked if she had truly taken it without any hesitation, and Arne calmly nodded. She told the horse that it would live here from now on, instructing it to be well behaved. The young man just stood watching, secretly wondering if she intended to turn this entire estate into a real farm. Noticing Crave's hesitation, she turned to ask him what was wrong. The knight spoke softly, almost a whisper, saying that they were talking about divorce. The girl froze, everything they had ever discussed flashing through her mind. He asked if she was truly going to do it. Arne bowed her head, pensive. She suddenly spoke, her voice light as a breeze, saying that she thought he would be the happiest person to hear this news. Crave sighed softly, saying that when he heard she was getting married, he could only accept it as a fact. He rubbed his neck, saying that what she did back then was truly a heavy blow to his heart. The young man took a deep breath, recalling that when she left, she had asked him to find someone to replace her. But that was impossible, because only she was worthy of that position. He said that initially he couldn't understand how an extraordinary person like her could live such a peaceful life, couldn't even imagine it. But living here, he gradually understood. Crave looked at her, continuing that it was in this place that she truly shone and found the freedom she had never had in the West, because after all, for a woman to bear the burden of an entire empire was too heavy a responsibility. He cleared his throat softly, telling her that if she truly wanted to, she should stay here. Then she slowly added that this time she had the right to be a little selfish. He said that everyone here loved her very much, and she looked so peaceful right now. Arne bowed his head, sighed, his eyes fixed on the floor, as he asked, if it could be avoided, then why return? She thanked him for his concern, but said that she could not abandon the Western Empire, which was still at war with the Eastern Kingdom, and no one knew when danger would strike again. The Duchess gently stroked Crave's head, thanking him for his sentiment, then softly said that she would think about everything. The conversation was interrupted when the maids approached. One asked Arne if she intended to go to the riding club, while the other said she would prepare warm water for the Duchess's bath. The girl left with the maids, while Crave sighed heavily, rubbed the back of his neck with his palm, and mumbled something about divorce. Suddenly he heard a soft knock and a rustling sound behind him, and turned around. He froze, his eyes wide with surprise, as he saw a basket fall to the ground, the pastries inside scattering. Erica stood not far away, her hand covering her mouth, whispering his words back. She pressed her hands to her face, as if about to cry from what she had just heard. Crave stood rooted to the spot, realizing his perilous situation, and understanding that this matter, if it spread, would cause trouble for the young lady and for himself. Erica pointed at him, pressing, "You just said divorce?" The knight flushed, panicked, immediately covered her mouth with his hand and pulled her close. He dragged her behind a tree, glanced around, then gathered all his courage and decided to lie. He removed his hand and whispered that actually it was a secret because he was already married. Erica's eyes widened, and she yelled, asking if he thought she was a fool.
The red-haired young man rubbed the back of his neck, stammering that it was true and his wife had suddenly declared she wanted a divorce. Erica snapped that she had asked others, and everyone said he had never been married, questioning him why, if that were true, he had pretended to be single all this time. Crave decided to stick to his lie, loudly asserting that it was all true, that he truly had a wife. Erica covered her mouth, inhaling deeply through her nose, calling him a genuine scoundrel. She asked what he gained by pretending to be single like that. He stammered, in the manner of a knight, that perhaps it was to be liked by many people. Erica then cursed him, calling him shameless and despicable, before declaring she would tell everyone. Crave quickly grabbed her elbow, trying to explain that he just didn't want to cause a scandal, fearing people would look at him strangely if they knew his wife remained in the West. He added quietly that he only wanted to protect Lady Arnie. Hearing this, Erica fell silent. The young man breathed heavily, then lowered his voice even further, telling her to verify his words. Erica paused, looking at Crave thoughtfully as if considering something. At the same time, Arnie was conversing with someone through a magic orb in her room.
The person on the other side, Julina Igraine, greeted the Duchess cheerfully, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Julina had also once been a member of the Golden Dragon Knights, but currently she was the prince's escort knight. Julina asked Arnie how the Duke was doing lately, if she had gotten used to life at the estate yet, and if she had encountered any troubles. The Duchess told her to ask one thing at a time, then tilted her head and asked back, "How much longer do you intend to call me Commander?" Julina smiled brightly and replied, "Until death." Then she tilted her head, her smile still bright, and asked Arnie back, "But why did you call me today?" Arnie said that she wanted to know the situation in the Western Empire. Julina was surprised and said that she could simply ask the Emperor directly about that. Then, as if remembering something, she quickly added that Vice Commander Crave and the cunning Ergen had both left the Night Order.
Julina then asked if they were both going to the Northern Empire, and Arnie replied that she had guessed correctly. Arnie looked tired and told Julina to tell her about the situation in the West. Julina explained that the entire Night Order had resigned, but Emperor Cyclian IV granted leave to the entire Golden Dragon Knights, including those who had submitted their resignations, saying that they had sacrificed too much for the country. He then added that they could officially resign later, and everyone was very happy. Hearing this, Arnie gave a slight smile and asked if that helped her. She continued by asking if the capital's security would be weakened because of it, and Julina replied that all problems would be resolved once the commander returned. The Duchess paused, her eyes wide, thinking to herself that people in the West were too superficial when mentioning her wedding, always certain that she would divorce in return. Arnie asked where she had heard that, and Julina replied that Prince Leonin had said so. Arnie further asked if Julina had told anyone else about the wedding, and the girl mumbled that she hadn't, because she didn't want to cause more trouble, so she had to keep quiet now. Julina smiled, about to ask something else, but just then there was a crash. Erica and Crave burst into the room, wrestling with each other, running and shouting something at the Duchess. Arnie quickly waved her hand towards Julina, turning off the magic orb, apologizing for the abrupt interruption of their conversation. The girl on the other side sighed, because she had just been about to say that they would meet again soon. Arnie looked up in surprise and asked, "Erica, what's going on between you and Crave?" The maid replied that she had something to ask, which made Arnie pause slightly. "What is it?" Erica burst into tears, her eyes brimming. "My lady, are you truly going to divorce the Archduke?"
Arnie's eyes widened as she looked at the red-haired girl, her eyebrows raised in surprise. This was certainly the last question she had expected. She turned her icy gaze to Crave, making him immediately step back, his face paling. Arnie frowned, understanding that he had caused trouble again, and she also believed that Erica would not let it go easily. The maid still stood there, waiting, her eyes pleadingly looking towards her mistress. Arnie decided to change the subject quickly. She offered a gentle smile and said, "So, do you want to swear loyalty to me?" The maid's mouth fell up, then she shrieked with joy. Really?" The Duchess replied calmly, completely serious. Erica burst out, her voice full of emotion. "I accept."
"I agree." Crave stood dumbfounded, mouth agape, unable to believe the girl had fallen into the trap so easily. That evening, Cassian visited the Cillian Social Club, where bright lights shone through the windows. In the building's corridor, the Duke coincidentally encountered the merchant Ergen, the head of the Western Golden Merchant Guild. Ergen said he was able to be there because one of his clients was a person of extremely high status. Cassian could barely hide his displeasure, muttering softly that even merchants could frequent the club these days. Cassian's eyes tried to convey everything he wanted to say, but a smile remained on his lips. Ergen, of course, understood everything, and was even amused by the Duke's silent jealousy, but he merely smiled back. Ergen formally introduced himself, as if unaware that the man before him already knew him well. Cassian coldly stated that such formal greetings were unnecessary. Ergen chuckled, thinking that the other party's open display of attitude made things even more interesting, but outwardly he merely apologized softly for his disrespect. The Duke replied that he was pleased the other party still understood the situation. The merchant continued, saying that perhaps he was mistaken in thinking the Duke cared about him enough to send someone to follow him. Ergen asked if they had discovered anything. Cassian curled his lips, saying he wasn't sure either. Still smiling, he continued, The only thing I know is that the black-haired young man is the second son of Count Ergen Lo, who abandoned him. At this, Ergen's smile vanished.
Cassian continued, saying that when he was just 16, during the war between the Western Empire and the Eastern Kingdom, Ergen had barely escaped death from the abandoned wasteland, and after that, no one knew where he had disappeared to. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the Duke asked directly why Ergen had come to the Northern Empire. Was it perhaps because of Duchess Arnie? Ergen chuckled, saying that it seemed the Duke was overly concerned about him, to the point where it made him feel embarrassed. Cassian calmly replied that the timing was indeed so coincidental that it was hard not to think that way. Ergen said that if Cassian had investigated that far, he must also know that he wasn't by the Duchess's side without reason. And seeing the other's lips pressed together in anger, Ergen slowly added that it seemed Cassian still didn't know what truly bound the two of them together. Cassian coldly replied that this man spoke as if there was truly something between them. Ergen smiled. Of course there is, because I've known the Duchess longer than her own husband. Cassian still clearly remembered Ergen's gentle gaze when looking at Arnie and slightly curled his lips, uttering a sarcastic remark that Ergen was truly too shameless. Their two assistants could only stand by, watching the tense conversation in confusion.
Someone approached Eugene, bowed slightly, and said that a VIP guest was asking for him. He replied that he had to go, and then left. Just then, Jody ran over to Cassian, calling out to him urgently. He anxiously asked if something had happened, as he saw the Duke looking very tense. Cassian asked if Jody had finished gathering information about the Western Gold Merchant Association, and Jody replied that only a few details needed checking. When Cassian further inquired about their activities in the Western Empire, Jody replied that this company had direct ties to the imperial family. Jody said that the Knights of the Corps were suddenly given leave, so now all officials were extremely busy. Cassian frowned, lowered his head in thought, wondering what Emperor Cyclean IV was planning. The Duke further asked what was happening with Prince Mackenzie, and Jody replied that the second prince had just returned to the palace and then suddenly set off for the west. It was very likely a secret order from the emperor.
Jedi added that even if Mackenzie pretended to be as loyal as the emperor's good dog, the throne still rightfully belonged to the crown prince. The conversation was interrupted by a man sitting on an expensive blue leather sofa who called out to Cassian. The Duke turned, responding with the name Quay. Quay, looking bored, rested his chin in his hand and said that he had just returned from Count Belliger's place. When Cassian asked what had happened between them, Quay replied that it was best to consider it merely a social visit. He sighed, saying that the Ministry of Administration had received an official report regarding the disappearance of Lady Daisy, Count Belliger's daughter. The next morning, under a gentle sun, Crave and Erica walked together to the table where the Duchess was enjoying her tea. Erica softly called out "Madam," and then stopped, and the knight accompanying her, who now always stayed close to prevent her from accidentally revealing anything, also halted. The maid bowed her head and announced that the tea party at the Count's mansion, originally scheduled for tomorrow, had been cancelled due to personal reasons. Arnie looked up, surprised, and asked if she had heard correctly. She immediately recalled Daisy's sincerity from the day before. The fragile girl had profusely thanked her for saving her from the fierce dog and earnestly invited her to the tea party, yet now it was suddenly cancelled. Arnie asked if something had happened to Lady Daisy, and Erica replied that people were saying Lady Daisy had suddenly felt unwell. Arnie immediately thought that she must go visit her. Afterwards, the Duchess truly prepared to depart, ordering her servants to prepare the carriage. But before she could leave, Cassian called her back, asking where she intended to go. Arnie said that she needed to go somewhere, but would return very soon. Cassian remained silent, merely looking at her with a pensive expression, the recent conversation with Arjun echoing in his mind. He lowered his gaze and softly asked if she was hiding something from him, which made her look up in surprise. Arnie replied that she had nothing to hide from her husband. Cassian simply uttered a name, the head of the Western Gold Merchant Guild, Arjun.
The Duke was afraid to ask the question, not even sure if he wanted to hear the answer. But then he still spoke, saying that on the surface the two of them seemed very close, and asked directly, "Is that person your lover?" Arnie cried out in shock, her voice full of hurt, even a hint of disgust, saying that it was the most absurd thing she had ever heard. Cassian nodded, then calmly said, "Then tell me, what is the true nature of your relationship?" Arnie sighed softly, wondering what kind of trouble that fool had gotten into this time. Arnie explained that it was like Raisel's second son. One could say it was a governess's job. The Duke looked at his wife, surprised. Did she mean a teacher-student relationship? He sighed in relief when his wife confirmed it. Afterwards, Arnie went to the estate of Earl Belliger, Lady Daisy's father, but was stopped at the gate and told she could not enter. The maid dabbed the corner of her eye with a handkerchief, explaining that Lady Daisy was gravely ill, to the point she couldn't even sit up, and therefore they couldn't allow the Duchess to see her.
Arnie said she hoped Lady Daisy would recover quickly, but deep down she was certain something was amiss. The maid bowed and apologized, while Arnie secretly thought this woman showed no real grief at all, which was very suspicious. Lost in thought, Arnie heard a girl's voice calling out, approaching her.
Arnie turned around, slightly surprised, and asked if Lady Lillian was standing before her. The girl's eyes widened with joy, and she said it was truly touching that the Duchess still remembered her name. Lady Lillian asked if the Duchess was also here to visit Lady Daisy, and Arnie nodded slightly. The pink-haired girl smiled and said how lucky her friend was, but Arnie replied that Daisy was currently too ill to receive anyone.
Lillian said she would visit next time, then suddenly asked in a serious tone if the Duchess was very busy. Arna paused in surprise, then the other girl eagerly suggested that since they had already met, why not have tea together? Arna agreed, thinking she had already informed Cassian about this trip, and since the visit to Daisy had failed, she might as well stay a little longer. The Duchess invited Lillian to ride in her carriage, and soon after the carriage drove through the city's wide streets. Lillian placed her hand on the window, pointed to an elegantly decorated building, and said, "That's the place." The carriage stopped, and the two stepped out, walking into the restaurant's famous delicacies and desserts. Arna was still smiling, but suddenly felt someone watching her. She turned around and recognized the familiar girl who had offered her poisoned wine at the banquet that day. Surely she was up to something again. Arna immediately decided to follow, telling Lady Lillian to wait for her there for a moment. Arna approached where she had just seen the suspicious person, but stopped dead as the person seemed to vanish into thin air. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere was torn apart by a piercing scream. The Duchess spun around. It was Lillian's voice. The Duchess rushed towards the sound and saw several strangers daring to drag a noble lady into a carriage in broad daylight. The carriage sped away, and Arna dashed after it, shouting, "Who are you?" She paused for a moment, wondering whether to call for help to investigate, but then realized that if she hesitated, she would lose their trail. Arna took a deep breath, sighing softly that her dress would surely get dirty today. She immediately summoned her sword, Nevermore, muttering to herself, "I mustn't lose their trail," and sped off. As the thick darkness of evening descended upon the Ternugin estate, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the Duke's office. The maid Erica stood before Cassian's desk, crying and saying that something terrible had happened. She frantically cried out that the Duchess seemed to have gone missing, then burst into even more desperate sobs. The Duke, believing this emotional maid might be misunderstanding something, calmly asked for details.
Erica sobbed, saying that the time Lady Arn had said she would return had long passed, and they had sent people to search but found no trace. Cassian asked his wife where she had gone that afternoon. Erica replied that Lady Arn had said she wanted to visit Lady Daisy, daughter of Count Belliger. Hearing this, his heart sank, and he gritted his teeth, saying he would immediately go to the Thessalaka family's mansion right now. In the capital, the kidnapper's carriage sped like the wind, while Arn pursued from above, silently crossing rooftops, leaping from one to another. Arn noticed strange energy currents surrounding the carriage, and then the carriage itself changed shape. She immediately thought it must be magic, and Navomo praised her quick wit in a deep voice. The sword explained that the kidnappers were only using a cheap illusion, nothing special.
The girl continued to rush forward, asking why such tricks had no effect on her. Nevermore replied that because she was a legendary swordmaster, such cheap magic could not affect her, adding that if she were a normal person, she would probably have fallen off the roof long ago. When she stopped at the edge of the last rooftop, Arnie realized that the kidnappers were heading straight into the forest. Nevermore asked if she intended to continue. She calmly replied that she wouldn't stop, not now, or she might never see Lillian again. Arnie smiled, saying that although she was a proper lady, she couldn't pretend not to have witnessed the crime that had just occurred. That evening, the Duke rushed to Count Thessalaka's mansion, where they began the search for the missing Duchess. The table in the Count's study was covered with documents, reports, copies of evidence, and testimonies. Cassian was not only pensive, his entire body exuded anxiety and fear. Thessalaka looked at him in surprise, thinking that this marriage was originally just for benefit. However, ever since she disappeared, Duke Cassian couldn't sit still for a moment. Count Thessalaka sighed and said, "The investigation still has no leads, and the witnesses seem to have lost their memory, only muttering a few unclear sentences." The Duke raised his voice, first demanding that Arnie's disappearance be kept a secret, because if the Emperor or people from the Western Empire found out, things would become much more complicated. After that, he ordered the summoning of suspects connected to his wife. A moment later, in the interrogation room, a man sat handcuffed before him.
He spoke, his voice hoarse. "Sir, I don't understand why I've been arrested. I am completely innocent." Cassian coldly stated that they would soon know everything after further investigation. Ergen smirked, deciding not to miss the chance to tease the Duke, and said that the Duchess would surely be fine. Cassian asked him how he knew that, and the merchant simply smiled, replying that he understood her very well. Cassian's face immediately changed, his voice deepening, as he asked what he knew to trust her so much. Ergen calmly replied that Lady Arn was the most wonderful and strongest person he had ever met. Cassian clenched his fist, growling that he should pray his wife was truly safe, because if not, he himself would not be safe either. Meanwhile, Crave was running through the forest, stopping for a moment to catch his breath, when Nevermore loudly exclaimed that it sensed its master's aura in that direction. The sword called the knight a slave and ordered him to run quickly.
The young man was breathing heavily, having run almost continuously since noon, so he asked again if Nevermore was sure Arn was truly in that direction. The sword replied with a definitive affirmation. Crave dashed off again, while the sword complained that its master had chosen the old Nevermore and said that today it would definitely ask her about it.
6 hours ago, Arnie was traversing the forest, her eyes scanning for the kidnappers. Nevermore said that it had seen them vanish with magic and warned that if its master crossed the barrier, their mage would immediately detect a pursuer. Arnie replied that she knew and that the mage must have already detected Nevermore's presence. The sword asked what she intended to do next. Arnie replied that she longed to sweep aside everything in her way, but couldn't because Lillian was in danger. Therefore, she had found a loophole in the magical barrier. The Duchess took only a few seconds to consider her plan, then decided she would cut through the barrier, freeing Nevermore without anyone detecting it. She exhaled softly, swung her sword powerfully, and slashed open the shimmering, multicolored wall of energy. Fortunately, her prediction was entirely correct. The hazy veil collapsed, revealing a clear path. This was a familiar place to both of them, which made them incredibly excited. She paused, standing still in the middle of the path.
Near the entrance to the dense forest, what she was looking for was right before her eyes. Arnie hid behind a tree. About 10 meters away was a cave where 2 armed men were standing guard. She was contemplating how to sneak past without making a sound, but an acorn unexpectedly rolled and touched her foot, and a squirrel let out a high-pitched squeak. Arnie smiled brightly, a plan flashing in her mind, silently thanking the small creature. One of the 2 guards flinched when he saw a small squirrel run past, chasing the rolling acorn on the ground. He bent down, surprised, asking why there were squirrels here. The other man took a step forward, inadvertently moving aside, widening the entrance, and said he didn't know either. Arnie quickly stepped inside, squeezed past the clumsy men, and then stopped, stunned by the scene that unfolded before her eyes in the prison area. She walked along the tiled cells, hearing the faint cries for help from exhausted people. A small girl clutched the cold iron bars, sobbing uncontrollably, calling for her mother in despair. Arnie was speechless at the sight. This was the lair of slave traders, those who didn't hesitate to kidnap even children. She covered her mouth, fearing that if the little girl cried out too loudly, they would immediately be discovered. The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw the Duchess, someone who looked completely different from the cruel people who had imprisoned her. Arnie moved forward, her gaze sweeping over the emaciated, exhausted people in the cells, silently wondering where Lillian was. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. The Duchess turned and saw Lady Daisy and Lillian behind the bars. The 2 women trembled, their pale, slender fingers gripping the iron bars tightly. They asked the Duchess, terrified, how she could possibly be there.
Lillian asked in a panic, "Duchess, have you been captured too?" But before Arnie could answer, she was interrupted. A stranger appeared, an old man with a gray beard, wearing a long hooded black cloak and holding a bizarre, twisted staff. He looked at the Duchess, sneering. You don't look like someone from the tower at all." Then with a mocking smile, he continued to ask, "Do you truly serve in the guard?" But immediately after, he denied his own words. No, if that were the case, he wouldn't have dared to come here alone. He swung his staff, unleashing streams of scorching, brilliant blue magical energy towards Arnie. The girl only managed to cover her face. He flashed a cruel smile. "No matter who you are, you will never leave this place."
The old man continued to chant, waves of dark magic crashing down. Panic flashed in Arnie's eyes, her body rapidly weakening, her strength slowly fading away. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the cold stone floor, completely losing control. She fell to the ground, her eyelids heavy, trying to stay conscious, but to no avail. Before succumbing to darkness, Arnie could only think, if only she had summoned Nevermore sooner, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. Then suddenly, she found herself drawn into a strange, dark, misty place. All around her was barren, cold earth and stone. She slowly walked, her eyes scanning her surroundings, unable to comprehend where she was. Suddenly, distorted figures of her parents appeared before her, their voices ringing out in anger. If only Arnie had been born a son, she could have inherited the throne. Their voices echoed, harsh, and no longer warm as before. Her father continued with words like daggers. "That power, it's too strong for a girl. In the Levugasa family, this has never happened before." Arnie stood there, stunned, not understanding why she was being condemned.
Is there something wrong with being a girl? In her mind, she suddenly found herself back at the training camp from her first days joining the Night Order, where everything had just begun. One of the soldiers burst out laughing, asking if they really had a female recruit, and the second one nodded slightly, chuckling in agreement. He scoffed, asking how an ordinary girl could dream of becoming a knight. What a foolish idea. The other person also laughed, adding that throughout the history of the Western Empire, there had never been a female knight. Everything around her gradually faded again. Arnie suddenly remembered that day when she was only 5 years old, when the legendary swordmaster Johann, who was also her biological uncle, asked her if she wanted to learn magic so that no one would dare utter foolish words again. The little girl stared at her uncle with wide, surprised red eyes and softly asked, "What is magic?" Johann, the gray-haired man with kind eyes, smiled warmly at his niece. He summoned a gigantic red and black sword with sharp teeth along its blade and said that with this sword she could control magic. Johann handed the weapon to the little girl, his hand gently gripping the hilt, and said, "Try to pick it up." Arnie's small hands, her slender fingers, reached out to touch the hilt adorned with glowing red crystals. The little girl exclaimed in astonishment, "It's so heavy," then hugged the sword tightly with both hands, stumbling and almost falling. Johann smiled, gently instructing her.
"Lift it carefully. Can you feel the sword talking to you?" Arnie tilted her head, replying very seriously, "It's not saying anything." Her uncle chuckled at his niece's innocence. She pouted, glaring at him. "Stop teasing me, uncle. Show me how, I want to see." Johann chuckled, saying, "Then watch closely," and took the sword from her tiny hands. He immediately swung the sword horizontally, and a brilliant red-pink burst of energy erupted, radiating outwards in a shockwave. He continued to explain, "The next step is to swing the sword high," demonstrating as he spoke. Then he decisively brought the sword down, cleaving the air with such powerful magic that it made Arnie step back a few paces. She raised her fists, eyes sparkling, and cheered, "I want to try too. Let me try, uncle." Johann chuckled kindly, his strong hand gently stroking her hair. "Of course, you can practice as much as you like." He looked at his niece with tender eyes, saying softly, "You're very much like me. Perhaps that's why you love the sword so much." Arnie never cared what others said, so when she entered the academy, she didn't hesitate to strike down anyone who dared call her weak. A powerful blow from her sent the offender sprawling on the floor.
The second man froze, mouth agape, staring at the unprecedented sight, then yelled that she was insane for daring to take down someone of a higher rank. Arnie calmly replied, her voice cold and resolute, "If they think girls can't be knights, then let them attack, and we'll see who falls first." Suddenly, the darkness around her vanished, her memory shattered into 1,000 pieces, her breathing gradually steadied as everything rushed back. Arnie's eyes snapped open. She took a deep breath, and the icy air filled her lungs. She raised a hand to touch her face, struggled to sit up, and frowned slightly as the throbbing pain persisted in her head. The girl stood up, exhaling sharply, thinking that this magic was an illusory magic that caused people to fall into confusion and lose their will. Immediately after, she called Nevermore. A familiar voice echoed, carrying a hint of resentment. "You are truly cruel, abandoning me like that, and now you call." Arnie sighed softly, replying in a calm but honest voice, "In times of danger, I can only rely on you." She vaguely mentioned that the sorcerer had cast an enchanting illusion on her. Immediately, Nevermore roared in fury. He dared to do that? The sword vibrated, as if responding to the anger. Arnie nodded slightly, her eyes glinting with coldness. "Yes, we must repay this debt." The old sorcerer stood outside, asking in surprise, "How did you awaken from that illusion?" He bared his teeth, his voice growling each word. "And how did you get here?" Arnie remained silent. She saw no reason to introduce herself to a stranger like him. He narrowed his eyes, guessing wildly. "You must be some kind of noble, aren't you?" Arnie didn't answer, merely raising Nevermore. Dark purple light emanated around the blade, like swirling chains of energy. The sorcerer recoiled, screaming, "Are you trying to scare me? Spare me!"
"You really think I'd be scared?" He burst out laughing, his voice mocking. "Only the true master of that sword can break this magic." Arnie curled her lip, her voice cold yet steady. "So that's how it is." She raised her sword, and before he could react, Nevermore struck down. A roar echoed, metal clashing violently. A blue-white light flashed, and the ground trembled. The sorcerer screamed. This was the last thing he ever thought a noble lady could do. His staff was shattered, his magic dissolving in a fiery hiss. Arnie smiled a brilliant, somewhat wild smile, then spoke cheerfully. "The cage is broken." She swung once more, shattering the remaining staff. The old man collapsed to the ground, trembling, stammering. How did you do that? Monster!" He yelled, "Call them all, quickly, seize this girl." The crowd rushed in, brandishing knives and swords, shouting chaotically throughout the dungeon. The sorcerer, his face drained of color, trembled as he thought to himself, "Who is she? A hidden warrior of the Northern Empire?" Arnie pointed the tip of her sword at him, her voice icy. "If you move again, the next thing to break after your staff will be your neck." The old man tried to threaten her back.
"You have no idea who's backing me." Arnie subtly raised an eyebrow. "If you're not going to talk, then you might as well die." Hearing this, he frantically raised both hands. "Wait, please, hold on."
But at the same time, a group of men stormed in, carrying all sorts of crude weapons, shouting and running towards her. Arne sighed, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, her voice weary. How utterly boring. They're not warriors at all, just a bunch of thieves and bandits. She whispered softly to Nevermore, "Let's begin." The sword's blade trembled slightly, its voice ringing out, full of excitement. It's been so long since I've had my fill of souls like this. Arne plunged straight into the battle, gliding past the bewildered men with swift and precise steps. She seamlessly blended into the fight, as if this was where she belonged. Meanwhile, Crave continued to run through the forest, while Nevermore incessantly grumbled at his master, scolding him for being slow and weak. The young man was almost exhausted after the long, arduous journey, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Even at this point, I'm still being insulted by a sword? He stopped short when he saw, not far from where he stood, a group of armed men gathering, shouting to each other, preparing for action. Crave looked closer at the people tied up inside the barred carriage, and he realized slave traders. Among them was a figure completely wrapped in white bandages, which made Crave decide to discreetly follow. But at that very moment, a shocking explosion echoed from a nearby cave, accompanied by brilliant purple energy streams shooting out everywhere. The entire area was illuminated with a blinding light. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated. Crave quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes, shouting because the light was too intense. When the light faded, Arne appeared right in front of him, asking coldly, "What are you doing here, Craven?" The knight awkwardly replied, his voice weary, "I can't stand Nevermore anymore. He keeps nagging constantly. Plus, I have a lot to tell the commander." Arne urgently asked, "Among the fleeing people, was there anyone completely wrapped in bandages?" Crave nodded. "I saw him." Arne frowned slightly. She felt that while she was fighting the slave traders, that stranger had been quietly observing her. Her voice deepened. "They are a very sophisticated type of human trafficker, and among them is a sorcerer specializing in illusions." Suddenly, a person in a Turnigan family guard uniform appeared, urgently asking Knight Crave for help with something. Immediately after, other guards also arrived, one of them shouting loudly, "Injured people found at the explosion site. They are ordered not to leave their positions." Crave turned in a panic. "What should we do now?" Arne smiled faintly, replying softly, "Just like last time. Just say you handled everything." The next morning, all major newspapers were filled with news that the criminal gang hiding in the cave, along with their hostages, had been eliminated.
In the town square, the people of the Northern Empire grandly welcomed the new hero, Sir Crave. He stood ramrod straight in a polished black uniform with brilliant gold-trimmed epaulets. A live orchestra played a triumphant tune, while the crowd cheered incessantly. Crave bowed, thanking everyone, trying to hide his embarrassment behind a stiff smile. A single thought flashed through his mind. This charade has gone too far. The lady standing nearby whispered, "That knight is truly brave, and they say he's a master swordsman too." A curious man asked, "So is he a hero in his homeland as well?" Crave, meanwhile, only wanted to find a way to escape. Meanwhile, at Tennyson Manor, Arne sat alone in the quiet garden, enjoying the tranquility she had longed for. In her hands was the latest newspaper, with a large headline across the front page, "Mysterious Death of a Mage Linked to Crime Spree."
The girl let out a soft breath. She had hoped the guards would thoroughly investigate the incident, but it seemed they had not succeeded. Then her mind turned to Eugen Cassian, recalling his strange expression when he welcomed her back home. Arne sighed softly, looking up at the window leading to Cassian's study, where he usually sat. The Duke was looking at her through the glass, his hand gently touching the cold surface. The time didn't bother to care, as Cassian had lost all his support and was too weak to survive. He lived quietly, trying not to draw attention, but always clearly understood the interwoven schemes around him. He only eliminated those who plotted against him and did not touch anyone who showed goodwill.
Cassian always operated with cold reason and precise calculations. Everything was so simple that nothing held his interest, until Arne appeared and disrupted that order. She made him see everything come alive, strange and unexpectedly captivating. He wanted to see her more often, and so he chose her as his wife. He remembered her sitting peacefully in the garden, turning the pages of the freshly printed morning newspaper. For the first time in his life, Cassian felt his heart truly stirred. And when she disappeared, he was willing to sacrifice everything just to find her again, just hoping for her safety. He clearly remembered last night when Jadi Iramano burst into his study unexpectedly while they were searching, announcing that there was news. Cassian's heart sank, his throat constricted, filled with both anxiety and dread for what Jadi was about to say. Then the young man exclaimed, "She's been found." Cassian couldn't suppress a sigh of relief, almost weeping with relief.
He rushed down the stairs, then suddenly froze. In that moment, he realized the depth of his feelings for her. Arnie Bryn was standing amidst a circle of ladies in waiting, smiling at them, and Cassian realized he wanted to keep that smile entirely for himself, wanting her to stay by his side forever. The girl recognized him, her eyes lighting up as she happily called his name.
Cassian stepped closer, gently cupping her face in his hands, and whispered, "I'm truly glad you're back safe." She looked at him, slightly bewildered, not yet fully grasping the surge of emotion in the man's eyes before her. Returning to reality, Cassian was still so engrossed in thoughts of last night that he didn't immediately notice his wife smiling happily, gently waving to him from outside the window. He simply offered a faint smile, exhaled in relief, and raised his hand in return, not wanting her to worry about his mood. The next day, the Duke personally went to the Imperial Police Department to resolve the remaining issues related to the shocking incident in the Empire. Count Thessaloka greeted him, stating that he could provide details about the case concerning the deaths of the slave traders. He simply nodded in response. During the interrogation, Lady Lillian testified that neither she nor Daisy remembered how they were captured. They only recalled meeting Lady Arn, followed by a hazy blank. Cassian mused. The memories of all the victims were fragmented and distorted, which was why the investigation was progressing so slowly. The guard turned to the door and called out loudly for the next person to enter for the interrogation. A small girl, wearing a pink dress with short brown hair, timidly stepped into the office. When asked if she remembered anything from her time in captivity, the girl unexpectedly said that someone had promised to save her. For the first time since the beginning of the session, Cassian looked up, a spark of interest in his eyes, and asked the girl what she meant. The girl replied that it was a beautiful girl with silver hair and fiery red eyes who had promised to rescue her from that place. Upon hearing this, the Duke's eyes widened and he froze in astonishment. Just then, someone entered and called him, saying that they had just sent a report from the investigation conducted in the Western Empire, and handed him a few documents.
Cassian took it, sat down on the chair, and quickly scanned the neat handwritten lines, but when he read a certain passage, he froze, his eyes wide with horror and astonishment, trying to comprehend what he had just seen. At the same time, in the Western Empire, equally significant events were unfolding, with developments that could affect the entire current power game. The Emperor sat at his desk, reading reports about the attack in the Northern Empire, stating that the Sword Saint had annihilated all the criminals. The next line read, Duke Turnagain Cassian forbade the Duchess from leaving the mansion due to her poor health, and it seemed he cherished his wife deeply. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, his gaze thoughtful. He thought that things were unfolding in an exceedingly strange manner, but deep down he believed Arne would definitely return to the Western Empire. The Emperor understood clearly that the warrior girl only acted according to her principles, completely disregarding power. She protected the Empire silently, perhaps only for her family.
He frowned, sighed softly, and rubbed his forehead, an indescribable sense of unease welling up within him. Holding the letter in his hand, he brought it close to the candle flame. The flame caught the paper, burning brightly in silence. As the flames consumed the words, he remained seated, pondering, searching for a reason to compel Arne to return. Also in that report, Cassian read a shocking piece of information. The Sword Saint and commander of the Western Empire's Night Order was not the red-haired Sir Crave. That person was a silver-haired, red-eyed girl from the Brilkt family, whom Cassian had known for a long time. He covered his mouth with his hand, his memories flooded back of every moment Arne had displayed astonishing agility, flexibility, and strength. It all suddenly became clear. Cassian pondered deeply. Now thinking back, he realized she had been through quite a few incidents, yet each time she emerged completely unharmed. Every time Arne was right in the eye of the storm of troubles, she remained calm, safe, and completely unscathed. Cassian clenched his hands, trembling, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In his mind, Arnie's words about her strength echoed, about how she once said she could finish him off with a pencil. Surely she was a diehard John Wick fan. And also their first meeting, when she casually handed him the emblem of the Order of Night Knights. He exhaled sharply, realizing who his wife truly was, the woman he had personally brought to the Northern Empire. Regaining his composure, he stood up and told himself, "The Arnie I know is just a weak, fragile woman." Therefore, he would continue to treat her as before, as if nothing had changed. That night, she stood on the balcony, her hand resting lightly on the railing, smiling radiantly as she gazed at the dark sky dotted with twinkling stars. Cassian approached, saying softly, "The sky is clear tonight, so the stars are much brighter. The sky is truly beautiful." Hearing his voice, she turned around. Arne thought that almost 2 months had passed, yet she still hadn't grown tired of that sight. She smiled and replied, "Yes, it's truly beautiful."
Arnie lowered her gaze, thinking to herself that if she stayed here for more than 3 months, it would probably be difficult to leave, because this northern empire was much more interesting than she had ever imagined. Raising her head, she suddenly said softly, "Every time you come close, I unconsciously remember that day." Cassian tilted his head. "Which day?" She smiled faintly. "When I was exhausted, the Duke brought me here. The feeling today is exactly like it was then." He exhaled softly, his lips curving into a slight smile. "Are you feeling better now?" Arnie placed both hands on the railing, calmly replying, "Yes, everyone has been very kind to me." Cassian softly called her name, his voice low. When Arnie turned around, he looked deep into her eyes and gently asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" The smile on her lips faded. She exhaled softly, understanding what he meant. Her eyes dropped sadly. "If you mean the matter concerning Ozine, then I've already told you everything truthfully."
Cassian nodded. He knew that with just an order, his subordinates would investigate everything about her, but deep down he still yearned to hear it from her own lips. After that, both turned away in silence, neither saying another word. The silence made Arne's heart ache, and then a lonely tear quietly fell. The next morning she sat in the garden with Crave, her mind still wandering to her husband's sorrowful appearance the night before. It was the first time she had seen him look so heartbroken, and her heart fluttered slightly whenever she recalled his deep, sad voice. Crave couldn't stand the prolonged silence, so he suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Commander, you wouldn't believe what Toifi went through yesterday. My uniform is now sparkling with new medals." He yelled that Yuzin was mocking him, and all night the madam and the capital's mayor dragged him along with them from one event to the next meeting.
Their emotional conversation was interrupted by head butler Mate, who was carrying a silver tray and loudly calling the Duchess's name. Arnie glanced at the glass on the tray, which contained a strange liquid, then asked what it was. The head butler smiled and replied that it was a tonic. She explained that this was the kind of medicinal remedy that could restore strength even to those on the verge of death, and she had waited a full 2 years to acquire it. Arnie and Crave simultaneously covered their noses, because a terribly foul odor emanated from the strange bluish-purple liquid. The Duchess raised both hands in surrender, and softly said that it would be better if Cassian drank that divine concoction instead. Just then Cassian stepped forward and said sternly, "You absolutely must drink it." He thought to himself that if she wouldn't drink it herself, he would have to force her. In response to his wife's strong reaction, the Duke replied gently that her health was not good, and after drinking it she would quickly recover. Arnie took the glass, and as soon as she smelled it, her eyes stung. The pungent smell was so strong it made her want to cry.
Cassian sat down next to her, smiling. She looked at him with dissatisfaction, but eventually closed her eyes, drank it all in one gulp, and grimaced until her lips were distorted. As soon as she finished drinking, she immediately covered her face, suppressing a wave of nausea, letting out a cute "ugh," which made the man beside her secretly think how utterly adorable she was. The Duke cheerfully announced, "From now on, you'll have to drink this miraculous medicine 3 times a day." She stared at him wide-eyed, screaming in horror. "What did you say? This thing tortures people. It doesn't cure anything." In her heart, she thought, "A month of this will surely kill me. I have to tell him how healthy I really am." Arnie sprang to her feet, placing her hands on the table and slamming them down on the wooden surface, her voice rising decisively. "I have something to say. I'm actually much healthier and stronger than you think." Cassian smiled, calmly replying, "I also have something to tell you." Arnie looked at her husband with wide eyes, not understanding what he was about to say. She swallowed hard, then gave a slight shrug. "So, what do you want to say?" His face lit up, and his shoulders squared, as if he had just won a small victory that morning. Then he suddenly changed the subject, his smile still radiant. "Right now, a delegation is on its way here, a delegation from the Western Empire, including your relatives, and your younger brother, too. Accompanying them were Prince Leonan's attendant knight, the female knight Julena Igraine, and many other warriors escorting the family." Leonan, the crown prince of the Western Empire, smiled, saying it had been a long time since he had seen his older sister, Arnie. Uncle Sano, sitting opposite him with his arms crossed over his chest, also smiled. Time truly flies. It's already been 2 months since her wedding. As for Julena, riding on the back of a purebred white horse, she gently rode ahead of the carriage carrying the royal members. She approached the prince's carriage, called out softly, and said that they were nearing the airship that would take them directly to the Northern Empire.
At the Northern Emperor's castle, the conversation between Cassian and a royal aide turned to the topic of the Emperor's upcoming birthday. The Duke smiled, saying that soon the place would be bustling again, while the aide merely bowed silently in farewell. As Cassian stepped outside, he heard a clear, childish voice call his name, accompanied by the sound of small footsteps running closer. He stopped, turned, and beamed brightly upon seeing the little Princess Cynthia, then knelt down before her. The little girl, with her clear blue eyes and long, soft, wheat-colored hair, exclaimed joyfully, "It's been so long since we last met."
Cassian gently stroked the girl's head affectionately, nodding in agreement. Cynthia pouted and asked, "Why didn't you come find me? I've been waiting forever to play with you." He chuckled softly, gently replying that he had been busy with many things lately. But their conversation was interrupted by a group of guards rushing over, one of them exclaiming, "Your Highness, you cannot—" Seeing the Duke, the guard was flustered, unsure how to proceed. Cassian smiled, thinking to himself that the Queen had changed much in her treatment of children, then asked softly, "Would you mind if I took the princess for a short walk?" After receiving their consent, the two siblings strolled together in the royal garden. The conversation gradually shifted to the Duchess. Cassian said that Arne was very beautiful, making Cynthia eagerly ask, "Is she even more beautiful than Mother?" He chuckled softly, replying, "She is the most beautiful person in this world." This remark made the little girl giggle with delight. As evening fell and the sunset gilded the entire garden, the Duchess and the nanny were conversing. The nanny explained that the envelope that had just arrived was an invitation to Emperor Giazep's birthday party, causing Arne to sigh softly, her heart full of hesitation. Truthfully, she had no desire to attend. Footsteps echoed, and Arne immediately looked up from the invitation to see her husband approaching. He looked at her kindly, gave a puzzling smile, and asked, "Have you taken your tonic today?" Arne smiled, gently turning away, avoiding her happy husband's tender gaze, and quietly replied that she had. Nanny placed a hand on her chest, smiling brightly. "Sir, I was the one who offered that tonic to the Duchess 3 times in a row." Arne stood nearby, thinking to herself that she lied skillfully, just as they had agreed.
Cassian nodded, still wearing that smile, gently called her name and asked, "If you have a moment, would you come with me?" It turned out he was inviting her on a river cruise on a pristine white boat decorated with vibrant fresh flowers. Arne wore a pure white dress, adorned with shimmering golden patterns and countless soft fabric flowers. Standing on the boat, she gazed in wonder at the scenery before her, her heart overflowing with an indescribable sense of enchantment. She gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear as the warm breeze swept through, making her hair flutter. Arne smiled and said, "The river flowing through the heart of the city is truly romantic." Cassian chuckled softly, saying he was very happy to see her enjoy the place so much. Arne said it was her first time spending time like this, then curiously asked if he often took such boat trips. The Duke replied, "This is also my first time, though I've known about this pleasure for a long time." He smiled calmly, adding that he had always avoided the river, as too many people had tried to drown him there. Arne paused slightly, then clenched her fist and gave a small smile. "Well, if anyone dares to do anything to you, I'll make them pay."
Cassian chuckled, wondering to himself if she could be called cute in this situation. The boat stopped at the dock, and Cassian stepped onto the pier first, extending his hand and gently telling her to take her time lest she fall. The two of them left the boat together, heading into the city square, which was brightly decorated with flags and lanterns. Amidst the bustling crowd, Cassian gently took her hand, enveloping her slender fingers in his palm, delighting in the surprised look that appeared on her face. He smiled and softly said, "Come with me." Arne gently squeezed his hand back, as if responding with a gesture instead of words. They walked up the high steps, approaching the railing. From above, brilliant fireworks exploded, bursting open in the night sky. The multicolored light reflected in Arne's wide, astonished eyes, and she exclaimed, "It's so beautiful, truly beautiful."
Cassian looked at his wife with tender eyes, smiling. "Yes, it's truly beautiful." Then he leaned in slightly, placing a soft kiss on the cheek of the girl, who was blushing with emotion. Arne let out a soft breath, turned to look at him, and in the brilliant moment of the fireworks, the two merged into a deep kiss, tender yet passionate, the bursts of light in the sky seemingly reflecting the surging emotions in their hearts. The next morning, at the Imperial Palace of the Northern Empire, important guests from a neighboring nation were received. Crown Prince Edward bowed, his voice calm. "We are greatly honored to welcome your excellencies after a long journey." He placed a hand on his chest, smiled courteously, and then introduced himself as the Crown Prince of the Northern Empire. Crown Prince Leonin and his uncle Sano listened with a friendly demeanor. The blue-haired young man stepped forward, smiling in return. "Thank you for your warm welcome, Your Highness. I am Leonin, Crown Prince of the Western Empire." The two shook hands firmly, exchanging polite pleasantries. Edward subtly noticed his heart was still a little nervous before this meeting, while Leonin quietly assessed that he had perhaps expected more from the heir to the Northern throne. Edward explained that his father, the Emperor, was currently unwell, so he was receiving them on behalf of the court. Leonin smiled, saying he hoped they would soon become close. The Crown Prince explained that he had prepared a small palace for their rest. Uncle Sano, for his part, said they were eager to see the Northern Empire and hoped for an early audience with the Emperor, but first they would visit the residence of Duke Turnagain Cassian.
Leonin and Julina nodded in unison, their hearts simply wishing to reunite with their beloved Lady Arnie as soon as possible. As evening fell, Julina's joyful shouts echoed throughout the residence upon meeting her commander.
She rushed forward and embraced the Duchess, laughing and exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, it's been so long since I last saw you." Her eyes crinkled with happiness, and a bright smile remained on her face. Leonin smiled gently, waved, and asked, "How have you been all this time?" Julina still held Arnie tightly, refusing to let go. Arnie's voice was hoarse as she quietly replied, "I'm doing well. And you? It seems you're not doing badly either." Leonin chuckled to himself, thinking how lucky it was that his sister didn't hit him this time. He subtly covered his mouth to hide a smile, then teased, "So, how do you find married life? I still can't believe you actually got married." Leonin continued, a smirk playing on his lips. "Your husband, no matter how you look at it, is truly the unluckiest man in the world." Julina immediately warned him, stomping hard on his foot, making Leonin almost yelp. At the same time, Cassian emerged amidst the commotion, looking down at everyone from the staircase. He slowly descended, dressed in a refined black shirt and an elegant white suit. His deep, warm voice resonated. "My apologies. I am late." Placing a hand on his chest, he gave a slight bow, offered a calm smile, and formally introduced himself. Julina and Leonin stared at the Duke, Arnie's husband, whom they were meeting for the first time, with undisguised astonishment.
The Crown Prince couldn't hold back, pointing directly at Cassian and exclaiming, "It's him! He's the unluckiest man in the world!" Julina stomped hard on Leonin's foot again, not knowing any other way to silence him. The female knight placed a hand on her chest, bowing her head in apology. "Please excuse my master's rudeness." Leonin gritted his teeth and hissed softly, "Ow, that hurts so much." Julina looked up, smiling brightly. "It's a great pleasure to meet you." Then she introduced herself. "I am Julina, a member of the Order of the Golden Dragon, currently a knight of the Northern Empire." Cassian silently observed the girl in uniform, a fleeting thought about that knightly order and his wife's position within it crossing his mind. Leonin cleared his throat, extended his hand to shake the Duke's hand, and introduced himself. "I am Leonin, Crown Prince of the Western Empire, and also Arnie's cousin. Please call me by my name." The two men clasped hands firmly in a decisive handshake. Afterwards, Cassian turned to greet Sano, inviting him to make himself at home. He felt a sense of amusement, the mansion suddenly becoming unusually lively and vibrant. A moment later, Julina clung to her former commander, her arm linked with hers, refusing to let go. When Arnie gently told her to let go, Julina pouted and replied, "I don't want to. I missed you terribly."
The Duchess frowned slightly. "Don't touch me anymore." But the girl just laughed loudly, shouting excitedly, "I love your hand so much." Julina smiled faintly, gently asking if her commander liked this place. Arnie was a little surprised, not expecting her to change the subject so abruptly. She replied, "It's not too bad." Julina continued, saying she heard that the people here didn't like those from the Western Empire. Arnie recalled the lady she had met here, then smiled and said they had all been very kind to her. Julina moved closer, a vague smile still on her lips, then whispered, "So, what does the Duchess like most about her wife?" Arnie blushed slightly, momentarily flustered, and asked back, "Why are you suddenly asking that?"
The girl narrowed her eyes, her voice playful with a hint of mischief. "It's just that I find talking to you interesting, that's all." The Duchess maintained her composure, replying slowly, "I'm not sure either," then subtly shifted away. Julina interjected, her voice half advisory, half commanding, "Don't avoid it anymore, just answer." Arnie hummed softly, lost in thought. Memories flooded back. Warm hands, gentleness, small acts of care. She murmured, "I once thought I'd get bored of him, but it turns out that's not the case at all." A faint smile touched her lips as she gazed into the distance, as if lost in her own emotions. "Perhaps it's because he's very handsome," she whispered, half joking, half serious. Julina's voice rose, sweet and alluring. Arnie immediately stopped smiling and turned to ask, "Why are you calling me in that tone?" Her face eager, Julina tilted her head, her eyes mischievous. "Duchess, would you like to make a small wager?" Arnie frowned. "A wager on what?" Julina pursed her lips. "Let's see. If I deliberately try to seduce the Duke, will he be able to resist?" The moment that thought entered her mind, Arnie felt as if a nuclear war had just erupted in her heart. But then Julina immediately sobered up at the gaze of the commander before her, a gaze that made one want to burrow into the ground. Arnie's face darkened, her eyes chillingly sharp, almost deadly. Julina panicked, stammering an excuse. I was just joking. I went too far. I'm sorry." Not wanting to risk another second, she sprang up and said hastily, "I'll leave now, Duchess. Please rest."
The door clicked shut. As she stepped into the hallway, Julina shivered. Crave stood before her, arms crossed, leaning against a pillar, his gaze as cold as ice. His voice deepened, restrained. "You shouldn't behave so disrespectfully towards the commander. This isn't the Western Empire." Crave added, his words brief but heavy. That attitude won't do you any good. Julina raised an eyebrow, a half smile playing on her lips. That's just your opinion. And do you know why I left the Golden Dragon Guild to serve the Crown Prince? Crave scowled, retorting impatiently. How would I know? She shrugged, her voice light as a breeze. Because in the guild, everyone lives under the shadow of their master's sword. When politics come under attack, they can do nothing but repeat that we are all part of the same guild. Julina subtly raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharpening. But as an escort knight, things are completely different.
She turned, her voice sharp. Now I will help the commander, and don't you lecture me anymore. Crave watched her, stunned, muttering, "What did you just say?" Clearly it had been too long since he was accustomed to such fiery stubbornness. The girl softly said that she was the one who cared about the commander more than anyone else. The red-haired man immediately became enraged, pointing at her as she turned her back and walked away. Erica stood tucked away in the corner, observing the entire conversation and the subsequent exchange of words with curiosity. She cried while wondering who that girl was, what her relationship was with the young lady, then quickly wiped away her tears, not understanding how she could be so close to the knights. Deciding to test if her judgment was correct, she called out to the red-haired knight and stepped closer. Crave swallowed hard, thinking that the maid must have overheard the recent conversation, while Erica was gathering all her courage to ask. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, she closed her eyes and asked if Julina was his wife. The knight froze, staring at the maid. Erica continued to ask, her voice trembling. "Is she the wife? The one who wants to divorce you?" Crave stood motionless, not answering, but a faint sense of relief washed over him, thankful that this little girl still didn't fully understand what he had just said.
During the day, Arnie's procession, consisting of a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 white horses, slowly rolled through the streets of the capital. The accompanying maids gently told her not to worry, as this event was only taking place before the official festival began. Arnie smiled and thanked them softly, then shivered slightly. Juliana's earlier teasing words suddenly came back to her, making her confused with mixed emotions of jealousy, anger, and a touch of inexplicable fear. A maid noticed her face had paled and anxiously asked if anything was bothering the lady. Arnie hastily replied that it was nothing, just a little tired. When the carriage stopped in front of the royal palace, she stepped down, letting out a soft, long breath, silently telling herself that she absolutely had to forget about it. Despite her efforts, she still didn't understand why it made her heart so troubled until she heard Lady Daisy call out. Lillian and Daisy approached with smiles, greeted the Duchess, and then walked with her into the royal garden. There, many ladies were already seated around an exquisitely decorated table, laden with beautiful pastries and desserts. During the conversation, Lillian unexpectedly said that those who had suffered at the hands of slave traders had collectively donated money to erect a statue in honor of Sir Crave, the hero of the Northern Empire. Lady Daisy nodded, smiled, and said that she had also contributed to the fund, then turned to ask her friend what she thought. Lillian smiled brightly. Of course, donating to such a good cause is the right thing to do. Arnie chuckled softly, thinking to herself that young Crave would surely be delighted if he knew there was a statue dedicated to him. When her gaze fell upon the identical pins fastened to her 2 friends' dresses, Arnie curiously asked, "May I ask, what are these silver badges inlaid with red stones? I've never seen them before." Lillian replied excitedly, her voice full of pride. "Those are the badges of the fan club I just founded." The Duchess raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised because such an explanation was hard to imagine, and asked Lillian what she meant. The pink-haired girl placed both hands on her chest, smiled radiantly, and replied that this was a club for those who admired Arnie. Lillian and Daisy sprang up, letting out soft shouts of excitement, holding hands and explaining that it was a gathering of people who adored Arnie. Hearing this, the Duchess asked in astonishment, "But why would such gatherings be necessary?"
Lady Daisy turned to look at her, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Does this bother you, Duchess?" Arnie let out a soft breath. She thought there was no need to shatter the innocent dreams of these lovely girls, so she smiled gently and replied, "Not at all. I'm truly delighted." Just then, a servant entered to announce the arrival of Queen Pulcheria, a girl with long, flowing blue hair and brilliant blue eyes. All the ladies simultaneously stood up and curtsied. The Queen gently thanked them for attending the tea party, saying that she had personally organized this party specifically for them and hoped everyone would be pleased, though her eyes were still slightly narrowed and cold. When the Queen's gaze and Arnie's met, a flicker of an unreadable emotion passed between the two. The Queen's expression was indifferent. "I truly didn't expect to see the Duchess here. Still, it seems you've deigned to show your face." Arnie remained silent, not understanding why the Queen was being so caustic. It was this silence that made Pulcheria frown. "You are still as rude and ill-mannered as ever." The head butler, Mate, standing nearby, stared in astonishment at his mistress, who was bowing her head and softly uttering an apology.
The more Pulcheria thought about it, the angrier she became. Her very calmness and composure only irritated her further. The queen's voice deepened, carrying a threat. "Be careful with your words and actions, Duchess." Arne's eyes widened in bewilderment. She hadn't actually done anything reprehensible, but she remained calm, only nodding slightly in response. "Yes, I understand." Just then, a hurried maid ran up, her face pale with fear, and bent down to whisper into the queen's ear. Poltria's eyes widened, and she angrily blurted out, "How is that possible?" Unable to contain her rage, she shouted, "Princess Cynthia has disappeared?" She stood stunned, her bewildered eyes staring into space. Then she suddenly turned and ran off, as if forgetting everyone around her. The ladies began to whisper, saying they had heard rumors about the princess's disappearance, and that the girl was always getting into trouble.
Someone gently asked, "Perhaps that's why the queen rarely showed affection for her daughter." Arnie listened, her heart filled with surprise. Afterwards, the maid returned to announce that the empress was unwell, and today's tea party had to end early. The ladies regretfully stood up, preparing to leave, but looking back, they saw the Duchess still sitting quietly and called out, "Duchess, aren't you coming with us?" Arnie held the teacup in her hand and calmly replied, "You all go ahead. I'll just sit a little longer." The ladies exchanged smiles, thinking that Cassian must have promised to personally pick up his wife, so they said gently, "Well then, we'll see you later, Duchess." The girl calmly took a sip of tea after everyone had left, Pulcheria's frightened face flashing in her mind, and she wondered if she herself could ever express such an emotion. A moment later, she stepped out of the hall, following the smooth stone path in the royal garden. Suddenly, she shivered slightly, her eyes widening in surprise when she heard Crave call her name. He was walking towards her, panting, his voice gently chiding. "Why did the commander come out so late? I've been waiting for the commander here for a long time." Arnie asked him where Julina was. Crave explained that as the crown prince's official escort, Julina had to be present at the meeting, which made her nod thoughtfully. Just then, they heard a strange rustling in the bushes, and both looked in that direction. Suddenly, a little girl with pale blonde hair and brilliant blue eyes sprang out, exclaiming excitedly, "I've reached the land of fairies!"
The little girl emerged from the foliage, pointing at Arnie, her blonde hair shimmering in the sunlight, and exclaimed in admiration, "Look, a fairy!" Her small face glowed like an angel's, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "You're a princess from the fairy kingdom, aren't you?" Arnie froze, looking at the little girl in astonishment, thinking to herself how adorable she was. Seeing the two adults still bewildered, the little girl approached them, politely saying, "My name is Cynthia, and I want to go to the land of fairies, so I set out on my own." Crave chuckled gently. "This looks more like a fairy herself." Then he suddenly became serious. "Wait a minute, could this be the missing Princess Cynthia?" He said they had found the princess and needed to inform the queen immediately. But the little girl immediately cried out in despair, "No, I won't go back." Arnie wasn't good at talking to children, but she gently advised, "You should go back, Cynthia." The little girl's clear blue eyes welled up with tears, and Crave quickly reassured her, "The queen is very worried about you." The little girl shook her head slightly, tears spilling from her eyes. "No one worries about me." She buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Crave, startled, sat down in front of her and gently comforted her. When the little girl lowered her hands, she sobbed through her hiccups, "I want to go to my brother Cassian." Arnie froze. Cassian? She was momentarily confused. Could the little girl be referring to her husband, Turnagain Cassian? Arnie knelt down, gently stroked the girl's soft hair, and said in an affectionate voice, "Don't cry any more, Cynthia. The fairy will take you to meet your brother Cassian." The little girl's sparkling eyes lit up. "Really?" Arnie smiled. "Really?" She stood up, taking Cynthia's small, pretty hand. The knight, still confused, pressed, "What are you planning to do now, my lady?" Late that evening, Duke Cassian finally returned to Turnagain Manor after a long, busy day. Arnie joyfully called out, "You're home!" Cynthia let go of her hand and rushed towards Cassian. Her small hands reached out, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Cassian!" The little girl threw herself into his arms, radiant as if she had just found her entire world again. In just a few steps, he gently approached, lifted his sister, and held her tightly in his arms. Cassian looked at Arnie, a warm smile on his face. "So this is why you told me to come home as soon as possible." The Duchess smiled, watching Cassian gently care for the princess, then softly replied, "I just happened to meet her. The princess didn't want to return to the palace, so I brought her here." Cassian beamed, saying his wife had done very well, and he would take care of the rest. Cynthia leaned close to her brother's ear and whispered softly, "Is this the girl you told me about?" Arne was delighted, pressing her tightly clasped hands to her cheeks, while Cassian chuckled softly, still holding his sister in his arms. Cynthia recalled her brother's words that he had met the most beautiful girl in the world, which made Arne blush involuntarily,
looking up at him in surprise. Cassian smiled contentedly, as if acknowledging his sister's words. Arne quickly reminded softly, covering her face shyly with both hands. I heard everything. The Duchess quickly said she would return to her room to rest, and then quickly walked away, still wondering in her mind when he had started telling the princess such things. A familiar voice rang out. Arne turned around, surprised to see Julina standing in her room. She asked, "How was the commander's trip to the palace to meet the crown prince?"
Julina smiled, pulling a sparkling bottle of champagne from behind her back. "We'll need this for a long talk." The two sat down, nibbling on snacks, enjoying the cool champagne, and recounting their age to each other. Julina recounted that female knights were not allowed into the crown prince's palace, so she had to take down a few North Imperial guards to get the job done. Afterwards, in the grand banquet hall, Crown Prince Edward appeared, radiantly welcoming the delegation from the West Empire. Leona was about to return the greeting, but Edward cut her off, quickly asking, "How has Lady Arne been lately?" Arne frowned at annoyance. He asked about me first? Julina nodded, smirking. Yes, it's quite strange. Behaving like that towards his cousin's wife is indeed a bit odd. She continued, "Then suddenly a guard bumped into my shoulder, hurting me, so I told him that if he injured someone, he should apologize. The man turned around and coldly said he didn't understand what I was talking about." Arne sighed. "And because of that, you started a fight in the middle of the banquet?" Julina nodded, looking gleeful as if she had no regrets. The Duchess clicked her tongue. "In other words, you ruined the entire party and then left?" The knightess shrugged, taking another sip of wine. "On the battlefield, those weaklings would surrender in less than a minute. Here, they pretend to be brave." Arne looked at her skeptically. "Seriously, you laid hands on them just for that?" Julina chuckled, playfully replying, "Well, I acted that way to be like my most esteemed commander, the beautiful Lady Arne."
Julina playfully winked, leaving Arne amused and bewildered. Changing the subject, Julina continued, "I just heard there's going to be a big tournament held for Emperor Gev's birthday. I suppose they want us to kneel and offer our congratulations again." With that, she poured more wine into the commander's glass, her eyes sparkling as if anticipating the lively days ahead. Arne took a small sip of wine, still thinking about the upcoming tournament. The knightess spoke up, her voice full of enthusiasm, asking the commander if she liked living in the Northern Empire. Arne replied, half jokingly, half probingly, asking further, "Is it because Uncle is afraid I won't return that he sent you and Leonin here?" The knightess frowned and replied curtly, "Yes, he said exactly that." Arne gazed at the wine shimmering golden in the glass, muttering that Uncle was worrying too much about her. She lightly shook the bottle, realizing the wine was gone, so Julina stood up and went out to get more. The Duchess gently raised her head, directing her gaze towards the night sky, the stars shining brightly like those she had long cherished. Oh, how wonderful it would be to gaze at them out there. As night fell, Ternugan Manor was completely enveloped in the silent, chilly night.
Cassian was walking from the study to the bedroom when he heard a familiar voice that made him stop. In front of him was his beloved wife. She wasn't standing very steadily, swaying slightly on her high heels, and her breathing was rapid. Just one look, and Cassian knew she was drunk. Her voice slurred, her face flushed. Arne pointed at him, stammering, Do you think you're too handsome?" Then she laughed and grumbled, "How can you be so handsome and thoughtful that it's annoying?" Cassian was surprised, but still smiled, the corners of his lips curving slightly. "You're drunk, my dear." Arne hiccuped softly, protesting, "No, I'm not drunk." He stepped closer, maintaining his gentle smile. "Drunk people usually say that. Should I take you to bed?" Arne looked at him, her eyes tired and tinged with sadness. She whispered softly, "Why do you always smile like that?"
Cassian slightly lowered his head, a hint of surprise on his face, then gently asked, "What do you mean?" The girl was no longer sober enough to keep her distance. All she knew was that she wanted to touch his face. Arne lifted her hand, softly caressing his warm skin, and whispered, "You're always smiling, even when nothing good is happening, as if you're pretending." Then suddenly she withdrew her hand, furrowed her brow, and said irritably, "Try frowning like me." Cassian looked at her with wide eyes, while Arne chuckled softly. "Whether you frown or smile, you're still handsome as ever," she said. "Do you think there's anything wrong?" Goduk clearly understood what she meant. He could only sigh and give a soft laugh at her words, which were both clumsy and sincere. He softened his voice. "Come on, let me take you back to your room. You should rest now." But the girl whispered softly, her voice slurred with intoxication, "I truly want to understand you better, to be even closer to you." Arne moved closer, placing both hands on his chest, her voice trembling. "So many things weigh heavily on my shoulders. I can't protect you the way I want to." Then, tilting her head up slightly, her lips almost touching his, she spoke truthfully, almost a confession. "But regardless, I still yearn to have you, Cassian." The Duchess leaned back slightly, her lips nearly brushing his, and asked in a soft voice, "Do you like me?"
Cassian silently watched her. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Even if he were the only one to remember this summer evening, he didn't want it to pass this way, because she meant more to him than anyone else in his life.
He pulled her into his arms, gently placed a kiss on her warm forehead, and then honestly said, "I like you." Hearing her heart pound and her breath quicken, Cassian buried his face in her soft hair, his voice deep and warm. "Just express what you desire." The girl, enveloped in his scent and warmth, closed her eyes and softly asked, "What do we do now?" Then she fell asleep on his shoulder. She clutched his shirt tightly, whispering that their time was running out. In her dream, Arnie's mind drifted to the Eternal Hall, where two swords would choose the heir to the first hero's entire legacy. That rumor had attracted countless warriors seeking their destiny. The two swords, the ancient Nevermore and the recently forged Nevermore, were both proud spirit swords that no one had managed to satisfy, until the young girl Arnie appeared with her uncle. She held Uncle Johann's hand, looking around in bewilderment, and asked, "Uncle, why are we here?" Johann smiled calmly, "Because this place holds the soul fragments of the hero." She asked again, "What do those fragments mean?" Her uncle smiled kindly, looking at the naive little girl, trying to explain simply, but unexpectedly, a loud bang echoed. Nevermore spoke, its voice cold. "Johann, have you truly come here to sign a contract with us?" Immediately, Nevermore interrupted, turning to Arnie. "Young girl, you haven't signed any contract yet. I can help you reveal your true talent." Nevermore transformed into a tiny person, excitedly exclaiming, "This wonderful person must sign a contract with me. I can help her become famous everywhere."
Nevermore immediately flew into a rage, scolding her as a cunning little fox. The two spirit swords transformed into two small figures, arguing and fighting, vying for every word, trying to convince the girl to choose them. Johann didn't know how to explain it to his little niece, who was staring with her mouth agape. The girl called out to her uncle, her voice lazy. "So I have to sign a contract with one of them?" The man chuckled softly at her serious expression, teasing, "Or perhaps I'll let Arnie inherit my Levitan?" The two spirit swords cried out in unison, "No!" Then, almost simultaneously, at this time filled with panic, the two spirit swords exclaimed, "You must accept both of us!" The next morning, the girl slowly opened her eyes, trying to shake off a chaotic dream, vaguely recalling how she had ended up in bed. She slowly sat up, rubbed her face, and frowned slightly as she thought about having drunk too much the previous day. A knock sounded at the door. Arnie permitted entry, then suddenly froze as memories of last night's conversation with Cassian and her foolish drunken actions flooded back like a wave. Just then, Duke Cassian entered the room with a fresh appearance and a gentle smile, saying he had brought honey water for his wife. Arnie could only silently call herself an idiot in her heart, quickly covering her face with her hands.
Cassian held a silver tray in his hand, on which sat a small plate and a steaming cup of tea. He asked softly, "Did you sleep well?" The girl sighed softly, not daring to look at him, still embarrassed about last night. She mumbled in response, "I slept a little late." When the man sat down beside her, she took the plate, trying to act natural. "You look like you slept well, though." Cassian chuckled softly, shaking his head in denial, while Arnie slowly sipped her hot honey water. He said quietly, his voice half teasing, "I didn't sleep well at all. Someone said they didn't like my face." Arnie nearly choked, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Cassian continued to smile, saying with a witty air, "They also told me not to smile like that anymore, so I'm trying to frown instead." He raised an eyebrow, a smile still lingering on his lips. "I don't mean to look this way." Arnie's face flushed crimson. She quickly wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, then whispered, "I'm sorry, I was so rude."
Cassian looked at her, his smile deepening at his wife's messy hair and adorable flushed cheeks. He gently took the empty cup from her hand, placed it on the bedside table, and asked, "Do you remember what we talked about last night?" Arnie flinched, blurting out uncontrollably, I got carried away. I don't remember clearly, but please forgive me." Cassian sighed softly, about to say something. "If you feel guilty, then—" But he didn't finish his sentence. Cassian placed his hand on her cheek, gently lifted her small face, and lightly kissed her dry lips. When they parted, he gently touched his lips to her flushed cheek, smiling. "That's enough." On the same day, a turquoise-painted royal carriage, pulled by 4 thoroughbred horses, traversed the streets. Inside, the Empress sat in contemplation, her melancholic eyes gazing into the distance, thinking about her life and all that was happening. She remembered clearly. Emperor Giuseppe had always yearned for a son, a true heir. Instead of the foolish child, Edward, he wanted another son to personally raise and mold into a capable person. Giuseppe had married her with the belief that a young, healthy wife like her would easily bear him that child. But after the wedding, the only child they had was a baby girl, Princess Cynthia, with deep blue eyes. The emperor was disappointed, and from then on he no longer cared for his wife or daughter. He coldly declared, From now on, your duty is to manage the nobility, live peacefully, and cause no trouble for me." Those words also meant the end of that woman's freedom. In response, she only begged for one thing, the right to raise Cynthia as she wished. She swore to protect her daughter so that later he could not force the girl into an arranged marriage. Cynthia would never live a life like her mother's.
At the same time, in the garden of the Ternugan estate, little Cynthia was stroking the soft fur of the friendly dog named Hero. Arne, Crave, and the nanny stood nearby, watching to ensure the little princess was safe from any danger. The princess hugged the small dog tightly in her tiny arms, while the knight exclaimed how adorable she was, and Nanny smiled, saying the girl reminded her of Lady Arne when she was little. Suddenly, the warm atmosphere was interrupted by Erica, the maid, who rushed over to call the Duchess, breathless. After a moment of trying to catch her breath, she said tremblingly that the queen had personally arrived at the Ternugan. Arne immediately went to the garden to greet the unexpected guest. Tea and pastries were quickly served to them, while Crave and Erica quietly observed from a distance. The queen gently raised her pinky finger, slowly sipping a mouthful of tea after a fleeting glance at her daughter. The Duchess still didn't understand what was happening, only subtly frowning as she looked at the woman with caution. A cold voice rang out. The queen said that Cassian had sent her a letter, and now her daughter was truly here, while the little girl was still engrossed in playing with the small dog. The girl's blue eyes subtly glanced at her mother, her gaze distant.
The queen turned around, spread her arms, called her daughter's name, and gently urged the little girl to come closer. But Cynthia frowned slightly, a clear look of displeasure on her face. She showed no joy at her mother's presence. The little girl slowly walked to the table, but contrary to the queen's expectations, she did not go towards her mother. Instead, she approached Arnie, grasped her hand tightly, and called out in a trembling voice, "Sister." The Duchess sighed softly, then gently told Cynthia that her mother was very worried about her, and that it was time to return to the royal palace. The princess bowed her head, and softly replied, "I won't go back." The queen's eyes widened, and her voice rang out, trembling, "Cynthia!" But the little girl was not afraid. Even though her mother's voice was sharp, she firmly repeated, "I'm not going back." The queen was stunned, her voice caught in her throat. "What did you say, Cynthia?" The little girl sobbed, her voice tiny. "Nobody plays with me there. They just scare me."
Pulcheria's eyes widened, unable to believe her ears. "What did you just say?" Cynthia sniffled again, but this time spoke very clearly. "Every time I make a mistake, everyone around me gets replaced." She said she knew her mother was the one who sent her caregivers away. Tears streamed down her cheeks as the princess continued, choked with emotion. "I want to stay here more because Cassian plays with me, talks to me, and is always by my side." The Empress flinched slightly, her eyes red-rimmed, her voice trembling. "Mother, I'm just worried about you, Cynthia." But the little girl still clutched Arna's hand tightly, her eyes filled with anger. "That's not true. If you were truly worried about me, you wouldn't have left me so lonely." The Empress trembled, a silent tear falling as she heard her daughter's accusation that she didn't love her child. Her whole body shook slightly, her hands covering her face, sobbing, the choked cries giving voice to the pain she had suppressed for so long, now erupting in gasps and sobs after years of trying to raise her little child alone. Arna felt a little overwhelmed witnessing such a private moment between mother and daughter. She let out a soft breath, and seeing the encouraging glances from Crave and Erica, the Duchess gently called the little girl's name, her hands softly stroking her silky hair. Arna advised Cynthia to go hug her mother, who was still trying to hide her tears and sobs behind her trembling hands. Arna gently reminded the princess that she loved her mother, and calmly explained that the little girl wasn't behaving this way because she didn't care for her mother, but simply because she was sad that her mother wouldn't play with her. Hearing the gentle, soft voice of her brother's beloved wife, Cynthia subtly glanced at her mother, who was still crying. Arnie reached out and stroked her head, gently saying that her mother was also very scared, afraid that her daughter wouldn't want to look at her anymore, so now she needed to go comfort her. The little girl hesitated, worried that she had already said everything that needed to be said, but Arnie gently reassured her, "Your mother will understand everything." As soon as she heard that, Cynthia immediately rushed to hug her mother tightly. The woman opened her arms, lifted her daughter, held her close, her trembling hands stroking the soft strands of hair, then choked out an apology. Mother and daughter apologized to each other through tears. A moment later, the little girl reached out and wiped away her mother's tears, while Arne stood by, watching with a heart full of worry. The Empress gently kissed Cynthia's forehead, still holding her daughter in her warm embrace. Cassian then approached, smiling as he witnessed the scene. His gaze lingered on Arne's radiant face, who had just skillfully reconciled the mother and daughter after their misunderstanding. Not long after, Emperor Giuseppe's birthday arrived, and the palace gates opened wide to welcome guests.
The emperor, in festive attire, emerged with his retinue, smiling and offering cheerful greetings to everyone. Everyone offered their congratulations, but Arne was drawn to a different sight, her crimson eyes widening slightly. Before her was Crave, who had just put on a wig and once again disguised himself as a woman, albeit an incredibly muscular one. The Duchess subtly gritted her teeth and whispered, asking why he was dressed like that. Crave smiled and replied that it was the most effective disguise. He asked if she had seen his giant statue in the square yet, then laughed, saying that because of it he couldn't go anywhere in peace anymore. Crave added, "It doesn't matter how I look, as long as I'm always by the commander's side." Just then, Leonal appeared beside them, clicking his tongue. The young man chuckled, lightly tapped his chin, and teased, "What kind of species is this?" He was the deputy commander of the Golden Dragon Knights. Arne let out a soft huff and retorted, "And you, why are you alone? You don't look dignified at all." The young man turned to look at his sister, a hint of annoyance on his face. Crave smiled and asked Crown Prince Leonal, "Where is Julina?" The Crown Prince shrugged, replying indifferently, "I don't know. She said she had something to do and had to go somewhere." At the same time, Julina Agrain stood before Cassian in a spacious corridor when no one else was present but them. After exchanging greetings, Julina stated that the only reason they were there was to celebrate Emperor Giuseppe's birthday.
Cassian was clearly not pleased, unsure if it was because of the girl's answer, this conversation, or everything at once. He coldly stated that he had a feeling this girl was different from other knights, seemingly very knowledgeable about politics. Julina smiled and gently asked in return, "Are you complimenting me, Your Grace?" The Duke replied that she would probably be more suited for a different position than merely accompanying and protecting the Crown Prince. She smiled sweetly again, subtly thanked him, and then changed the subject. Julina mischievously asked, "Do you find married life interesting, Your Grace? After all, Lady Arn isn't very good at communicating and doesn't understand much about men."
Cassian replied coldly, "I've realized that." Having said that, he turned to leave. The girl immediately called after him, "You're far different from what I imagined." The Duke stopped, turned his head to look at her with a calm, almost indifferent gaze, and asked, "What do you mean?" Juliana gave a sweet smile, her eyes holding a hint of mischief. "And what about you? What do you think of me?" Cassian replied nonchalantly, "You're speaking nonsense." Juliana chuckled softly, "It's really not easy to deceive you." The Duke calmly said, "I realized from the start that you were trying to test me. So what is the result of that test?" The Knightess smiled brightly. "You passed. But I still think, how could a cold man like you truly love anyone? Perhaps in a short while you'll return to the Western Empire." Cassian asked, his voice deepening, "Why are you so concerned about my wife?" Juliana gently replied, "Because Arne changed my life. She is my faith." Cassian fell silent. He clearly understood the hidden meaning in her words, but still only looked at her with dark eyes, saying nothing more. Juliana Igraine frowned slightly. This conversation made her uncomfortable. It felt as if the Duke's gaze could see through every thought in her mind. She bowed and then turned to walk in the opposite direction. Afterwards, Crown Prince Edward stood before a mirror, adjusting his attire. "Does this outfit look all right?" he asked his assistant, then nodded to himself. The Crown Prince looked into the mirror, wondering, "Will Lady Arne notice me?" Edward adjusted the collar of his formal attire, while the assistant standing beside him reassured him, "Your Highness looks absolutely splendid." Edward smiled contentedly, while the assistant looked at him, thinking to himself, "He looks ordinary on the outside, but he's truly an adorable fool." The Crown Prince gave a radiant smile. "I want to ask you something." He maintained his polite smile, nodding slightly, ready to hear another foolish question. Edward placed a hand on his chest, asking, "I am, without a doubt, a more excellent Crown Prince than all other, second I not?"
Seeing Ergen momentarily falter, Edward explained, his voice full of confidence. "I understand, and once I become emperor, this Western Empire will immediately collapse." He then laughed, casually adding, "But that doesn't matter." With that, Edward turned, pushed open the heavy oak door, and unexpectedly found a familiar face right before him. Lady Octia, Crown Prince Edward's officially chosen fiancée, smiled as she asked where he was rushing off to. The Crown Prince replied that he wasn't going anywhere, and Octia smiled, saying she was very happy to hear that, because he couldn't leave his only fiancée to think of others. Edward let out a faint groan, forced a smile, and simultaneously tugged his collar away from his neck to breathe a little deeper. Ergen smiled, thinking it would be best to leave the young people together, then calmly headed towards the stairs. The young man stepped out onto the balcony, which offered a panoramic view of the vast, splendid, and lavishly decorated banquet hall, and scanned the crowd for Arn.
Cassian approached her, saying that he had finally found his wife, and Arnie turned around when she heard that call. She looked at her husband with surprise, because she was sure that, as always at Gallus, he would be busy with work. Arnie smiled faintly and asked if her husband truly wouldn't leave her side tonight. Cassian raised an eyebrow, gently asking back if she wanted him to go elsewhere and leave her alone. Arnie quickly reassured him that she didn't mean that,
and Cassian smiled, wrapping one arm around her waist, his other hand taking hers. He smiled, realizing that it was all right, then pulled her closer to him, his gaze unable to leave her. The ladies watching the Duke and Duchess whispered about how happy they looked today.
Cassian quietly led Arnie into the dance, and the young ladies began to whisper about the loving gaze the Duke bestowed upon his wife and her adorable shyness in response to his actions. The man leaned in and whispered for her not to mind those around them, but to only look at him. But the girl blushed, looked up in confusion, and said that they were at a ball. Cassian replied that if it bothered her so much, they could retreat to a place where no one would disturb them. When Arnie protested that there was no such place here, he leaned closer to her and whispered that such a place was merely invisible and often used by lovers with forbidden relationships. The girl was momentarily stunned and angry, recalling Crown Prince Edward's words, then asked if people truly lived like that here. Suddenly, the Duke took her hand, placed it on his cheek, and gently caressed it with his fingers, making Arnie stare at him with wide eyes in astonishment. Cassian suddenly remembered her words about the burden on her shoulders and about her desire to possess him entirely. Then he softly whispered that she would never cease to desire the Grand Duke.
Cassian leaned in closer, seemingly forgetting the entire world around them, and asked Arnie to say that she wanted him, that she couldn't live without him. Cassian, as if infatuated, clung tightly to her small, warm hand and said that if she did, he would forever belong only to her. The entire romantic atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by Leonen's unexpected loud shouting, who had started arguing with someone right in the middle of the banquet. The Crown Prince pointed at someone, and despite Uncle Sano's attempts to intervene, loudly declared that no one dared to speak such words about his knight. The man standing opposite chuckled softly, saying that the Crown Prince had simply misunderstood everything. But the young man grew even angrier, yelling that the opponent had just insulted him by saying his knight was inferior. The man with the gray beard replied that it couldn't be said he was mistaken. Leonen, held tightly by Sano, still shouted that his knight was a member of the Golden Dragon Association and possessed the most outstanding qualities of the Western Empire. The man smirked, asking if, should their knights win such a match, it could then be considered that they had defeated the strongest warrior of the Western Empire. Crown Prince Leonen indignantly yelled, asking what he was talking about. Deliberately provoking the young man, the opponent asked if the Crown Prince was truly afraid that they would hold such a contest. Leonen angrily clenched his fists, glared at the man, and growled, asking what he had just said. Their argument was cut short by the Duke's icy voice as he stepped forward and demanded they stop. Immediately putting on a polite smile, he raised his hand and asked what had caused such a loud commotion at the solemn ball. After understanding the cause of the verbal battle, Cassian reminded them that a tournament was about to take place, so it would be better to participate without arguing and then directly determine who was the best.
Prince Leonon and the Marquis of Ternugin glared at each other angrily, seemingly still wanting to continue, but the older man was the first to yield. He turned to look at the Duke and replied in a low voice that they would comply. Leonon then coldly ordered him not to regret that decision. The Marquis indifferently replied that it was time for him to leave, then turned and departed, leaving the prince seething with anger. Uncle Sano breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Cassian for intervening, as settling this dispute was not easy. The Duke replied that he only did what he had to do. Arnie watched the entire scene unfold, feeling both sad that her husband had left, annoyed with the Marquis and her brother, and a fleeting sense of satisfaction witnessing how the Duke smoothly handled everything. Suddenly, a familiar male voice called her commander, and the girl turned around. Arnie looked at a smiling Ergen in surprise, not expecting to meet him here. He said it had been a long time since they last met, and the Duchess nodded in agreement, asking about his situation. She then added that she had heard rumors about his close relationship with the prince, which made Ergen chuckle softly, saying they were merely political connections. With a slight sigh, Ergen asked if she could step outside with him to discuss something, and Arnie raised an eyebrow, asking what it was. The young man said he needed to tell her something, but Arnie calmly replied that he could say it right there.
Ergen remained firm in his resolve, convincing the girl that this conversation was extremely important and not for others to hear. They stepped out into the garden, and Ergen asked her if it was true that she was about to leave the Northern Empire, and Arnie replied with a soft, hesitant agreement. He paused, telling her, as a commander, not to worry, then reassuring her that everything would surely turn out well. But Arnie seemed hardly encouraged. He placed his hand on his chest and told the girl that he was there precisely to ensure everything went smoothly. Arnie barely heard those words, as she was preoccupied with the mixed emotions filling her heart at the thought of leaving. Ergen noticed the girl's distracted and sad expression and called her again, addressing her as Commander. Ergen thought that if he didn't act now, there might not be another chance, so he suddenly gripped Arnie's wrist.
The girl was pulled from her thoughts, looking at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. She looked at him with a bewildered expression, then called his name, asking him to explain what he was doing. As if imitating her husband's recent gesture, Ergen pressed her hand to his cheek. Looking at her with his bright green eyes, the young man whispered that he liked her. The Duchess froze, not pulling her hand away, seemingly not yet fully comprehending what she had just heard. Wanting to clearly convey the meaning of his words, he said that he loved her. Arn frowned at him and asked what he was talking about, while the young man mumbled that he wanted to wait. Ergen continued that he wanted to wait until she accepted his feelings, even if she rejected him even after that confession. Ergen had sincerely tried to wait and endure, but then she got married. Finally regaining her composure, Arn pulled her hand out of his grasp. She disliked Ergen's rude action. She frowned and said that she was a married woman, and he should not allow himself to cross the line. Ergen suddenly gritted his teeth and blurted out that he was the first. When the girl asked what he meant, Ergen explained that he was the one who met her first, and also the one who loved her first. Arn gritted her teeth and said that she was married, but Ergen insisted, saying that she was going to get a divorce anyway. Just thinking of the two words divorce, Cassian's image flashed before the girl's eyes, making her hesitate. And Ergen once again grabbed her wrist, saying that he wasn't asking her to answer right now, he just couldn't continue to hide his feelings anymore. The young man seriously said that if he heard from her mouth that she loved the Duke, then he would never bring this up again.
However, Ergen added that if she had no feelings for the Duke, he could wait a month or several years as long as she gave him a chance. Arn exhaled heavily again, feeling waves of discomfort spread throughout her body. She didn't want to touch him, nor did she want to hear any more of this. Suddenly, Cassian appeared, cutting them off, his voice as cold as ice, stating that he could no longer listen to these words. Quickly striding towards them, the Duke wrapped one arm around Arn's shoulder, while his other hand sharply pulled her wrist from the merchant's grasp. He looked at Ergen with an icy gaze, saying that Ergen had waited until he was absent to dare pull Arn away, then ordered him to immediately stay away from his wife. Intentionally provoking him, Ergen retorted, asking if the Duke had truly eavesdropped on their conversation, then complained about his terrible manners. Cassian's Adam's apple subtly bobbed. He lifted his head, looking at Ergen with eyes full of indignation, while Arn began to fear where things were headed.
The girl spoke up, saying it was time to stop this, and Ergen should also leave. He smirked, obediently turned in the opposite direction, and as he walked away, he said that they would meet again. As he left, the young man secretly thought that she was troubled, but if he didn't express his feelings now, there might never be another suitable opportunity later. When Ergen had almost left the garden, he ran into Crave. The red-haired knight stepped closer, crossed his arms over his chest, and then asked the young man since when Ergen had fallen in love with the young lady. Ergen thought that ever since he was little, his father had treated him as a replacement for his older brother, the son of his first wife. As they grew older, his brother showed more and more hatred towards him, because in the future they would have to share the Count's territory.
That's why Ergen voluntarily enlisted for the battlefield. He only wanted to die with dignity. On his first day, he met Arn. An enemy had knocked the sword from his hand and pointed the blade directly at the young man's head. Ergen prepared to face death, but suddenly the clang of steel rang out and a stranger stood shielding him. She easily repelled the opponent, holding a sword in each hand, one white, one black. After dealing with the attacker, Arn plunged one sword into the ground and told him that if he wanted to die, he shouldn't do it in front of her. She said that they were all caught in a long-standing conflict, fighting not to lose what they had, so it wasn't worth wasting one's life in such a battle. Ergen looked at her with admiration, then suddenly asked what she feared losing that still made her decide to step onto the battlefield. Arn replied that she fought for her family, for her friends, for all her subjects, for the entire Western Empire. And the young man quietly realized that if that were the case, his death would not make her happy. The girl nodded in agreement, saying that he didn't need to die then, and charged straight into the fierce battlefield. After letting all those memories flash through his mind, Ergen looked at Crave and asked if he truly cared how long he had loved her. Ergen closed his eyes and said, "From the very first time we met." Arn stood before Cassian, seemingly mortified, as if he had just heard too much. She brought a hand to her mouth, her mind racing, trying to figure out what she should do now.
Cassian called her name, then in a restrained but sorrow-laden voice asked if she loved him. The girl cried out angrily, not understanding why he would ask such a question. Cassian clenched his fist, asking in a low voice if she was betraying him, and Arnis angrily clenched her own hands, loudly asserting that what had happened was not betrayal, and that she would absolutely never allow herself to do such a thing. The Duke stepped towards her, then suddenly pulled her close, bringing his face closer to hers than etiquette and decorum allowed, but at this moment he seemed to no longer care about rules. The girl stammered, softly calling her husband's name, while he gently caressed her palm and wrist with his soft fingers. After that, Cassian said that if she didn't like it, she could absolutely refuse the kiss. Pulling his wife towards him, Cassian gently kissed her, as if trying to assert his ownership over this girl. Arnis returned the kiss,
reaching out to embrace him, and secretly thought about the moment she truly fell in love with him. The next morning, at Ternugin estate, the Duchess bid farewell to her visiting relatives and friends.
Julina said it was time for them to return to the royal palace, even though everyone had a wonderful time. Leonin promised he would return, while Arne replied that they could meet when the night tournament began. Sano told his granddaughter that they would soon meet again, and then they all headed towards the carriage. Suddenly, Erica called Julina back. The gloomy maid said that Knight Crave was looking for her and requested that she be brought to him. Though reluctantly approved, Erica led the girl into the garden, and Julina irritably wondered why he didn't come himself, but instead made her go find him. Soon after, Erica stopped, and Julina looked at her in surprise, asking what was happening, because Crave wasn't even nearby. Erica looked at her with cute orange eyes gleaming with anger, as if going mad, then said that she knew her secret. Julina tensed, but still asked in an even tone what the maid was talking about, while secretly thinking that she completely didn't understand what the other person was saying. Erica gathered all her courage, clenched her fists, then blurted out asking if the knightess was married. Julina was both astonished and confused, asking again what she meant and who she was married to. The maid loudly said that the knightess didn't need to pretend anymore, because she knew everything about her being Knight Crave's wife. Julina coldly replied that she didn't like marital commitments, and the red-haired knight had never been married either. Erica exclaimed, asking if that was true. Julina waved her hand, saying that she didn't understand what Erica was planning, but she was busy and had to leave. The maid recalled Crave's words that there was nothing between him and Julina, then sighed in relief, smiled, and realized that he had told the truth. Afterwards, Crave and Arnie sat in the courtyard, and the knight asked if Julina had left yet. The Duchess nodded in confirmation, but added that they would soon meet again. Finally enjoying the peace, she slowly sipped her tea, until she was interrupted by a maid's call.
Arne put down her cup, asking Erica what had happened and if there was anything urgent. The girl looked up, hiding her fear behind a loud scream, saying that she knew everything. The Duchess asked specifically what she meant, and the red-haired girl glared at Crave with anger and displeasure. Still not averting her fierce gaze from the young man, Erica loudly declared that the lady was about to get a divorce, causing the young people around them to fall into a panic. Arne tiredly looked at Erica, then at Crave, and thought that everything seemed to have unfolded just like last time. Suddenly, the maid screamed that it didn't matter to her at all. The Duchess stared at Erica, stunned, not expecting things to take such a turn. Erica pleaded with Arne to take her along to the Western Empire, saying that she would agree to anything as long as she could stay by the Duchess's side for the rest of her life. Arne patiently exhaled, gathering her strength not to lose her temper, then closed her eyes and nodded a few times.
That agreement seemed to help Erica forget everything. The maid smiled brightly, caressing her mistress with affection and sincerity. Everything could have gone smoothly if Erica's loud and emotional cries hadn't reached the ears of Jadi Hermano, who was standing nearby. He walked through the garden, thinking that he couldn't imagine the Duchess plotting a divorce, and that he had to report this to the Duke as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Cassian was in his study, communicating with the Emperor of the Western Empire through a magic orb. The monarch smiled, greeting the Duke, and saying that they hadn't been in contact for a very long time. Cassian smiled, but replied that it was because the Emperor had avoided his calls for all sorts of reasons. The Emperor justified that he was simply too busy, and the Duke said that perhaps he had just misunderstood everything. The monarch suggested that what was more important were the rumors spreading in the Eastern Empire, that the Swordmaster was said to have arrived in the Western Empire. Cassian thought that he himself had contributed to spreading those rumors so that the Emperor would finally contact him, then said that if the girl was not the Swordmaster, then they didn't need to worry. The Emperor gave a forced laugh, apologizing for concealing Arnie's identity from the Duke. He brought a hand to his face, trying to hide all the anxiety rising within him, then requested that this information be kept secret.
Cassian had just finished his conversation with the monarch when the study door burst open and Jadi's voice rang out. His assistant bent over, struggling to catch his breath, pounding his fist against his chest, and stammered that he had something urgent to report. Cassian crossed his arms over his chest and asked what was wrong. While Jadi was still panting, hands on his knees, he looked at the Duke with fear and confusion, took a deep breath, and said that it seemed the Duchess wanted a divorce. The Duke froze, eyes wide, trying to fully comprehend what he had just heard from his assistant. At the same time, in the Eastern Empire, informants and scouts were conversing with their master. He sat before them on a wooden crate, arms crossed over his chest, and told them to report to him about Duchess Ternugin Cassian. The black-haired man replied that the reason the Swordmaster no longer appeared in the Western Empire was because she had gotten married. George Friedman, the general of the Eastern Empire, said that he could not forget the woman who had driven him to despair, then coldly declared that he would take revenge on her for his defeat. The next day, in the garden, Arnie contacted her mother through a magic orb, and her mother asked how she was feeling and if anything had happened.
The girl looked at her mother with a hint of surprise, not truly understanding why she was asking such a question. Rosalia Brinklike didn't grasp her daughter's turmoil and spoke as if contemplating how delighted she would be when the contract finally ended. Arne sighed, saying she didn't understand what emotions were tearing at her mind and soul. She explained that she felt as if she were betraying Cassian, as if abandoning him alone. Arne placed the cup on the table, saying that it left her unsettled. Rosalia looked at her daughter with a gentle smile and said that she had told her before, "Do what you want, you don't need to get a divorce, you just need to follow your heart." Arne let out a heavy breath, lowered her moist eyes, and continued to sink into her wandering thoughts.
As time passed, night fell upon Turnagain Estate, and lights lit up in the windows. She looked out the window, placing her palm on the cold glass, and wondered why Cassian had not yet returned. Jody appeared in the room and called her, making Arnie turn around, pulled away from her heavy thoughts. The young man explained that the Duke had urgent business and would return late, and she sadly realized that he hadn't even said goodbye to her. Arnie felt a pang of hurt, frowning slightly, but still replied softly that she understood everything. It was time for Jody to leave, but he paused and said that this might sound strange, but he was very happy that she had become the lady of this estate. He looked up, saying that the Duke rarely allowed others into his heart, but with Arnie it was different, and he sincerely wished his master happiness, because only someone like Arnie could make the Duke's heart glow brighter. Further weighed down by thoughts and anxieties, the Duchess lowered her gaze, frowning slightly. Jody scratched his head, saying that perhaps he had said too much, then asked for her forgiveness, thinking he wouldn't have another chance to express it. The girl asked him what he meant, but the young man hastily said that he had to go.
Time wore on into the deep night. The sky above the estate was covered by pitch-black clouds. Rain poured down onto the ground in torrents while Arnie continued to wait for her husband. She sat on the sofa near the window, listening to the patter of rain, wondering what he might be doing at that moment. Leaning back, she let out a deep sigh, for she hadn't expected waiting to be so difficult. She realized she was missing her husband, her eyelids slowly drooping in a state of relaxation. But then she saw his figure in the courtyard of the mansion. Arnie sprang up, surprised herself as she rushed down the corridor, then almost immediately ran down the stairs. Just before the exit, she quickly grabbed an umbrella from the common basket and headed towards the door. She opened the large white umbrella and dashed out into the street under the astonished gaze of Erica, who called out after her. Crave placed a hand on Erica's shoulder and brought a finger to his lips, signaling her not to interfere in the affairs of the Duke and Duchess. Arnie rushed into the rain, her feet slapping against the soaked paving stones, heading towards Cassian, wanting to quickly shield him from the torrential downpour. She softly called her husband's name, but he mumbled indistinctly, not looking at her, his mind seemingly miles away. Arnie felt that even though he was right in front of her, he was very far away, and that made her heart ache. She looked at her husband with worry and asked why he had let himself get so drenched in the rain, wondering if something had happened.
Cassian, drenched from head to toe, replied hoarsely that everything happening was because of her. He took a deep breath and then whispered that up until now, everything in his life had been very easy. The Duke said he had everything he wanted, and winning others' hearts had never been difficult. He had never had to strive for anyone's attention. Pulling her closer, Cassian gently squeezed her elbow and softly asked why he couldn't do the same with her. Arnie's large eyes widened, her breath trembling, fearing that even speaking would shatter everything. Cassian asked what else he had to do to finally win her heart. He raised a hand and placed it on her cheek, his cold fingers gently caressing her smooth, porcelain white skin. The umbrella slipped from her hand as Cassian moved closer, his hot breath scorching her lips. Cassian said that if she didn't like what was happening, then she should push him away right now, because today he would go all the way. Later, with Arnie clad only in a flimsy nightgown, they kissed passionately on the soft bed in the young couple's room. They occasionally broke apart, just to gasp for air, only to fall back into each other with even greater fervor.
Cassian kissed her cheek, then slowly moved down to her neck, and Arn, gasping, softly told her husband to wait a moment. The Duke touched his lips to her ear and whispered that she should consider this retaliation for what he had endured. Arn was about to ask what he was talking about, but Cassian, instead of speaking, just leaned down and kissed her deeply once more. Taking hold of her legs, he pulled his wife close to his thighs, then parted them, taking the position between her legs. Cassian leaned down again, looking straight into her eyes, his breath heavy, his warm hands caressing along her thighs. He whispered that he couldn't hold back any longer, and therefore might be a little rough with her. Arn melted at his words and touches, pressing her palms to her lips, no longer wanting to suppress the deepest emotions in her heart. Cassian leaned down and kissed her once more, while Arn gently embraced her husband, her fingers softly caressing the firm muscles of his back. The dark night receded with the rain, and the brilliant golden sun slowly rose above the mansion. Arn and Cassian were still sound asleep, enjoying the pleasant sensation under the warm blanket after their night together. They breathed softly and evenly, lying close to each other, immersed in the warmth of their bodies and the lingering tender emotions. Arn woke first,
her face flushing as she thought about how she had once believed their acquaintance would be very brief. Then she reached out to him, gently caressing her husband's cheek. She whispered his name very softly, very tenderly, carrying all the love that filled her soul. Smiling at the sound of her own voice, she said she loved him and she liked being with him. Unexpectedly, Cassian suddenly took her small hand, making Arn flinch slightly. Arn blushed and gave an awkward smile. She stammered, "You woke up so early and suddenly."
Cassian, with a sleepy smile, pressed her fingers to his cheek, caressing her slender wrist, and said he woke up just in time. She blushed deeply, asking if he had truly heard everything she said, and the Duke gently replied that he was pleased with everything he had heard. Cassian gently touched her cheek and chin with his warm, rough fingers, softly whispering his wife's name, and she looked at him with an inquiring gaze. Cassian gazed tenderly at his wife's face, then slowly said that she still hadn't told him everything about herself. Arnie's eyes widened, feeling the warm fingers on her cheek, and thinking that she couldn't say everything. She suddenly sat up in bed, let out a breath, turned her face away, and said it was very difficult, then softly apologized.
Cassian sat down next to her and smiled, whispering that nothing bad had happened and she didn't need to speak. Leaning close to her ear, Cassian whispered to his wife that she could lean on him as long as she promised to stay by his side. With a radiant, sun-like smile, the Duke said he would do anything she wanted because he couldn't live without her. Arnie froze, not expecting to hear such words from her husband, and looked at him in surprise, a pleasant warmth spreading through her chest. Meanwhile, in the Western Empire, at the Night Academy, young men on duty stood chatting with each other. One said that he was still in the Eastern Empire, and the other replied that that was precisely the problem. The black-haired man asked what the other meant, and the other young man replied that the person they were discussing might also be taking some action. He whispered that recently that person had been asking too many questions about the commander, even though the emperor had ordered her presence in the Northern Empire to be kept secret from outsiders. Before the other soldier could reply, he fell backward. The blond young man frantically asked what was happening, but immediately felt a cold, sharp blade against his neck. A dark-skinned young man with silver hair coldly asked why the emperor was hiding this, and why he didn't want the other young man to know that the commander was in the north. That person was Jian, once considered the true trump card of the enemy army. He had no emotions, nor any morals. He lived on the battlefield, amidst blood and slaughter. Jian's entire previous life revolved around death and combat, as a mercenary and a soldier. Jian was still very young, yet his hands were stained with the blood of others to the bone. He had fought against the Western Empire, until one day he appeared before Arnie as an adversary. Jian, as on all previous occasions, drew his invincible blade, adjusted his hood, and without fear or hesitation, advanced straight towards the commander of the Golden Dragon Squad.
The Swordmaster stopped him in the simplest way with the help of Nevermore. After the war, a debate erupted that Yan needed to be executed because all those crimes were committed by him. When the young man had been chained and escorted to the place of execution, the girl suddenly asked the guards to stop. She firmly declared that Yan was merely exploited in the war and that no one could resist Lady Arne's authority. The girl assigned him to the Core Knight Squad and not long after even personally adjusted his epaulettes while saying that this dark blue uniform suited him very well. Despite receiving the Swordmaster's attention, the rumors that other knights whispered among themselves, calling Yan a monster, could not be stopped. The soldiers feared him. Therefore, getting used to life serving in the Knight Order was extremely difficult for Yan, and so he made a decision. Arne surprisingly asked Yan if he truly wanted to continue serving in the border region. She said that there was nothing there but desolate desert, and moreover, no one knew when danger would reappear.
The young man just quietly replied that it was fine. Yan smiled and told her that she should visit him often at his post. Arnie smiled and agreed, even though she understood how difficult it was for him to adapt to his new role in life. A few years had passed since then, and Yan learned that the lady had married and was now in the north, so he wanted to go there himself. At the same time, in the arena of the Northern Empire, the qualifying rounds for the swordsman competition on the occasion of Emperor Giuseppe's birthday were taking place. Crave asked the lady if she had heard that the emperor would grant any wish of the winner. Arnie ignored his words, but smiled and waved in a certain direction, causing Crave to unconsciously follow her gaze. It turned out to be no surprise that the Duchess waved towards her husband, who was smiling just as brightly as she was. The knight looked at his commander and asked if she truly loved the Duke that much, and Arnie surprised him, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile, her cheeks flushed, and then simply nodded in affirmation.
When Arnie asked why he cared about this, Crave emotionally said that he was just jealous, because after hearing that news, it was hard to continue living alone, and he also wanted a relationship. Arnie chuckled softly, smiling back, advising his subordinate to start a relationship if that was what he desired. Their conversation was interrupted by the voice of the host, announcing that the next participant would be a female knight from the Western Empire. When the name was called, Julena Igraine, a very familiar name, entered the arena. The excited commentator's voice added that for the first time in the history of the Northern Empire, a woman was among the contestants, and hearing those words, Arnie smiled proudly. The MC continued, saying that now the opponent of the newly introduced contestant was entering the arena. Standing before Julena was a dark-haired young man wearing a majestic white cloak who unexpectedly spoke, saying that they had finally met again. Julena asked who he was, then awkwardly shrugged, while the man, full of hurt, asked back if she truly didn't remember him. The knight explained that they had met before in the emperor's palace, and Julena smiled, saying that last time he didn't seem to have any luck. He, full of aggression, roared that she clearly didn't value her own life, but now her reckless antics had come to an end.
The girl calmly drew her sword from its sheath, smiled, and said she didn't think so. Julena pointed her sword at her opponent, stating that she wasn't the type to easily bid farewell to her own life before charging into attack. Julena's former life in her parents' home was never like paradise. Arguments and scandals were frequent, always instigated by her father. After a harsh slap to the face, Julena fell onto the marble floor. Her eyes wide with fear, she looked at her father. Her father yelled, saying that as a daughter she should only think about marriage, while the girl burst into tears, clutching her stinging cheek. Her father believed that only men could wield a sword, so he forced his daughter to learn the etiquette of a bride, lessons she always secretly skipped to go practice. Her mother stood silently behind the door, witnessing everything, horrified by her husband's cruelty. She rushed to her daughter's side when he left, knelt before her, and tearfully said that the child was truly pitiful. She begged her daughter for forgiveness, saying that if she had given birth to a son, her husband would not have treated her so cruelly. Julena remained silent, tears continuously falling. But then one day everything changed, when she heard her father yell that some fool had dared to injure him. He opened the door and stepped out, wearing his dark blue night shift uniform, his hand bandaged and slung across his chest. The girl stared in shock at the injury of her father, whom she had always considered invincible, but he immediately scolded her and walked away.
Following her father, her mother stepped out onto the porch, let out a sigh, and watched her husband's receding back. Julena asked why he was behaving that way, and her mother said that there was a girl who had defeated him in a duel and now joined the ranks of the Night Knights. Those words sparked intense curiosity in the girl who always dreamed of swords and battles, so much so that she immediately sought out the Night Order. She entered the building where the knights were training and curiously observed the entire room. In front of her, two men were discussing yet another defeat of their comrade and also spoke of how they seemed forced to acknowledge someone's ability. Julena looked out onto the training ground and saw a girl with long silver hair who had knocked the knight to the ground, pinned him on his back, and placed the tip of her sword against his throat.
She coldly but loudly declared, enough to silence him, that women were not weak at all and could absolutely become knights. He trembled with shame and rage, roaring that he admitted defeat. The girl turned her back on him, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword, and surveyed the onlookers gathered around. She was breathtakingly beautiful, then loudly proclaimed that if there was still any man among them who did not accept a woman becoming a knight, they should step forward, for she was ready to fight them. It was at that very moment that young Julena first saw her future commander, and that instant forever changed her life. Right there in the arena, Julena Igraine recalled that she immediately ran to Arne and began to beg to be taken as a pupil. She decisively lunged to attack her opponent, and he barely managed to block with his weapon as a deafening clang of metal echoed. The man struggled to hold the blow, growling and pouring all his will into his grip, while in his mind he couldn't help but admit her astonishing power. Julena asked if that was all he could do, then with a sharp horizontal strike she knocked the sword from her opponent's hand, sending him sprawling backward onto the ground. She smiled and placed the tip of her sword on his throat, while the man cursed loudly. The announcer's voice rang out, declaring that Lady Knight Julena Igraine had won the final selection round, while Cassian smiled at something in the distance. Count Thessalaka asked the Duke what was happening, if something good had occurred, then also looked in the direction of the young man's gaze. Duchess Arne smiled at her husband, her face flushed, and gave a slight wave. The Count remarked that Cassian's eyes seemed to be overflowing with sweetness, then asked if he truly loved her that much, and the Duke calmly nodded in affirmation.
Thessalaka was surprised by the answer, snorting when he realized he was annoyed by these newlyweds, lost in love. Turning when he heard him grumble, Cassian asked why he had come this time, and Thessalaka replied that he had been continuously investigating all this time. The man explained that usually there was a larger power behind slave traders, but in this case no traces were found, not even clues about the missing people. Thessalaka said that if all those people were truly sold into slavery, there should be paperwork, but he couldn't find any records, which made Cassian frown thoughtfully. After a moment of thought, the Duke admitted that the whole affair was indeed very suspicious. The Count remarked that he didn't know who was behind everything, but it was clear that something was amiss here, so the investigation could not be suspended.
Their conversation was interrupted by the Duke's escort knight, who spoke up to ask for forgiveness. He bowed and told Cassian that he had urgent news, something the Duke needed to know immediately.
Cassian let out a breath and asked what exactly had brought him there to speak. The knight replied that the second prince, Mackenzie, was on his way to the capital with his retinue. At the same time in the forest, the black-cloaked prince asked if everything was ready, and was informed that all was proceeding as planned. Mackenzie asked what was happening with Cassian, and the servant stammered that they hadn't been able to make contact for a very long time, causing the prince to widen his eyes in surprise and wonder if he had been abandoned. The servant rubbed his neck and said he didn't think so, because Sir Rashalis had mentioned that the Duke had recently been preoccupied only with his wife. Mackenzie raised his cold, sharp blue eyes, asking in astonishment if that was true, because the information was completely inconsistent with his brother's actual behavior. The Imperial Palace of the Northern Empire also immediately received similar news and quickly reported that Prince Mackenzie was advancing towards the capital. An assistant reported to the Emperor that, according to His Majesty's command, they had dealt with all the rebel forces.
Emperor Gap frowned, looking around the room, then asked Cassian if something was wrong. The assistant bowed, saying he couldn't report anything to His Majesty regarding the Duke. The Emperor confirmed that this meant Edward and Mackenzie no longer had anything in common recently, and the assistant agreed with that assessment. The assistant said that recently the Duke had been infatuated only with his wife, but Gap immediately objected, saying that couldn't be true. He believed the Duke must be plotting something and couldn't be easily deceived like that. Suddenly, the Emperor's two guests spoke up, a girl in a purple puff-sleeve dress and a man wearing a hat and glasses, laughing while reading a newspaper, said that it reported a female knight from the Western Empire had defeated a knight from the North. Gap gritted his teeth and roared about how mediocre one must be not to be able to deal with a girl, but the guest with glasses told His Majesty not to worry about it. He lowered his voice, saying he had his own way of doing things, and even if that girl made it to the finals, she would never achieve victory. The Emperor smiled excitedly and said that they would entrust this matter solely to him. Meanwhile, at Turnagain Estate, the Duke welcomed the brother he hadn't seen in a long time. Mackenzie asked Cassian over a cup of tea how he had been, and received a cold reply that everything was fine. Cassian said he had heard rumors that his brother was on his way to the Imperial Palace, but had turned west instead. He took a sip of tea, his gaze still fixed on Mackenzie, awaiting an answer and an explanation. Mackenzie replied that there were still rebels supporting the former emperor, so he had been forced to deal with them.
Cassian was secretly astonished when he realized his brother considered the former emperor's supporters to be rebels, but outwardly he merely coldly praised his brother. Mackenzie added that he had received reports of a red-eyed man appearing at the southern border and causing trouble, so he wouldn't be able to stay here long. The Duke subtly frowned and asked for the man's approximate age. The Crown Prince replied that the man was a little younger than himself, thereby reassuring his brother, then inwardly dismissed thoughts of Arnie and her uncle. After realizing considerable amount of time had passed since they met, Mackenzie stood up, saying it was time for him to leave. When Cassian called out to him, he turned his head back and asked if something was wrong.
Cassian also stood up, walking towards his cousin, asking if he had anything else to say. Mackenzie lowered his gaze, mumbling that he didn't understand what Cassian was talking about. Cassian let out a sigh, complaining inwardly that his younger brother wasn't being truthful, then nodded, telling him he could leave. Arne was in her room, chatting with Julina about the tournament and congratulating her on reaching the finals. Julina Igraine rested her chin on her hands, excitedly asking if the commander could praise her a little more, but Arne replied that she would do so if Julina won the final match. The knightess said that was already wonderful, but they were interrupted by a voice calling for the Duchess from outside the door. The nanny bowed, announcing that everything was ready for departure, and she looked up, nodded slightly, saying she understood. Turning to Julina, the Duchess said they would talk later. Then Julina asked if the commander was preparing to go somewhere. Smiling gently, even a little foolishly, Arne rested her chin on her hand and said she was going on a date. Not bothering to listen to Julina's questions, the Duchess said goodbye and deactivated the magic orb. Julina leaned back in her chair, thinking about the happy expression on her commander's face, then suddenly wondered if she would never return to the Western Empire. Arne and Cassian, both dressed in beautiful pristine white attire, were strolling through the city streets, and he was leading her somewhere. The girl thought that 3 months had passed since she arrived in the Northern Empire. Arne recalled her conversation with her mother and smiled, deciding that it was indeed better to just listen to her heart. Finally, they stopped in front of a shop with a very beautiful small pavilion.
Cassian raised his hand, pointing in that direction, saying this was exactly where he wanted to take her. Receiving a cup of ice cream with a small spoon from the vendor, he explained that this shop had been around for over 60 years. The Duke handed the sweet treat to his beloved, and she immediately reacted with excitement to what she had just heard. Arn took the spoon, tasted the ice cream, waiting to see how her taste buds would receive the sweetness. Getting a little messy while engrossed in enjoying it, the girl excitedly exclaimed that it was delicious, then asked Cassian if he wanted to try some. The Duke looked at his wife with a quiet and gentle gaze, humming softly. He leaned towards her, gently using his lips to lick away the trace of ice cream on her cheek, making the girl blush. The man smiled and remarked that it was indeed very delicious. Arn quickly covered her mouth, trying not to burst out from embarrassment, and also from the pleasure of her husband's actions. Suddenly, she felt a familiar cold sensation, chillingly clear-headed, and spun around, not understanding what was happening. Looking ahead, she saw the person wrapped entirely in bandages who had previously been involved in the slave trade. Arn froze, unsure what to do, whether to chase after him or not, because the stranger had already begun to leave. Cassian noticed the sudden change in her mood and asked what was wrong. Arn turned to look at her husband, but didn't know how to explain. She thought about explaining everything to her husband, but the bandaged man seemed to have disappeared again.
The girl immediately shook her head in denial, saying that nothing was wrong. To distract the intelligent Duke, she pointed to one side and said that she had seen a theater there last time, then asked if they could go there. Interrupting her, Cassian called her name, and Arnie swallowed hard, asking what was wrong. He told her not to try to shoulder everything alone, because she could always rely on him, as they were husband and wife. Arnie bowed her head again, feeling ashamed for not telling the one she loved everything, but then gently nodded in agreement.
Cassian took her hand and asked if they were going to the theater, and the girl happily agreed. At the same time, Crown Prince Mackenzie arrived at the palace and reported that he had completed all his tasks. The emperor, seated on his throne, coldly remarked that it had taken the crown prince quite a long time. Mackenzie indifferently replied that there were more rats to eliminate than his majesty had imagined. Giuseppe rested his chin on his hand, asking his son if he was certain he hadn't missed anyone. The crown prince felt tense and replied that he seemed to have dealt with all those who could harm the emperor. The king frowned, his eyebrows drawing together over the bridge of his nose, and asked what seemed meant in this context. Clenching his hand on the armrest of the throne, Giuseppe asked if his son truly couldn't complete anything properly. Mackenzie bowed his head, asking his father for forgiveness, and the king asked if the young man had heard about what was happening on the southern border. After receiving an affirmative reply, Giuseppe ordered his son to go there immediately and resolve everything. The crown prince angrily turned to his father, saying that it had been less than a day since he returned to the capital. The emperor furiously declared that he had no useless sons, and therefore the crown prince must obey immediately. The young man fell silent, staring in shock at his own father, then bowed his head and said that he would obey the monarch's command. Inside the palace, a small evening banquet was being held, purely for the entertainment of the upper nobility. The ladies gossiped that the final round of the competition would take place tomorrow, and that this event was usually exceptionally splendid. The dark-haired countess smiled faintly, saying that the knightess from the Western Empire named Julina would also participate in the match. Her interlocutor replied that the astonishing girl handled her opponents with remarkable ease. Suddenly they froze and quickly covered their faces with fans when they saw the familiar figure of a girl, her red hair falling in waves down her back and shoulders.
Lady Haley and her friend Rosanna appeared at the ball. She softly whispered that all eyes were fixed on Haley. The ladies around, upon seeing Haley, immediately began to hide behind their fans, pretending to converse or feigning not to see her at all. Rosanna said that it was outrageous because before, everyone tried to curry favor with her, but now they sided with the Duchess. And Lady Haley loudly reprimanded her friend, telling her to stop. The girl quickly apologized, saying that she seemed to have gone too far again. Haley trembled with anger, thinking that Rosanna was the one who had exploited her the most to elevate her own status, yet now she was suddenly feigning concern. The other girl continued to apologize, stammering a suggestion to talk about something more cheerful. Just then, the red-haired girl suddenly recalled her conversation with the emperor, who had said that they shared a common goal, and both wanted to eliminate the Duchess's position. Giuseppe had said that if she helped him, he would do everything possible and impossible to keep her constantly engaged. She smiled radiantly, almost maniacally, as she listened to the emperor's words that she could achieve everything she had long desired, and to do that, she only needed to eliminate Arne. Immediately regaining her composure, Haley agreed and said that they should indeed talk about something pleasant, because if she wanted to get rid of Rosanna, she would have to be patient with her. Just then, Lady Haley suddenly spotted a familiar and captivating male figure among the noble crowd.
Duke Cassian himself was standing before her, in a black tailcoat and an elegant gray vest. On his face, as usual, was a calm, somewhat distant expression, but that did not diminish the Duke's handsomeness in the slightest. Lady Haley curtsied to him, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a very long time. Cassian smiled faintly, agreeing with her words. The girl couldn't hide her affection, asking if he had missed her all this time. The Duke repeated the question to Haley, and she replied that she had been very bored, and had also always felt unwell during this time. With a foxy smile and gentle eyes, she said that she truly wished to see the Duke again. Just then, the Duchess interrupted the conversation, calling her husband by his name. Arn looked at her with a clearly displeased expression, asking what they were talking about. She narrowed her eyes, feeling everything inside her churn with anger stemming from intense jealousy.
Cassian chuckled when he saw the reaction, saying he was simply greeting an old friend, which left Lady Haley stunned. The Duchess puffed out her cheeks and pouted, turning her face away, crossing her arms across her chest as her husband chuckled softly and walked towards her. Haley listened to their conversation in a daze as Cassian asked if his wife was jealous, and she replied that she didn't know, only that she felt extremely annoyed. Without bothering to say goodbye to Haley, the Duke immediately followed his wife. The redhead girl stared motionless at Cassian, unable to comprehend how he could smile so gently, while the Duke told his wife that he had completely lost control because of her. As if suddenly regaining his senses, he turned back for a moment and called Lady Haley, causing her to stammer in response.
Cassian smiled and said that she was too greedy, so anyone could take advantage of her. Having said that, without another word, the Duke told him to leave, turned his back, and calmly walked away. Haley angrily clenched her fists, her whole body trembling with rage, thinking to herself that she would see how far he could protect the one he loved. As Rosanna softly called her name, Lady Haley asked her friend to leave her alone, then bowed her head and walked away. This scene caught the eye of Sir Rashalis, who looked visibly tired and exhausted. Later, at Turnagain Estate, Crave asked the Duchess if she was truly jealous of her husband, and she angrily snapped, asking what he had just said. The knight explained that lately she had surprised him every day, but the good news was that it turned out she was human after all. He called her name again, and she asked what nonsense he intended to say this time. Crave replied that Urgent had asked him to deliver a message. He said that no matter what happened, she should not interfere in any way. Arnie asked what could possibly happen. Crave rubbed his chin and said he couldn't reveal the details. After a moment of thought, he remembered that Urgent had also told her not to be afraid, even if the castle walls were to collapse. Arnie skeptically asked how one could not be afraid if the castle collapsed, then confirmed if Urgent had only said that much. Crave added that he had also explained the political reasons, and Arnie looked at him with curiosity, waiting for him to continue. The knight scratched the back of his head, somewhat awkwardly saying that he had completely forgotten.
The girl thoughtfully rubbed her chin, thinking that Urgen could have easily explained everything in a letter, but instead chose to have Crave deliver the message. She recalled his confession and realized that after that day, Urgen had deliberately and carefully avoided her. Arnie turned to the knight and asked him to find out exactly what might have happened, and Crave reluctantly agreed. He left, leaving the Duchess alone. She remembered the man covered in tape and thought that his disappearances were truly very unusual. She was pulled from her thoughts by the accompanying footsteps of her husband. She turned around, recognized Sir Charles, and looked at him questioningly, awaiting an explanation for why he was there. The young man placed his hand on his chest and gravely asked her for a moment. Arnie was stunned with surprise, not understanding what had made their conversation take such a turn. At the same time at the ball, Lady Haley tried to drown her pain and jealousy in wine. Each time she recalled the Duchess's face, she felt both horrified and enraged, her mind screaming that that place rightfully belonged to her. Suddenly, Haley's doctor appeared. She smiled apologetically for being late and said that she was delayed by Lady Haley's request. Haley hastily said that nothing serious had happened and asked if the doctor had found all the necessary ingredients, to which she nodded in confirmation.
The doctor took a glass of wine from the table, her fingers gripping the slender stem tightly. She said that Lady Haley could bring the final ingredient to their meeting place tomorrow. Lady Haley cheerfully replied that it was absolutely no problem, then giggled. They raised their glasses to tomorrow and clinked them together. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Edward and Leonin were having a friendly conversation about the upcoming final match of the tournament. Suddenly, the heir of the Northern Empire asked if the Crown Prince had grown up with Lady Arne since childhood. Leonin replied that they had grown up together, while secretly thinking how much these political social interactions annoyed him, as Edward remarked that Lady Arne must have been very cute as a child. Leonin immediately recalled his childhood, a time when he frequently received punches from his cool yet terrifying older sister. Meanwhile, Edward continued, saying that Leonin was truly fortunate to have grown up with such a beautiful older sister. Unable to bear it any longer, Crown Prince Leonin asked why Edward liked Arne so much. Edward replied that it was obvious, for she was the most beautiful creature in the world.
Leonin cleared his throat, remarking that Edward seemed to possess an extraordinarily unusual aesthetic taste, and Edward took it as a compliment, saying that he was inherently different from ordinary people. The sun slowly dipped below the horizon, and the evening shadows cast their cloaks over the Turnagain estate. Arnie asked the knight what he wanted to say to her, and Rashalis warned that he knew he was brazenly intruding on her private affairs, but he could not remain silent. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, astonishing the Duchess with his impulsive action. Bowing his head, Sir Rashalis pleaded with Arnie to stay away from the Duke.
The next morning, Lady Haley clasped Rosanna's hand and led her somewhere along the cool streets of the capital. Rosanna, a little scared, asked if they weren't going to the arena to watch the finals. Haley remained silent, continuing to lead her friend deeper, while Rosanna incessantly asked where they were. Haley told her not to worry, but the girl still looked around, whispering that the place looked a bit gloomy and she didn't like it at all. Haley walked with confidence, even appearing cheerful. Stopping, Haley turned to the girl and asked if they were friends, naturally receiving an affirmative answer. Haley nodded, telling Rosanna to trust her. Rosanna hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Lady Haley suddenly gripped her hand tightly, pulling her along once more. She smiled too brightly yet faintly, thanking Rosanna and saying that from now on they were best friends. At the arena, to witness the final match of the nights, many people had gathered there early.
Cassian reminded his wife that before the festival's final event, many people would want to see him, and the gentle girl smiled, gesturing for her husband to go. Cassian enjoyed observing the tenderness on her face and promised to return soon. He and Jody turned in a different direction, while Crave, standing behind the Duchess, called out to her. He said he had tried to find out, but didn't know what was happening, only heard that Yoren had gone to the southwest front, then asked if something might have happened. Meanwhile, Arnie was recalling the scene of Sir Rashalis kneeling before her yesterday. The knight explained that there was a crucial mission the Duke would have to undertake, and as this great mission was about to unfold, he was constantly distracted by other matters. Rashalis said he couldn't stand by and watch everything collapse, and Arnie was stunned, wondering what his plea ultimately meant. The knight knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and murmured that he sincerely begged the lady to step back and part ways with the Duke. Noticing Arnie's distant gaze, Crave asked her what she was thinking about so intently.
The girl looked down, her eyes sad, thinking that at this moment she absolutely could not leave the Duke. She sniffled softly to keep from crying, then recalled their night together, thinking how close they had become and that the thought of separation was completely absent from her heart. In the royal box, Emperor Gep sat beside his heir, Crown Prince Edward, and Crown Prince Leonon of the Western Empire. Edward remarked that the competition was about to begin, while Crown Prince Leonon happened to spot Marquis Malasanov, who had argued with him the day before about Julena's strength. The man observed the young prince with skepticism before turning and leaving. The crowd, comprising all social strata, gathered to joyfully welcome Julena, the only female knight participating in the arena, with excitement and support. The host introduced the female knight as a warrior from the Western Empire, and she smiled radiantly, waving to her fans. The MC then introduced Julena's opponent, the pride of the Northern Empire, So Ace, a massive man clad in heavy armor. This warrior was renowned for never having lost in such tournaments until now. He stood up and asked if she, a knight from the Western Empire, had ever heard the rumors about him. Julena smiled, saying she didn't care at all. So Ace, looking like a giant compared to her slender figure, said that she could still keep her life if she refused to participate. The girl languidly stretched, asking if exchanging an opponent's life was truly part of their culture, and that was enough to enrage the man. Julena chuckled softly, saying it was time for him to stop babbling. And as if commanding an enemy, she told him to attack, for she would win in just 5 minutes.
At the same time, a beautiful woman in a blue dress, holding a matching umbrella, whistled a tune as she walked across the square. Strange, shadow-like things spoke, asking to be released, saying they wanted to dance, wanted to devour that dark soul. And the girl laughed, telling them to calm down. She said to wait, because such wonderful ingredients weren't always delivered into her hands. The girl stepped out of the dark alley, lifted her face to the sunlight, humming and closing her eyes. She sang that today would surely be a very special day. The captain of the guard gathered all his subordinates in front of the arena and asked if they had checked the Western District. The knights replied that they had sent a patrol team there, but they hadn't returned yet. The head of security sighed in annoyance, realizing that he would probably have to go check it himself. From inside the arena came the deafening cheers and whistles of the crowd, the clanging clash of swords and other weapons. The young soldiers realized that the match was incredibly fierce. A guard said he was even worried about who would win this grand battle. The commander rubbed his face with his hand, saying that Sir Ace's opponent was a woman, so he would surely win easily. Suddenly they heard a strange sound and leaned closer, thinking someone had stepped on something.
Meanwhile, in the arena, Julena was sparring with her opponent. Sir Ace smiled, asking if she was afraid, then remarked that she was weak with a sword. Julena A. Grain, taking advantage of his distraction, forcefully parried his sword aside, forcing him away from her blade. She swung her weapon towards Ace and said that he looked very imposing, but talked too much. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted in the arena, and a cloud of fire enveloped the combatants with intense heat and blinding light. Panicked spectators began to flee the stands, chaotic in their terror, not understanding what kind of explosion had occurred or what was happening. Arne stood directly in front of the explosion's epicenter, and all that madness immediately stirred within her memories of war and battlefields.
The girl's eyes widened as she looked at the scene before her, hearing a few more explosions, along with the screams of pain and cries for help. Hearing someone call her name, she turned her head and saw Crave rushing towards her at full speed. Arne asked what had happened, and the knight replied that the cause could not be determined. Everything seemed to be a pre-planned act of terrorism. Crave shouted that she needed to leave because the events in the north had nothing to do with them, and if she interfered, her identity could be exposed. At the same time, Arne heard the heart-wrenching screams of the injured and panicked.
The girl placed her hand on her chest and declared that she swore to protect not only the Western Empire. Crave tried to protest, but Arne had already turned her back, walking in the opposite direction, ordering him to help get everyone out of this place. She was furious that someone dared to orchestrate this right where her close associates and civilians were present. She scanned the ruined stands, subtly wincing at the pungent smell of burning, thinking she needed to check something. Meanwhile, the royal guards rushed to Prince Edward, asking if he was all right. The prince was kneeling on the ground, coughing violently, when a guard loudly stated that they needed to leave immediately. But the young man asked where Lady Arnie was. The warriors looked at the prince in astonishment, not understanding why he needed Lady Arnie at this moment.
The crown prince cleared his throat and declared loudly that she must be rescued immediately, and her life was more precious to him than his own. He began arguing with his guards, demanding their help to find the young lady. But suddenly, he saw Arnie and called her name. She turned around, and Edward thanked God that she was still alive and asked if she wanted to hear what he had to say. Straightening his shoulders proudly, the young man immediately declared that he had come first to protect her. The girl looked at the crown prince's smug face with indignation, while all around them people were screaming and crying for help. Lowering her voice to a commanding tone, she frowned and ordered Anne to quickly come to his senses. Edward reached out to her, looking confused at her angry face, and tried to ask what he had done wrong. The girl said that if he was truly to become the future monarch of this country, then he must first help his people. She pointed towards the panicked and injured residents of the Northern Empire, who were buried under heavy rocks. Edward looked in the direction she pointed and was stunned, his mouth agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. After speaking, Arnie left, while the guards called out to the crown prince, trying to pull him back and explain that they needed to retreat. Edward thought that he himself understood how pathetic he looked in the eyes of those around him. Everyone around him spoke pleasant, flattering words to Edward, only to take advantage of his noble status as crown prince, and he himself yearned for change.
Edward wanted to be a truly noble crown prince, not a doormat for everyone to seek benefits from. But the crown prince didn't know how to earn genuine respect from others. Edward didn't know how a true heir should behave, and no one wanted to guide him. And Arnie became the first person who didn't care about Edward's status, frankly telling him everything she thought about his behavior and methods. Refusing the guard's suggestion, he said that he couldn't just run away alone to save his own life. Waving his hand decisively, Crown Prince Edward ordered his guards to select 2 agile individuals to find an escape route, while also gathering all the injured people there. He said that now they had to pull out everyone buried under the rubble. As he ordered them to act, Edward himself rushed towards the large rocks and called for help to move them. When he rescued a stranger from the rubble, thanks to the words of Duchess Arnie, he seemed to have seen the light and began to look at the world around him with completely different eyes. He yelled at the young man not to even think about dying, and that he himself believed he could finally change, becoming worthy of his current position. Cassian stood in the stands, hearing the shouts of the crowd and seeing continuous explosions echoing throughout the arena. He asked the Emperor's servant, who turned out to be his informant, if this was truly the Emperor's plan, and the other person replied that His Majesty was speaking with 2 individuals, a beautiful lady and an elderly nobleman. The servant added that the king had made it clear he did not want to see a girl named Julina win first place.
Cassian asked if he could report anything further. The man replied that he had tried to investigate the 2 individuals but had never found out where they came from. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Rashalis. The knight said that both of them needed to get to a safe haven as soon as possible. The servant asserted that he himself was fine, but the Duchess was in danger, while Cassian said that there was no problem, which stunned the other person. Then he turned back, continuing to gaze at the sea of flames ahead.
Cassian placed his hand on the railing and calmly said that his wife would not be harmed by such a trivial matter. After saying that, he smiled, muttering that it was time to bring that person here. At the same time, the Emperor grabbed the old nobleman's collar and growled, asking how he intended to answer for everything he had arranged. The man with glasses asked the Emperor to calm down, explaining that their client was none other than the Emperor himself, and they had simply made it impossible for Julena to win. The Emperor roared, asking what that meant and how it related to the explosions. The man explained that under such circumstances, even the strongest knight could not win. The Emperor shouted, "Do you really think you can get out of this alive?" The nobleman with glasses called the man wrapped in bandages Jack, and he replied that he was fed up with all of this. Jack drew a broad, massive sword, looking no different from a giant cleaver, then charged towards the Emperor's guards, tossing them aside like blind kittens. He said that he didn't finish them off. Giuseppe turned around, stammering orders for them to stay back,
while also asking who they were. The nobleman placed a hand on the emperor's shoulder and said that if his majesty remained obedient and silent, he would not suffer any harm. Giuseppe immediately fell silent obediently. The man with glasses looked at the chaotic scene he had created and smiled radiantly, saying that the time for great things had come. At the same time, Rosanna, who was quietly following Lady Haley, cautiously remarked that the sound in the arena seemed too loud.
Growing increasingly afraid of what was happening, she asked her friend if she could hear those sounds, but Haley merely smiled and replied that they had arrived. Rosanna looked around the dark alley in astonishment, not understanding why they had come to such a place. Dense, incomprehensible masses of dark energy swirled in the air above Rosanna's head, and she swallowed hard, looking around cautiously. The entire chaotic mass suddenly hurtled towards Rosanna at dizzying speed, leaving her only enough time to widen her eyes and watch the impending disaster with overwhelming fear. In a flash, Rosanna was bound tightly by the chains of an unfamiliar dark power that enveloped her. She screamed for Lady Haley's help. In response, Haley merely smirked, thanked the girl, and said that Rosanna was indeed a good friend after all. From behind, the doctor, holding an umbrella, smiled, praising Lady Haley for her excellent ingredient. Haley eagerly asked if she could now become a duchess, and the doctor burst out laughing, confidently replying with an affirmative.
She said that no matter how excellent Duke Cassian's wife was, she would not be able to leave unscathed today. Arne walked straight into the center of the explosions, thinking that this was not merely an act of terrorism, it was a very powerful source of dark energy mixed with fire. The girl wondered in astonishment how dark magic could be used here, as its casting required life force, which had long been forbidden. She frowned, squinting through the thick smoke and flames, thinking that she had to find its source as soon as possible. Suddenly, Leonin called her name. Arne turned around upon hearing the Crown Prince's voice, while the young man coughed violently and asked what on earth was happening. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted right behind him, and Crown Prince Leonin was engulfed in a sea of flames. Arne felt as if all the air had been sucked out of her lungs, and she screamed her brother's name. In that moment, the Duchess was pulled back to her childhood, to a time when she was with her beloved uncle, Johann. He was weaving a wreath of wild daisies and asked her which power was greater, the power to destroy everything or the power to protect. The little girl replied that the coolest power was the one that destroyed everything, because it looked really cool and was much stronger.
Johann burst into hearty laughter upon hearing that answer from his granddaughter. He stroked her soft hair, smiling gently. The man said that destructive power was indeed very strong, but what it left behind was only ruins, a place where nothing could thrive. He explained that protective power wasn't as brilliant, but within it lay many things, and Arne asked what exactly those were. Uncle Johann smiled and replied that those were the things people cherished, their homes and the people they loved. He gently touched her chest with his finger, saying that loved ones like little Arne were precious to her family. The man explained that power was merely a means, never an end. The purpose must lie within it. He gently asked his granddaughter what she would use that power for destruction or for protection, and the girl happily replied that it was for protection. Uncle Johann hugged his granddaughter tightly, saying that he had already known her answer. Placing a wreath on Arnie's head, he said that in life she would always have to make choices and often find herself in urgent situations. He continued that they were born to protect others. No one would help them, but in the end they would always be the victors. The girl listened intently to her uncle's words, that then they could be proud of the hardships they had overcome, and finally a wonderful outcome would await them. Arnie asked what awaited them ahead, and Uncle Johann smiled gently, replying that it was all that they cherished. Leonin, who had almost fallen into the epicenter of the explosion, coughed violently from the smoke and heat, covering his face with his hand. The young man was astonished to find his sister right in front of him. The divine sword Nevermore was revealed as she shielded her brother with her body. The young man's eyes widened when he realized Nevermore was in his sister's hand. Arnie shielded the crown prince with her entire body, unafraid that someone would see or discover her true nature. Leonin asked why she did that, and the girl replied that monsters were continuously appearing in the flames.
The crown prince loudly declared that this was an issue for the Northern Empire and should be handled by the knights, but Arne adamantly refused. Dark blue, unstable-shaped monsters gradually emerged from the shadows, and the girl realized it was a type of dark magic that defiled the souls of the dead. She murmured that they wouldn't be easy to deal with, while Nevermore said that he could sense the powerful aura of the fallen star. Leonin wanted to stop his sister, but Arne took a deep breath, then charged forward to attack, no longer caring about anything else.
Wielding her sword, she slew the monster, yet she still heard her younger brother screaming, saying that she had tried to hide her identity for so long, and now everyone would understand who she truly was. In her heart, the girl begged Leonin for forgiveness, but she also understood that her conscience would not allow her to abandon those in danger.
She immediately recalled one of her last meetings with the emperor before her marriage. At that time, he had said that if this marriage was only intended to last for 3 months, it would be best for the girl to conceal her true nature from everyone. He then explained that relations between nations were not good, and if people discovered she was a holy sword, she could be accused of espionage. Arnie listened in stunned silence as the emperor said this could lead to very serious trouble. While dealing with the next monster, the girl thought that even so, nothing was more important than saving people. Leonin frantically screamed, asking his sister what Duke Turnagain Cassian would say about this. Hearing those words and seeing the familiar figure before her, Arnie froze as if struck by lightning. She stood facing her husband, 2 swords gripped tightly in her hands. After all the talk about how weak and fragile her health was, contrary to what she feared and imagined, Cassian showed no sign of betrayal or anger. He merely smiled faintly. Arnie looked at him, thinking that she did not want to lose everything they had built together in that short time. To one side, a girl was fleeing from the monsters, screaming for anyone who could help her. She sighed softly, silently bidding farewell in her heart to all the love Cassian might have for her. Swinging both swords at once, she slew the monsters attacking the other girl. The rescued woman gasped, tears streaming down her face, but despite her trembling voice, she sincerely thanked Arnie. Arnie herself thought that once her husband saw her wielding a sword, their relationship could never be the same. Apologizing through choked sobs, she unexpectedly spoke, asking Cassian to divorce her. The Duke called her name, and the girl hastily admitted that she had initially only intended to be married for exactly 3 months. It was just that she had been a little late.
Cassian shook his head, still maintaining that faint smile, and replied that it didn't matter. Arne lowered her gaze, saying that she had deceived him, and that Cassian himself understood well how people would treat him in the Northern Empire when the truth about his wife was revealed. The Duke shook his head again, saying that nothing was wrong, because he himself had allowed himself to be deceived. Cassian said that he couldn't divorce her, and then started to say something more, but Arne heard another sound. The sound of footsteps and a sword whistling rang in her ears, causing her to turn her head and see a familiar man, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Easily parrying his attack with Nevermore, she immediately shielded Cassian. She couldn't let her husband get hurt.
Cassian calmly remarked that Sinza was quite busy and it would be best for them to talk after everything was over. The bandaged man smiled and called out the name of the Ryogosa family's successor, reminding them that it had been a long time since they last met. Having just parried another attack, she asked him how he knew her identity, and he replied to forget the one from the past and look at the one who had just reappeared. Then Jack added that today he would put an end to the Ryogosa family and use her blood to write a new page of history. He roared that his name was Jack and advised her to engrave the name of the one who would crush them all into her memory, while Arne looked at him with skeptical eyes. Nevermore said he even felt a little embarrassed by those words, then asked the girl if she knew him. She said she didn't even understand what he was talking about, and Nevermore declared that he would show this failure how great his master was. Jack yelled loudly, charging straight at Arne with a great sword in his hand. The girl clashed her 2 swords together, frowned, and then charged forward. Jack recalled the day the village was attacked by dragons, a disaster known as the greatest calamity in the world. That day, Jack was lucky to survive, but he lost his dearest loved ones, his wife, daughter, and son. The house where his family lived burned in a blazing red fire right before his eyes, and he was utterly helpless.
Following the dragon was Johann, the heir of Ruolgosa, and also the master of the sword named the Guardian. With the aid of the sword Levitan, Johann slew the colossal dragon. Everyone cheered for the victory and hailed the savior hero. But Jack, who had lost the most precious thing in his life, could not accept those achievements. Left alone beside his burnt-down house, he wondered what kind of guardian a person was if they couldn't even protect their own family. Heartbroken to his core, Jack thought he would never be able to acknowledge Johann as a hero. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses approached Jack and said that his eyes were filled with hatred, and he liked that very much. He declared he would bestow his power upon Jack and suggested they act together, and the man standing on the brink of despair was saved by Vamliet. Arnie easily defeated Jack, forcing him to struggle to push himself up from the ground. Jack yelled that he couldn't lose, then suddenly asked Arnie what she was hiding.
She stared at him in shock and said that she didn't understand what he was talking about at the moment. Jack asked how such a fragile-looking girl could defeat him, and Arnie immediately made an excuse that she had very strong muscles, went to the gym every day. Then she asked him who he was. Suddenly, the girl with the umbrella from earlier appeared before Arnie, saying that she couldn't stand it anymore. Arnie looked at her opponent, feeling no fear, only annoyance and anger rising within her. She asked the beautiful young woman with the umbrella, who was, no matter what, the embodiment of evil, who she ultimately was.
The turquoise-eyed girl smiled, saying that she was very happy to meet the swordmaster of Roelgasa. She continued that she was just an ordinary young lady, and Arnie immediately pointed Nevermore at her opponent, ordering her to stop talking nonsense, while clearly sensing a powerful magical aura surrounding her. She chuckled, asking if it was truly appropriate for a duchess to point a sword at such a fragile young lady, in accordance with knightly principles. Arnie frowned, thinking that this very aura was making her uncomfortable, and it was very likely the same thing she had sensed in the arena. A familiar voice called her name, and immediately after, she saw Crave running towards her, panting, saying that he had gotten everyone out safely. Julina frowned, looking at the strange blue-eyed woman in surprise and asking who she was. Jack told the woman to step aside, saying that he could handle this himself. She turned back, smiling, as she asked what Jack could do, and if he truly saw himself clearly. Suddenly, the witch summoned a strange spatial portal, filling the small, confined space with blue light, and Arnie screamed, demanding her to stop. She smiled brightly, telling them not to worry, then declared that they would meet again soon. She and Jack vanished in a blinding flash of blue light, leaving the knights standing frozen in place, trying to calm themselves after the shock. Arnie felt her body tremble, and she bowed her head, not understanding what was happening.
Crave, with a trembling voice, realized and said that the ground was shaking. The ground right in front of them cracked open with a violent explosion, and all three were hit by a blast of scorching hot air. New monsters emerged from the fissure, led by a giant dozens of times larger than the others. Arnie ordered the knights to deal with the smaller monsters, while she would confront the giant. The girl quickly rushed forward, not wanting to be trampled by the colossal creature.
Julina and Crave stood back to back, realizing they had to protect their commander from the small but agile creatures. Arnie gathered momentum, pushed off the ground, and shot straight up. She soared into the air near the colossal monster, flying while contemplating a plan of action, trying to find its weak point. As Arnie circled her opponent, the giant monster swung its massive arm, attempting to strike her. Crave and Julina didn't immediately understand if the monster's colossal hand had struck their commander, so they screamed in panic, staring intently at the massive creature. Arnie landed heavily on its shoulder, balancing herself with Nevermore and Nevermore. She coldly declared that it was her turn to attack. The monster completely unexpected her to charge straight at it, both swords at the ready. Arnie swung her swords with all her might and struck the monster from the shadows, the blades tearing across its neck. The sharp blades severed its neck, and it let out a catastrophic death rattle, never expecting to bid farewell to its life in such a way. Arnie, her cheeks smudged with ash and dust, listened to Nevermore's joyful cheers for the glorious victory over the beast. Slicing through the wind, she landed gently, dust kicking up beneath her feet. Julina smiled radiantly, her eyes full of affection for their commander, while Crave wiped sweat from his brow, saying he had worried about her unnecessarily. She didn't even turn her head as the monster began to disintegrate and vanish. Suddenly, she heard a perplexing rustling sound and frowned as she turned around. Right where the monster had fallen, Lady Rosanna lay unconscious, her face as pale as death. 2 days after the tragedy, the mages of the Northern Empire had done everything they could to revive Rosanna. Arnie stood by the glass window, looking out at the streets, while Crave began to recount that Crown Prince Edward had ordered a search for the culprit as soon as Lady Rosanna regained consciousness, and Emperor Guiape was so deeply shocked that he had not left his chambers. The girl bowed her head, thinking that even with the help of Nevermore and Nevermore, she couldn't save too many people, and so her heart was heavy. Her governess called her, and she turned, asking what was wrong. The woman, panicked, cried out, "The swords!" Unable to restrain herself, the maid shouted, asking if it was true that she had used a holy sword right at the tournament grounds. Arnie calmly exhaled and replied that yes, she had. The governess angrily asked what she would do now, and the Duchess replied that was why she had told Cassian everything. Then, bowing her head, Arnie added that she had asked the Duke for a divorce. The governess shrieked in horror, unable to conceal her shock. She clutched her forehead and slowly sank to the floor.
Crave held the wet nurse, her face full of worry. Arnie sadly thought that in the end she still couldn't change anything. Suddenly, a maid called her, and when the Duchess asked what was wrong, she replied that someone had come to see her. Arnie quickly ran down the stairs. Still standing on the stairs, she froze when she heard an incredibly familiar voice. She saw her mother standing next to Cassian, in a red traveling dress and a matching hat. The radiant woman smiled and waved at her daughter, saying that she had come to visit her. Arnie tilted her head slightly, turning to look at Cassian, who seemed to have been waiting for this moment. He curved his lips into a smile, his eyes sparkling as if nothing had ever happened between them. Afterward, Arnie sat down with her mother and Cassian to enjoy the prepared tea cakes. Rosalia asked her son-in-law how he knew her favorite type of tea and biscuits, then praised his thoughtfulness. The Duke smiled, thanking her. He happily explained that he was very happy about her visit and hoped she would have a comfortable and pleasant time there.
Rosalia beamed like a Christmas ornament, saying that her son-in-law looked even more wonderful in person than in a crystal ball, which made Arnie have to tell her mother to tone it down. The mother continued, saying that looking at the two of them, she could already imagine what it would be like to have grandchildren, and that they should try harder. After those words, the Duke smiled, observing Arnie's embarrassment. Arnie gently asked her mother why she had come, and Rosalia excitedly replied that she just wanted to see how they were living and get to know her son-in-law directly. Arnie said that of course she was happy, but her mother should have given her prior notice. Arnie asked why her mother had told Cassian about her visit but not her, and her mother replied that her daughter hadn't answered her phone. The girl embarrassedly shushed her mother, feeling awkward in front of her husband, and asked when that had happened.
Cassian suddenly stood up, saying he had business to attend to and that it was probably time for him to leave. The Duke bowed to Rosalia, saying that the mother and daughter surely had private matters to discuss, and then left them alone. The Duke gently smiled at his wife and nodded at her, as they hadn't spoken since the incident at the tournament. Arnie lowered her eyes, sadly thinking about how quickly everything had changed.
Cassian left the great hall, and then Rosalia called her daughter's name. Rosalia softly asked what was wrong, inquiring why she looked so melancholic. Was she truly worried about what happened at the tournament that night? Arn hastily replied that it wasn't the case, then awkwardly reassured her mother that everything was fine. Rosalia gently took her daughter's hand and said that she had never been a good liar. Startling her daughter with her words, she added that even a talented girl like her couldn't save everyone. She reminded Arnie that if it weren't for her, the world as it is today wouldn't exist, and asked her daughter not to blame herself for those deaths. Rosalia firmly stated that her daughter could set aside all responsibilities and vows and start living the way she desired. She added that their ancestors had always lived for others, but she couldn't continue to watch her daughter constantly sacrifice herself like that anymore. Arn leaned back in her chair, not understanding why those words of encouragement and comfort didn't make her feel uncomfortable. Rosalia gently embraced her daughter, pressed her forehead against her own, and said that she would always be there for her. At the same time, in the capital, all sorts of rumors and discussions spread among those on their way to the memorial service. A woman said that there was information suggesting everything happened because the emperor disliked a female knight winning the tournament. The person opposite her placed a finger on their lips, saying that they shouldn't utter such words.
The other girl tried to argue, saying that everyone was talking about it, but the other woman replied that there were still other rumors. The carriage slowly rolled through the city streets, and only the sound of hooves broke the quiet whispers. The third girl covered her mouth with her hand, as if afraid of being overheard, then whispered that it was a big secret. She said that in reality, Duchess Arnie, wife of Duke Ternugin, was an extraordinary person. The woman recounted the rumor that during the competition, the Duchess herself had single-handedly dealt with a giant monster. One lady called it complete nonsense, for how could a frail Duchess do such a thing? The other girls agreed, saying that it was most likely just a baseless rumor. Meanwhile, at Ternugin Estate, Rosalia said that thanks to her son-in-law's care, she could finally converse with her daughter. She looked up at the enormous chandelier and realized that the estate was in impeccable condition, and Cassian smiled, thanking his mother-in-law for the compliments. The Duke said that it was all his wife Arnie's doing, and she turned back shyly when her mother said that her daughter had truly matured. Rosalia suddenly asked if she could tour the house, then hastily departed with her servant, wishing everyone a good evening. Arnie thought that since that incident, she hadn't spoken to Cassian, and now being alone with her husband made her feel extremely awkward. He reminded her that it was time for them to rest as well, then opened the heavy oak door of the room.
Cassian let her enter first, while she thought that first she just needed to get into the room, and then she would figure things out. As soon as she stepped inside, she immediately noticed the familiar wide window frame where she had once tried to escape, and in a childish impulse, she rushed towards it, wanting to flee from the shame and awkwardness. She thought about running away. Arnie had barely managed to stand on the windowsill when Cassian tightened his arms around her, burying his nose in the hollow of her neck. The Duke held her tighter and softly asked if she wanted to leave him, while the girl whispered for him to let her go. She bowed her head and said that soon rumors would spread. His status would be threatened, and she didn't want to be a burden to her husband. Cassian whispered that everything had been arranged. The witnesses would not speak a word, then asked if she still remembered who he was. Arnie reached out and touched her husband's arm, pressing her palm against him, and said that even he couldn't handle this.
Cassian moved closer to her beloved face, leaning towards her lips, still holding her tightly against his chest. Cassian softly said that he was willing to accept all those troubles, as long as they involved her, then placed a gentle kiss on her lips. Meanwhile, at the magic tower of the Northern Empire, the mages were trying to solve the problems assigned to them. Ventus, the tower master, a bald man with a gray beard, asked if it was truly a dark magic summoning ritual. He said that such magic had never existed before. Theoretically, it might be possible, but it would require an immense source of magical power. An apprentice of his said that it still far exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary mage, and their abilities could not uncover the technique. Ventus closed his eyes and thought that if the tower's previous master, Quiko Urian, were still here, she would have easily solved this problem. The apprentice asked if the renowned Lady Urian was truly that powerful, and he smiled, replying that there was no doubt about it. He explained that the legendary Black Dragon was an entity that even a sword saint was not strong enough to stop. The creature was only captured thanks to Archmage Urian's sealing magic. Ventus said that he had met the lady when she was a child, but even now he could not forget her magical power. Although 50 years had passed since that moment, he regretfully realized that he had never encountered such power again. The apprentice asked where she was now and why Urian wasn't helping them deal with these difficulties, and Ventus let out a heavy sigh. The man explained that one day the girl had suddenly disappeared, and no one knew where Lady Urian had gone or where she was. Lady Haley angrily yelled at the woman holding an umbrella, accusing her of promising to eliminate the Duchess at the right time but failing to do so. The woman replied in a shrill voice that it wasn't her fault that it didn't work out. Haley screamed that she had personally seen the woman attack Rosanna. Clenching her fists, Haley said that if she had known the Duchess was a sword saint, she would absolutely never have gotten involved in this adventure.
The girl with turquoise eyes shook her finger and asked why Lady Haley was shifting the blame for her own foolish actions and choices onto others. That stunned Haley. The strange girl continued that everything had turned out that way because Haley wanted to usurp the Duchess's position. Haley trembled and softly replied that it was completely untrue. The sorceress laughed, asking if it was truly untrue.
She bluntly stated that to become Duchess Cassian, Haley had sacrificed her closest friend. Haley whispered in a cold voice that if Rosanna awakened in the magic tower, it would be the end for her. The woman laughed, saying that this person, even at the very end, only thought of herself, and it was amusing how human greed knew no bounds. Lady Haley clenched her fist, lunged at the girl, and screamed that everything that happened was her fault, while the girl stepped back, laughed, and said she was very scared. The sorceress said she felt pity for Haley and would kindly offer her a hint. She advised Haley to use the key she already held in her hand. The red-haired lady thoughtfully looked down at her hands, repeated the sorceress's words, then suddenly shouted that she could indeed use that method. Haley immediately turned and rushed in the opposite direction, while the sorceress expressed hope that this time her wish would come true. The sun gradually set below the horizon, painting the Turnigan estate with a brilliant sunset glow. As Arnie and Crave sat together in the garden, Erica approached and said that an invitation to a banquet had been sent from the Imperial Palace. The maid excitedly replied that it seemed that after the recent incident, they wanted to appease the situation a bit, which was why they organized a multi-day event, and Crown Prince Edward even personally participated in the preparations.
Crave was surprised to hear the heir mentioned, then said that he had been behaving very appropriately for his status lately, which made him wonder if that incident had affected him. Erica asked if the lady would go, and Arnie became pensive as she recalled her recent conversation with her mother. She remembered her mother's advice to listen to her heart. Arnie smiled softly and nodded, saying that she would go. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace of the Northern Empire, Emperor Giuseppe's condition was being discussed. The Marquis asked the servant if it had been a week, and His Majesty still hadn't left his room, and the servant nodded in confirmation. The man frowned again, asking what His Majesty was thinking about, then said that they needed to arrange a meeting. The servant opened the door and reported to His Majesty that Marquis Dualine requested an audience, but he ordered him not to enter, shouting loudly that nothing was happening. Giuseppe angrily yelled that he shouldn't return until he himself called. The emperor, surrounded by the chains of dark magic, coughed softly and irritably looked towards the door. Count Famliat praised the emperor, who was wheezing and appeared to be in great pain. Giuseppe asked if he could survive, and Famliat bared his teeth in a smile, saying that the sealing magic seemed to be weakening, as the emperor was still trying to resist. The emperor grimaced and said that the promise to help destroy the Western Empire was just empty words. The man stroked his beard and retorted, saying that the plan was still underway, but he had encountered a few unforeseen circumstances. After that, he warned the emperor not to bother him anymore, then snapped his fingers. Immediately after the snap, Giuseppe felt his throat constrict due to severe lack of air. The Duke and Duchess's carriage rolled towards the Imperial Palace, passing through the bustling streets of the capital. Arnie, in a vibrant crimson dress, said that it would be wonderful if her mother also attended the event. She immediately smiled at her husband and added that Rosalia, unfortunately, had private matters to attend to and had returned home earlier.
Cassian nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on her interesting hairstyle and sparkling eyes. Then he replied in a low voice that he had heard about it. The girl, surprised, asked if he had spoken to her mother yet, and the Duke nodded in confirmation. Cassian immediately recalled his conversation with Arnie's mother, who had gently called him her son-in-law, prompting him to make up his mind and softly call her mother. Rosalia asked if he had spoken to her daughter yet, and the Duke replied that he had, and that he could only succeed thanks to her presence. The woman said that her daughter was very strong and had a habit of shouldering everything herself, and she thanked her son-in-law for caring about that aspect of her daughter as well. With a final smile, Rosalia asked Cassian to continue taking care of Arnie as he always had. The Duke beamed and nodded, delighted to be treated so kindly by his mother-in-law. Arnie noticed her husband's thoughtful expression and smile, and softly called his name, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. She asked why he was smiling so much, wondering if something good had happened, and the Duke calmly replied that he was smiling because of her and her mother.
Cassian even blushed slightly, placed his hands on his knees, and said he was incredibly happy, which surprised and embarrassed the girl. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Leonon was in the room arranged for him, talking to his father through a magic orb. The terrified Crown Prince said he had heard news that the Eastern Coalition forces were fiercely resisting on the battlefield. The Emperor smiled and told Leonon not to worry too much about him, because nothing bad would happen. Making his son even more worried, the king said he couldn't contact Uncle Johann. Leonon leaned towards the table and invited the Emperor to come to the Western Empire. The Emperor said the situation hadn't deteriorated to that extent, so the Crown Prince didn't need to worry. But now it was time for him to go. Leonon called out to his father, asking him to stay a little longer, but the magic orb went dark, and immediately after, Julina softly called the Crown Prince. She reminded him that the ball would soon begin, and they needed to prepare. Leonon thoughtfully bowed his head, trying to calm himself. He placed his hands on the table and said that while participating in the tournament, he had been in danger, and it was Arnie who had summoned the holy swords to save him. Leonon frowned, muttering that Arnie's happiness was being threatened, yet she still dared to make such a bold decision. Julina replied that Arnie was the type of person willing to do many things for those she loved.
The Crown Prince stepped forward in front of Julina. He explained that he was in great torment, because if he told Arnie that the Western Empire was in danger, she would immediately rush there. But the Crown Prince had never seen her so happy. Julina looked at Leonon with sympathy, letting out a soft sigh. She thought perhaps he should tell Arnie everything honestly and ask for her help. Julina Agrain said that families are meant to help and rely on each other in difficult times. She advised Leonon to forget his status as Crown Prince and simply ask for help, not from the Sword Saint, but from his sister. Leonon looked at her in astonishment, because he hadn't expected to hear such wise words from a female knight who was usually quite violent. Letting out a breath, the young man thanked Julina and said that after those words, he seemed to feel more relieved. The girl gave a radiant smile and reminded him that it was time for them to return to the ballroom. At the festival, in the familiar setting, the nobility chatted and danced together, discussing the events that had transpired.
Lady Daisy and Lillian watched in awe as they saw the Duchess enter with her husband. Arn, in a stunning red dress with an elaborate hairstyle, smiled, gently greeted the girls, and gave a slight wave. She secretly thought that she seemed to have gained many more admirers as cheers for the couple echoed from all directions. Arn was engrossed in pleasant thoughts when she was interrupted by the resounding voice of Lady Haley, who was calling for everyone's attention. She stepped into the middle of the grand hall, raised her hand, and demanded that everyone listen to her before continuing their revelry. She placed her hand on her chest and declared that she had finally found the courage to tell everyone the truth. Lillian quietly asked what had happened for Haley to speak up so directly. She said that recently an attack had occurred during the competition, after which strange rumors began to spread. Arn frowned, looking at Haley, a distinct feeling of unease rising within her. Lady Haley stated that the terrible monster had been defeated by a sword saint of unknown identity, but now she could tell them the truth. The woman declared that spies from the Western Empire were currently hiding in the Northern Empire, then turned to ask Duchess Arn if she had anything to say. Arn remained silent, stoically enduring her entire venomous speech. Addressing the Duchess by her full name, Lady Haley asked why she had deceived them all this time, if she herself was a sword saint.
The entire hall was shaken. A wave of astonishment and whispers spread everywhere, as if everyone had responded in unison. Arne let out a heavy sigh and closed her eyes, wondering why that cruel and greedy girl still wouldn't leave her alone. A lady protested, stating that the Sword Saint was a war hero and could not be present here. Haley replied that was true, and then asked why a Sword Saint, who should be on the battlefield, was spending time in the Northern Empire. Arne listened silently as Haley asked why she had to conceal her identity if her intentions were not malicious. Pointing directly at the Duchess, Lady Haley declared that Arne was a spy sent by the Western Empire. Lady Lillian considered this a personal insult and asked if she had any proof. Haley replied that it was obvious,
then picked up a stack of papers and said that everything was right there. Haley continued her personal discourse, reiterating that, as she had stated, a spy from the Western Empire was currently hiding within the Northern Empire. She chuckled, saying that she had gone to great lengths to gather evidence of collusion with Crave, who was currently being called a hero of the Northern Empire. Haley declared that Arne had sent him a letter stating that they were planning an attack during the competition and requesting an assessment of the danger level. According to her, in the reply letter, Crave wrote that they didn't need witnesses. Haley excitedly asserted that Arn had ordered him to pretend to have saved some people from the Northern Empire so that no one would suspect them. Everyone looked from Lady Haley to Arn and began to whisper that all of this was indeed very plausible. Arn bowed his head, frowning, realizing that those documents had been fabricated by her. Looking at her husband, she understood that she couldn't drag him into this and decided to bear the full brunt of the attack herself. Arn propped his chin with his fist and said that she had indeed been exposed, and she had thought she was hiding it very well. Haley looked at her with a predatory smile, convinced that her plan had succeeded. But just then, Lady Daisy screamed in fear. The girl looked betrayed, tears welling up, on the verge of crying. She pleaded with the Duchess to say that none of this was true. Arne said that to some extent, Lady Haley's words were true. Lady Lillian asked if the wedding had truly been arranged, then covered her face, thinking they had been deceived. Haley flashed a radiant smile, believing Arne was digging her own grave and wanting to end all of this. Just then, Cassian stepped forward and replied that his wife had never deceived anyone, and he himself had known who she was for a long time. Haley asked if he truly knew Arne's nature and still married her, and Cassian nodded, adding that he had done so because he had fallen in love with her at first sight. The Duke bared his teeth in a smile, asking permission to pose a few questions to Lady Haley herself, then immediately asked if she knew how serious a crime forging documents was. Haley, with a trembling voice, asked what documents the Duke was referring to. Cassian said that Crave was the Duchess's personal knight, meaning her closest confidant, and there was absolutely no need for them to exchange letters to discuss plans. He also reminded them that during the attack, Lady Rosanna, the closest person in Lady Haley's retinue, had been found right inside the monster.
Cassian asked why such a thing had happened, and Haley immediately lost her composure, saying that she absolutely could not have known about it. Her entire body trembled with rage, because she had not expected the Duke to stand up for his wife after such events. Cassian reiterated that Lady Rosanna had still not regained consciousness, yet Haley had not once visited her friend. Everyone was loudly discussing what had happened, unsure who to believe or whose arguments to listen to. The Duke declared that there was still a third, most important opinion, then pointed towards Lady Haley. To Lady Haley's horror, Cassian asked if she had ever participated in the attack on the Northern Empire by colluding with those very individuals. Lady Daisy and Lillian did not understand what Duke Cassian was saying, only exchanging confused glances with each other. The Duke recalled the woman with the umbrella and said that he had personally seen her at the scene. Previously, she had cared for Haley, disguised herself as a doctor, and it was she who had summoned the monster. Haley collapsed to her knees, fake documents scattering from her hands. She clutched her head and screamed at Cassian to shut up. Suddenly, the cold, clear laughter of the aforementioned girl with the umbrella echoed through the great hall. She stood on a balcony and said that the situation was becoming increasingly interesting, but perhaps they needed a little more spice. The emerald-eyed woman raised her hand, once again summoning strange dark entities with dark magic. That dark energy enveloped Lady Haley and many others, causing them to panic and scream in terror. Realizing she was trapped in a bubble made of incomprehensible dark matter, Arnie summoned Nevermore and swung her sword, cleaving it open. She thought that since she had faced illusion magic before, she could easily resist it.
Nevermore stated that this type of magic was particularly dangerous for ordinary people because it directly affected the subconscious and distorted memories. Arnie realized that this magic was identical to the magic used in the attack at the tournament. Nevermore spoke up, saying they needed to quickly deal with her and punish her appropriately. Arnie agreed, but said that first she had to save all those affected. At this moment, almost everyone was imprisoned within gigantic, spherical black orbs, submerged in their most terrifying nightmares. Arnie charged forward, swinging her sword continuously, shattering each orb one by one and freeing many people. The orbs exploded with a boom, emitting a dazzling light upon contact with the powerful magic of Nevermore and Nevermore. Arnie tried to act quickly, using two swords simultaneously so as not to leave anyone in danger. The rescued people cried and trembled with fear, begging the Duchess not to abandon or leave them. Arnie glanced back at them but couldn't stop, as there were still too many people who needed saving. Nevermore said that this magic could drive people insane, so they had to free everyone as soon as possible before that happened. Arnie nodded resolutely, then advanced again, tightening her grip on her sword hilt.
Cassian heard whispers in the dark. The Duke found himself standing in an unknown place, unable to comprehend where he was. He saw Giuseppe before him, kneeling before the Empress, Cassian's mother, saying he would offer her everything she desired. The Empress, alarmed, urged Duke Giuseppe to calm down, or Emperor Tristan might discover this. Cassian froze, eyes wide, unable to comprehend the scene he was witnessing, for he had no memory of it whatsoever. After a moment of falling back into darkness, the young man saw another scene. His father collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood, asking if his younger brother had poisoned him. Giuseppe gave a cold smile, realizing that his brother was indeed very intelligent. The emperor brought his blood-stained hand to his mouth and hoarsely said that he had always treated his younger brother very well. As Tristan collapsed to the floor, Giuseppe smirked and said that his brother had something he himself did not. Cassian's mother clutched her infant son in her arms, sobbing in fear and asking why Giuseppe had done such a thing. Duke Cassian, horrified, heard his uncle Giuseppe tell his mother that his brother was no more, and nothing could now stand in the way of their love. Giuseppe proposed to Empress Isone, even as her husband was slowly dying from poison. It was a truly horrifying, utterly heartbreaking scene for Cassian. Empress Isone said she would agree, but on the condition that he promise not to harm her young son until he came of age, and the fratricidal murderers swore such a solemn oath.
Cassian collapsed to his knees, his hands covering his face, begging him to stop this torture. He stared into the darkness that swallowed everything, his bright blue eyes wide with horror. Cassian saw his mother standing on the balcony, where she was climbing onto the railing, saying that Giuseppe had promised to spare her son's life. The Duke tried to call out to his mother, but she didn't hear him, only muttering that she had to die before being defiled by the one who had murdered her husband. Cassian lunged forward screaming, but his beloved, fragile mother had already jumped. The man trembled in panic, cold sweat broke out, and his entire body began to shake uncontrollably. Giuseppe appeared behind the Duke and said that if he hadn't promised to spare Cassian's life, Queen Ison would still be alive. He yelled that Cassian himself had ended his mother's life, and Cassian froze, nausea rising with a violent headache. The Duke clutched his head, as the voices in his head incessantly whispered that he was a murderer, that he should never have been born.
Cassian knelt down, convincing himself that this was just a dream, a nightmare, but in his fear he realized he couldn't wake up. The orb of darkness split apart, and Arn's figure appeared before him, holding swords in her hands. Cassian lifted his head, and as if learning to breathe again, overwhelmed by the brilliant, dazzling white light after the darkness, then whispered her name. The girl called her husband's name again, asking if he was all right, because the man was kneeling on the floor, trembling violently. Cassian sprang to his feet, clutching her tightly as if she were his only lifeline, whispering for her to hold him tight. The girl smiled, holding her beloved tightly in her arms, saying that she was here, and he didn't need to worry. Cassian gasped for breath, clutching her body tightly in his arms, and said that he only wanted her to be his own beloved.
Cassian desperately whispered that he didn't want others to see her so gentle and caring like this. The Duke held his wife tightly and said that he only wanted to be the one to see her like that, then begged her not to leave him alone. Arnie hugged her husband tightly and whispered that they now needed to quickly resolve all of this. She pulled back, called her husband's name, and apologized, while the Duke responded to her name with a trembling voice. Arnie told him to wait for her just a little longer, because she needed to quickly save the others and then would return. Cassian, looking so desperate for the first time, cried out, telling her not to leave him alone here. She couldn't be with Cassian at this moment, even though she truly wanted to, because others were still in danger. Nevermore asked if she was all right, as he had a feeling that the Duke was overly obsessed with her. Arnie was fiercely torn within herself, realizing that he was in pain and afraid at this moment, but then she took a deep breath. She opened her eyes and said that the most important thing right now was to save the others. Cassian desperately called her name, reaching out his hand, his eyes wild and full of pain. The dark energy enveloping the girl with the umbrella said that today would be a feast, and she would devour all the insects, leaving no one alive. Count Famliot praised the girl, calling her Urian, and she turned around, smiling radiantly to thank her master. Famliot advised her not to forget that hatred, along with everything the Empire had done to her, and she asked what he meant. Urian slightly narrowed her green eyes and said that she was still filled with terrible hatred. In her mind, Urian returned to that day, when she stood alone on the cold balcony in the night and burst into tears.
She covered her face with both hands and told her master that there were things she would never understand. Urian said that she wanted to save the whole world, but in the end, people still didn't like her. Famliat felt pity for the girl. He had told her more than once that saving humanity was futile. Then he promised that all those who had hurt her would pay for their actions. Ira continued to slash through the barriers one by one, growing angrier and angrier because this magic had caused Cassian terrible pain.
A mysterious man wearing glasses appeared on her path, saying that he had seen something suspicious. That's why he came here. Nevermore told her that Count Vamliat was standing before her, and he chuckled softly when he heard that. After a moment of thought and observation, Ira pulled that information from her memory.
She asked if this was the spy who had transferred secret data from the Western Empire to the Eastern Empire 10 years ago, and Nevermore confirmed it. Arn pointed the tip of Nevermore at him, looking at the Count with unconcealed hatred. Her master was indeed very famous, and she was extremely proud to be the student of such a person. Van Liat ordered Urien to go to the Western Empire, saying that he would handle everything himself and follow later. Arn swung her sword, striking hard against the protective barrier, but this time it did not budge, unlike the previous ones. The Duchess screamed, asking why they were coming to the Western Empire. Urien merely laughed, while Arn ordered her not to move and to stay put. She stiffened, then asked Arn which way she was looking. Urien looked directly at her and declared that Arn would have to fight her personally. Urien immediately shattered the magic gate and launched dark tendrils of magical power towards the holy sword. Arn, enraged, leaned forward and easily shattered one of those magical masses with Nevermore. Urien merely gave a mischievous smile, mocking her opponent, looking as if completely unconcerned by everything. Looking directly into those green eyes, Arn took a deep breath, then declared that she absolutely could not be human. When the two clashed, a roar echoed throughout the entire palace, comparable only to an earthquake. Portraits and wall lamps crashed down with a deafening clang, while Leonin fell to his knees, cursing, as Julina rushed to the Crown Prince's side. She screamed loudly, but the Crown Prince completely failed to understand what she was trying to say. Julina grabbed the Crown Prince's shirt, almost pulling him away from the collapsing pillar, then laid him on the blue carpet, unconsciously leaning over to shield him. The girl panted heavily and asked if the Crown Prince was all right. Leonin, blushing, quickly replied that he was fine. She gripped Leonin's hand tightly and said they had to leave immediately, then told the Crown Prince to follow her. The boy obediently followed his bodyguard, but in his mind he couldn't forget her warm breath and the feeling of her strong hands. Arnie stood directly opposite Urien, who had just declared that she was still human. The Duchess breathed heavily, asking how a human could possess such magical power. She smiled and replied that she was simply very strong. Releasing the magical restraints holding Arnie, she laughed and declared that even a sword saint couldn't possess such power. Arnie swung her sword and loudly declared that they were the ones who had caused all the chaos at the tournament, then asked what their ultimate goal was. Urien replied that honestly, they wanted all of humanity to fall into despair, to be engulfed in profound sorrow and darkness. As Urien attacked the sword saint, she said they truly enjoyed it. The walls of Crown Prince Edward's chambers shook violently as he had just finished preparing for the ball when a frantic attendant reported that His Highness must leave immediately. Edward turned and ordered him to gather the royal guards to escort everyone out of the banquet hall, then contact the magic tower for aid. Then he turned and charged straight into the heart of the chaos, despite the attendant calling after him, urging him to stop. But Edward declared that he must save his father. Dark storm clouds gathered above the magic tower, heralding incredibly dark events. A wizard rushed in, calling out Archmage Ventus's name while he stood frozen in place. When informed that a distress signal had been sent from the Imperial Palace, Ventus stood there, fully sensing the power of dark magic without understanding what was happening. But immediately he turned and ordered forces to be dispatched to the Imperial Palace for protection. During the battle with Arne, Urien laughed and said that the girl was indeed Rowagosa's holy sword, and that her previous taunts towards Arne had not been in vain. Arne realized that the witch was deliberately stalling for time, as she wasn't attacking but merely evading, and asked how much longer she intended to drag this out. Urien replied that very soon the Empire would fall, and that would mean they could end this battle. Arne angrily retorted that the witch could think whatever she liked, but she still had one thing to make clear. She yelled loudly, reminding Urien that she wasn't the only one protecting the Western Empire. Urien was stunned by the Duchess's sharp words, but quickly regained her composure. She smirked and said that there was also that handsome man, who had annoyed everyone quite a bit. Urien said that Arnie was very much like him, the one called the dragon-slaying hero, in the way she had heard people speak of Johann. She nervously asked how Urien knew her uncle, and who Urien truly was. Urien gave a sinister smile, saying she would answer that question if Arnie could stop her. At the same time, mages rushed to the palace, trying to control the dark magic and prevent it from escaping the castle. The people panicked and fled from the great hall and the entire palace, screaming in fear and jostling against each other. Ventus tried to resist the magical power with his staff and realized that this dark aura was exactly like what had escaped from Rosanna's novel. Suddenly, a gigantic hand made of dark and deep blue magical energy blocks shot up from beneath the ground. Immediately after, the colossal monster fully emerged, making everything around it tremble under the weight of its feet. Urien sat on the colossal monster's shoulder, laughing loudly, enjoying the chaotic scene of the fleeing crowd. Ventus froze when he saw the girl, his mouth agape and eyes wide.
The wizards grabbed him, pulling and shouting for him to run, while their leader gravely stated that it was Lady Urian. The colossal foot of the giant monster stomped down, shattering the paving stones, and the people screamed and fled. The monster swung its massive arm, which was covered in glowing, dark blue streaks of magic. It brought the blow down directly towards the young man, who surely could not withstand such an attack, and he cried out for help in a panic. Arnie, just in time, stepped in front of the young man, swinging her twin swords and severing the monster's arm, which fell to the ground with a resounding roar. She stood protectively in front of the young man, raising her sword in defense, and asked the poor young man if he was all right. Everyone looked at Duchess Cassian with shining admiration, as she, heedless of danger, saved them from the colossal monster whose height surpassed even the tallest tower of the palace. The young man recoiled, scrambling backward and softly whispering his thanks, while the crowd cheered that Lady Arnie had saved them from the darkness. Still laughing loudly, Urian remarked that her heroic act was very much like something Jahan used to do. Armin chuckled, asking if the Duchess truly believed that such words and actions would instantly make her noble. Arnie roared, stating that she didn't care what others said or thought about her.
She said in a cold voice that she was only doing what needed to be done to protect everyone. Urian bowed her head and scoffed softly, saying how annoyed she was by Arnie's behavior. With a wave of her hand, she flashed a sinister smile and said to let the sword saint try to save all these people. Darkness began to descend upon the defenseless people again, and many screamed for help in panic. Arnie raised her sword, which carried light, and asked Nevermore to save everyone from the impending magic. Nevermore told her to trust him and reminded her not to underestimate his holy light. A brilliant explosion of light stunned everyone, forming a dense dome that enveloped them all. Everyone cheered joyfully. Someone said that this magical light will dispel the darkness. Lillian and Daisy praised the Duchess, saying she was unbelievably beautiful. Meanwhile, Arnie thought that Nevermore might be tired, but that monster must have a control core. Circling behind the giant monster, the girl saw the core itself, shimmering like a glowing dark blue orb. Arnie thought she had only one chance left, and she couldn't let these people down. Lillian pointed towards the Duchess, called her friend's name, and shouted that she was about to deliver the finishing blow. Arnie took a moment to ensure that Nevermore had accumulated enough power and holy light.
Heading straight for the core of the colossal monster, the girl closed her eyes and charged so swiftly that the monster had no time to react. Arnie and Nevermore plunged directly into the monster's dark essence, tearing it into countless pieces with the power of holy light. The holy sword pierced through the monster's body, a dazzling pink and white light beam tearing through the creature and almost splitting it in two. Arnie breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she had saved everyone. Still enveloped by rings of light, she landed heavily on the ground, bracing herself with her hands. Arnie slowly rose as the magic of holy light continued to dispel and devour the darkness. She stood tall, feeling satisfied with this victory, while those she had saved loudly cheered her praises. Meanwhile, in the Western Empire, people casually walked the streets, each minding their own business. The witch held a magic orb in her hand and smiled radiantly, announcing that preparations for the plan were completely finished.
Mackenzie whispered softly that everything would surely go smoothly and according to plan. The prince declared that once the plan was set in motion, she would take over the Northern Empire. Ergen woke up in a damp room, his hands tightly chained, causing him to look around in confusion, not understanding what on earth was happening. Turning his head, Ergen saw that, like himself, Jan, the young man who had served with him years ago, was also bound tightly to the wall. Ergen only remembered that at the banquet he had pursued a lady who had never appeared in high society, and then he woke up on the southwestern front. There he saw an old acquaintance, Jan, who was fearless and tenacious. As Jan was fighting, Ergen called out his name loudly, hoping to calm him down. Jan demanded to know where Arnie was, and Ergen ruffled his hair, asking if he truly needed to kill so many people just to find the commander. He yelled, asking if Jan was still sane, saying that this place was too dangerous and they needed to leave immediately. Suddenly, a lady holding an umbrella called out to them, smiling as she asked who she had found here.
She smiled, saying he looked very familiar to her, then suddenly remembered that he was the one who had been following her for the past few days. Ergen immediately played the role of a charming rogue, saying that it was nothing strange at all, that he was simply enchanted by her beauty, to the point where he didn't even realize when he had arrived. Jan raised his sword, saying that this woman exuded danger, and it would be best to deal with her immediately. Ergen, unaccustomed to such a personality from his subordinate, stared at Jan in shock, thinking only that he was doomed. Lutz chuckled, saying that he was behaving exactly as Arne's subordinates should, and first they needed to be captured. Urian stretched her hand forward, and dark tendrils of energy immediately wrapped tightly around both men, constricting their bodies and preventing movement. Suddenly, a sword was pressed against her neck, and from behind a man's voice asked who she was. Prince Mackenzie said that this person was the cause of all this chaos. Meanwhile, the witch laughed, saying that he seemed to have misunderstood everything because she only wanted to help. Mackenzie mashed his teeth and roared, ordering her to repeat what she had just said. Urian, unafraid of the blade, turned and asked him if he felt disgusted because the emperor was trying to exploit the situation, and if he himself was also plotting something evil. Mackenzie swung his sword, shouting that she understood nothing, but Urian glided gracefully, easily dodging the attack. She said that, in truth, deep down he knew well that if he kept obeying the emperor, he would never achieve the throne.
Mackenzie trembled, asking what she was talking about. She continued to mock him, saying that he was merely a hound, to be used and then discarded. The girl reached out towards Mackenzie's face and suggested he act for a singular purpose, causing him to exhale and lower his sword. She touched the deepest chords in his heart and said she would help him become the emperor of the Northern Empire. Behind him, magic still surged like snakes, constricting the air in his lungs. Recalling all of it, Ergen began to yank his hands violently, making the chains clang against the wall. Then he screamed Jan's name with all his might. He angrily slammed his head and continued to shout for Jan, loudly demanding Jan to get up immediately. Meanwhile, in the Northern Empire, Cassian approached Arn as the battle with the colossal monster concluded.
The girl smiled brightly, relieved that he was safe and sound. Cassian smiled, saying it was fortunate his wife had managed to escape, then added that he had been incredibly worried about her. Arnie made a request to her husband, explaining that in that situation she had no choice but to leave him, and Cassian immediately took his wife's hand. He told her to come back and said he would always be by her side. Contrary to the Duke's expectations, Arnie withdrew her hand from his, surprising and hurting him. She smiled, reminding Cassian that he still had matters to attend to. She told her husband that at this moment only he could truly understand what was happening, but the Duke only softly whispered her name. Cassian sighed, saddened that she was pushing him away once more, and his smile vanished. He turned and walked away, then said that she should go back and rest first, promising that he would quickly finish things and return to her. Arnie smiled and nodded, watching her husband's back as he left, then breathed a sigh of relief that he was still safe. Watching her husband's retreating figure, as if trying to shield him with an invisible barrier, she thought that everything would surely be all right now. Arnie was deep in thought when she was called by Leonon's broken voice, making her turn around. The girl called her brother by his affectionate name, then breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing the crown prince was safe. Leonon's face was speckled with dried blood, his hands on his knees, as he panted and told his sister that the Western Empire was in danger.
The crown prince looked down at the floor and pleaded with Arnie for help in this battle, not as a crown prince but as her younger brother. Hearing the words Leonon chose for this conversation, Arnie smiled gently. She gently placed a hand on Leonon's shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. She smiled and said that she had thought her younger brother would be trembling with fear, but no, Leonon had fully matured and become a man. After her brother's words, she recalled Urian's threats and her attempts to keep the Sword Saint. She exhaled, then turned around, saying that they should immediately return to the Western Empire. Arnie, Leonon, Uncle Sano, and Julina stood waiting for transport, and the girl sighed, saying that they had waited for the airship for too long. Wizard Ventus approached, smiling gently and saying that he could help with this. Bowing, he introduced himself, thanked Duchess Arnie for saving the Northern Empire, and then said that he had also expended a lot of energy and could only transport one person back. They discussed for a moment, and Leonon said that his sister should go first because every minute was incredibly precious. But Julina stopped them. She asked if Arnie had informed the Duke that she was about to leave.
She thought that if she personally told Cassian everything, he would surely want to go with her, but she didn't dare let him face such danger. And then she saw JD in the crowd. Cupping her hands like a small megaphone, the Duchess called her husband's young assistant, wanting to give him a task. JD rushed over, asking what had happened to the lady, while she asked if he could find her some paper and a pen. JD was stunned with surprise, but was still ready to carry out any command from his Duchess. Meanwhile, Urian continued to converse with Mackenzie, saying that thanks to her stalling for time, they would be able to complete the plan without any obstacles. He wanted to express his gratitude to her and also had something else to say. Mackenzie repeated the words about the poor dog that she had told him during their first meeting, then smiled and asked if she knew that she also emitted a similar scent. She didn't quite understand the implication of his words, so she asked the prince what he had just said. Mackenzie replied that that was all he could and wanted to say to her, then told her to be careful, after which she fainted. Urian silently watched the dance floor for a few moments, unable to comprehend what all of this ultimately meant. Near dawn, JD returned to Turnagain Estate with an important command from the Duchess. Not long before, Arnie had given him a letter, saying that she would be going to the battlefield and would be unreachable for the foreseeable future. She left Cassian a letter, explaining everything and asking JD to deliver it. Seeing JD's sad face, Arnie smiled and reassured him that as soon as the situation in the Western Empire stabilized, she would definitely return.
The young man, having calmed down, hugged the letter tightly to himself, flashed a radiant smile, and promised that he would deliver the letter to the Duke. As Jody stepped through the manor's threshold, all the maids immediately swarmed him with a barrage of questions, and only Crave tried to calm them down. The young man calmly replied that both the Duke and the Duchess were working in their respective positions, and had done their best, so everyone could return to their duties. Turning to Crave, Jody thanked the knight for looking after the manor in the owner's absence. Jody added that the Duchess had requested him to go to the Western Empire by airship. Jody went up to the Duke's study, thinking that his grace would probably return very late. Initially, he intended to leave the letter on the desk, but then he tucked it into his jacket pocket, thinking it would be better to hand it over personally, when he suddenly heard someone call his name. The young man turned around to see Sir Rashalis and asked why he was there, while the Duke's knight apologized. Before Jody could ask what that meant, Rashalis struck him hard on the neck, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The knight picked up the letter, not caring whether Jody was all right, then stood up straight and adjusted his posture. He growled that he would not forgive anyone who dared to disturb his master, then tore the letter in half. At the magic tower of the Northern Empire, the final preparations were underway to transport the Holy Sword to another nation.
Ventus said that this was the magic portal he had created. Arne nodded, looking at the intricate patterns, and said that she would step into the magic circle immediately, but he asked her to wait a moment. She asked what was wrong, and the mage asked if she knew who she would have to fight. Arne asked him to reveal the secret, and Ventus replied that her opponent was an archmage. But that wasn't all. The man also said that she was the youngest mistress of the Mage Tower and called her by name, Urian. Continuing the story, the mage revealed that 50 years ago, Johann of Ruelgosa had participated in a battle against a fallen dragon, and Urian had fought alongside him as an equal.
Ventus sighed, stating that without Lady Urian, the Sword Saint would not have been able to defeat the dragon alone. He added that if it weren't for this woman's involvement, the world as they knew it would have ceased to exist long ago. Arnie, confused, asked why someone who had once saved the world could now commit such cruel and wicked acts. Ventus bowed his head, softly replying that the question was also a mystery to him. He said that he deeply respected Lady Urian and would be very grateful if Arnie could discover the reason for the hero's downfall. As night fell at Turneyjun Estate, a servant, upon seeing the Duke step through the threshold, quickly called out to him. Cassian asked Butler George what had happened, and he stammered, "Count Getty." Cassian frowned, immediately casting aside his fatigue, and pressed, "What happened to him?" George bowed his head, stammering that Getty had been injured and was still unconscious. The Duke froze, his blue eyes wide with astonishment, then ordered that Getty be immediately taken to his assistant. In the treatment room, Cassian sat on a chair beside Getty's bed and asked how this had happened. Rashalis said that it was his fault for not stopping the Duchess and was ready to accept punishment. Cassian spun around, asking what he had just said, his voice simultaneously turning cold and menacing. He shook his head, looking at his assistant with disbelief, saying that it couldn't possibly be true. Rashalis said that he himself had witnessed the Duchess doing that with Sir JD. The knight growled that it was time for his master to admit the truth, and the Duke cut him off with a sharp shout. The Duke gasped heavily, unable to fully digest what he had just heard, and also unwilling to believe it. But today's failures were not in vain. Taking a breath, the Duke asked if the knight could swear on his life that he was certain of those words, and Rashalis knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and swore on his life that everything he said was true. Cassian bowed his head, recalling all the moments with Arnie, and thought that she couldn't leave him without any warning like that. Cassian wondered inwardly if his wife could truly abandon him like that, and only when he felt a tear roll down his cheek did he realize he was crying. The Duke thought that she had once reassured him, yet now she was pushing him away and leaving. Although he was ready to face anyone, anything, right now, he still felt extreme pain and loneliness.
Cassian stood up and thought that if she couldn't be with him because she had to protect others, then he would destroy everything she wanted to protect. He hoarsely declared that he wanted to devour the entire Tay Empire. Turning to Rastralis, the Duke ordered him to gather the knights and prepare for the campaign and battles, for tonight he would change history. Meanwhile, Arnie met with the Emperor at the Imperial Palace of the Tay Empire. Sikleon IV, seated on his throne, stated that the situation was urgent, so pleasantries could be skipped, and Arnie knelt before him, replying that she understood. The Emperor explained that the Eastern Kingdom was continuously losing to the Alliance of Nations. The girl asked if Jan was truly on the front lines, as fierce battles were still ongoing there. Sikleon replied that Jan had disappeared at some point, then clarified that the young man had never appeared in the north.
The emperor said that currently the defensive line had been pushed back but had not completely fallen. Hearing that not-so-clear statement, Arnie looked up at the monarch's face and asked what it meant. Sikleon replied that Commander-in-Chief George Freeman had captured the warriors and imposed conditions on them. Arnie asked what those conditions entailed as he clenched his hands on the armrest of the throne. What the emperor said astonished her. He stated that the enemy demanded Arnie be handed over to them. Taking a deep breath, she replied that in that case she was ready to depart immediately. Sikleon sighed and objected, saying that it was all just a trap to lure her in. Arnie explained that she understood everything clearly, and precisely because of that, she had to go there herself despite the danger. Looking up, the girl pleaded with His Majesty to allow her to go and not interfere. The emperor exhaled, remained silent for a few minutes, then rubbed his forehead with both hands. After a moment of thought, he allowed Arnie Brilsch to depart and save the people of the Tay Empire.
The girl took a deep breath, realizing it had been a long time since she had participated in military conflicts, then frowned slightly. She summoned Nevermore and stated her full name, saying she was the Emperor's sword and swore to bring absolute victory to the nation. At the same time in the Northern Empire, a commotion broke out in the minor imperial palace, and Cynthia, terrified, clung tightly to her mother, asking what was happening. The Empress told her not to be afraid, holding her daughter close and reminding her that she would protect her no matter what. At Turnagina's state, Rashalis informed the Duke that the knights had been assembled according to his command, then added that he had urgent news.
Cassian turned, adjusted the epaulette on his uniform, and asked what had happened. Rashalis reported that the minor palace had been attacked, causing the Duke to frown. He remarked in a low voice that the game had begun, and the pieces seemed to be falling off the board one by one. Crown Prince Edward shrieked in horror upon hearing news of the coup attempt in the palace. While his servants tried to reassure the Crown Prince and mentioned a safe haven, the heir to the throne bellowed how such a sudden betrayal could have occurred, especially coming from Prince Mackenzie. The knights told Edward that they would handle everything themselves and that the Crown Prince needed to find shelter as soon as possible. Edward followed his guard towards the camp, who led him into a secret passage that opened directly within the wall. The Crown Prince ran, shouting that if he simply disappeared, this matter wouldn't be resolved, then asked what the fate of the minor palace would be. Suddenly, Prince Mackenzie appeared right before them, as if rising from the ground, sword in hand, and declared that the minor palace had been seized. Edward glared angrily at his younger brother, while Mackenzie smiled, completely unashamed of his actions. Mackenzie looked at his brother, a sneer on his face, and called Edward by his name directly, making no attempt to hide his disdain for the heir apparent. He thanked Edward, stating that it was precisely due to Edward's pathetic nature that he had the opportunity to seize the throne, causing the Crown Prince to jump up and demand what he was talking about. Mackenzie replied that Edward must be utterly shocked because nothing had gone as he expected, then added that he should have disciplined himself sooner.
Taking a step forward, Mackenzie explained that this world offered opportunities not just to a single person, and Mackenzie had simply seized that opportunity, then placed the blade of his sword on his brother's shoulder. Smirking at Edward's horrified expression, Mackenzie withdrew his sword. Stepping forward, he ordered his subordinates to arrest Edward and take his brother away, as he didn't want to soil his weapon. As they grabbed the Crown Prince's clothes to tie him up and drag him away, Mackenzie said he needed to bid farewell to his father, Giuseppe. After a few more short steps, the prince suddenly stopped. Cassian stood blocking his path, his face pale, but his words and actions were no less resolute. The Duke looked at Mackenzie with a skeptical gaze and said, "So this is how it all ends up." The rebellious prince begged the Duke for forgiveness and said he wanted to follow the right path with the Duke's help.
Cassian asked him once more if he truly wanted that. The prince replied that he had waited too long and wanted to escape this miserable situation as soon as possible. He asked the Duke if he could endure the life of an illegitimate child, when even the servants mocked him. The emperor could leave at any time, and he was utterly exhausted by it all. Raising his sword, Mackenzie declared that everything would end today, even if Cassian tried to stop him. Mackenzie said he would not harm the Duke because he was the only one who still treated him like a human being, and Cassian nodded slightly in agreement. Mackenzie and his subordinates advanced. Cassian said that if he wished, he could go, but not to forget everything they had discussed. He told Mackenzie that the moment he crossed that line, they would no longer be brothers. Sheathing his sword, the prince's face was even paler than before, and he replied that he would go, thanking his brother for everything. Not long after, Emperor Giuseppe's screams echoed, calling his own son a monster. The emperor knelt before Mackenzie, tightly bound, but still cursing incessantly, asking how he could treat the father who had raised him in such a way. Mackenzie said that there was a time when he waited for love, then for recognition, but all he received were insults, and no matter how hard he tried, nothing changed. The prince recalled Giuseppe's words that he had never had a son like him, then asked if he had ever considered him his son. Mackenzie replied that he saw no reason to continue this conversation, then suggested his father look around for a moment. He declared that his era had now arrived, but at that very moment, Rushalos unexpectedly thrust a sword through the prince's chest. Struck down by intense pain, Mackenzie coughed up blood, then collapsed to his knees facing his father. He turned his head, and Duke Cassian stood behind the knight, with a cold, indifferent gaze directed towards him.
Cassian stood tall, unafraid of the consequences of his recent action, though the eyes hidden beneath his disheveled hair revealed his complete agony. With despair in his eyes, Mackenzie gasped and collapsed to the floor, while the Emperor cried out his son's name upon seeing him. Mackenzie, pale, asked why his brother had gone to this extreme. Cassian replied that what had happened was no mistake, for Mackenzie himself was the first to cross the boundary they had set for themselves. The prince burst into tears from pain and from the realization that death was near, then closed his eyes and stopped breathing. The Emperor wailed, his gaze fixed on his son. He shifted his gaze to his nephew and screamed that everything was Cassian's fault. Everything had fallen apart because of him. The Duke replied in a low but firm voice that Giuseppe could blame anyone, but in reality he himself had destroyed his own son. Stammering, the Emperor yelled that he was not to blame at all, that everything that happened was due to those foolish princes and Cassian. Suddenly the Duke leaned towards the Emperor and whispered something very quickly into his ear. Giuseppe first burst into loud laughter, then nodded, saying, "Yes, exactly."
Cassian said he didn't want to continue this conversation, while the kneeling emperor whispered that he had lost. Not wanting to continue watching this scene, the Duke stepped back and called his knight, Rastellus. When he answered, Cassian ordered him to end this dirty game right here. Rastellus raised his sword, and then royal blood once again stained the expensive carpets red. Cassian entered the room where Empress Pulcheria was sitting, rocking a sleeping Cynthia in her arms. He looked at his little sister and the frightened mother clutching her tightly to her chest. The Duke squatted down in front of them, quietly observing Cynthia sleeping soundly, breathing evenly, innocently and sweetly in her mother's arms. Cassian said that Cynthia was still as lovely as ever, and it was fortunate that she wasn't harmed. Then he stood up.
Pulcheria tearfully asked if he intended to end her life, and Cassian immediately replied no, for she must live to explain that he was the only emperor who could quell the rebellion and bring peace. Before leaving the room, he added that she should also continue to raise Cynthia. Cassian left the imperial palace, and the warriors bowed before him, welcoming and saluting the new emperor of the Northern Empire. All those standing in the castle courtyard simultaneously cheered for the glory of the Northern Empire. At the same time, Ergen cried heartbrokenly, trying to rouse Jan, who was still unconscious. He asked if the young man truly didn't want to see Arnie, then he lifted his head and let out a heavy sigh. Outside, Jack walked along the corridor, ordering that all the life force of the soldiers captured on the southwest front be drained for use in dark magic. Suddenly, the iron bars were blown away by an astonishingly powerful wave of energy, causing the guards to recoil. Jack coughed violently, asking in fright what that was. A frail-looking young man stood beside them, showing no fear of any of the guards. Jan asked them, his voice cold, where his master was. The guard yelled, asking how he could break the iron bars in this place, while Jack barked orders not to stand still but to seize the boy. Drawing his sword, the guard growled, asking what this damned monster truly was. He lunged towards Jan with the sword in his hand, running and yelling curses. Scene changed to a forest in the west. Arnie, riding with her warriors to meet the count, suddenly reined in her horse and turned her head. The girl murmured that she felt something was wrong, then she abruptly spurred her horse in another direction, her hand gripping the reins tightly.
Crave only managed to call her name, while Arnie suddenly reined in her horse. She froze when she saw Jan barefoot, a sword in each hand. He lifted his head, revealing red, tear-filled eyes as he looked at the girl, then whispered, calling her master. Arnie dismounted, looking with a touch of surprise at the young man she had known for a very long time. She hugged him tightly, and Jan said he had been waiting for her for a very long time. Arnie gently patted his back, softly saying that everything was all right now. From horseback, Julina was looking at the charred rocks and asked if Jan was the one who had burned everything here. All that remained of the evil sorcerer's cave was a giant, still smoking rock hollow. Suddenly, Ergen also appeared before them, startling the knights. In response to Crave and Julina's questions, Ergen, with a few minor scratches on his face, replied that explaining would take a very long time. He asked if they were preparing to go to the front lines to fight the Eastern Empire Alliance, and Arnie turned to ask why he knew that. Ergen explained that while he was in the Northern Empire, he had heard about the confrontation between the Western Empire and the Eastern Empire. Arnie replied that it was true, then said that although it was a bit difficult to ask, she asked Ergen to take Jan to the Northern Castle. Jan quietly asked her, in a low and hesitant voice, if he had truly become a monster once again.
Arna placed her hands on his shoulders and said that as long as she was here, no one would dare call him a monster. Ergen smiled, his blue eyes sparkling as he looked at the girl he loved.
They said goodbye. Jan turned and left. Ergen also followed, then suddenly stopped and, as if by accident, called out to the commander. Ergen turned his head back, looking at the girl with eyes full of interest, saying that he still hadn't given up. Arna froze in surprise, her eyes wide, while Ergen simply bid her a gentle farewell. Unexpectedly confronted with Ergen's words, she thought of how Cassian would feel without her by his side, and immediately decided that everything needed to be resolved as soon as possible. She jumped onto her horse and ordered everyone to reform their ranks because they would continue their journey.
At the same time, in the ancient land on the new continent, the weather was clear and warm, wild daisies bloomed, and all sorts of insects fluttered in the air. Johann, clad in a red satin robe, lay stretched out on the grass, enjoying the rare tranquility. Beside him lay a magic orb and the renowned sword, Levitan, the dragon slayer. Johann smiled broadly, saying he was very much at ease, because the magic orb was broken and no one could contact him, then expressed his hope that everything was well with everyone there. Suddenly, Levitan sprang from the ground, gleaming under the sun. Johann sat abruptly on the grass, asking what was happening, and the sword subtly vibrated, pointing in a direction. He frowned, looking in the direction the sword indicated. Observing carefully, Johann realized that something was amiss on the ancient continent. Meanwhile, Arnie and her warriors had arrived at the Duran Plains, where they encountered the army of the Eastern Empire. George Friedman, the defeated general of the Alliance of Eastern Kingdoms, rode forward, stating that he and Arnie had last clashed here 10 years ago. He added that it would have been better if she had finished him off then, but the girl remained silent. Arnie said that she had come as he requested, so he must return the prisoners of war. Friedman nodded, saying he kept his word and would of course release all the knights, but immediately after he added that she must pay for the humiliation he had endured for so many years, and challenged her to try and defeat him.
Friedman and Arnie engaged in a sword fight, leaving all their retainers and knights behind. She said that she did not want to finish him off. George Friedman asked if she enjoyed mocking him, then yelled that if she didn't defeat him, no one would be saved. Tired of holding back, Arnie exhaled sharply and whispered that since he asked for it, she would do it her way. She glided to the side, not giving him time to parry, then swung her sword again. Blood trickled onto the dry ground from the scratch Arnie's blade left on Friedman's face, who was wide-eyed with astonishment. Arnie calmly stated that she had defeated him, and now he should step aside and surrender the captives. Contrary to her expectations, Friedman sprang up, swung his sword at her, and yelled, asking how long she intended to continue humiliating him, then challenged her with all his might. He asked in a voice broken with indignation why he had been left alive 10 years ago, why she hadn't finished him off and allowed him to die honorably. Arnie sighed heavily, not understanding why Friedman couldn't calm down despite his wounded pride. She used Nevermore to block Friedman's greatsword and called out his name loudly, forcing him to pay attention to her. After knocking the sword from Friedman's hand, she said that he was the fighting spirit of the entire Eastern Empire. Arnie calmly continued that both the Alliance of Eastern Kingdoms and all their subjects were watching him. Taking a deep breath, Arnie went on to say that if he died, all of them would turn to hate her, and the war would drag on endlessly.
Friedman listened in astonishment as Arnie anxiously stated that many civilians could be harmed. Arnie plunged Nevermore into the ground and said that she simply didn't want all of that to happen. Arnie reiterated that she had no intention of humiliating him, and even if he didn't believe it, in her mind the outcome of this battle had already been decided. Suddenly the girl heard a sound, and when she turned her head, she recognized the black flags of the Northern Empire. Knights on horseback were approaching, and Arnie looked at them with a stunned expression. Turning to Friedman, she asked if he had truly signed an agreement with the Northern Empire, but he turned his back and walked away. George Friedman said that he had nothing to do with it and looked back. The man said that he had been mistaken all this time, therefore he would release the prisoners and withdraw his troops from the border, because he still cared about the residents of the eastern lands. Thanking the girl, Friedman returned to his army, not wanting to cause conflict with the Northern Empire. Arnie recognized a very familiar man riding straight towards her.
The girl opened her eyes wide in astonishment, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Cassian urged his horse closer and heard his wife whisper his name in bewilderment. He dismounted from the white horse, striding towards her. The Duke smiled and told his wife that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, while she, panicked, asked what he was doing there and with the Northern Empire's army. He shook his head and said that he thought Arnie owed him an apology. She asked in surprise why she had to ask for forgiveness, and even she herself felt Cassian was strangely unfamiliar at this moment. He said that it had something to do with Johnny, which made the girl even more confused, and she asked why it was related to that person. Arnie looked at him blankly, asking why she had to apologize.
Cassian called her name, his voice like a knife twisting in her heart, telling her she had disappointed him. Crave frowned, asking if that was the Northern Imperial Army. Julina replied that it was, and she had a bad feeling, but it was difficult to see clearly what was happening from their current position.
She said she would go check on Arnie's situation, then spurred her horse forward with a hard kick of her heel and galloped ahead. Julina arrived just in time, for the commander had heard the clashing of weapons and turned around, his blade meeting Rashalis's. The girl looked at Cassian and sharply demanded what the hell was going on here. The new emperor ordered the knight to retreat, and Rashalis was about to object. Julina dismounted and called out loudly, asking who that knight was while holding her sword ready. She charged forward in a rage, ordering him to immediately get away from the commander, and a new skirmish erupted between them. Rashalis yelled at Julina to stay out of it, but she skillfully pulled him away from the commander. Arnie turned her gaze towards Cassian, trying to understand the motives behind her husband's actions. She drew Nevermore and said that she didn't know what had happened, but they had no reason to wage war with the Northern Empire. Raising the sword so its tip lightly touched his neck, she demanded her husband withdraw his troops. Cassian smiled as he felt Nevermore's magical power pressed against his throat. Suddenly, he snatched the sword tip, gripping it tightly so it cut into his skin, pulling the blade even closer, looking as if he had completely lost his mind.
Cassian pressed his cheek and lips to the blade, continuing to let his palm be cut, staining the weapon with blood, and replied that he didn't want to listen to her. Arn called her husband's name, as if trying to pull him back to his senses. She asked if he thought she couldn't hurt him, and Cassian denied it. She desperately asked why he was behaving this way, all her fear and pain evident in her eyes. Cassian gloomily asked if she truly understood nothing, and Arn asked if he had read her letter. As soon as he heard the word, Cassian froze, repeating it unconsciously. Arn explained that she had written a letter, clarifying everything to her husband, then entrusted it to Sir Jady, promising that she would return. Cassian thought that the girl he took as his wife would not be able to use lies to escape, especially not to avoid a dangerous situation. After a moment of thought, he asked her what Jady looked like the last time she saw him. Arn asked what he meant, then simply replied that Jady was smiling.
Cassian frowned, silently contemplating for a few minutes. After some consideration, the Duke shifted his gaze towards Rashalis, who was engaged in combat with Julina. His knight was intensely focused on his opponent, gritting his teeth as he looked at the girl standing opposite him. Suddenly, as if sensing his master's gaze, he froze, his eyes widening. Charlos turned to look at Cassian, still clutching the blood-dripping tip of Nevermore. He looked at Cassian with a hint of fear, and that single glance immediately revealed the entire truth he had tried to conceal. Cassian told Arnie that what she had told him was already enough. George Friedman approached his soldiers and ordered them to release the prisoners of the Western Empire. Someone indignantly cried out, asking how their general could allow this to happen. The man immediately ordered them to follow his instructions precisely. Friedman thought that Arnie Bryn possessed values even higher than victory on the battlefield, that perhaps she was the true hero, and the general loudly declared that they would leave the battlefield today. Suddenly, Friedman shrieked in searing pain as his own soldiers swung their swords, the blades piercing straight through his body. The man collapsed, roaring in agony, feeling his own warm blood gushing throughout his body. He turned his head, coughed up blood, and asked his soldiers, "Where did you get such audacity?"
The soldier didn't expect the commander to be so weak, then coldly declared that they no longer needed him. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind howled, the sky abruptly darkened, and the horses rebelled, becoming restless and frightened. Immediately after, Crave shouted loudly, asking what the hell was happening. Suddenly, a spatial gate appeared on the ground, the very type of gate Arnie had once used to return to the Western Empire. When the number of gates increased to more than 5, monsters began to crawl out from the circles, growling and charging towards the warriors. They came in all sizes and shapes, but all emitted equally terrifying and incomprehensible roars, sometimes even merging into more powerful entities. Crave shouted that if they didn't want to all die, it was time to fight, then charged straight into battle, pulling the entire Golden Dragon Knight squad behind him. Arnie spun around in astonishment and froze, not understanding why such monsters had suddenly appeared in the Western Empire. She looked at Julena and ordered the remaining knights of the support squad. Julena Egrain furiously shouted that she couldn't do that, because that bastard dared to threaten the commander.
Cassian kept his gaze fixed on Arne, ordering Rashalis to sheath his sword and cease the engagement. Both knights obediently lowered their swords, but their eyes still sparked with tension. Rashalis turned away, silently moving away from the girl at the new emperor's command. Arne stated that the current situation was extremely urgent, and she and Cassian would discuss what had happened later. The two mounted a single horse and galloped straight towards the battlefield, while Rashalis knelt before his master. Cassian couldn't even look at him, a fleeting thought of strangling him with his own hands crossing his mind. He asked Rashalis who had given him such a task, and he replied that it was his own decision. Cassian said that he trusted Rashalis more than anyone, then asked why he had done it. Staring at the floor, the knight replied that he had chosen this path because the Duchess was the only one who made the monarch hesitate. Still bowing his head, anticipating what might await him for that lie, Reshala said these were the last words he wished to speak to the new emperor. Cassian coldly replied, "Whatever your reason, I will never forgive you." Reshala said nothing more.
Cassian spoke, his voice calm yet decisive. "All right, we'll discuss this later. First, execute the order. Summon the entire Shadow Legion. Attack all monsters here. We will fight to the very end." Reshalis immediately stood up, obeying the Emperor's command. He turned to relay the order to all soldiers, beginning to command the entire army to fight. All the knights immediately charged into the horde of monsters. The clash between the knights and the monsters officially began. The Western troops, commanded by Crave, were fiercely resisting. They poured all their strength into a desperate fight. Standing and observing what was unfolding, Urien showed immense amusement, looking and laughing with excitement. Look at them, trying to fight like mere ants. It's truly too amusing, isn't it? Ha, what fun, I can't tear my eyes away. While Urien was still speaking, Nevermore charged directly towards her, because Arne had proactively launched an attack. She quickly realized this, immediately conjured a shield in front of her, and easily blocked it. She chuckled. "Oh, that was quite a good move, but I already knew you would come for me eventually." Arne asked in a cold voice, "Lady Urien, why exactly are you doing this?" Then Arne called out her full name. "Urien Ian Lycardine. That is your full name, isn't it?"
Hearing that, she straightened her face, looking directly at Arne. Then she let out a soft laugh, her voice tinged with sarcasm. "Wow, it seems the young lady of House Ruel-Gosa has done her homework quite thoroughly, hasn't she? This name? It's been a very long time since I heard anyone call it. So long that I myself almost forgot there were still people who remembered it." Arne continued, her gaze sharp. "You were once the youngest young master of the Alchemist's Tower, and also the youngest archmage in history. You were also the greatest and youngest master the Alchemist's Tower ever had. So why, after all that, did you do this?" From behind, Count Philemlius appeared. He snapped, "Urien, don't bother listening to that brat. Deal with her quickly. I'm about to summon the One." Arne flinched. "The One?" Urien glanced at her, replying casually, "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough. At least you're not dying right away, so why be so tense?" Having said that, Urien began to deploy a magic circle right beneath Arne's feet. She continued slowly, her voice full of malice. "You once asked what my purpose was, didn't you? Then let me tell you, my purpose is very simple. I want to wipe out your entire family, erase them from this world, from this generation to all generations to come." As soon as she finished speaking, Arne was tightly confined within a spherical barrier. She frantically tried to break it, pouring all her strength into it. Urien watched the scene, saying coldly, "No matter how hard you try, it's useless. You will never break this barrier." Terror welled up in Arne's heart.
What the hell is this? What kind of barrier is this that it's so incredibly tough? How can it be this hard? Why won't it break? Just then, Urien's cold voice rang out, "Die, you snot-nosed brat." At that very moment, someone unexpectedly appeared. It was Uncle Johann, with the legendary sword Levitan in his hand. He charged straight forward, directly attacking the barrier shield. A massive explosion rang out. As soon as he appeared, he roared, "That's enough!" Seeing that scene, Urien's expression immediately turned serious. Johann stepped forward, saying slowly, "If the barrier can't be broken, then why don't we just destroy its magic circle instead, right, Lady Urien?" Arne was utterly astonished to see her uncle. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Johann smiled, his tone relaxed. "Arne, long time no see. Don't worry about me. Oh, and sorry for being late. I just rushed over here."
He turned to look at Urien, a radiant smile on his face, and waved hello. It's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it, Urien?" Urien's face grew serious, and he asked coldly, "Johann, when did you return to the old continent? Weren't you on the new continent?" Urien raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. "It sounds like someone's always keeping an eye on me. How honored I am. But tell me, why is this aura emanating from your direction? It's precisely because I sensed that aura that I came here. What exactly is going on?" Urien frowned and snapped, "Shut up." Urien replied nonchalantly, "No, I won't." Immediately, Urien deployed a series of magic circles, directly attacking Johann. He was momentarily stunned by the sudden ambush, but immediately reacted, quickly defending and blocking the attack. Johann parried while laughing heartily. Hold on, how can you just suddenly attack like that? There should be rules in combat, shouldn't there? What are you doing?" Urien roared furiously, "Shut up, you can't do this." Urien tilted his head, feigning surprise. "Oh, is that so? But rules are still rules, aren't they? If there are laws, one must follow them." Urien gritted his teeth and growled, "You're truly insane. Just die there." On the other side, Arne stood watching, his heart filled with turmoil. "What the hell is this? What exactly are those two doing?" She quickly regained her composure. "There's no other way. I have to seal Nevermore and summon Nevermore. The previous attacks had absolutely no effect, but against darkness, Nevermore will be much more effective. Thinking this, Arn began to set up defenses, blocking all remaining attacks. Arn secretly thought that she absolutely had to buy time here for her uncle. Meanwhile, Uriel didn't stop, continuously unleashing one attack after another, and so the battle continued to drag on. All around, Rashalis, Julina, Crave, and all the soldiers were engaging in battle with the shadow monsters. No one rested. All were fighting desperately. Just then, we see Commander George Friedman of the Eastern Empire lying motionless on the ground. His hand twitched slightly, and his eyes slowly opened. He sat up, one hand clutching his chest, his face filled with shock.
Friedman was betrayed by his subordinate, who stabbed him directly in the chest with a sword, but he wasn't quite dead yet. Now, after waking up and witnessing the scene before him, Friedman was completely stunned. Everything was so chaotic that he couldn't understand what was happening. Back at the center of the battlefield, Johann charged forward, gently parrying Urian's attack, then let out a soft laugh. "Oh, Urian, it seems you're really trying hard, but isn't this too dangerous? Why are you going to such lengths? I don't want to hurt you, you know that?" Urian snapped, her eyes icy. "Shut up. Do you think I'm joking?" Johann's face grew serious as he replied, "No, this is a serious question." Then he turned to Arne. "Arne, leave things here to me. You go back and deal with those monsters." Arne parried an attack, protesting. "But uncle," Johann spoke, his voice calm. "Don't worry. He chuckled softly. "I just want to have a little chat with an old comrade." Having said that, Johann fully focused his attention on Urian. He continued, his voice deepening. "By the way, you mentioned something earlier, didn't you? What was it exactly? And why do you want to destroy my entire family?" Urian looked directly at Johann, her eyes filled with hatred. "Because I hate you to the bone, Johann."
Hearing that name, Johann was completely stunned. His eyes widened, almost unable to believe his ears. What on earth happened to her? Urian, channeling her magic, continued coldly, "That's why you should die right here." Johann quickly waved his hands, flustered, saying, Wait, just a moment. What exactly is going on? Why are you saying such things? Saying that hurts my feelings. Are you saying you hate me?" Immediately, Urian roared in anger. "It was you! That day, the one who single-handedly killed that dragon? Wasn't that you?" Johann was stunned, staring at her with wide eyes. "Wait, I really don't understand what you're talking about." Without letting Johann finish his sentence, Urian launched an attack straight at him, yelling, "You hypocrite, stop pretending. You're not a good person at all." Hearing this, Johann quickly spoke up, simultaneously blocking the attack, causing it to shatter in midair. "No, that's not it. I'm not pretending. I really am a good person. But why on earth are you doing this? Why are you acting like this?" Urian gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. "Johann, weren't you the one who spread those rumors? That you killed the dragon by yourself? Do you know how those people treated me because of those rumors? They said I was selfish, that I stole your credit. Do you know how much suffering I've endured just because of those rumors?" Johann was completely stunned, his voice trembling with surprise. "What? What on earth are you talking about?" Urian coldly cut him off. "Enough. I don't need to hear any of your excuses." At the same time, Arnie was relentlessly destroying the shadow monsters. As she fought, she thought to herself, "My uncle must be all right by now, right?" Just then, a gigantic circle began to appear in the sky. A gate slowly opened. Seeing this, Crave cried out in alarm, "Captain, what is that gate? It's opening in the sky." In the very next moment, a colossal claw emerged from the gate. Immediately after, a gigantic dragon stepped out. Everyone simultaneously screamed in panic. "It's a dragon!" The golden dragon appeared, tilting its head back and letting out an earth-shattering roar.
Its roar created a terrifying pressure that spread across the battlefield. Under that pressure, all civilians and ordinary soldiers were suppressed to the point where they could barely stand. Everyone trembled, saying to each other, "This roar is too terrifying. Just hearing it makes my limbs tremble. I feel like my whole body is about to be torn apart." Seeing that magnificent creature, Vamliat burst into insane laughter. As he laughed, he said, "Ha ha ha, excellent. My grand plan has finally begun. This survival catastrophe will no longer be stoppable." He laughed loudly, filled with glee. Urian stood there, the corners of her lips curving into a cold smile. "My master has finally succeeded." She smiled faintly, her eyes flashing with fanaticism. The first dragon had been awakened, and now it had also begun to use dark magic. Seeing the scene, Urian spoke up, his voice deepening. "Stop here. You are an old comrade of mine, and because of that, I don't want to hurt you, much less kill you." Urian gave a faint mocking laugh, her eyes full of sarcasm. "You love playing the hero, don't you? Back then, you killed a dragon alone, so why don't you go kill that thing yourself now?" Urian immediately retorted, his voice stern. "I told you a long time ago,
I never told anyone that I destroyed that dragon alone. I always said that the dragon was defeated by the two of us together. Where did you hear all that nonsense from?" Hearing that, Urian immediately frowned and countered, "No, that's a lie."
Johann frowned, his voice deep. "I know you don't like me, but you know what kind of person I am. You understand my character very well. I'm not the type of person who goes around spreading rumors, fabricating stories to gain reputation for myself. You know that better than anyone, don't you?" Urian stood still, unable to utter another word. She could only stammer, I. Just then, Johann suddenly yelled, "Urian!" At that very moment, everyone saw blood splatter. Urian's umbrella fell to the ground. A cold black ice spike had pierced straight through her body. Blood gushed from the corner of Urian's mouth. From behind, her own master had attacked. Urian turned her head back in horror. "Master, why would you do this to me?" Vamliat subtly curled his lips into a smile, his voice filled with delight. "Urian, you've done very well. What I needed from beginning to end was the soul of the death god Karnas. I need it to bring calamity to this world. I want to destroy the entire world. But my dark magic isn't strong enough to summon it on my own, so I needed you. That's why I deliberately spread a false rumor everywhere." The scene shifted to the past. After the dragon was defeated by Johann and Urian, the soldiers gathered to celebrate. Laughter and the clinking of glasses echoed everywhere. "Let's drink to the glory of the Western Empire." Indeed, to glory. How hard the mage of the Old Gold Tower and Sir Johann must have worked to defeat that dragon.
How wonderful. Thanks to him and Lady Urian, the entire empire can finally live in peace. In a nearby corner, a man in a hooded cloak silently listened to everything. He chuckled softly, whispering, "Does all the credit go to Lord Johann and Lady Urian?" Then he tilted his head and continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "You know nothing. You know absolutely nothing."
The moment they heard that, the surrounding crowd instantly erupted in anger. They turned and shouted loudly, "Who are you? Are you looking for death? How dare you speak about Lady Urian like that? Do you even know who you're talking to? Who exactly are you to be so audacious?" At that very moment, the man raised his hand, removing the hood and the mask that covered his face. The instant his face was revealed, everyone was immediately stunned. Lord Johann." The fake Johann smiled faintly and slowly said, "Very well, I'll tell you. Do you know how much trouble she has caused me? Every time I went out, she would throw everything into chaos, pushing me into countless awkward situations. The reputation you all have of her is nothing like the reality." Count Vamliat added, his voice calm, as if recounting a chess game long since decided. "At that time, no one suspected me, because I had assumed Johann's identity, perfectly disguised. They easily believed my lies, step by step falling into the plan, turning against her, and even starting to spread all sorts of strange rumors." The cards were now on the table, and the old man who had once taken Johann's form had now returned to his true self. He continued coldly, "All of that utterly shattered your heart."
A scene from the past unfolded. Urian at that time was crying, screaming in despair. "I hate this world. I hate all of them. I will show everyone how much I despise them." Back in reality, the old man sighed, saying nonchalantly, "But now those stories no longer matter, because I have achieved my goal. I no longer need you." Having said that, Vamliat launched a fatal attack towards Urian. "Now rest in peace, my good student." But Urian, as everyone knew, was a true archmage. With her superior abilities, she managed to protect herself in time. At the same time, a magic circle quickly appeared beneath her feet. Urian looked directly at Vamliat, her voice trembling with resentment. "I once trusted you." Immediately after, she activated the magic. The old man was trapped tightly inside a magic circle. He frantically pounded on the barrier, screaming, "Urian, wait, just a moment!" Urian gave a faint smile, her eyes cold. "I was nothing but a puppet, wasn't I? Just a dog for you to command as you pleased, to use however you wished." The old man panicked, his voice faltering. "Wait, I can explain. We can talk, can't we?" Urian tilted her head slightly, her voice sarcastic. "Oh, the soul of Karnes, is it? This is what I will use." The scene became clearer. The old man was tightly imprisoned within a spherical barrier. From within, his voice still echoed, full of despair. "Urian, stop! I want to talk!" But Urian coldly uttered a single word. "Goodbye." Immediately after, she directly crushed the sphere before her.
Perhaps Vamliat was dead, because the only sound that echoed then was a desperate scream. Johann instinctively squeezed his eyes shut, for the impact of the collision was too great. He gritted his teeth and called out, "Urian!" At that very moment, she had mounted the divine dragon. Urian stood on the back of the dragon Corsius, her voice full of contempt. "That's right, you humans. All of you deserve to die." Having said that, she immediately commanded, "Karnas, attack all of them."
The dragon roared ferociously and plunged into the massacre. It spewed terrifying columns of fire, incinerating everything in its path. Arne stared in shock at the scene before her. Just then, Uncle Johann's voice echoed from behind. Arne, I will draw its attention, and in the meantime, you must find an opportunity to strike. Don't worry about me, understand? Remember, you must focus all your magic power before attacking, because any other strike will have no effect on it. Arne replied anxiously, But I don't see its weakness. What should I do now? Her uncle said in a low voice. If this is indeed the dragon Karnas, as Urian said, and if it is the same dragon we once defeated in the past, then its weakness will still be in its chest. That technique was what helped me win before. Even if it is a recreated dragon, I'm entrusting this to you, all right? Arne took a deep breath and nodded. All right, let's do it. She told herself that she had to focus all her strength, aiming directly for its chest.
So Arnie began to pour all her focus, but just before she could complete it, the dragon finished its next move. Arnie still tried to maintain her state of focus. Just then, behind her, a magic circle began to form. Nearby, Cassian was still diligently fighting the monsters. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Arnie. Around her, countless magic circles were appearing one after another, but Arnie was still completely unaware. She continued to focus.
Cassian cried out in a panic, Arne! He immediately abandoned his attack, turned, and rushed straight towards his wife. Inside those magic circles, ice element attacks began to condense, preparing to strike Arne directly. But at that very moment, Cassian lunged forward. All the attacks immediately rained down upon him. Arne screamed in a panic, Cassian! But then the story unexpectedly took a twist. Although all the attacks hit the mark, Cassian was not seriously injured. This was because Rashalis had timely rushed forward to shield and save both of them. Rashalis let out a sigh of relief, his voice trembling. Thank the gods, master. If we had been a moment slower. Cassian softly spoke. Rashalis. Arne now saw blood all over her hands. She panicked, her voice choked with worry. Cassian, you're bleeding. Are you okay? Blood was also trickling from the corner of Cassian's mouth, but he still looked at her, offering a weak smile. Arne, I'm so glad you're safe. Arne was almost beside herself, both angry and terrified. What the hell? Are you insane? Your body is so badly injured, and you're saying things like that? Don't you fear death? As she spoke, she couldn't hold back any longer and hugged him tightly. The uncle standing nearby looked back and shouted Arne's name. Urian looked at the scene before him, his voice ringing out coldly. It's too late now. At that very moment, the dragon appeared. It lunged straight forward, directly attacking Arne and Cassian. Urian now looked completely insane, screaming hysterically, Die! All of you die! The dragon's attack was immediately fired straight towards Arne and Cassian. The uncle shouted, Watch out! Damn it, I can't do anything more. Everyone retreat quickly. But it was too late. A blinding stream of fire was hurtling straight towards the young couple. Both of their eyes gradually became blurry with tears. In the very next moment, darkness completely enveloped everything. Confused thoughts echoed in their minds. Wait, is this the afterlife? Why do I have such a strange feeling? And why is it so real? Suddenly, Arne opened her eyes. In front of her was a child. Looking at the child, she thought in surprise, why a child? Wait, silver hair, blue eyes? This scene is so familiar. For some reason, this place also felt familiar to her. What's happening? The small child looked up at her, asking in a trembling voice, Did you come here to log me out? Arne was stunned. The child continued, If you really want to log me out, please let me die painlessly, okay? I'm very afraid of pain. Hearing that, Arne immediately shook her head and quickly asked, Why do you think I'm here to end you? The child lowered his head and slowly replied, Because in this place, everyone who comes here hates me. Arne gently asked again, her voice calm, Why? Did you do something bad? Or did you hurt someone so badly that there's no turning back? The boy quickly shook his head. No. Arne smiled gently. If that's not the case, then it's okay. I won't do anything to you. I won't even hurt you. Hearing those words, the boy's face immediately lit up with joy. She asked softly, By the way, where exactly are we? The boy replied, This is Turnigan Manor. Just then, Arne paused, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Wait a minute, so what's your name? The boy answered, My name is Cassian. At the sound of that name, Arne was completely stunned. Arne had fallen into a different timeline, where her husband, Duke Cassian, was still a child. Arne looked at the boy and asked, Cassian, do you live here? The boy nodded, yes. Arne glanced around and then continued to ask, Can I look around? Can I go inside? It's strange, though. I don't see any guards here at all. Is no one here?
Cassian shook his head, his voice calm. It's fine, there's no problem. Only my nanny is here, and she only visits me occasionally. Almost no one else comes here. He paused for a moment, then continued. As for my mother, she hasn't visited in a very long time, a really long time. In this mansion, there are only 2 additional servants who serve me, but they completely ignore me. They hate me. They don't talk to me either, no matter what happens to me or what situation I'm in. Even so, they always keep an eye on me to make sure I don't escape from this place." The boy looked at Arnie and said softly, "But anyway, this place is very safe for you. You can stay here." Hearing those words, Arnie said nothing. A nagging, uncomfortable feeling rose within her. This boy, despite being the only child here, was treated with such cold indifference. How terrible. "But I also have to do something to return to the original timeline. I can't stay here forever. But how can I leave a child like this alone?" The scene shifted to the original timeline. All the guards were still fighting fiercely. Knight Crave shouted, "What the hell is going on?" From behind, Julina also called out loudly, "Hey, Crave, look up there." He looked up. In the sky, a gigantic, incredibly magnificent dragon was soaring. Crave gritted his teeth. "Damn it, what in the world is happening? Both the dragon and those shadow monsters. Why isn't their number decreasing?" At that very moment, the dragon launched another attack, directly towards them. Julina immediately screamed, "Defend! Another attack is coming!"
Crave cursed, "Damn it!" At that very moment, a magic shield suddenly appeared in front of everyone, blocking the dragon's attack. Wizard Ventus was conjuring the magic shield. Crave turned and masked loudly, "Hey, who exactly are you?" Wizard Ventus sighed in relief. "Thank goodness we weren't too late. I thought we'd missed it." He continued, his voice serious. "Due to the excessive use of magic, the space-time fabric here has been completely disrupted. If we want to fix everything, we must defeat this dragon, Karnus. Once we defeat it, all timelines will begin to return to normal." Hearing this, Crave immediately exclaimed in surprise, "What? You mean we have to destroy that dragon? But how is that even possible?" Just then, a voice rang out from behind. "There's no need to despair." Hearing that familiar voice, Crave spun around. Ergen and Jan! The two of them had appeared and immediately joined the battle. Ergen spoke, his voice resolute. "The northeastern border has been stabilized, and all support forces have arrived, so we will commit our full strength to this battle." Hearing this, Julena let out a small sigh of relief. Crave nodded, his jaw clenched tight with determination. "Excellent." Immediately after, the Golden Dragon Legion was ordered to deploy, and all other knights also received orders for a full-scale assault. Shifting to another timeline, the boy version of Cassian slowly opened his eyes. The boy thought to himself in confusion, "Wait, where is this? Where am I? The last thing I remember is losing consciousness when Arnie and I were still together, attacked by the dragon. So why am I a child now?" Just then, a voice rang out. The child version of Arnie appeared. "You're awake?" Cassian looked over stunned. "Arnie? What?" Before him was a small, adorable Arnie, completely different from the Arnie in his memories. The girl happily said, "I found you in the garden. You were lying unconscious there, so I brought you in here. Are you okay?" Then she tilted her head, looking at him suspiciously. "Wait, did you come here to challenge me?" Cassian looked bewildered. "Huh? A challenge?" Arnie immediately became excited. "That's right. Everyone here likes to pick fights with me, but they have no idea how strong I am. I hit really hard, you know. Come on, tell me quickly, did you also come here to fight me? If so, that's great. Let's duel right now." Hearing that, Cassian was completely speechless, not knowing how to respond. Just then, a stern voice rang out from behind. "Arnie!" The girl flinched and spun around. Arnie's mother walked in, saying with a rather humorous smile, "How many times have I told you not to scare people like that? Are you even scaring your own friends now? You just scared someone unconscious." Arnie quickly waved her hand. "No, I didn't." Arnie immediately retorted, her voice a little anxious. "That's not it, Mom. I already told you. I didn't do anything to him. I just happened to meet him there." Kajin stood beside them, completely bewildered by what was happening, his mind in a turmoil. "I really don't know what's going on here, but this feeling is like I'm experiencing Arna's past." Thinking this, he slowly sat up from the bed and hurriedly said, "No, that's not it at all. She didn't do anything to me. I'm Arna's friend. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am." Kajin continued to explain, his voice sincere. "I was just a bit dizzy and my head hurt, which is why I fainted. Arna helped me and brought me here. She's truly a very good friend, both kind and beautiful." Hearing this, Arna's mother immediately brightened up. "Oh my goodness, look at you, so cute and polite too. Arna, you should learn from your friend. Aren't you just like a little imp? I never expected you to have such a friend." Just as Arna was about to open her mouth, her mother chuckled. All right, I've prepared lots of delicious desserts. Now, let's go downstairs and eat, and you can stay here as long as you like. No need to worry about anything at all." Cassian politely replied immediately, "Thank you." Arn looked at him with curious, slightly amused eyes. "You really are a very strange child. I don't remember ever meeting you before, but somehow you give me a very familiar feeling. All right then, since you're here, let's go downstairs and have some delicious desserts." Hearing that, Cassian immediately smiled brightly and agreed. A moment later, the whole family gathered around a very luxurious dining table that had been sent. Mrs. Rosalia Brilchet smiled and said to everyone, "Listen,
Arn brought his friend home today, so I've put a lot of extra effort into the menu, hoping to treat everyone to a delicious meal. She turned to look at Cassian, gently asking further, "Hey, handsome boy, may I know your name? Don't worry, there's no need to be nervous. From now on, whenever you wish, you can come here to play and enjoy yourself." Cassian also politely expressed his thanks. Sitting next to Arn was his uncle Johann, who was clearly very angry. A thought flashed through Cassian's mind. So this is Arn's past. How interesting. Arn was nibbling on his dessert, looking incredibly adorable. Seeing that sight, Cassian unconsciously smiled.
Seeing Cassian smile, Arn tilted her head and asked, "Hey, why are you smiling like that? Do I look funny?" Cassian smiled, his voice naturally teasing. "No, it's not that. It's just because you're too beautiful." Uncle Johann was clearly furious upon seeing this scene. At the dining table, another little girl appeared, asking cheerfully, "Arn, is he your boyfriend?" Arn immediately shrieked, her face flushing bright red. "No, he's not. Absolutely not." It was then that Uncle Johann spoke up, roaring angrily. "I will only accept your relationship when you defeat me, kid." Arn's face turned crimson, and she immediately yelled, "What are you talking about, Uncle? How can you say such things to a child? How could he possibly defeat you?" Meanwhile, Cassian continued to eat calmly, completely ignoring the provocation. Slow thoughts echoed in his mind. So this is what a family is. A true family should be like this, shouldn't it? A place one wants to protect? A peaceful life? I don't know if one day I can be accepted into such a family, or if I can have a family that I want to protect, but if I do, I will definitely cherish and protect it to the very end. This was Arn's life, so she knew very well what was important and how to protect it. A previous timeline reappeared, showing young Arn and Cassian entering the mansion together. A thought echoed in Arn's mind. This mansion is truly too empty and cold. Wait, Cassian grew up here, alone? Like a completely solitary boy? At that very moment, Arn suddenly sensed something unusual. Arn turned her head to look behind her. Huh? What's going on?
Cassian stood right behind, his face worried. "Hey, what happened?" Arnie turned to him, smiling, and asked, "Cassian, do you want to play a game?" The boy asked back, bewildered, "What kind of game?" Arnie explained quickly, "This game is called hide and seek. You can go hide anywhere you want, and I will come find you." Hearing that, Cassian immediately got excited. "Wow, that sounds like so much fun." Arnie chuckled. "Exactly, it's a really fun game. I'll count to 60, and while I'm counting, you go find a hiding spot. Are you ready? Let's start." Arnie began to count.
Cassian happily ran off to find a hiding spot, his face full of excitement. Just as Arnie counted to 4, Cassian's figure had completely vanished. At that very moment, from behind, someone who looked like an assassin suddenly appeared. Arnie immediately spun around and shouted, "Who are you?" She acted decisively, knocking the opponent unconscious on the spot. Arnie frowned and said coldly, "You're not a servant here, are you? What are you doing here?" 2 servants ran over at that exact moment. Arnie gave a concise order. "Please take this person away, throw him out, and remove him from this place at once." The 2 servants didn't reply, immediately carrying the person away. The scene shifted. It was late afternoon. Cassian was sitting alone in the garden, quietly thinking, "I really like this place. It's quiet and comfortable. But this isn't my real world. I have to return to reality. I absolutely must return, because I still have to go back to Arnie." While he was still deep in thought, little Arnie walked closer, tilting her head to ask, "Hey, why are you suddenly sitting there spacing out?" Cassian replied directly, "I'm thinking about how I can get back to you." Arnie looked momentarily bewildered. "Huh? What did you just say? The way you talk is always strange. I don't really understand much, but I have to admit, you're a very interesting person." Cassian smiled faintly. "Is that so?" Then he continued to ask, without beating around the bush, "By the way, do you still remember the place where you first found me?" Arnie immediately nodded. "Of course. Do you want to go back there?" Cassian replied concisely, "Take me there." Arnie quickly took the boy's hand. "Let's go. Follow me." The 2 children left together. Arnie stopped, pointing forward. "We're here, Cassian." The boy looked down at the ground, immediately stunned. The crystal from the original timeline was still there. Cassian quickly picked it up, looking at it intently. Arnie asked curiously, "What is this thing?"
Cassian gave a rare smile, his voice full of joy. "It's a small crystal shard that will help me return to reality." Arnie smiled, her voice soft. "Cassian, you truly are a very strange boy. I've never met anyone like you. But anyway, your intention is to return to where you came from, right? Even so, I will never forget today, because today has truly been very happy for me. I've had an incredibly fun time here, and I really like being with you." Cassian smiled, stepped closer, and gently kissed her cheek. "Thank you. I've also been very happy. Well then, Arnie, it's time for me to go, because I still have to return to you." Arnie was stunned by those words. The very next moment, a massive surge of magic power was released from the crystal. Cassian vanished in the light. Seeing that, Arnie was both astonished and confused, her face flushing slightly. She thought to herself, "I'm sure we'll meet again someday." Scene change, a different timeline. Arnie was telling a story to a young Cassian. She smiled and slowly said, "And that's how everything ended. In the end, everyone lived very happily."
Cassian looked up, full of doubt.
After everything ends, can everyone live happily ever after? But how can that be? How can they be so happy? That only happens in fairy tales. Arnie nodded, her voice certain. Of course it can. It's entirely possible. Hearing that, Cassian also smiled. You know, today is the best day of my life because you've been with me. No one has ever spent so much time with me before, and I've never been this happy. Arnie smiled, gently replying, You don't need to worry. When you grow up, you'll be much happier. The boy tilted his head. How do you know? Arnie nodded. Yes, because I've seen a part of your future. Cassian laughed. Really? Suddenly he froze when he saw Arnie slowly glowing. Huh? Your body, it's... Arnie softly whispered. Am I about to return to my original timeline?
Seeing her about to disappear, the boy became sad. Sister, are you leaving now? Arnie couldn't hide her sadness either, walking over and hugging him tightly. It's true that I will come back, but don't worry, your future will definitely be much better. I promise. The boy looked at Arnie and smiled. Her hug was very warm and comforting. Arnie gently replied, Later I will hug you like this again, when we meet again in the future, when you have grown up. Hearing that, the boy's face lit up with joy. Really? Arnie nodded, smiling. I promise. Immediately after that, Arnie instantly teleported and disappeared from that place. She fell into another timeline, pausing and looking around in confusion. Wait, where am I? Is this a time void? What exactly just happened to me? Just then, she heard someone call her name. Arnie turned around. Cassian, are we back here? Or are we stuck in some strange space? What's happening? Cassian didn't answer. He just walked straight to her and hugged her tightly. Arnie was slightly startled and then asked, Have you been waiting for me here? Were you looking for me?
Cassian nodded, his voice relieved. Yeah, I'm really glad to see you're safe. He smiled. That was truly a strange trip. But you know what? I visited your past and had a lot of fun. I saw your family, saw what a real family should be like, how everyone cherished and loved each other. It was all so beautiful. Arnie fell silent, then smiled. She continued. Actually, I also learned more about your past, about how you grew up. Do you know, I hugged you very tightly and even promised that when you grew up, I'ma do it again. Look at you now, Cassian. You've grown this big. Now I can hug you for as long as I want. The two smiled at each other, but that moment quickly passed as the time rift slowly closed. Before they left, Cassian suddenly spoke up. Arnie, before we go back, there's something I want to tell you.
She stopped, asking him again. What's wrong? Cassian said in a low voice, Actually, do you know, I once planned to destroy the Western Empire. Arn was stunned. What? Cassian said slowly, his voice low and deep. I heard from my subordinates that you had left me and gone to the Western Empire. Right then, I decided that I would destroy the Western Empire, along with everything you were trying to protect, because if you had nothing left, you would eventually come back to me. At that point, you would have no other choice. I thought I would drag you back that way. After you returned, whether you ended my life or loved me, I wouldn't care. That no longer mattered to me. At this, he moved closer to her. His voice deepened. Now you must be very disappointed to know I thought such things, right? But I will never let you leave again. Saying this, Cassian reached out and held Arn tightly. He looked her straight in the eyes, stating decisively, Then make your choice. Either end my life now, or stay by my side forever. You only have one choice.
Hearing those words, Arnie lowered her head. Her eyes were filled with sadness. After a moment of silence, she softly said, If that's the answer you want to hear, then fine, I'll answer. What I know as love is something truly great. It's selfless, without calculation, and also very frightening. Even now, I'm not sure if the feelings I have are truly love, but there's one thing I'm very certain of. She raised her head, looking directly at Cassian. You are the most special person in my entire life. Is that enough for your answer, or do you want to hear anything else? Hearing that, Cassian subtly smiled. His eyes were full of conviction. Arnie, you might not fully understand your own feelings yet, but I'm certain, I completely believe that you truly love me. He let out a soft sigh. That's good then. Now all misunderstandings between us have finally been resolved. It's time for us to return to the original timeline. Immediately after, Arnie drew Nevermore. She swung her sword, delivering a powerful slash. The moment the blade tore through space, a temporal rift instantly opened. A moment later, in an unfamiliar space, Arnie slowly opened her eyes. She cautiously looked around. Where is this? Where have I ended up? In front of her, a man was standing nearby. A sense of unease rose within Arnie. Where is Cassian? Did we fail? Can't we return to the original timeline? Just then, the blond man spoke. So, you finally arrived here. Arnie immediately asked in a cold voice, Who are you? The stranger smiled, his voice calm. It's a pleasure to meet you.
He turned around and continued casually. My name is Carnias. Hearing that name, Arnie was completely stunned.
What? Karnas? Isn't that the name of the dragon? The dragon I'm fighting, the one summoned by Vomleon. Immediately, Arnichi Nevermore lunged straight at him. Karnas quickly raised his hands, speaking in a rush. Wait, I think there's been a misunderstanding here. Arn growled. What misunderstanding? Karnas calmly replied, his voice deep and slow. You are currently inside my mind, or more precisely, this is the Sea of Consciousness. This space is something I created a very long time ago, right before I became a dragon. He continued, his eyes deep. In truth, I have been waiting for someone who could come here, someone capable enough to put an end to everything, so that the tragedies that have occurred will not repeat in the future. Hearing those words, Arn became even more vigilant. If this space was created by his consciousness, then I must be doubly careful. Arn asked directly, What exactly do you want to say? Karmas smiled. Very well, then I will tell you from the beginning. But first, put your sword down. I will tell you my entire story. Arn hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, she decided to trust him. She lowered Nevermore, but her eyes remained full of caution. All right, I will listen to your story, but if you pull any foolish tricks, I will kill you immediately.
Karnas chuckled softly. She didn't need to be so tense. She could do it any time she wanted. With that, Karnas began to recount. This happened a very long time ago, back when humanity had not yet built their own civilization. At that time, I was a dragon, and also the first being created in this world. Nature had bestowed upon me immense power. I once loved this world, loved life, and loved nature itself. But then, as human civilization began to form, as this world was warm, humans gradually started to destroy nature. All the things I cherished, little by little began to disappear. Animals, trees, forests, the entirety of nature were severely harmed by humans. And just like that, one by one, everything I treasured went extinct. Humans seized everything. Even the dragon race could not escape that fate. One by one, dragons were hunted and killed. Approximately 98% of dragons died. In the end, only one remained. And so the first dragon became the last dragon. As loneliness almost swallowed me whole, a sorcerer appeared before me. That was Count Vamliet.
He said in a seductive voice, O great dragon god, origin of all things, if you grant me your power, I will resurrect all of your deceased kin. I knew that dark sorcery could bring even the dead back. That's why I considered cooperating with that mage, because the offer sounded truly too sweet. But I also knew very well that such a resurrection was wrong. Before I completely lost control of myself, I decided to seal myself away. And then I was reborn, becoming an existence that humankind feared most, because at that time I was a rampaging dragon. All of this was the consequence of dark sorcery. I became a creature that terrified humans, sowing chaos across the world, until finally a swordmaster cut through the heart of that dragon. Arn immediately interrupted. Wait, if what you're saying is true, then why does Karnas still exist at present? Karnas calmly replied, What exists now is merely my husk. You can see it as a shadow, a phantom. It was resurrected by that dark sorcerer using his magic. It has no soul. Arn continued to ask, You said that this place is Karnas's safe haven, a place that brings peace, didn't you?
Karnas nodded. Indeed, this is where my last consciousness was sealed, a place created based on my own will. Here, I can stop time. I can nullify anything at will. I can do anything. But there is one thing I cannot do. I cannot destroy the specters created by the dark sorcerer. And that is why I have had to wait. I have always searched for someone who could do all these things in my stead. And now that you have appeared, you are that person. Arne calmly asked again, So what exactly do you want me to do? Karnas replied, There are two things I want you to do. First, you must destroy my specter. Second, we must fully restore the original timeline. I would be very pleased if the first task were completed by your own hand. Arne nodded in agreement, then asked, All right, but if it's a specter, won't it just revive, like what happened before? Hearing this, Karnas immediately used magic, then slowly asked, Do you believe in fate? Arne nodded slightly. I do. Karnas chuckled softly. I didn't believe in it before, but ever since I met you, I think I should start believing in fate. At that very moment, from within the magic circle, a sword slowly emerged.
Karnas explained, This sword is an incredibly special weapon, forged from the scales of the Crimson Dragon. That Crimson Dragon was once a very close friend of mine. If you use this sword, you can easily and permanently destroy my ghost. Not only that, but it can also free my soul from this place forever. Returning to the original timeline, here, an entity known as Karnas's ghost appeared. Everyone's situation at this moment was dire. Desperate cries echoed everywhere.
We saw the mage Ventus, his mouth full of blood. He too was almost at his limit. Johann hastily asked, "Are you all right?" Mage Ventus gasped, replying, "I think I've reached my limit. I've completely exhausted all my mana. Lord Johann, I apologize, but I can no longer assist you." Johann immediately said, "You don't need to apologize. I will protect you." His heart was filled with conflict. He didn't understand why he was being so stubborn. This dragon was immortal by nature. No matter how many times they killed it, it would always revive. So what else could he do? But he had no other choice. He was forced to continue fighting.
Perhaps today is the day I lose my life, but no matter what, I will fight it to my last breath. Just before the phantom Carnus could launch its attack, from the sky, a beam of purple light suddenly appeared. It shot straight down to the ground at a terrifying speed. A massive explosion suddenly rang out. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look in that direction. Immediately after, a magic circle appeared. The magic formation was quickly completed, and in the next moment, Arne and Cassian directly materialized there through teleportation. Seeing them appear, everyone burst into joy, shouting, "Commander!" Crave, the uncle, couldn't hide his emotion, exclaiming, "Arne!" Arne was incredibly elated at this moment. She bowed her head, her voice full of apology. "I apologize for making everyone wait so long, but from now on, I will handle everything myself." After saying that, she turned to Cassian. "Cassian, wait here." Then Arne immediately charged forward.
Cassian smiled warmly. "Be careful." Arnie drew her sword, aiming directly at Carnus's phantom. She continuously leaped, closing in, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The dragon roared, beginning to accumulate energy, preparing to unleash a destructive blast. Arnie gritted her teeth, her eyes sharp. "I must finish it with this strike." She gathered all her strength, unleashing a decisive slash. The blade pierced straight into the dragon's body, the blow striking deep, directly destroying the inner protective core. Its horns and skull shattered. The dragon shrieked in agony, blood gushing from its mouth. Immediately after, its colossal body collapsed to the ground, motionless. In that moment, the entire battlefield erupted in cheers. Uncle Johann couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "My niece killed a dragon with just one slash?"
Cassian smiled gently, as if he had already known the outcome. Everyone began to chant her name. "Arnie! Arnie! Arnie!" Arnie stood atop the dragon's corpse, striking a victorious pose. Her eyes blazed, and her aura overwhelmed the entire battlefield. At that very moment, people said, a new hero of the entire empire was born. A week after that earth-shattering battle, in the Western Empire, Emperor Cycleon IV spoke up, asking, "So tell me, what's the situation like these days?" Lianen was reporting the entire situation, explaining clearly how everything was unfolding. The dragon's corpse was being recovered by all the soldiers. Uncle Johann and the others were controlling the entire situation. Construction work was also underway to repair all the previous devastation. As for the Eastern Empire, they had proactively proposed signing an agreement with us. Hearing this, the emperor exclaimed in surprise, "Why have they suddenly changed so much?" Regardless, this is very good news. Lianen also added that the Mage Tower had promised to build a complete system to prevent such incidents from recurring in the future. He was recounting all these things to the emperor, even though they weren't actually the crucial points. The emperor then asked, "Never mind all that. Tell me about Arnie. Where is she?" "In a sun-drenched, windy villa by the sea." Inside the villa, Arnie was fast asleep. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. As she sat up, she softly called out, "Cassian." He smiled and replied, "You're awake? Good morning, my love." Arnie said, "Look, it's been bright for ages, and you didn't tell me. You didn't even wake me up."
Cassian teased softly, "Because you look so beautiful when you sleep. I couldn't bear to wake you up." Hearing that, she immediately blushed. Arnie smiled shyly. "You know, every time you talk to me like this, I get so embarrassed, but at the same time, I'm also very happy to hear those words. Oh, by the way, tell me, how many days have we been here?" He replied, "About a week." After hearing that, Arnie was utterly astonished. "What? Has a whole week already passed? I don't think I've ever been this lazy in my entire life. I've just been lying in one spot for an entire week like this." Cassian smiled, leaving Arnie completely bewildered about what he was thinking. He again said, "You used to sleep like this too, back when we first got married, and you first came to the Tanuga state. You even climbed up a tree to sleep while the household staff searched everywhere for you." Arnie blushed, awkwardly refuting, "No, that's not it. That's completely untrue." Seeing Arnie's reaction, Cassian couldn't help but laugh and said, "Sorry, but your reaction is really cute." Arnie pouted, looking displeased. "Hey, it's only morning. You don't need to tease me. Otherwise, watch out." Hearing this, Cassian quickly said, "Oh dear, look, no, please don't hit me. If you punch me once, I'll die. I'll be more careful from now on." Arnie frowned in response. "Look at you, making a joke out of it again. Don't say such nonsensical things." She seriously stated that she had witnessed everything firsthand.
clearly seeing how skilled her husband was in that battle, and the truth was he was very strong. Hearing this, Cassian chuckled. Yes, perhaps that's true. But compared to Swordmaster Arne, I'm not even fit to carry water for you. My wife must go easy on me. As he spoke, he deliberately teased and provoked his wife for fun. A moment later, the two were strolling on the beach, hand in hand. Arne spoke up. I still can't believe you've become the Emperor of the Northern Empire. It's truly only been 2 months, and so much has happened already.
Cassian patiently explained that things had indeed unfolded that way because Emperor Gef had many enemies, and those enemies were on his side. Therefore, he had put an end to him, and ultimately his becoming emperor was inevitable. After listening, Arn stared at him. Cassian asked, What's wrong? Are you pitying me, wife? Actually, it's not so bad to be pitied by you. Immediately after, Arn leaned in and kissed his cheek, smiling as she said, Thank you, Cassian. Thank you, husband, for becoming so mature and for growing up so quickly. Those words completely surprised Cassian, making him laugh along. A moment later, he looked at her and gently asked, Arn, do you want to be my empress? Arn immediately replied, What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know we're already married? Cassian calmly replied, No, we're divorced. Hearing that, Arn was stunned and pressed him. What? When? And how?
Cassian asked, Have you forgotten you were the one who left him behind and walked away, who abandoned him first? Arnie quickly retorted that he was talking nonsense, that the divorce and what he had just said were completely different, worlds apart, but Cassian wasn't listening. Suddenly, he knelt down to propose to her, looked straight into her eyes and said, Arnie, please allow me to be by your side for the rest of my life, so I can live with you like this forever. At the same time, he presented the ring to her. Seeing the ring, Arnie was stunned by how beautiful and exquisite it was, and finally nodded in agreement. As time passed, the two sat next to each other in the sunset, quietly enjoying their date. As they enjoyed that time, the new emperor continuously uttered sweet nothings, a relentlessly cheesy kind of flirting. I think we should just eat rice up to this point. Let's continue the story. In the Western Empire, Uncle Johann was taking a stroll, accompanied by the female maid Urian. She asked, Why in the end must I attend your niece's wedding? Johann replied, Because I have to attend, and you are obligated to come with me. She looked at Johann and questioned, Why did you save me back then? I mean, why didn't you just let me die there? Johann said, How was I supposed to know you were still alive there? I never thought you'd be right in the dragon's heart. Moreover, I found you sealed within a crystal. And what did you do? You used your entire soul, essentially sacrificing your life to awaken Karnas, didn't you?
Hearing that, Urian felt extremely embarrassed. Johann continued, There, Urian, you don't need to feel so ashamed. I understand. I truly understand. Urian angrily retorted, Shut up. You don't need to say such nonsense. Johann said sternly, In my opinion, with the amount of magical knowledge you possess, you could have been of great help to humanity. But no, you chose the path of dark magic. You chose to stand against humanity. So I think it's best that you carry that regret with you for the rest of your life. That's how you'll have to live. Urian yelled furiously, I know what I need to do, and I will do it. But the thing that annoys me most is you. Why do you keep following me everywhere? Johann scratched his head, feigning innocence. Wouldn't it be better for me to keep an eye on you? What if someone like me disguises themselves and tricks you again? Those words made Urian even angrier. She yelled, Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you take me for a fool? Just then, 2 knights appeared. One of them said in surprise, Oh, isn't that Lord Johann? What are you doing here? Johann looked at them and chuckled. Wow, it's been a long time since we last met. By the way, what's that you're holding? The knight replied, Oh, this? This is a very famous cream pastry from the Northern Empire. It's been years since I last had a chance to eat it again. Its new branch just opened in the Southern District. It's a pastry brand with over 60 years of history. That's why it's packed with people here. Everyone's buying it and eating it on the go.
Its flavor was truly exquisite. Another knight asked, Hey, who's that girl standing next to you? As soon as she heard that, Urian immediately shyly covered her face with her hand. A knight spoke up, Are you two on a date? Hearing that, Urian's face turned crimson. Only one thought echoed in her mind. What did he just say? A date? Are you people crazy? But Johann calmly replied, If you've already figured it out, then it's best to leave us alone, because my girlfriend wants to spend some private time with me. Hearing that, the 2 knights immediately retreated. Before leaving, Johann turned back and asked, Wait, could you tell me where that ice cream shop is? They immediately pointed the way for him. Johann took Urian's hand and pulled her away. Watching the 2 figures walk away, the knight behind them exclaimed, Wow, they really are a cute couple. The other guy added, Oh wait, speaking of couples, when is our captain going to remarry? In an incredibly vast grand hall where many people were gathered, Crave, Ergen, and Julina were there. Crave was crying miserably. He couldn't believe the captain was preparing to marry again. Julina grumbled, Stop crying, this is something to celebrate just that, but their remarriage truly made him feel very happy. Standing behind them, Mrs. Rosalia Brilst spoke up, Actually, I also feel very happy, but on such an important day, you shouldn't cry like that.
Crave replied,
Why not? How can you still be so calm? Arn's mother smiled and said, Because this is her second wedding. I cried a lot the first time too. After saying that, she continued walking, smiling. Standing nearby, Uncle Sano spoke up, I never imagined that Arn would get married a second time in her life. Standing behind them, Johan was with his father. His father said emotionally, Son, Arn has finally remarried, hasn't she? When I was in the New World, how many things happened here after all? Everything has changed so much.
Johan softly replied that he felt the same way. He wasn't sure what exactly happened, but regardless, they should congratulate her because the person Arnie loved had finally returned to her side. Seeing his father hesitate, his eyes deep in thought, Johan asked, Father, is something wrong? Johan's father, his eyes filled with pressure, replied, I'm worried, and I truly don't understand when you'll finally get married. Your niece is already married, not just once, but twice. Standing nearby, Yorian was still there, quietly observing the entire atmosphere. A joyful expression was evident on her face as she secretly thought that Arnie had once again saved the world. She had truly become an international hero and was even able to remarry the person she loved. Just thinking about it made her happy for Arnie. The female mage even wished she could be like that. Although she felt an extreme amount of envy at the moment, she didn't hate Arnie at all. On another side, JD, Romano, and everyone else were still gathered, chatting about random, aimless topics, experiencing neutral emotions, with thoughts neither hidden nor buried. Peace was when the heart felt neither sorrow nor joy. Wandering behind, we saw the former queen and Cynthia walking side by side, the adorable little girl pulling her mother's hand and asking, Mommy, today is the fairy princess's wedding, right? The queen smiled and replied, That's right, you're absolutely correct, Cynthia. Now we just need to stand here and admire it. Just then, an announcement voice rang out. Thank you all for your patience. Our couple is now entering the grand hall. Arnie and Cassian walked in together, both wearing incredibly dazzling outfits. Seeing their attire, everyone began to whisper and discuss, wondering if these were uniforms or ceremonial robes. Rosalia chuckled softly and said that even she wasn't sure, suggesting it would be easier to just consider it a combination of a uniform and ceremonial attire. Crave looked at them and, visibly moved, said that he was truly happy to see them so happy, hand in hand like this. The couple approached the priest. The priest began to read the wedding rites, asking questions and requesting their vows. Both of them in turn replied with, I do. Finally, the priest declared they could kiss.
Cassian immediately embraced Arnie and kissed her right in front of the guests from both families. The entire hall erupted in continuous applause, and everyone sent them their warmest blessings. The subsequent details truly don't need to be described too deeply, because what do single people like us know anyway? There's no need to add to our sorrow, right? Immediately after the wedding of the century, Cassian was present in the Northern Empire, where his coronation ceremony as emperor was being solemnly held. He had now officially and legally become the emperor of the Northern Empire. Standing right beside him was Arnie, standing tall and close to her husband. Cassian expressed his gratitude to her because Arnie had once again returned to his life, this time as his wife, out of true love. Arnie smiled back, replying that of course that's how it had to be. All the people present there began to bestow blessings upon the two of them. Inside the Northern Empire's imperial palace, Jody was walking through the palace when he saw Crave standing ahead, looking extremely melancholy. Seeing this, Jody exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that Crave? Why does he look so sad? He's the Emperor's trusted personal guard now, isn't he? Crave stood there, his face heavy with profound gloom. He quietly turned and walked away, as if his mind was completely blank. Watching his retreating figure, Jody wondered, what exactly happened to him? Is he going through something? Perhaps I should mention this to His Majesty. Immediately after, Jody sought out Cassian and informed him, Your Majesty, I believe Crave is going through a very difficult time.
Cassian asked in surprise, What? JD continued to explain that he felt Crave was under a lot of pressure and that he shouldn't be pushed like that anymore. JD thought that at this time Your Majesty should grant Crave a leave of absence. After such a major war, he has contributed and endured too much already. JD went on and on, speaking at length. Cassian, however, listened but understood very little, completely bewildered. Finally, he said bluntly, Enough, you may withdraw. JD hastily said, No, Your Majesty, I merely wish to show my loyalty. I wasn't intentionally talking nonsense. Cassian replied, Yes, I understand. You may go. JD nodded and quickly departed. A moment later, Crave was summoned to meet Emperor Cassian. He immediately said, Your Majesty, are you granting me a leave of absence? How can that be? I am your trusted bodyguard. How can I possibly leave your side?
Cassian calmly replied,
You don't need to feel pressured. It's just a short break. I'm not taking away your position. You just need to complete a few necessary procedures. Go out and have fun. Enjoy your vacation to the fullest. But Crave had no intention of going anywhere. The Emperor had bluntly told him, I told you to leave, and when I say leave, you leave. Having no other choice, he had to depart. After stepping outside, he muttered to himself, wondering what was wrong with His Majesty, suddenly granting him leave. This was truly strange. Perhaps he should speak directly with the captain about this matter. He decided to go see the captain. At the Empress's palace, Arnie asked, What's wrong? Why are you here at this hour today? Crave hastily replied, I came here to tell the commander about this. The Emperor, for some reason, granted me leave for a while. Arnie looked at him and asked, Oh really? Isn't getting leave a good thing? Crave shook his head, saying that lately, for some reason, his mind was always in a mess, constantly overthinking, and his mental state was completely unstable. His mind felt clouded, almost unable to think or judge normally. Arnie looked at him and stated directly, This is about Erica, isn't it? Crave asked in surprise, How did the commander know about that? Arnie replied, Because you follow her everywhere. Almost everyone is talking about how you're always trailing Erica. Tell me, what exactly did you do wrong to make her so angry? Crave replied that he himself didn't understand what he had done wrong. He only knew that Erica was extremely angry with him right now. Arnie listened and then said, All right, I understand the situation. Don't overthink it anymore. Go straight to her and apologize. Crave immediately protested. Apologize for what? I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I apologize? Hearing this, Arnie stared intently at him. She said sternly, Crave. Then Arnie gave him a very simple task, telling him to close his eyes and think about Erica, to see if his mind was filled entirely with images of Erica at that moment. If he just thought about her, he would ask himself questions and then find the answer. Crave replied blankly that he still didn't understand anything. Seeing such foolish stubbornness, Arnie could no longer hold back his anger. Get out of here right now, she shrieked. Graves, dumbfounded, asked back, What the hell? She threw a pillow at him, scolding as she threw. Get out, you'll die alone for the rest of your life, just you wait. You don't understand anything, are you crazy? Get out of here, go die an old bachelor. Arnie unleashed such a furious tirade. Being showered with insults, the poor guy quickly said, Wait, Captain, what's going on all of a sudden? Why are you angry? Why are you blowing up like this? All right, I'm leaving. He kept thinking to himself that he didn't understand what was happening. Lately, it seemed all women were angry with him. Everyone was taking their anger out on him. Just then, his eyes suddenly caught sight of someone ahead, and he quickly called out, Wait, Erica, Erica! But as soon as she saw Crave, the maid immediately scowled, turning away angrily. He understood even less what was bothering her, why she was so angry with him, so he quickly chased after her. He called after her, Erica, stop, we need to talk. But Erica didn't stop, replying coldly, No, I have nothing to say to you, leave me alone. He suddenly remembered what the captain had just said, feeling like he should try that exact method, and he decided to follow it. He immediately said loudly, Erica, I'm sorry, I was wrong. But immediately after, he wondered why his heart was beating so fast and nervously after saying those words. Erica froze, turned around and asked, What did you just say? Where were you wrong? What did you do? Looking at her now, he suddenly thought to himself that he didn't know when her eyes had acquired such a warm orange hue, and why she looked so beautiful at this very moment. Gathering all his courage, Crave said, Erica, I think I'm starting to have feelings for you. Hearing that, Erica exclaimed in surprise, What? What on earth are you talking about? Are you crazy?
Crave hastily continued, Hold on, Erica, hear me out. Do you know when you're angry with me, all I can think about is you. I can't even sleep, constantly wondering why you're angry with me. And when you're angry with me, when you ignore me, I feel incredibly frustrated and uneasy. After thinking about all of that, I've come to the conclusion that I really like you, Erica. Upon hearing all of it, the maid's face flushed crimson, both embarrassed and flustered, and she stammered, I think I also have feelings for you. As soon as he heard that, he blushed and asked again, What did you say? Wait, Erica, say it again. What did you just say? Erica immediately turned and ran off, saying as she went, You don't need to follow me. I'm leaving. In the Western Empire, the Golden Dragon Legion was training, with all the soldiers diligently practicing. We see Ergen standing above, shouting loudly, demanding everyone stop talking nonsense and focus entirely on training. Everyone immediately responded, Yes, sir. But in his heart, Ergen thought that this was truly too boring. Perhaps he shouldn't have accepted the position of captain of the Golden Dragon Legion. He shouldn't have taken this role in the first place.
Let's go back to an earlier time, when Arnie's wedding of the century took place. At that moment, Arnie asked, You're here too? The other person replied, Yes, Commander. Then he hesitated and asked, Commander, may I ask you something? Arnie nodded. Yes, go ahead. Ergen said that the captain must also know that Ran is someone who can lose control and go into a frenzy at any time. What if that happened here, and who would keep an eye on him?
Arnie calmly replied that she understood his concerns, so she would take Ran with her as her personal bodyguard. She asked if that put his mind at ease. Ergen immediately replied that it was good. Arnie continued, "Thank you, Ergen. Thank you for taking care of everything here for such a long time. I am truly grateful for everything." He humbly replied that he was merely doing his duty. Immediately after, he began to speak at length, saying that he would never back down, never give up, and would always protect her. He added that if there were any conflicts between her and the Emperor, she could always come to him, even saying that if there were any signs of divorce, she should tell him directly. After saying those words, Ergen left. In his heart, he couldn't stop thinking about why the captain ultimately wasn't with him, and the only answer could be that he himself lacked the courage, lacked the bravery to make her feel something for his love. The scene shifted to the magic tower of the Northern Empire.
Here, the commander from the Eastern Empire appeared. George Friedman looked at the mage in front of him and asked if he was sure about what he was saying, that he himself had died at that time, right? Mage Ventus replied that yes, that fatal sword strike had certainly finished Friedman. In his mind, he recalled that even he himself didn't understand what had happened at that moment, but he was more than 10,000% certain that the wound had gone straight through the heart. The sword had pierced through his entire heart. In the end, he had truly died. His heart had completely stopped beating. Yet for some unknown reason, Friedman came back to life, and he was recounting all of this in detail to the mage.
Ventus spoke, saying that he couldn't precisely determine Friedman's condition. Therefore, it would be better if he went to see Lord Johann right now, because he has immense experience, almost immortal, and would surely know what was truly happening to his body. Hearing this, George Friedman immediately asked, "Lord Johann, do you mean the swordmaster of the Western Empire?" Wizard Ventus nodded in confirmation. "Yes, you are not mistaken, because he is a great swordmaster, and as you know, swordmasters live much longer than ordinary humans. Their lifespan is many times longer than ours, so it's very likely he will know about this." Then Ventus added, "If you wish to meet him, I can help you arrange an appointment." The other man replied, "That would be wonderful. I would be extremely grateful if you could assist me." The next day, George Friedman arrived in the Northern Empire, where Swordmaster Johann and the female mage Urian were present. Johann then turned to Urian and said that she was very knowledgeable in this field, so it would be better if she explained everything to the man herself. After listening, Urian immediately said directly, I understand what has happened to you." She then went into all sorts of complex details, to the point where George Friedman became utterly confused. At this moment, Johann spoke up, saying that he completely understood Friedman's feelings, because he himself didn't understand what Urian was trying to explain. It was incomprehensible. Urian then turned back and asked, "So would you like me to explain it again in a simpler way? If you wish, I can speak in more understandable language." The commander quickly waved his hand and replied, No, I understand." Urian continued, saying that he now understood why he was still alive, that it was thanks to the will and devotion of all the people of the Eastern Kingdom that he had been reborn and continued to live until now. Perhaps all the people there sang Tunguang's rebirth, which helped their general be reborn after much suffering.
I think that's the main reason. Otherwise, if I were to listen to Urian explain it, this video would be 30 minutes longer. The scenes kept changing constantly, from one place to another, making my head spin. At the Empress's palace in the Northern Empire, the uncle spoke up and asked, "What do you think about this, Arnie? Now the Eastern Empire also has its own guards, just like us." Arnie calmly replied, "I think that's quite normal." Seeing such an indifferent reaction, Johann couldn't help but be surprised and said, "Wow, how can you react so calmly? Aren't you interested or curious at all?" Arnie looked at his uncle and said, "Did you really come all this way just to tell me this one thing?" The uncle shook his head and replied, "Of course not. My priority in coming here is to personally inspect everything, and also to eliminate something that someone has sown in this place. It's a seed of evil, and I must also deal with the one who planted it." Hearing those words, Urian suddenly became tense, because indirectly he was referring to her. Urian immediately reacted, "You don't need to speak in such a sarcastic, mocking way. Don't say such nonsense in front of me." The two immediately turned to arguing, exchanging sharp words without either giving way.
Seeing the situation, Arnie let out a soft sigh and said, "Perhaps it's better if I leave now. This is truly pointless." With that, she stood up. But the moment she stood up, her head immediately spun violently, her vision blurred, her eyelids grew heavy and then closed. Witnessing her state, both of them simultaneously cried out for the servants in alarm. Arnie collapsed right where she stood. Soon after, Emperor Cassian rushed to the Empress's chambers, his face etched with concern. "What is going on? What did you say? The Empress suddenly fainted?" A maidservant quickly reassured him. "Please calm yourself, Your Majesty. The Empress is all right."
Cassian yelled furiously, "You tell me to calm down now? How can I possibly calm down in a situation like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, JD quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, please step back a little. The royal physicians are currently treating the Empress." Just then, the royal physician stepped out. Cassian immediately rushed forward, barraging him with questions. How is the Empress? What happened to her? Is she all right now? Can I go in and see her? Where does she live? How old is her father? Of course, the male lead didn't ask the last two questions. I just made them up because he was asking so many. The physician smiled and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Cassian froze, completely bewildered by what was happening. He angrily retorted, The Empress has fainted and you're congratulating me? From behind, Uncle Johan spoke up, Hey kid, what are you doing? They just congratulated you. Cassian turned around, confused, and asked, Uncle, what's going on? The physician then finished his sentence, Congratulations, Your Majesty. You are about to become a father. Hearing this, the emperor became overjoyed. His face, which had been full of anger just moments before, instantly transformed into a radiant smile, even turning bright red. He blurted out, What? Behind him, the maids and JD couldn't help but burst into laughter, because, pitifully, the emperor couldn't even grasp such a simple matter.
Cassian asked again in surprise, as if he still couldn't believe his ears. What did you just say? Do you mean Arnie is pregnant? In the emperor's grand palace hall, where everyone had gathered, Arnie was receiving guests. The emperor of the Western Empire, Siklian IV, had also rushed there to offer his congratulations. Arnie, your pregnancy must be celebrated grandly. This is wonderful news. We must celebrate it formally and grandly. Hearing this, Arnie secretly thought to herself that she understood he was very happy, but wasn't this a bit much? Just for such a small matter, the emperor personally rushed all the way to the north? The emperor continued, Do you know, I even specially brought a very precious gift from the Western Empire for you. Immediately after, everyone saw him take out a portrait. Arnie looked at it and couldn't help but ask, Don't tell me, Your Majesty brought a portrait of yourself here? The emperor seriously explained, When women are pregnant, mothers should look at many beautiful things. The more good things they look at, the healthier the child born will be. Arnie didn't know what strange logic he was relying on to say those words, which made her look at him with an expression that was both amused and helpless. She secretly thought to herself that she really wanted to tear up this portrait and throw it straight back to the Western Empire to see if he would dare to return. The emperor continued, Have you forgotten? I also contributed greatly to this marriage. I put in a lot of effort, so how can you not accept it? He added, his voice cheerful, Well, let's talk about those things later. I'm also thinking that Crown Prince Leonin should also find a suitable partner. If you see any good girls in the Northern Empire, you must tell me. He's also of age now and should settle down. Arnie was stunned and asked again, Leonin getting married? At the palace in the Western Empire?
Leonin, who was there, cried out in utter shock. What? He frantically said to Arnie, Sister, what are you talking about? I'm not even engaged yet, and you're already talking about marriage? Arnie replied via magic communication that even she wasn't clear about it, only knowing that it was his father who had told her so. The emperor said he would find a very good girl for the crown prince to marry, and upon hearing this, the poor fellow immediately burst into tears. Seeing him cry like that, the maid quickly asked, Your Highness, what's wrong? Are you all right? A moment later, he lay sprawled on the bed, exhausted from crying. The doctor had also finished examining him and said that it was merely dizziness due to excessive stress. The condition was not serious, and there was no need to worry too much. Julena stood to the side, having witnessed the entire incident, and anxiously asked the crown prince, How are you feeling? Are you all right now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?
At that moment, Leonin suddenly said bluntly, Julena, marry me. Taken aback by such a sudden proposal, Julena was utterly astonished, saying, Excuse me, Your Highness, aren't you out of your mind? But he sprang to his feet, grabbed her hand tightly, and said in a rush, My father wants to arrange a marriage for me. He has asked Arnie to find a suitable girl to marry, meaning a girl I've never met, never known. How can I marry someone like that? I want to marry you. Please marry me, Julena. Please don't refuse me. Julena pulled her hand away sharply and said, No, how can I agree to marry you when you suddenly say something like that? I don't want to get married this way. After saying that, Julena turned and left, leaving Leonin sitting there in agony and despair. At the Golden Dragon Legion in the Western Empire, Prince Leonin came to seek Ergin's help. He pleaded continuously, Please, please, Sir Ergin, please help me just this once. You're on my side, aren't you? Ergin replied, Yes, Your Highness, I am on your side. Leonin continued anxiously, You know, Arnie is currently in the Northern Empire. She is the Empress. If she were to accidentally bring some girl to meet my father, he would surely force me to marry her. Please don't betray me. Don't deceive me. Please stand by me. Seeing the prince plead so continuously, Ergin coldly said, Your Highness, if you keep bothering me like this, I might just betray you.
Hearing that, Leonin hastily said, All right, I won't do that again. Please help me just this once. Ojin sighed. I don't think you fully grasp the current situation. Don't you understand her personality yet? You know very well what kind of person Julena is. If she truly hates marriage, or even hates the very idea of it that much, then why did she become His Highness's personal guard? Why would she be your protector? She could have just left you behind and gone there with Lady Arnie. Hearing that, Leonin awkwardly said, But Julena keeps refusing me.
Every time I ask her if she wants to marry me, she refuses. Ergen immediately said frankly, then you should ask her directly. Ask clearly why she refuses. You can totally ask these things directly. Leonin asked in surprise, really? Will this method really work? Seriously, Ergen, you're so smart. Seeing Leonin's emotions change so dramatically, Ergen just thought to himself that this kid was truly hopelessly naive. The next morning, Leonin went directly to Julina and said, hey, do you want to marry me? But the prince only kept hearing the same old answer. Julina began to feel extremely annoyed. She said, Sir, what exactly do you want? You keep repeating these things to me. Leonin continued to ask, so how much do you actually object to marriage? At least give me a clear answer. Julina sighed and said, all right, then I'll tell you. Actually, I'm quite opposed to marriage, but if a truly good man who knows how to care for and look after me appears in my life, then perhaps I would consider marriage. Hearing that, Leonin hastily said, what, I can do those things too? I can do all of those things, so why can't it be me? Julina coldly replied, Your Highness doesn't need to say such nonsense.
Hearing this, Leonin almost burst into tears, saying, Why? Why won't you marry me? I've proposed to you so many times. All I need is for you to say yes just once. Julina looked straight at him and asked, Your Highness Leonin, are you truly serious? Leonin quickly replied, Yes, I am serious. But Julina didn't bother to listen further, only continued, Oh, I mean, it's fine anyway. I don't think there's anything more to say here. With that, she turned and walked away again, leaving Leonin standing there, only able to call out unconsciously, Julina, Julina. He couldn't stop thinking, did she really think he wasn't serious? A few days later, Julina and Ergen were strolling together in the palace. Julina said, Lately, for some reason, the crown prince has become completely quiet, and he hasn't been seen around either. Ergen asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? Julina replied, What do you mean by asking that? I think His Highness seems more sensible now. Before, he used to say all sorts of nonsensical things. Ergen asked back in surprise, Are you really okay with this? She wondered, What do you mean by okay here? Your words are very confusing. Just then, Crown Prince Leonin appeared. He spoke up, Oh, Julina, Ergen, I haven't seen you two in a long time. I hear you two have been very busy lately organizing and managing everything here. Julina and Ergen replied that it was indeed true. Leonin continued, saying that the Emperor had entrusted all the work here to Ergen, asking him to oversee and manage everything, and only now did the Crown Prince realize how hard they had truly worked.
All right then, I think I should leave now. Hearing this, Julina secretly wondered to herself if the Crown Prince was going to propose to her again, but as soon as she realized Leonin had just said he was leaving, she immediately fell into a state of confusion. She watched the Crown Prince, but he had already turned his back and left. Ergen said to her, Look at him, it seems he has finally given up his feelings for you. Hearing this, Julina was utterly astonished. Ergen continued to advise her, Actually, this is for the best. You should resolve everything before things get more complicated. Seize this opportunity. Don't let a wrong decision ruin your entire life and lead to regret later. Looking at the Crown Prince's attitude, I can say for sure that he has completely let go. He won't try anymore. After hearing all those words, Julina began to feel extremely tense. She felt restless and uneasy in her heart. Ergen added, I know I'm not in a position to interfere in your relationship, but regardless, you still have to make a choice and choose in such a way that you won't regret it later.
As night gradually fell, Julina was strolling outside the mansion. Her mind was filled with thoughts, her face etched with sadness. She wondered what this feeling truly was. She had never felt this way before, but lately she had been continuously experiencing it, a strange, unsettling sensation deep within. Why do I feel so uneasy? Initially, I never felt this way. I was just waiting for the Crown Prince to be more serious with me. Is that wrong? Or have I demanded too much? Has he started to feel distant from me now? He's drifting further and further away from me. What am I to do? What is the right thing for me to do? Should I take the initiative and step forward? Just then she stopped dead in her tracks. Suddenly her surroundings lit up brilliantly, countless lights illuminating the area. Seeing this sight, Julina exclaimed in surprise, What is this? Are these magic lights? Right before her eyes, a heart shape appeared. Seeing this, Julina blushed deeply out of embarrassment. Just then, a voice rang out, Julina. Crown Prince Leonin appeared and walked towards her. He told her that all of this had been prepared by him for her. Hearing this, Julina exclaimed in surprise, Your Highness. Leonin slowly knelt before her and said, Julina, please listen to me carefully. I know that currently I cannot confidently stand on my own 2 feet, but I will try my utmost with all my capabilities. I also know that, as a Crown Prince, I haven't yet met your expectations, but please understand my feelings, because I will work hard. I will pour my entire heart into achieving what I truly desire, and that is you, Julina. Please marry me. The Crown Prince said, bowing his head, unable to contain the emotion in his voice. Julina, I want you to stand by my side for the rest of my life. I don't want anyone else by my side but you. Can you grant me that honor? Please answer me, Julina. Just this once. If you refuse me this time, I promise I will never propose to you again." After hearing all those words, Julina burst out laughing. Immediately she said, "All right, I accept." Hearing this, Leonon was stunned. He quickly asked, "What did you say?" Julina smiled and said clearly, "I said, I accept. I accept your proposal." Hearing those words, Leonon was so overjoyed he couldn't hide his emotions and shouted, "Are you serious? You're not joking, are you?"
Julina shook her head, no. Hearing that, Leonon was extremely happy. At the Johann family estate, he asked, bewildered, "What did you just say, father?" His father replied, "What did I say? I said you can't just not get married. Don't you understand? You need to get married. My inheritance is here, and you must inherit it. I know you've been going out with a girl frequently lately. It's clear you two are quite close." Johann interjected, "It's not what you think, father." His father immediately asked back, "Why can't it be like that? I see you two together all the time." Johann replied, "It's true we're together, but our relationship isn't like that. You could consider it the relationship between a guard and a prisoner, or between a thief and a police officer. In other words, I'm just supervising her. Please don't suddenly bring up marriage like that." The father immediately replied, "I just said it. If you don't get married, how can you inherit my family fortune?" Johann frowned and asked, "Why? Can't I inherit it in the normal way?" His father seriously explained, "No, this is our family tradition. If you haven't fallen in love with anyone and haven't gotten married, you cannot inherit. You completely don't understand how wonderful that feeling is. Hey, where are you going? Why aren't you listening to me?" Turning his back and walking away, Johann angrily said, "You go fall in love yourself, father. I'm not doing it. I'm leaving." His father angrily shouted after him, "What did you just say? Stop right there." As he stepped outside, he muttered, "I don't know why he's always nagging about marriage."
At that very moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Seeing the magic circle, he was stunned and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" At the Golden Dragon Legion, Western Empire. Here, Urian was talking to Ugio. Ugio asked, "What did you just say? Someone is missing?" Urian nodded. "That's right, Johann has disappeared." He said in surprise, "Are you kidding? Are you talking about swordsman Johann, who is currently the guardian of the Western Empire?" Urian affirmed, "I just said it. He really has gone missing." The other person completely dismissed it, waving his hand and saying, "All right, you can go now. I know he's busy. There's no need for this kind of joke." Urian said seriously, "I'm not kidding. He really has disappeared, and no one knows where he is right now." Ugio still replied casually, "Maybe he just went out to do something. You don't need to worry. He'll probably be back soon." Urian shook her head and said, "No, if he goes anywhere, he'll definitely take me with him. He has no other choice but to bring me along." Ugio spoke up, "What if he went on a date?" Hearing this, Urian was immediately speechless. The young man continued, "Think about it. Wouldn't it be strange if he went to meet his lover and brought you along?" Urian replied in a low voice, That's true." Nevertheless, her face was still full of worry. It was unclear whether she was worried about the swordsman's safety or if she was worried he had run off with another girl. A moment later, Urian stepped outside, sighing in frustration. Just then, another person suddenly appeared behind her. A voice rang out, "Let me guess, you're looking for Lord Azrahan, aren't you?" Hearing this, Urian immediately turned her head to look. A figure in a black cloak appeared, telling her that if she wanted to regain her power, she absolutely had to eliminate that guard. Urian immediately asked, "Who are you? Was it you who trapped him in the time rift? What exactly are you?" However, the figure didn't explain much. He merely said, "Urian, if you want to reclaim your power, you must eliminate him, so I will cast a spell on you." He continued, "Please go and eliminate him to regain your power. Only then can our objective be completed." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately cast a spell. A magic circle also appeared beneath Urian's feet, and she vanished right after. Urian cried out in panic, "A time rift again? Am I about to disappear once more?"
The figure in the black cloak said to Theo, "Please go and regenerate your power." The heroine screamed in despair, "Let me go, I will never do that." But at that very moment she completely vanished, swept into a time rift. Inside the time rift, countless different Urians were all speaking strange and chaotic things. Some said they wanted to become famous worldwide. Others wanted to create even more miracles so that everyone would praise them. All those Urians were spouting endless nonsense. The Ryan rank Urian stood separately to one side, thinking to herself that she had been tricked, and the reason everything turned out this way was her wretched master. She blamed herself, thinking that if that master hadn't existed, nothing would have happened. Or rather, it was all caused by Johann. But where was he anyway?
At that moment, Johann was busy destroying each copy of Orion. As he did so, he said, "I know you're making more noise than necessary, but don't worry, I'll grant you a very gentle and peaceful death." He continued his relentless slaughter, and the fake Orions fell one by one. Suddenly, Johann stopped in front of the female mage, held out his sword to block, and said,
Wait, you're real. Hold on, why are you here? I thought I was the only one trapped in here. Orion looked at him and said, Why did you stop? Shouldn't you log me out? Johan replied, Why? Why should I care? Why would I log you out? Orion said coldly, If I finish you off, my power will return. Then I'll be able to leave. Johan said, then continued, If that's true, then why are you still standing there? Finish me off. Aren't you going to attack me? The girl replied, Why should I do that? Why would you ask such a question? All right then, you answer my question. Why did you spare my life that day? After all, why didn't you destroy me then? If you had finished me off back then, none of this would have happened. You wouldn't have to regret anything or be stuck here. You should have destroyed me that very day. Johan said, No, I won't do that.
She immediately asked Johan, Why? Why don't you want to? He replied, Because I want to know. She frowned, Know what? Johan continued, I don't know what I want to know, and that's why I let you live, to find out what it is I ultimately want to know. Now you answer me. Why exactly did I let you live? You two are giving me a headache with all this talk. I'm exhausted. Hearing those words, Urian became furious. She growled, How should I know? Stop tormenting me with that vague talk. You bastard, how could I possibly know why you let me live? It's precisely because of all this that I hate you so much. As she spoke, she gripped her sword tightly and lowered it. Johan asked, What exactly do you want to do? She placed the blade of her sword against her neck and said, If you end my life right now, this rift will disappear. You can also escape this place. So if you want to go back, Johan, do it. Go back to the world you cherish and be with the people you love. But deep down, she thought that she didn't want to die so simply, nor did she want him to die here, because they had shared a similar past, enduring too much in this world. Although they came from different backgrounds, there was one thing she saw very clearly, and that was him. He was incredibly special to her, a unique presence in her life. She didn't want to lose him this way.
Johan frowned and said, Urian, I don't want things to end like this. I will never let you die that way, nor will I run away from here. I don't think I'm your savior or anything. I can't even understand what you're trying to do, because I've never truly understood you. But even if this sounds a bit rude, I will protect you to the very end. At the same time, if you die, I'll be left all alone. I won't let you go anywhere. I'll go with you, even if I have to descend into hell itself. No matter how you end up in this place, enduring torment, punishment, or anything else, I'll always be by your side. How does that sound? Pretty good, right? Hearing that, Urian coldly replied, Enough, stop messing around. You've lost your mind. You can leave. The only thing you need to do is end me. And it's precisely because of these ridiculous actions of yours that I completely dislike you, you know? At that very moment, a light emanated from behind them, and along with that light, both of them gradually disappeared.
Johan looked at the scene and said, Hey, look, I think this time rift is collapsing. We're about to return to our original position. The moment he took her hand, both immediately vanished and returned to their correct timeline. Immediately after Johan and Urian returned, they began searching for the masterminds behind the entire affair. The investigation was conducted step by step. Urian was the one who decided to seal her own power, because she didn't want that power to be misused again. She also didn't want a disaster like what had happened to this world to repeat ever again. Johan was always by her side. Both of them didn't understand why such things kept happening to them, but for the final outcome, they had to wait until the investigation was complete. Urian calmly said that she knew they would eventually be caught, as it couldn't be hidden from everyone anyway. At that moment, he spoke up. Hey, what if we went somewhere no one could find us?
Hearing that, she asked again why he suddenly said such a thing. He replied that he just wanted to relax, wanted them both to be able to walk freely, and in that place, she could also use magic, use the power of a sorceress. Urian shook her head, saying that she had already stated she would seal her powers. She didn't want this kind of disaster to happen again. She wanted to seal her powers herself, return to being a normal human, and accept the punishment so she could truly realize and regret what she had done. While she was saying those things, Johan called out her name. Urian responded. He then asked, Do you hate me? Then tell me, when will you start to like me? Urian replied that she didn't know, then asked him back why he was asking her about the future like that. He said that for him, this was a huge challenge, because everyone here liked him, and she was the only one who didn't, so he really wanted to know when she would start to like him. Hearing those words, Urian felt incredibly annoyed and confused inside. If things continue like this, I will never like you. I will never like you at all, she said, showing her annoyance. Hearing that, he immediately replied that she didn't need to worry, and that one day she would definitely like him, because he was immortal, he would never die, and until they both grew old and still hadn't died, they would still be together. Eventually, one day, she would like him. Hearing those words, she immediately became furious.
She cursed and yelled,
Get out, disappear, go die somewhere out of my sight. With that, she turned and walked away, angrily adding that there was no need to follow her. Johan hastily called after her, telling her to stop, apologizing, and saying he was just joking, and asking her not to take it so seriously. He continuously tried to appease her, but she absolutely refused to calm down. Johan was left behind, looking pathetic and feeling tense, restless with worry. In the Queen's palace, Arnie was talking to her mother. She happily said that if that was true, then Leonin and Jelena were about to get married, which was truly excellent news. Her mother replied that it was true. Sikleon IV had personally ordered Jelena to be taught everything related to politics and state affairs, because in the future she would become the queen. She also said that she even felt Jelena might be capable enough to become an emperor, not just a queen, because Leonin always praised her profusely and was always by her side, never leaving. Arnie's mother said these things while showing concern for her daughter, because Arnie was pregnant, so she continuously inquired about her health. That night, Arnie and Cassian were sleeping in bed.
Cassian asked if he had heard that Uncle Rowan had been there not long before. Arnie replied that yes, they had come to arrest and investigate the group of people calling themselves immortals, and to interrogate them. Upon hearing this, Cassian said that he understood, then asked about her mental and physical condition at that moment. Arnie answered that both were very good, completely fine. Arnie smiled and asked if he wanted the baby to be a boy or a girl. Cassian said he wanted a baby girl, a beautiful and adorable daughter just like her. As long as the child was healthy, that was enough. Hearing those words, Arnie was incredibly happy, and she smiled radiantly. On the day his wife was due to give birth, Cassian was extremely tense and restless while waiting. He fidgeted and said that it was already dark and they still hadn't come out. No, he thought, I have to go in myself and see what's happening. A servant immediately spoke up to reassure him. Your Majesty, please don't worry, everything is fine. But Cassian immediately flared up and said, What are you talking about? You've just been repeating the same few sentences over and over again. No, I have to go see for myself what the situation is. The servants hastily replied, Your Majesty, please don't worry, just be patient and wait. Just then, Arnie's wet nurse came out and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty, the Queen has given birth to twins. Hearing this, Cassian was stunned and asked again, Twins? The wet nurse immediately replied, Yes, please follow me, Your Majesty, come and see quickly. He walked in and saw two babies in a crib. The wet nurse was introducing them, saying, This one is the princess, and, the one with blue eyes is the princess, and the one with red eyes is the prince. Would Your Majesty like to hold them? Cassian immediately said, Wait, just leave the children there. Then he quickly looked towards Arnie. Arnie was lying there, looking back at him.
Cassian stepped forward, gently picking up his children. Tears began to silently fall from the corners of his eyes. Arnie softly asked, Cassian, are you happy? Cassian replied, This is a feeling I can't put into words. I can't express how I'm feeling right now. 5 years later, a boy was running in the Great Hall. Not far away, a little girl was stealthily watching. In front of her, another child was already hiding.
The girl softly called, Hey Elowen, look over here. The boy replied, Arya, I understand, all right? Arya continued, Look, no one can see us, so it's fine. Let's just stick to the plan. Elowen also said, Of course no one can see us, so it's okay. I'm with you. So the two children, Elowen and Arya, quietly left and slipped into a large room. Arya whispered, Look, there's so much junk food here. Look at all these snacks. Just then Elowen hesitated and said, But Arya, don't you think this is wrong? We can't steal like this. My conscience is telling me we shouldn't do it. Arya immediately replied, So what? If you don't want to, then fine. I'll eat all these cookies by myself. Don't you know? These are cookies from the Western Empire. Super delicious. As soon as he heard about the cookies from the Western Empire, Elowen's expression immediately changed, and he quickly said, All right, I'll come along. No, I want to eat them too. I want some too. Arya replied, All right then, give me a hand. Let's quickly grab the stuff and get out of here. This is the perfect time. So both of them secretly stole quite a lot of snacks, running and saying, Don't look back or someone will catch us. Elowen also said while running, Yeah, I know. The two children ran straight to their destination and cheered, Look, little brother is over there. There was a tiny boy there. Arya happily said, Hey, Carrion, look, we brought all these cookies for you. Elowen also chimed in, That's right, we brought them all for you. The boy's eyes widened as he asked, Cookies? Then he took one and ate it immediately.
He cheered with delight. Seeing that, the two children immediately said, That's so adorable. Arnie smiled and said, Just eat as much as you like, as much as you want. Your big brother will bring you more. Elowen added, You don't need to worry. Your big sister will bring you more too. Just then, Cassian and Arnie approached from behind. Arnie smiled and said, Look, all the children are playing here. As soon as they saw their parents, the children all cheered in unison. Dad, Mom! Arnie pretended to be serious and said, You kids are really mischievous. You won't stop your antics. If this keeps up, you'll be bothering your parents all day. Cassian chuckled and asked, How about we all go out for dinner tonight? Arnie nodded and replied, Yes, that's a great idea. And so, the final chapter of this series has come to an end. Thank you for accompanying me throughout the journey of this series. I truly hope you have fully experienced the emotions, adventures, and love of Cassian,
Arnie, and their family, just as I felt joy in telling this story to you. Your support is invaluable. I eagerly look forward to seeing you again in future stories. See you in the next video.